This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Mom, why are you eating eggplant again? A young girl in a coarse linen dress looked at the bowl of dark pickles and boiled eggplant on the table, a look of pain on her face. The woman glared at the girl and placed her sweet potato porridge on the table. These days, just having something to eat is good enough. You're still so picky. Why don't you hurry and take the food from the stove to your grandparents and take it to the fields? The girl pouted, feeling somewhat reluctant. Furthermore, she was extremely hungry, and her steps dragged slowly, and she remained motionless for a long time. Just as the woman was about to give the girl a hard slap to teach her a lesson, a slightly younger, pretty girl emerged from the room. Mother for sister, I go take food to Grandpa and Grandma, the young girl said sweetly, but the woman refused without a second thought. How can that be? You just recovered from a cold. Seeing this, the other girl also reluctantly said listlessly, yes, fifth sister, you just recovered. I go. You worked hard all day, so let me go. Besides, I'm already well. I haven't coughed since I woke up this morning. Perhaps seeing her youngest daughter acting like an ordinary person, and thinking of her fourth daughter, who had gotten up early this morning to help with the rice harvest, and was indeed a little tired, Chen stopped trying. Then wear a straw hat, and don't get sunburned. The sun is scorching outside today. Suli smiled and nodded. I understand, Mother. With that, Suli went to the kitchen to pick up the sweet potato porridge and vegetables, then grabbed a straw hat she'd been weaving lately, which she'd been doing for some time, and then headed out to the fields. The July sun was truly scorching. Suli was enveloped by the scorching sun as soon as she stepped outside. She'd barely taken a few steps before sweat broke out on her forehead and mouth. Thinking of the two elderly people who had been toiling in the fields all day and hadn't eaten yet, Suli couldn't help but pull the brim of her hat down and quicken her pace. The Su family's fields were at the foot of the back mountain, reaching them by climbing several slopes and turning along several narrow paths. It was quite remote. Suli walked for about 10 minutes before reaching the small paddy field. Once there, she placed the food under the shade of a tree before calling out to the two elderly people still working in the fields, Grandpa and Grandma, it's time for dinner. The two elderly people were still bent over, diligently harvesting rice, and only noticed their granddaughter's arrival when they heard her voice. While cutting rice, Old Man Su said to the old woman holding a rice basket nearby, looks like Wuya has brought us some food. You go eat first. I'll be back here when I'm done. Old Lady Wu glanced back and saw her little granddaughter bringing her food. She frowned, wondering what was going on. She washed her hands and trudged back. Didn't I ask your fourth sister to bring the food? Why are you here? Old Lady Wu's tone wasn't particularly pleasant. At first glance, she might have sounded aggressive, but after spending these days together, Suli knew she was just a softie, concerned for her health. She smiled and handed the bowl over. Grandma, I'm cured now. Old Lady Wu took the bowl, looked away, and said disapprovingly, after spending so much money on this, how can it be any worse? Now Suli was at a loss for words. After all, this illness had indeed drained the family's savings, spending all the money originally intended for her second brother, Su Qishan, to find a husband. It was hard to believe Grandma Wu would be unhappy. But despite Grandma Wu's words, Suli knew that if she disagreed, her mother, Chen, would certainly not be able to afford such a large sum of money to hire a doctor. Sure enough, Grandma Wu said awkwardly the next moment, okay, you go back first. Leave the dishes here. Your father can take them home later. Suli felt an inexplicable warmth surge in her heart upon hearing this. It had been almost 2 weeks since she traveled to the Great Way. This wasn't the first time Suli had felt the love and care of the Su family. Every time this happened, Suli felt particularly happy. In her previous life, Suli was born into a family of 2 teachers, both parents educated. To outsiders, it should have seemed very happy, but Suli had never felt what love was. Because they were introduced by their elders and each had their own agenda, Suli's parents schemed against each other, hurting each other without a trace of genuine love. As a child born without love, Suli naturally became a victim of her marriage. High-pressure parenting, with frequent beatings, scolding, and food deprivation, permeated Suli's life. Until Suli was diagnosed with stomach cancer, that was almost her happiest time. Because, as if realizing she was dying, Suli's parents finally showed her a hint of concern, but it was only for a moment before they began to blame each other, blaming and blaming her. So much so that upon learning she had traveled to the Wei dynasty, a dynasty never before seen in history, Suli's first reaction was a sigh of relief, a sense of final release. Although the Su family, after traveling through time, was considered the lowest of the low in the Wei dynasty, a military household despised by the world, the Su family members loved and cared for each other. Although their lives were poor, they were not tired. You know, sometimes life doesn't need too much sweetness. Even this little bit of sweetness is enough for us to bravely live in this desolate world. You're stupid. What are you standing there for? Hurry back. Aren't you hot? Old lady Wu quickly finished her bowl of porridge. Seeing her little granddaughter Suli still standing there, she couldn't help but urge her. Suli heard, "It's okay, milk. It won't get hot here." After saying that, Suli deliberately moved a little further into the shade. Whatever you say. Old lady Wu didn't bother to intervene. At this time, Old Man Su, who had finished harvesting the rice, finally came ashore. He washed his hands and feet, smiled at Suli, and said, "Fifth girl, have you eaten?" "Yes," Suli replied. She wasn't lying. Because of her illness, she'd been cooking for herself and eating in advance. She'd been almost fully recovered yesterday, but her mother, Chen, had still prepared a nutritious meal, essentially just an extra steamed egg. Okay. Old Man Su said nothing more, took the meal, and began to eat. For a moment, the mountains were silent, the only sounds being the clinking of dishes and the chirping of cicadas in the distance. Suli, taking advantage of the time they were eating, slowly made her way to the riverbank. Besides bringing food to her grandparents, she also come to see if there were any fish, snails, or anything like that in the fields. If there were any, it would be great to bring back and cook them for money or to use as a snack. You have to remember that her medical treatment cost the family a full 5 taels of silver, practically all the money they saved over the past 2 years. As a result, during the busy farming season, the family could only eat pickled vegetables and vegetables. In such hot weather, without any meat or fish, even a strong laborer couldn't stand it, let alone the elderly and children of the Su family. How could they possibly handle it? Suli had no other skills, so her only hope was to see if she could make something delicious to replenish everyone's energy. However, when she arrived at the edge of the field, Suli was somewhat disappointed. Besides the tadpoles and small fish the size of a pinky finger, there were practically no snails. That's right, with everyone struggling these days, fish and other things must have been long gone. But why were there no snails? Suli couldn't understand. Suli looked disappointed and prepared to go back, but suddenly she stepped on something slippery and hard. She looked closely and saw it was a river clam, larger than her foot. Such a big river clam! There must be a lot of meat. Suli immediately thought of 100 ways to eat river clams. You know, in a previous life, Suli lived with her grandmother in the countryside for a while, and had her grandmother stir-fried river clams with chili peppers and river clam soup. Suli still remembers the taste. After growing up and graduating, Suli became a food blogger and even filmed a video on how to make delicious dishes with river clams. That was great. Although there were no fish or snails, the river clams made it worth the trip. Suli looked and saw that there were not just one, but at least 10 in the grass on the bank. They must have been thrown in by her grandparents while harvesting rice to prevent them from getting scratched. As far as she could remember, the people of Dawei didn't particularly like to eat river clams because they were quite fishy. Nowadays, cooking methods are still mostly steaming and boiling, with stir-frying being rare. Spices are mostly used as medicines, so it's difficult to remove the fishy smell of things, and naturally many delicious foods remain untapped. Suli immediately decided to take the clams home and make some spicy stir-fried clams. It would surely go well with rice these days. She'd been eating porridge all day and her taste was bland. Occasionally, Chen would make some dishes, but the flavor was truly unpalatable. Fifth girl, what are you picking up those clams for? Old Man Su, watching his granddaughter pick up clams from the corner of his eye, was puzzled. Grandpa, I'm taking them home to eat, Suli replied. Old Man Su quickly put down the coarse porcelain bowl in his hand. Eat? Oh, my dear grandson, put them down. Those clams are stinky, even a dog wouldn't eat them. Old Man Su's face paled with fear. No, Grandpa, they're delicious when they're ready. Suli continued to pick up the clams. You, just listen to me and throw them away. Old Man Su said, moving to kick Suli's clams into the water. Grandpa, don't. They're really delicious. Suli quickly stopped him, trying to stop her grandfather from throwing her clams. As the two argued, Old Lady Wu suddenly spoke up, forget it. If she wants to eat, let her pick it up. It won't kill anyone. Old Man Su finally stopped talking. You kid, you won't listen. If your hands get stinky later, don't blame me for not warning you. Old Man Su wasn't being casual. He eaten clams before during famines. The odor of river clams was strong, especially when he was unlucky enough to open a dead one. The odor wouldn't wash off your hands for days, and the mere smell made you want to vomit. But Old Man Su's words were tough, but his actions were honest. He picked up the clam from the ground and said, "Forget it. I open it for you, and you can take it back." Suli hadn't expected her grandfather to be so kind. The clam was so large and heavy, and she was just wondering how she was going to get it back. "Thank you, Grandpa." Chapter 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Su picked up the rice-cutting knife from the ground and opened one of the clams. He then swiftly removed the clam meat from the inside and placed it on the grass. Suli saw this and quickly went to the nearby banana leaves to gather some, placing the clam meat on them. Old Man Su moved swiftly, cutting each one with his knife. He smashed the clams he couldn't open with a rock, and soon he had extracted all the clam meat Suli had gathered. However, after removing the inedible parts from 10 clams, there wasn't much left, so Old Lady Wu went to the fields and found several more for Suli. Finally, Suli returned with a large bag of clam meat. Over here, watching Suli's cheerful back, Old Man Su smiled and said to Old Lady Wu, "Look how happy she is. It's like she's holding a treasure." Old Man Su couldn't understand why anyone would treasure such unpalatable clam meat. He must be too young. He know what it's like once his granddaughter has tasted it. But as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Mrs. Wu's gloomy voice. "She's not craving clams, she's craving meat." Craving meat? Old Man Su was stunned for a moment, then his mouth drooped, and his shoulders seemed to slump. The last time he ate meat seemed so distant, like a lifetime ago. Even Old Man Su couldn't remember how long ago it had been. Alas! It's because we don't have the ability. Unable to earn money is why their son can't become a general, their grandson can't marry, and their granddaughter can't eat meat. It's all because of their inability. After shouldering the responsibility, the two elderly people's mood instantly darkened. They silently picked up the scattered sickles and headed back to the fields. When Suli returned home, her mother, Chen, and her 4th sister, Su Tao, were also about to head to the fields, sickles and baskets on their backs. Noticing what Suli was holding, 4th sister Su Tao asked directly, "5th sister, what are you holding?" Chen also curiously gazed at the banana leaf wrapped in Suli's hand. Suli opened the leaf and showed it to the two of them. Su Tao, perked up instantly, leaned forward and gently touched the clam meat, a puzzled expression on her face. "What is this? Is it edible?" Because Old Man Su disliked it, the Su family rarely went out to pick clams to eat. Su Tao, 15 years old, had rarely seen them before. Chen, on the other hand, had eaten them before, but when she heard Suli plan to cook them, she frowned. "This clam meat is awfully fishy. Why did you bring so much back?" Su Tao, standing nearby, heard it was clam meat and her mother's description of the smell, and immediately lost interest, moving away. "My grandparents helped me prepare it." Suli thought for a moment, then, to avoid Chen's objection, evaded the point. As expected, Chen was about to have her daughter throw it away, but when she heard it was her parents-in-law who had helped, she pondered it, assumed it was their idea, and waved it off. "Since your grandparents asked you to do it, then you can do it." Chen said this and left with Su Tao. Upon returning home, Su Tao first fed the chickens and ducks in the backyard, then checked on the vegetables in the field. In the sunshine, the eggplants in the vegetable patch were large and purple. There were also cowpeas and cucumbers, all growing well, with the occasional bee and butterfly flitting among the flowers. Suli walked through the vegetable patch to the innermost part, where she saw the chili peppers she was looking for, green and red scattered in the corners. Yes, chili peppers were already a common part of people's diet during this dynasty, especially in the south, where almost every household grew them. I remember them being brought back by a merchant ship from a foreign land. Suli picked dozens of reddish peppers and put them in her pocket before stopping. After finishing, she also picked a few cucumbers and beans. As for eggplant, Suli gave up. She had been eating it every day lately, and was getting a little tired of it. She planned to make a refreshing cucumber salad tonight, along with some bean porridge, to cool down. Because it was still early, Suli only cooked the porridge first. Cooking it now would be just the right temperature for everyone else to eat in the evening. After setting the porridge aside, Suli began preparing the clams. Suli used to be a food blogger, and many of her followers kept asking her why clams had an earthy smell and were tough to chew. The key reason was that most people didn't prepare them properly. Because clams have a strong earthy smell, the first step is to clean them by rubbing them with salt and flour until the slime is removed. If the slime isn't cleaned off, they taste fishy. The next step is blanching. Wash the clams and blanch them in clean water. Adding some wine during the blanching process can help remove any remaining fishy smells. Since the Sue family was running low on salt and flour, there was only a small amount left in the jar. Suli didn't dare use any, so she used wood ash instead. By the time she finished washing and blanching, it was almost dinner time. Smoke was already rising from some homes in the village. Figuring everyone else would be home by then, Suli began cooking. Suli's cooking skills weren't something she developed on her own, she learned them from a master. There was a time when she was just starting her own social media business, and had little traffic, and wasn't making any money. Her friends even suggested she open a private restaurant, hoping for good business. But Suli wasn't one to give up halfway. Eventually, through her perseverance and dedication, she finally achieved a small success. Cooking was a skill she possessed. Stir-frying river clams wasn't difficult at all. She cut the vegetables, lit the fire, heated the oil, and poured the ingredients all in one go. If anyone were watching, they noticed how fluid her movements were, a true visual delight. Soon, a strong, spicy, and fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen. Su Tao was walking down a small path not far from her home, carrying a basket of rice ears on her back, when she smelled a particularly fragrant aroma. She thought the village chief was having meat again, and she swallowed her saliva with envy. But the closer she got to the house, the more she felt something was off. Why did that aroma feel like it was coming from her own home? Su Tao, somewhat unconvinced by her own assumption, quickened her pace. In the kitchen, wow, fifth sister, what's this? Why does it smell so good? Su Tao hadn't even put down her basket when she headed straight for the kitchen. In that moment, it felt as if all her fatigue had vanished, and her eyes were fixed on the dish of stir-fried river clams with chili peppers on the stove. Is it meat? Why doesn't it look like it? Suli explained, it's the river clam meat from earlier. Su Tao was stunned for a moment, clearly a little incredulous, but after a closer look, she saw it was indeed. Although her mother, Chun, had just said it was fishy and unpalatable, Su Tao swallowed hard at the smell and the delicious appearance. She reached out to take it and eat it. Suli quickly stopped her. Hey, four sister, your hand. Su Tao glanced at her own little black hand, covered in unwashed mud, and could only withdraw it in frustration. Hey, I wash it right away, right away. With that, she rushed out to the yard again, carrying her basket on her back. This time, she seemed to remember she was carrying a basket of rice, and quickly dumped it in the yard. The rice needs to be dried in the yard for a while, before it can be stored in the barn. Luckily, it's been hot these past few days, so it shouldn't rain. After sloppily spreading the wet rice, Su Tao quickly washed her hands and rushed to the kitchen. Fifth sister, let me try it now. I washed my hands. Su Li, noticing her frantic state, handed her the chopsticks. Delicious. How could it be so delicious? Su Tao could swear she never tasted such delicious food in her entire life. As for the fishy smell Chen mentioned, there truly wasn't any. It was spicy and tender, and I felt like I could eat a lot of rice. It was so delicious. After 2 chopsticks, Su Tao still felt a little unsatisfied, but when she thought of the others, she reluctantly put them down. Fifth sister, how did you make this? How is it so delicious? Even better than meat. As if realizing that clams are meat, Su Tao quickly corrected herself. No, I mean, it tastes better than braised pork. In Su Tao's mind, the best dish she ever eaten was the braised pork served at the village chief's wedding 2 years ago. It was the best dish she had in over a decade. I heard that the braised pork was specially prepared by a chef from a county restaurant, but the chili stir-fried clams her fifth sister made today are just as good as the braised pork. Having your cooking praised is one of the greatest joys for a chef, and Su Li is no exception. However, to hide the fact that she suddenly had culinary skills, Su Li played dumb and said, I just watch my grandma and mom make it every day, and I just do it. Su Tao was naive enough to believe it without a second thought. She couldn't help but wonder, is this what they call talent? Just like Grandpa once said that third brother was more talented at weaving straw sandals than second brother? So fifth sister is more talented at cooking and needlework than her. Fifth sister, you're truly talented, Su Tao exclaimed. Su Li blushed for some reason upon hearing this. Was she trying to trick a 14-year-old? She quickly changed the subject. By the way, why haven't Grandpa and Grandma come back yet? Logically, it was getting dark, so they should be back soon, right? Su Li glanced toward the door, but saw no one. At this point, Su Tao remembered what her grandparents, Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu, had just told her. Grandma and Grandma said they had to harvest all the rice in the fields before coming back. They asked us to boil some hot water so they could bathe before eating. And Dad and the others aren't coming back tonight. The Centurions are harvesting rice, and everyone else in the village has to help. The Wei dynasty practiced a hereditary system of military households. The Su Li family had been military households since their ancestors, passed down through generations, and now it had been passed down to Su Li's father and his eldest and second brothers. But being a military household meant living worse than ordinary farmers. Sometimes, they couldn't even get paid, especially in the past 2 years, when they had to work almost entirely for the court and the Centurions. For example, recently, during the busy farming season, when he couldn't finish his own work, he insisted on helping the Centurions harvest rice. He had no choice, because the fields didn't officially belong to the Centurions, but to the court. According to imperial regulations, military households, in addition to patrolling the borders, also had the task of cultivating land. However, Emperor Gaozu of Wei's so-called military farming system had long since become a mere formality during its implementation. Military farms had long since been converted into the private plots of the 1,000 household commanders, and the military households had been reduced to their personal slaves. Su Li had only ever seen this kind of thing in history books. Back then, the term military households was just a term, occasionally appearing in novels. Even then, Su Li was curious why the male protagonists of military households were so despised, given that soldiers were supposed to be admired. It wasn't until Su Li traveled to the home of a military household that she discovered the reason. They had no freedom, no private property, and even in years of disaster, they might not even be able to afford food. She remembered that not long ago, in Xianjiang town, a few hundred miles away, there had been an outbreak of military households deserting. Such incidents had occurred more than once over the years, and they were simply ordinary people struggling to make ends meet. Thinking of her father and second and third brothers, who hadn't been home for nearly 2 weeks, Su Li sighed inwardly and nodded, indicating understanding. Chapter 3. It was completely dark when Old Man Su, Old Lady Wu, and the others returned. Each of them, either carrying a load, their backs practically bit with the weight, their faces drenched in sweat, which dripped down to the ground as they spoke. When the heavy loads fell to the ground, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were now carrying not the weight of rice, but the weight of their lives. The harvest is finally over. Now everyone should rest at home for a few days. Old Lady Wu, exhausted from the day, wiped the sweat from her brow and said. Old Man Su went to fetch water to wash his hands and face. He said to Chen, who was still working on the rice next to him, Qishan mother, don't worry. Just leave it there. There's no need to rush to harvest it if it's too wet. Chen didn't turn around. It's okay, Dad. I smooth it out for them. This rice was their food for the next year, and Chen was deeply concerned. They would have to rely on this ration for the next 6 months. The court couldn't pay the soldiers, so they could only survive on their meager acre of land and a few small livestock. At these moments, Chen would recall the advice her parents had given her. She was too young then, and she always thought that if she worked hard, things would gradually get better. But over the years, not only did things not get better, they became increasingly difficult. Compared to her third sister, who married a carpenter in the village, and her fourth sister, who married a rice shop in town, Chen looked much worse. She couldn't even bring anything decent as a gift when she returned home for the holidays. Although her in-laws were kind, her husband treated her well, and her children were filial and sensible, Chen still felt a pang of regret. If she had married into a better family, or even an ordinary one, like her third and fourth sisters, she wouldn't be in this situation now. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, are you done washing? Come and try the chili fried river clams my fifth sister made. They're delicious. Su Tao hurried out of the inner room upon hearing the noise. She had just showered and washed her hair with Su Li, and her hair wasn't even dry yet. She was only wearing her inner garments. Seeing her like this, Chen quickly scolded her, "Hurry up and put your clothes on. You're not a 3-year-old child anymore. It's a shame if others see you." Although there weren't as many strict rules about sex in the countryside, people in that dynasty were still quite conservative. Su Tao stuck out her tongue and quickly turned and retreated back into the house. Su Li, however, heard the voices of Chen and the others, dressed, and went to the kitchen. The porridge was cold, but the vegetables were still warm in the pot. Now that everyone else had returned, Su Li naturally had to bring out the food. Tonight's meal was much more substantial than lunches. There were stir-fried river clams with chili peppers, a cucumber salad, and pickles. The chili-fried river clams weren't as fragrant as they'd been fresh from the wok, because they'd been sitting there for a while, but the presentation was still quite good. The glossy, Red chilies paired with the river clams made them look especially appetizing. Old Man Sue was the first to finish washing, filled a bowl with porridge, and sat down at the wooden table. The chili fried river clams caught his eye immediately. It was simply too fragrant. Old Man Sue took a second look, trying to confirm what the dish was. Only to discover it was the river clams he always despised. Felt a momentary disappointment. What was so good about the river clams? They were fishy and smelly. Old Man Sue decided not to eat them, instead reaching for the cucumber salad with his chopsticks. This was the first time he'd seen cucumbers cut into long, battered strips. He usually sliced them for a salad, but Old Man Sue thought, since his granddaughter couldn't cook, it was understandable that they were cut like this. On the other hand, the presentation was quite acceptable. Old Man Sue took a sip. Spicy, fragrant, crispy, and slightly sour and sweet. Old Man Sue was a little shocked. Was this even a cucumber? How could it be so delicious? He quickly put the rest of the cucumber into his mouth. Delicious, delicious. Old Man Sue quickly scooped a mouthful of porridge, his eyes lighting up again. It tasted even better with porridge. And how could this bean porridge be so delicious? Every grain of rice had blossomed. It was warm, not too hot or too cold, just the right amount. The beans were also cooked to a soft consistency, and the fragrance of the beans lingered in his mouth after he finished. It was clearly just an ordinary meal. How could it be so delicious this time? Old Man Sue was puzzled, but he didn't stop eating mouthful after mouthful. When Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen came in, they saw Old Man Sue eating diligently. They both thought he was just too hungry from working all day. Eat less. You almost finished the cucumber, and your wife hasn't eaten yet, Mrs. Wu warned. Upon hearing this, Old Man Sue realized he'd lost control and eaten too much. He quickly put down his chopsticks and said with an embarrassed smile, "Hey, this cucumber is so delicious today, I couldn't help myself." Chun, who was standing by, said, "It's okay, Mom. Dad likes it, so eat more. It's not a rare thing. There are plenty of cucumbers in the fields. There's no need to fight over it." After hearing this, Mrs. Wu stopped talking and gently poked the clam meat with her chopsticks. "What's this? Why don't you eat this?" After saying this, Mrs. Wu took a chopstick and put it in her bowl. Old Man Sue tried to stop her but couldn't, and could only look at her with an indescribable expression. Stir-fried clam with chili peppers? Because it was dark, Mrs. Wu looked for a moment before she could clearly see what the dish was. Chen also looked over. "Is this a river clam? Why does it smell so fragrant?" Thinking with this, she couldn't help but scoop a little into her bowl. Then she carefully tasted it. What a flavor! So fresh, so tender, not a hint of earthy flavor at all. Is this really river clam meat? Chen was a little skeptical. Wasn't river clam meat in her memory so hard to chew? Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu, upon hearing it was river clam meat, didn't seem particularly impressed. She just frowned slightly and ate it. But the moment she took a bite, even Mrs. Wu, who didn't care much about food, was surprised. How could it be so delicious? As she aged, she loved strong flavors, but given her family's circumstances, they used less salt and other ingredients in their cooking. She couldn't say anything, because in this day and age, just having something to eat was good enough. Why would she be picky? So, when Mrs. Wu tasted this dish, it felt like her taste buds had come alive. Before she could swallow it, she couldn't help but take another bite. Old Man Sue, standing nearby, had been watching the two men tasting the dish. Seeing them eat for a long time without saying a word, he felt a surge of curiosity, but he had to feign indifference. "How is it? Is it delicious?" However, Mrs. Wu pretended not to hear. "You know if it's good if you try it yourself. You haven't tried it yet, have you?" This statement only showed that Mrs. Wu knew her husband all too well. Old Man Sue coughed at this, but in his heart, he condemned the dish. It must be bad, which was why the old woman said so. Mrs. Chen, on the other hand, said, "Dad, you should try it. It's quite delicious." Daughter-in-law Chen wasn't the type to lie, so when she spoke, Old Man Sue was somewhat convinced. "Okay, I try it then." In fact, Old Man Wu Sue had wanted to try it from the beginning. It was truly delicious, after all, but he couldn't help but think of the bad memory of his previous experience. Old Man Sue took a bite, a little incredulous. He quickly picked up another bite with his chopsticks. This. It was so delicious. It was completely different from the clam meat Old Man Sue remembered. It was fresh, fragrant, spicy, and even the chili peppers had a meaty aroma. If he hadn't personally opened the clams for his granddaughter today, he wouldn't have believed it was clam meat. But he had already eaten 3 bowls of bean porridge, and even though the dish was delicious, he was feeling a bit full. What a regret! If I had known the clams were so good, I would have had a glass of wine. It would have been delicious with wine. What a pity. Over here, when Su Tao, dressed, entered, she saw that almost all the dishes on the table were gone. Grandma and Grandma. How come you're almost done? My river clam meat, whoa. She waited for them to come back and enjoy the delicious meal, but they already eaten almost everything. Whoa. Su Tao felt wronged and wanted to cry. Chun and Wu Posey felt a little guilty seeing this. Today's meal was so delicious that they couldn't help but eat a little too much. Okay, there's still so much left. You can have the rest. We won't eat any more, Chun said. Su Tao finally stopped crying, hurried to get some rice, and sat down. Su Li wasn't particularly hungry. She already eaten one cucumber while picking it that afternoon. Besides, it was so hot, and she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't have much of an appetite. Wu Ya, did you cook all these dishes today? Old Man Su, who had almost finished his meal, suddenly asked. As he finished, Chen and Aunt Wu looked at Su Li, who was sipping her porridge. It wasn't that Old Man Su was suspicious, but cooking was just like anything else. How could someone who had never done it before be so good? I did. Su Tao knew what had to come. After getting past her family, she would have a reason to sell her food in the county. As expected, hearing Su Li's words, Aunt Wu suddenly looked at her in the twilight. Who did you learn all this from? Her usually kind eyes suddenly looked unfamiliar. Su Li was a little dazed, and for a moment, she was worried whether her previous explanation would convince them. Just as she was hesitating over what to say, her fourth sister, Su Tao, who was busy eating beside her, suddenly said, Grandma, let me tell you, fifth sister has a real talent for cooking. She watched you, mother, and others cook, and she learned it all on her own, right, fifth sister? Su Tao seemed particularly delighted, for Su Li's delicious cooking meant she would never have to eat the same slop-like food her mother and Grandma prepared again. You learned it just by watching? Mrs. Wu was clearly unconvinced. Others might not know until they cooked, but she knew from her years of cooking that cooking is a skill. Without a master, it's impossible to make a delicious dish. Especially with river clams, anyone who doesn't know can't even get rid of the earthy smell. Su Li panicked. She suddenly regretted exposing herself so immediately. She should have slowly let them accept her. It was her fault for being too impatient and wanting to help the family quickly. Yes, Grandma. Su Li lowered her head, unsure what to say. But precisely because of her expression, Mrs. Wu's doubts were somewhat alleviated. The reason was simple. Her original personality was just like that. Small responsibilities and timid. She couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. What was she thinking? How could the person in front of her not be her granddaughter? She softened her tone a bit. You mean you can learn by watching us? Su Li, noticing Mrs. Wu's inexplicable change in attitude, nodded and said, Yes, it's just watching Mom and Grandma, and also watching other people during banquets. But once these words were spoken, it became clear to Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and the others that Su Li learned by watching others cook, and she learned by watching others cook during banquets. That made sense. After all, the chefs and cookesses invited to banquets in the village were all well known in the surrounding area. However, one remaining question remained. Could one learn to cook just by watching? Is that really possible? But if that wasn't possible, his granddaughter, Su Li, had indeed made it, and the taste was even comparable to other chefs. But Old Man Su truly believed these words. Our Wu Ya is truly amazing. She can cook such delicious meals without even having to learn. Old Man Su felt that his granddaughter was truly talented, and was genuinely happy for her. Mrs. Chen also looked surprised. This was the first time she'd known her youngest daughter had such talent. After all, she never had her cook on a daily basis, so it was understandable that she didn't know. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't for anything else, but simply because of her marriage proposal. With this skill, finding a marriage was a piece of cake. You know, finding a marriage for the eldest daughter was already very difficult. If it weren't for the generous dowry her family had given, it would have been incredibly difficult. Only Mrs. Wu, unsure of what to think, remained silent for a long time. What a pity your father and the others aren't here. It would be so much better if they were here. As Chen savored the delicious food, she couldn't help but think of her husband and son. They'd been gone for almost half a month, and they'd probably be much thinner when they returned. Now she could only hope that this year wouldn't be so tiring, and that the captain's household could provide them with some good food, though she knew that wasn't likely. At the mention of their sons and grandsons, Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu fell silent. Chapter 4. Why don't we go pick up some more clams tomorrow, and cook some for Dad and the others? Su Li said. There were still plenty in the fields where they'd been picking clams today. The moment this was said, Chin and the others immediately thought it was a good idea. In fact, other well-off families would send their men some delicious food and drinks every day to nourish their bodies. After all, harvesting rice for 10 consecutive days would be too much for even the strongest of bodies. In the past, when the Su family had some extra money, they would cut some fat, boil it into lard, and use the fat residue to stew vegetables. This year, because they wanted to save money for Su Li's second brother to marry, they didn't cut any meat. The whole family tightened their belts and saved, only to save a few taels of silver. Unfortunately, Su Li fell ill and spent all the money. The other families in the village didn't understand. It was just a daughter. Was it worth spending all that money? Which poor family didn't have children who died young? To be frank, at worst, they could just have another one. So, when they learned how much the Su family had spent on doctors and prescriptions, they all thought the Su family was crazy. As a result, families who had been willing to marry their daughters off to the family changed their minds after hearing about this. No one wanted such a lavish girl. Okay, let's do it. Mrs. Wu made her decision immediately. It would be disastrous if her health declined without oil and water. While river clam meat wasn't as nutritious as pork, it was still meat, right? Shouldn't it be good for the body? And it tasted truly delicious. Mrs. Wu had never tasted anything so delicious in her life, let alone her sons and grandsons. But we're almost out of salt at home. Su Li, remembering how the salt jar had nearly run out while she was cooking, reminded them. Hearing this, the room fell silent for a moment. Mrs. Wu spoke after a long pause. Forget it, tomorrow, everyone has a day off. The day after tomorrow, Qingshan's mother, take the eggs home and sell them to buy some salt. Farmers know that salt is essential. Without it, you lose your strength, can't work, and eventually your health will deteriorate. So no matter how poor a family is, you still have to buy salt. But now the family has no money, so they can only sell the eggs they have saved to buy salt. But Chin was troubled by this. The reason was simple. There weren't enough eggs. The family had 3 laying hens. The last time they sold eggs was 2 weeks ago. In the past 2 weeks, one of the hens has been laying only 1 egg every 3 or 5 days for some reason. She gave a few of the eggs to her youngest daughter for nourishment. Now the family estimated they only had 7 or 8 eggs, and if they sold them at 1 cent each, they would only make 8 cents. The price of salt was 200 won per catty, and the lowest price was a packet, starting at 20 won, which meant 1 or 2 liang. This still left a difference of a dozen won. Of course, one could buy private salt, but the consequences for being caught were severe. Private salt dealers were punished with 100 strokes of the cane, 5 years in prison, and confiscation of all private property. Buyers of private salt were punished with 50 strokes of the cane, a fine of 10 liang of silver, and beheading for those who resisted arrest. The penalties were severe, so ordinary people wouldn't take such a risk unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the quality of private salt wasn't as good as official salt, so they didn't buy it unless absolutely necessary. At this point, Old Man Su suddenly said, "That's fine. Tomorrow, I weave a few stools out of bamboo brooms and sell them together." Yes, in addition to farm work, Old Man Su also wove bamboo stools, baskets, and brooms. When he wasn't working, he would weave them at home and sell them. Otherwise, the harvest from his 1 acre of paddy field wouldn't be enough to feed the family. Won't this be too tiring for Dad? Although Chin thought this was a good idea, she was also somewhat concerned about her father-in-law, Old Man Su's health. Old Man Su wasn't in good health, having been strained during his early years in the garrison. Later, he injured his leg during a bandit suppression operation, and now he walked with a limp. However, it was precisely because of this that he was able to leave the garrison and return home. It's just a small job. What's so tiring about it? Old Man Su waved his hand. In his opinion, weaving stools and baskets wasn't exactly tiring work, especially if it earned money. For a family like theirs, poverty was more terrifying than hardship. So, during the break after dinner, Mrs. Wu, Mrs. Chun, and Old Man Su discussed the tasks for tomorrow. Mrs. Chun, Su Li, and Su Tao were responsible for collecting river clams, cooking, and delivering meals, while Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su went to cut reed grass and chop bamboo for weaving brooms and bamboo stools. At night, in Mrs. Wu's room, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Old Man Su, who had been snoring, was also awakened by the noise and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Mrs. Wu had been suffering from insomnia for the past 2 years, for some unknown reason. Old Man Su knew it was due to worrying about family matters, but he had no other options. How about going to Mrs. Lu tomorrow to get some herbal remedies? Mrs. Lu was the village's barefoot doctor, and she also told fortunes for the villagers. Anyone feeling unwell would go to Mrs. Lu for some medicine, which usually worked, except for the most serious cases. Mrs. Wu had gone there before to get some tranquilizers, which worked for a few days. Why spend all that money? Don't you know what's going on at home? Mrs. Wu refused without a second thought. Although Mrs. Lu's medicine was inexpensive, only a few cents would suffice. Even in the countryside, even a few cents couldn't be wasted, it had to be spent wisely. She then explained the reason for her insomnia. Have you noticed that Wuya has been acting strangely these past few days? She's like a completely different person. Mrs. Wu had been lying in bed for a long time thinking. She couldn't help but feel something was off. Her granddaughter used to be timid and cowardly, but these days, while she remained quiet and silent, with little change, there was something different in her eyes. She had even suddenly cooked such delicious meals. It was truly strange. During this time, Mrs. Wu also recalled something. A few days ago, to prevent Mrs. Chen from being too upset, she had deliberately concealed the fact that her granddaughter had died. While Mrs. Chen was calling for a doctor, she had confirmed it countless times. Although she was delighted when the doctor finally arrived and her granddaughter was revived, she still felt that there was something strange about the incident. The more Mrs. Wu thought about it, the more frightened she became. She even recalled the rural stories her stepmother had told her to scare her early at night. In those stories, there were ghosts that possessed the dead and absorbed their vital energy. Could it be? What's strange? Why didn't I see it? Are you too tired lately and overthinking too much? Old man Su muttered without thinking, closing his eyes. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Mrs. Wu didn't express her suspicions. What if her granddaughter really was a spirit? The fewer people who knew, the less danger there was. She alone knew this, and that was enough. In the moonlight, watching her husband's hunched back, Mrs. Wu said, "Go to sleep. You've been tired all day." Elsewhere, Su Tao, lying on a straw mat, suddenly sighed, "It would be wonderful if I could eat such delicious food every day, right, fifth sister?" She was still savoring the deliciousness of dinner, a sense of lingering regret. Su Li, hearing fourth sister's words, felt both amused and sad, and said, "I will. Of course I will," Su Li thought to herself. By the way, fifth sister, can you make braised pork? Like the one we had at the village chief's house last time? Su Tao rolled over and looked at Su Li. In the darkness, her large eyes shone brighter than the stars. "I think so." "What's wrong, fourth sister? Do you want braised pork?" Su Li asked. "Yes, I do. I dream about it even in my dreams." "Fifth sister, don't laugh at me. I even dreamed about going to the village chief's house for a feast that night, but unfortunately mother woke me up." Su Tao's tone was filled with regret. It was clearly a very happy dream, so happy that she still remembered it even after all this time. "And I had a dream last night. I went to my eldest uncle's house for a feast, but only halfway through the meal, my eldest aunt came over and took the plate of meat away. She also called me a jinx, saying I was a reincarnated pig and ate so much. Then I started crying so hard that my eldest uncle came over. He scolded my eldest aunt and gave me the meat back." Ha ha ha. Su Tao burst into laughter at this point, clearly delighted by her eldest aunt's scolding, even in a dream. Su Li's eldest aunt's family was a butcher, considered relatively wealthy in the neighboring village. Since Su Li's eldest uncle got married, he had been butchering and selling pigs with his father-in-law, and they lived a good life. But because Su Li's family was poor and a military household, my eldest aunt didn't like them. Whenever Chen and her siblings visited their eldest uncle's house, they were often disliked. Sometimes, if they ate too much at a meal, they would be mocked. Furthermore, even her eldest uncle's cousins disliked her siblings, and often bullied and ridiculed them. Su Tao's memories of her uncle's house were so negative that even when Chen took them there, she wouldn't go. Her aunt wouldn't give the meat, and they'd be laughed at. Su Li, possessing her original self's memories, naturally remembered these things as well. She also remembered a time when her eldest cousin bought a silk flower. It was incredibly beautiful, at least in the eyes of her and her fourth sister, and she wanted to touch it. But who knew? The next moment, her eldest cousin scolded her, "Your hands are so dirty. What if you break them?" That was the first time her original self felt inferior, overwhelmed, sad, and painful. She also remembers that after that incident, her personality became even more timid. Thinking of this, Su Li said, "Poor sister, our family will surely get better one day. Then we can eat as much meat as we want, and buy whatever clothes we want." Su Tao was puzzled. Why buy so many clothes? To change them, one piece a day. Wouldn't that be just like the master and mistress in the play? Su Tao dreamed, "Then I also have 2 peach blossom hairpins, like my eldest cousins. Not 3, but 5, at least more than she has. Then I go in front of her and make her envious. Although she knew it was just fantasy, Su Tao still let out a wild laugh, her thoughts chuckling as she thought of something happy. In the dark, Su Li chimed in, "No, we don't want silver. Let's buy gold, the kind with pearls and gems. Wow, that would look so beautiful on my head." It's really beautiful. Chapter 5. The Su family was up before dawn on an August morning. Life for the poor didn't seem to require much rest. Old Man Su, rising early, went to the river to collect clams. When Su Li woke up, she saw her grandfather squatting in the yard, cracking clams. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen were feeding the chickens and cooking breakfast. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and under the rising sun, accompanied by the cries of the chickens, there was an inexplicable feeling of intense life, a feeling Su Li had never experienced before. "Are you two up? There's hot water in the pot." Miss Chen opened the gate and walked in, carrying a bucket for the chickens. The Su family's chickens were kept in the bamboo grove by the gate, fenced off. It was cleaner than keeping them at home, and at least less smelly. Su Tao rubbed her eyes and asked the same question Su Li wanted to ask. "Mom, why did Grandpa go get the clams so early? Didn't they say they were going to get them today?" Chen said grumpily, "By the time you two lazybones get up, the sun will be blazing down your butts." Originally, Chen had planned to ask Su Tao and Su Li to go get the clams together this morning, but Old Man Su stopped her. It's been so long since they gotten a good night's sleep. Let them sleep. Even adults, tired after so many days, would be a little exhausted. When Old Man Su woke up this morning, he actually felt a little tired, but he was used to it and didn't think it was a big deal. Su Tao and Su Li felt a little embarrassed. "Grandpa, let us help you." "Alright, go wash up. Your grandpa is almost done." Chen placed the bucket containing the chickens in the yard and rinsed it with water. Su Li still felt a little guilty and wanted to go over and join Grandpa Su, but was stopped again. "What are you doing here? It be done soon." Su Li looked over and saw that the entire basin of clams had indeed been cleaned. She finally gave up, but still went to help fetch water for cleaning. Once everything was done, Su Li went to wash up. Washing up really meant washing her face, and then rinsing her mouth with water. Although Su Li had been here for almost a week, she still felt a little uncomfortable not brushing her teeth. Her mouth always felt uncomfortable without brushing. But the Su family was so poor, barely able to afford food and clothing, that they couldn't afford tooth powder and a toothbrush. Sighing inwardly, Su Li decided that when she earned money, the first thing she would do was buy a toothbrush and tooth powder. Besides that, there was toilet paper to buy. Yes, toilet paper. Su Li felt sick just thinking about having to wipe her, but with corn leaves these days. And that stinking toilet, she couldn't even bear to think about it. If she did, she'd lose her appetite. "What are you dawdling about? It's time for dinner." Chen couldn't help but say, seeing her youngest daughter taking a long time to wash and brush her teeth with bamboo leaves. "Here I am." Su Li quickly spat out the water in her mouth and went home. The Su family's breakfast was still porridge and pickles, but today's porridge was exceptionally clear, with far less rice than the previous days. Su Li was puzzled. Hadn't they just harvested the rice? "There's no rice at all, just water." Su Tao complained softly. "It's good to have something to eat. Besides, I sew your rice mouth shut." Chen's threats were deliberate, and Su Tao was indeed speechless. Mrs. Wu, standing by, suddenly spoke up, "The rice is a little low. Let's stick to yesterday's supply from now on." "Mother." Mrs. Chen felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to put in more rice, but the newly harvested grain had to be eaten sparingly, otherwise the whole family would starve. It's not that much of a difference. Mrs. Wu knew she had to eat sparingly, but if she didn't eat enough, she wouldn't have the energy to work, and if she continued to wear herself out, it would only make matters worse. For example, Wu Yu's severe cold this time was probably due to her daily lack of food. That day, holding Wu Yu's frail body, Mrs. Wu regretted her daily efforts to save money, but what good had she achieved? Not only had she wasted money, but her granddaughter's health had also been ruined. She would have been better off spending the money sooner rather than later. At least she would have had something to eat. Chen was puzzled by her mother-in-law's sudden change of heart, and though she felt a little skeptical, she dared not voice it. Mrs. Wu, at her age, surely saw the difference. After a moment's reflection, she said, "After all, your health is most important. It's not worth ruining yourself just to save so little." Chen was stunned by this. So that was what her mother-in-law meant. She thought about it, and considering her youngest daughter's recent illness, she realized it was true. No matter how important other things were, health was paramount. Mother, you're right. Chun was completely convinced. Suli watched Chun and her grandmother, Mrs. Wu, chatting, and wondered why her mother, Chen, had never argued with Mrs. Wu in all those years. Communication was truly crucial. Unlike her own family, her parents never communicated. They kept everything to themselves, only to bring it all out and settle scores. I'm done eating, said Old Man Su, putting down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Old Lady Wu quickly took a large sip of porridge. You go ahead, I'll be right back. Okay. You and Qingshan's mother don't have to worry, just take your time. Then I'd be leaving. With that, Old Man Su pulled out the stool and left. Today, we were going to weave bamboo stools, so the first thing we had to do was cut some bamboo. Due to its unique geographical location, Qingshui County is mountainous and rich in trees, with bamboo being the most abundant. Almost every household in Siosi village has a bamboo forest outside its door. Naturally, there was also a large bamboo forest outside the Su family's door, so it didn't take too far to find it. Bamboo is incredibly resilient. Even after being cut, it sprouts again. A single spring rain can produce a mountain of bamboo shoots. Old Man Su cuts a lot of it every year to make baskets and stools. His woven baskets are renowned throughout the area for their sturdiness, and people come to him year after year for work. However, they're not worth much, and Old Man Su only earns a few eggs or rice for each job. This morning, I discussed with Mrs. Wu that we put off making brooms. Today, we make a few more bamboo stools and some fish baskets. They should sell well. The beginning of autumn is approaching, and the fish in the river are plump, so there's always demand. Not long after Old Man Su left, Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen finished their meals. Before leaving, they gave Su Tao and Su Li some instructions for the day. There's nothing else to do, just cook lunch at home and take it to my father and 2 brothers. This was agreed upon last night. Even if Chen and Grandma Wu hadn't mentioned it, Su Li would have remembered it. Fifth sister, you cook, and I light the fire for you. Su Tao was incredibly excited at the thought of enjoying delicious stir-fried chili clams again. Honestly, she didn't eat much last night. She even dreamed about it. Okay, then I go pick some vegetables first. The vegetables at home were all freshly picked for every meal, and they all been eaten last night. No need, just tell me what you want, and I go get it for you. For the sake of delicious food, Su Tao, despite her usual laziness, became incredibly active. Su Li had no choice but to tell her everything she needed. Su Tao, without a word, grabbed her basket and headed out the door. Just in time, Su Li had time to prepare the clam meat. By the time Su Tao returned, everything was ready. Let's get to work. Someone was lighting the fire, someone was cooking, and soon smoke rose from the kitchen, along with a rich, fragrant, and spicy aroma. The Wang family, not far away, called out, "Who's cooking? It smells so good." Wang Taiju paused with his bamboo rake. His son, Wang Ergu, took a deep breath from his bowl and ate a mouthful of rice, absorbing the aroma. Then, a feeling of frustration washed over him. He had meat in his bowl too, so why was it so unpalatable? I smelled it last night. I told you, and you didn't believe me. Wang Taiyu, without a hint of pretentiousness, said, "Hey, so you didn't smell it, did you? I think it's coming from the Su family." After all, everyone else in the village had gone out to work, and only the Su family still had smoke rising from their kitchen. It seemed so. Wang Ergu also looked up. But could the Su family's cooking be this fragrant? How about we ask them to cook for us when we hunt? Wang Ergu, having had enough of his father's pig food, suggested. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea. We never interacted before, so it wouldn't be a good idea to bother them if something happened. That's right, Wang Ergu had also considered this. After all, while his family didn't look down on the Su family like the other families in the village, they certainly hadn't interacted with them before, and their friendship wasn't strong. It would be a bit embarrassing to bother them just for a bite of food. Thinking this way, Wang Ergu gave up the idea. It was still a bit of a pity. Well, at worst, next time we catch a big game, we can go to Xiangminle and eat it to our heart's content. Su Li and the others naturally didn't know about these words. Ah! It's so delicious. Su Tao grabbed a piece of the dish the moment it came out of the pot, and stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming happily. Wow, so delicious. How can it be so delicious? Su Li saw Su Tao grabbing the food with her hands again, and was at a loss for words. When would she break this habit? For sister chopsticks. Hee, it's really delicious, I couldn't help myself. Su Tao swallowed the clam meat in her mouth, and smiled triumphantly, like a greedy cat that had successfully stolen some fish. Using your hands is bad. Unhygienic, hands are full of bacteria. Su Li thought of a lot of things to explain to Su Tao, but then she remembered that this was ancient times, and she wouldn't understand anything about hygiene. So she put on a stern face and said, "If you grab it with your hands again, I won't make anything delicious for you." This was much more effective than any talk about hygiene. Su Tao, as expected, nervously said, "Okay, fifth sister, I was wrong. I wash my hands from now on. Can I use chopsticks?" She wasn't being cowardly. After all, fifth sister's cooking was so delicious. After saying this, to show her resolve, Su Tao quickly scooped up some water to wash her hands, then grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks. Today, her grandfather, Old Man Su, specially picked up a lot of river clams and fried them into a big pot. Su Li also specially added some green peppers to it. The red and green colors looked very beautiful. It went well with rice at first glance, and it was so delicious to take a bite. Chapter 6. Su Tao ate several mouthfuls of food, sweat breaking out on her forehead, and she couldn't stop. She felt that today's food was even better than yesterday's, fragrant and spicy. She couldn't help but take another bite before she could even swallow the one in her mouth. Even though she had just eaten breakfast, her stomach was still full. Su Li also tasted it. Today's food was indeed much better, especially in the summer. It was especially delicious. If she had a glass of iced Coke at this time, it would be even better. Haha, Dad and the others will definitely like it. Su Tao was finally unable to eat anymore, her lips reddened by the spiciness, and she finally stopped. Over here, Su Tao had already packed the food for lunch. As for the rice, Su Li followed her grandmother Wu's instructions, and steamed the new rice. This was the rice that had been freshly pounded this year. This was a tradition in the Su family. Every year after the rice was harvested, they would pound the new rice and eat it. It symbolized a good harvest and good health every year. This was also one of the few opportunities for the Su family to eat solid rice. Normally, they ate bean rice or sweet potato rice. It's true, rice cooked with new rice is much more fragrant, with a distinct aroma that's much stronger than stale rice. But each person only had half a bowl, not much, so Su Li took her own and Su Tao's portions along, and they eat together at the garrison later. After all, the round trip would probably take over 2 hours. At this moment, everyone in the garrison was harvesting rice, but almost everyone was slacking off whenever possible. They could have harvested the entire rice in 10 days, but still had more than half left. "Hurry up, everyone! You're dawdling. You're slower than that old lady," the armored soldier said, waving his whip, his tone filled with the anger of a superior. But as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below burst into laughter. "Laughing? What are you laughing about? Are you craving a whipping every day?" "Yes, General Lin, I'm itching for a lash. Can you give me some slack?" one of the men said with a playful smile. After that, the paddy field erupted in laughter again. Everyone knew that, in order to harvest the rice, no matter what they said, they wouldn't be beaten, so naturally they were all talking back. They even hoped they would be beaten so they wouldn't have to work. Among them, Wu Lao San bore the brunt of the blame. Seeing this, General Lin's teeth itched with rage, but he didn't dare to actually do anything. If the rice couldn't be harvested, and the higher-ups asked about it, he would be the one to suffer. After all, he had spent 100 taels of silver to buy the position of general, and he hadn't even earned it back yet. What a bunch of bastards! Just wait and see how he deal with them later. Seeing his lack of reaction, the people below grew even more agitated and started to jeer. On the other side, Su Qishan, Su Li's second brother, saw this and smiled as he tried to speak, but was stopped by his father. "Why are you butting in on what they're saying? Go harvest your rice," Su's father scolded. Others might not know, but he knew exactly who that person was. Lin Gui was as ruthless as a needle prick. If you provoke him, you never know how he retaliate. Don't let your quick words get the better of you, as they might target you later. Su Qingshan was a little unhappy about being stopped by his father, but he was always filial, and didn't say anything. Saw this, his second son, so strong and sturdy, he had no brains at all, always so impetuous and reckless. With this thought, he glanced at his third son, diligently harvesting rice beside him. Fortunately, his third son's temperament resembled his own. Calm and composed, courageous and resourceful. Not bad, not bad. And so, it was soon time for lunch. "All right, stop working and eat. I'm exhausted. Dash and Day, call your father and come eat with us." When it was time for lunch, everyone was exhausted and starving. Those close to the Su family gathered together. The Li family, a father and son from the same village, had a close relationship with the Su family. These days, The Su family has had no one to bring them food, so they've been living on the sweet potatoes and porridge distributed by the government. It's only with the Lee family and their son that they can afford to eat meat and keep themselves going. But after so long, even with their close relationship, Su's father felt embarrassed, so this time he declined without a second thought. Brotherly, you guys eat. We eat on our own. Knowing he was embarrassed, Li Shujian came over and pulled Su's father aside. Come on, come on. My wife's cooked too much. If you don't come, we won't be able to finish it. The two of them went back and forth, but in the end, Su's father couldn't break free and failed. Uncle Su. Uncle Su. Li Shugen's daughter, Li Chunhua, had come to deliver the meal. Also, there was Li Shugen's son, Li Shi too. Uncle Su, Brother Dashan, Brother Day, we've been waiting for you. Hey, good boy. Su's father felt helpless, feeling like he was almost overdue for a favor. Sit down quickly. Why are you being so polite? Li Shujin said as he opened the bowls in the basket. The next moment, he saw only some pickles and a bowl of cowpeas and eggplant. The rice was less than half the usual amount. For a moment, he was stunned, but then, as if realizing something, his dark face flushed. It's just some simple food, don't be disgusted. After saying that, he opened them all. Chapter 7. Of course Father Su knew what was happening. It must have been his sister-in-law's idea. After all, in this day and age, who wants to see other people eating and drinking for free? It was good that he didn't curse, but he had already made up his mind that they wouldn't eat together again. He was silent for a moment, then feigned a cheerful smile and said, "This dish is delicious. It looks delicious." Li Shujin understood that Father Su didn't want to embarrass him, but Li Shi couldn't think any further. Why are there only these dishes? Didn't Mother say she stew meat for me? He put down his chopsticks, his face sullen. Li Chunhua glanced at the Su father and son, then whispered, like a quail, "I don't know either." She knew, but she didn't dare say it. She couldn't say that Mother smashed the dishes and pots at home after hearing that all the food was given to the Su family. And those curse words. Although Li Chunhua was timid and reserved, she knew what to say and what not to say. Okay, eat. Chunhua, if you're okay, go back. Although Li Shujin was angry, he couldn't get angry with his daughter. After all, it wasn't her fault. Li Chunhua hummed softly and was about to leave, but the next moment she looked up, she saw Su Li and Su Tao. It's Sister Xiao Ao and Sister Ollie. Xiao Ao? Hearing her call, Father Su realized it was his fourth and youngest daughters. He hurriedly stood up and looked over. Sure enough, it was them. Why are you here? This was Su Li's first time at the guard post where Father Su and his men were stationed. Of course, it was her first time, not the original body's. However, the original body always kept its head down, not daring to look up. This time, she took a good look. The full name of the Wei Su was Zhongho Sua City. It was a circular building, quite large, with people coming and going. It didn't seem like a military garrison, but more like a place where ordinary people lived. However, since the military farms weren't located within the city, Su Li and Su Tao didn't go in. Instead, they took a detour to where Su's father and his men were working. The Wei dynasty's military farm system employed 50 people per garrison, so Su's father and his men were relatively easy to find, usually in fixed locations. Su Li and Su Tao quickly located them. Fourth daughter, fifth daughter, why are you here? Su's father stood up and asked, automatically ignoring the baskets in their hands, looking a little anxious. Grandma asked us to bring you food, Su Tao said with a smile. Hearing they were bringing him food, Su's father finally felt relieved. He had thought something was wrong at home. We already know there's food, so why are you sending it? Su's father, knowing the family's current situation, had been the one to stop them from sending food. Then he turned to Su Li and asked, by the way, are you feeling better? Looking at the long-bearded, somewhat rugged man before her, Su Li was stunned. This was her first time meeting her father, but she could feel his love and care. Furthermore, her two brothers, standing beside her, were also paying close attention. I'm fine, Dad. As long as I'm fine, as long as I'm fine. Dad, let's eat first. Su Li followed her father over. Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Brother Shi, Sister Chunhua. Sister Xiao Ao. Sister Ollie. Everyone greeted each other, and Su Li and Su Tao placed the food on the edge of the field. Sister Tao, what delicious food did Aunt Chen make? Seeing the basket covered with white cloth, Li Shi couldn't help but crane his neck to peer inside. But the next second, Su Tao retorted, it wasn't my mother who made it, it was my fifth sister. Huh? Everyone was surprised by this remark, especially the three Su family members. After all, Chin usually cooked at home, and sometimes Aunt would cook, with the two younger daughters tending the stove. Why were the younger daughters cooking today? Could it be that the family wasn't done yet? After all, the rice harvest always took a few days to complete. But before one thing subsided, another arose. The next second, Su Tao's words completely wiped out everyone's appetite. It's stir-fried river clams. It's delicious, Su Tao assured her. What? Clams? Su's father suspected he misheard. Could it not be what he remembered? How could it be delicious? Li Shujin and Li Shitu, who were standing nearby, and Li Chunhua, who hadn't left yet, also frowned. Other families don't know this, but one year, the Lu family's favorite thing was to pick up river clams and cook them, euphemistically calling it free meat. At first, they were excited. After all, river clam meat looked just like pork. But who knew when they actually ate it? The taste was so fishy and stinky, so foul that they threw away their bowls. For the Lu family, the taste of river clam meat was a nightmare within a nightmare. They never wanted to eat it again. And so, today, the Su family cooked it. Li Shujin wanted to say, even if the family was struggling, it was best not to eat this. It was truly disgusting. But the words never came out of his mouth. It was his eldest son who couldn't help but ask, how can it be delicious? It's delicious. Try it if you don't believe me. Su Tao was a die-hard Su Li fan, and couldn't stand hearing anyone say it wasn't tasty. I won't eat it, it's awful. Li Shita's face was filled with disdain. But before he could finish his words, Li Shujin tugged at his ear and said, Li Shitu, how can you say that? It hurts, Dad, what are you doing? Are you still going to talk? I'm not going to talk anymore, I'm not going to talk anymore, okay. Dad, let go. Li Shitu felt mortified. He had such bad luck today. Not only did he not get to eat the meat he'd been craving, but his father also pulled his ear in front of so many people. He wasn't a child anymore. Brother Su, I'm so sorry. This kid's words are so unpleasant to hear. Li Shujin apologized to Su's father. What's the big deal? You're such a jerk. Why are you still spanking a child this old? No one can be taught without beating. Look at the mountains and rivers. Why aren't they as noisy as him? These words resonated deeply with Father Su. He was quite pleased with his two sons. Okay, let's eat, everyone. After saying that, Father Su took the initiative to unload the dishes from the basket. To his surprise, the stir-fried river clams with chili peppers looked quite good, juicy and red, and looked very appetizing. There was also the stewed green beans with cucumber and eggplant. Even before they were opened, a faint aroma filled the air. For some reason, Father Su instinctively felt that today's dishes would be delicious. Come on, don't be shy, eat. Father Su placed the dishes in the middle of the group, and the river clam meat in front of him. Since no one liked it, he could eat it himself. But before he could finish, he saw his third son, Su Qinghe, reaching for the stir-fried river clams. Father Su didn't understand. Everyone was confused, except Su Tao and Su Li. How's it, third brother? Is it delicious? Did I lie? Su Tao, feeling a bit down after being questioned, looked at Su Qinghe eagerly and asked. However, Su Qinghe continued to eat, his face sweating without saying a word. The Su family father and son, always understanding their younger brother/son, saw this and quickly reached for their chopsticks. Chapter 8. This taste. Father Su looked a bit dazed. This taste. Was it really river clam meat? How could it be so fragrant, so spicy, so fragrant? I felt like swallowing my tongue as I chewed it. It was so delicious. Father Su quickly scooped a mouthful of rice. Each grain of rice was plump and had a distinct rice aroma. The river clam meat was full of color, flavor, and aroma. With just one bite, the fatigue of the whole day melted away. Dad, how is it? Su Tao saw that her second brother didn't say anything and looked at Father Su. But Father Su still didn't say anything. Su Tao, getting anxious, quickly asked, Brother, is it delicious? But at this moment, Su Qingshan, like Father Su and Su Qinghe, didn't want to talk at all. The reason was simple. It was simply too delicious. The freshness of the river clam meat and the spiciness of the chili peppers blended together, flooding his taste buds with a single thought. It's so delicious. How could something this delicious exist? One mouthful of rice, one bite of vegetable, he couldn't stop. But Su Qingshan finally found the time to respond to Su Tao. It's delicious, Third brother, can you not take so much at once? Su Tao finally brightened up at that, looking at Li Shitu with a defiant expression. The Li family, father and son, had been completely stunned. The same thought crossed their minds. Was it necessary for the Su family to do this? Just because Li Shitu said it wasn't tasty, and he was afraid of upsetting his daughter, he was going to go to all this trouble to prove it to them. He truly loves his daughter like his life. Li Chunhua felt a little envious. Her father and brother wouldn't be like that. Ahem, eat slowly, you two brats. Brother Li Shitu, hurry up. They finish it all before they finish it. Father Su remembered that Li Shujin and his son were still around, and ultimately, his rationality overcame his appetite, so he stopped and spoke. Li Shujin wanted to shake his head and say he wouldn't eat, but after hearing Father Su's words, he felt he couldn't refuse someone's kindness, so he symbolically took a piece and put it in his mouth. But the moment he took a bite, he was shocked. Was this really the river clam meat he'd been eating? Wasn't it some other kind of meat? How could it be so tender? It didn't taste like Shusal's at all. This was too delicious. It turned out Brother Su hadn't been lying to him. It was truly delicious. After swallowing, Li Shujin couldn't help but pick up another piece with his chopsticks, but this time, unlike the previous one, he only taken a small amount. Dad? Beside him, Li Shitu couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with his father. Even Li Chunhua was a little puzzled. Why hadn't Dad eaten enough? But Father Li didn't bother to pay attention to his son. He had just watched as the river clam meat was almost completely devoured by the Su family father and son. They say a son should be filial to his father when he grows up, and now that he's grown up, it's time for him to be filial to himself. Dad. Li Shitu couldn't help but cry out again. Why wasn't this what he imagined? No, seeing that there was very little clam meat left, Li Shitu couldn't resist any longer and took another chopstick. Can someone tell him? Is this really clam meat? How could it be so delicious? It was so delicious that Li Shitu was almost moved to tears. For the first time, he felt like all the food he'd eaten for years had been wasted. This was what people were supposed to eat, okay? Oh my god, what had he eaten before? As Li Shitu struggled to eat, he wondered, was his dad really his real dad? He must have done that on purpose, just to keep him from eating too much. Great, Li Shitu had revealed the truth for the first time. Seeing this, Li Chunhua couldn't help but feel curious. Was it really that good? Why were everyone eating so happily? It made her drool. Chunhua, do you want to try some? At this moment, Su Tao noticed Li Chunhua standing nearby. No, that's fine. You guys eat. I already eaten. Li Chunhua was startled by Su Tao's words. Her face instantly flushed, and she stammered in refusal. However, Su Tao still picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and held it to the girl's lips. Li Chunhua opened her cherry mouth like a chick being fed. How is it? Is it delicious? Let me tell you. Su Tao asked, and began to talk about how the dish was prepared, how she had been cooking the fire, and so on. But Li Chunhua didn't say a word. Her eyes were bright, and she looked lost. It was actually delicious. It tasted completely different from her mother's. Chapter 9. Seeing her like this, Su Tao fed Li Chunhua 2 more dishes. The girl's eyes twinkled like stars. The beans and eggplant were soft and fragrant, with a hint of meat, and they sizzled like a sweet treat on the lips and teeth. The cold cucumber salad was crisp, sour, and spicy, like fireworks blooming on the taste buds. Is it delicious? Su Tao asked the girl again. This time, Li Chunhua didn't hesitate, but nodded vigorously. It's delicious. She had never eaten anything so delicious before. They had these dishes at home, but the taste was completely different. Seeing someone agree with her, Su Tao smiled with satisfaction. But the next moment, her smile stopped because the food she had brought was almost gone. She hadn't eaten yet. Seeing this, Su Tao quickly called Su Li, who also joined the scramble for food, bowl in hand. In the sunlight, the Su and Li fathers and sons looked no less savory than bandits. Su Li also took her bowl and began to eat. As expected, new rice was the best. It had none of the musty smell of old rice. It was fragrant, springy, and soft. Just eating the rice made her feel happy. It was the most delicious rice she had tasted since arriving here, especially on a hot day, paired with the appetizing sour cucumber and the clams. It was pure bliss. In no time, the entire meal Su Li and Su Tao had brought was gone. Even the soup from the bowls of vegetables was used by the Li family father and son, saying it shouldn't be wasted, to soak up the rice. No one complained though. After all, in those days of scarcity, even tree roots were eaten, let alone soup. The meal was truly delicious. After all, everyone's faces were filled with satisfaction. If they hadn't had to harvest rice that afternoon, it would have been so relaxing to just lie back and take a nap under the shade of a tree. What a shame. I didn't expect this clam meat could be cooked so deliciously. Father Li sighed, wiping his mouth with his hands. Li Shitu nodded. He had never tasted such spicy, flavorful clam meat before. Even the broth was delicious. And not only that, but the crisp cucumber and soft, sticky beans were a perfect match for rice. It was a shame there wasn't enough, otherwise, he could have eaten several bowls of rice. At that moment, Father Su suddenly remembered what his fourth daughter had said. Fourth daughter said fifth daughter made this dish today? Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe simultaneously looked at Su Li. At home, it was usually Grandma Wu or Mother Chen who cooked. So why was it fifth sister today? The Li family father and son, watching them, were puzzled. What was going on? Yes, Dad. Ever since Su Li decided to earn a living through her cooking skills, she hadn't tried to hide the fact that she could cook. Furthermore, she hoped to gain the support of Father Su and her two brothers. After all, it's difficult to do anything alone these days. For a girl without family support, it's not easy. So Su Li told them how she learned to cook by watching others cook. Su Qingshan's immediate reaction was, "Fifth sister is amazing." He knew there was no way he could learn anything just by watching. He was the dumbest kid in the family, and he had to repeat everything several times before he could master it. But fortunately, he had a lot of strength, something no one else in the family could match. Father Su and Su Qinghe also showed a look of realization when they saw this. They were not often at home, so naturally they had no way of knowing much about their two daughters' daily lives. Besides, these were just two home-cooked dishes, so no matter how delicious they were, it didn't mean anything. But Su's father still sighed sincerely, "That's great. These days, learning a skill is a good thing, especially cooking. Once you learn it, you have enough to eat. It's a pity he doesn't know anyone. If he could learn from someone who travels around the countryside to cook, he wouldn't have to worry about his future." Su's father felt incredibly guilty. As a father, he had done so little for his family. After inquiring about the harvest this year, Su's father was silent for a long time. "Go back and tell your grandparents not to send us food anymore. We have food here and won't starve. The garrison still needs their work, at least they won't starve. There's not much food at home, and if the three of them, father and son, don't eat, they can at least get by a little longer. They just don't know if they have some free time after harvesting the rice. If they can go out and work to save some money, and have a good new year." After hearing Su's father's words, and thinking about the situation at home, Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe also fell silent. They hated being born into the military, and they also hated not being able to contribute to the family, having to rely on their grandparents and sisters to farm and support them. The young men of 17 and 18 couldn't help but look ashamed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Su Li didn't know how to persuade her father and brother. It wasn't their fault, but the illogical system of the dynasty. Su Li even thought that perhaps Emperor Gaozu of Wei had never imagined that the laws he established would become what they are today. It was simply that all regulations changed naturally in later years. Everything was inevitable, but this inevitable situation weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. Soon, the time for separation arrived. A commotion was already building in the distance. It was time to get to work. "Father, second and third brothers, let's go." Su Li and Su Tao carried their baskets and said goodbye to their father. The man nodded and instructed, "Go back and help your mother and the others." "Okay." Su Li agreed, but Su Tao, feeling rather glum, said, "Father, when can you and your brothers come home?" She missed them. It had been okay before she seen them, but now she couldn't bear to leave. Seeing how thin her father and brothers were now, she felt even more distressed. Soon. Su's father's throat choked, and he quickly looked away. Second brother Su Qingshan clenched his fists beside him, unable to speak. Third brother Su Qinghe pursed his lips, stepped forward, and touched Su Tao and Su Li's heads. "You two, be good boys at home. I catch you some fish when I get back." "Su Tao, I remember what you said." "Okay, I said it." Su Qinghe's gaunt face showed the first smile he's seen in a while. Life is so bitter that sometimes even laughing is a luxury. Chapter 10. On the way back, Su Tao looked rather glum. Seeing this, Su Li couldn't help but offer some solace. "Didn't Dad and the others say they'd probably be back in 10 days? This was, of course, a lie. No one knew when Su's father and the others would return. In this dynasty, ordinary soldiers from military families, like theirs, only enjoyed a certain degree of freedom, and the most basic security of being a human after achieving merit and receiving a promotion. Generally, they were employed in garrisons or on the frontier. But how difficult was it to achieve merit? Take the Su family, for example. It's not like they hadn't performed meritorious service before. 2 years ago, when they went to Weihai to suppress pirates, Su's father decapitated 5 pirates. His second brother, Su Qingshan, was even more valiant, taking 10 heads, and his third brother, Su Qingshan, was no slouch either, taking 3. Logically, they shouldn't still be ordinary soldiers, but when it came time to award merit, they weren't even included. The reason was simple. With no one above them, and no money to bribe them, even if you achieved military merit, you still wouldn't be considered a member. You even had to be wary of your fellow soldiers claiming your achievements on the battlefield. It sounds harsh, but it's also the reality. Yes, Sister Tao, don't be sad. Li Chunhua also consoled her. Yeah, it's okay. I'm much better. As the oldest of the two, Su Tao felt a little embarrassed to continue feeling sad when she saw her 2 younger sisters comforting her. But she still looked a little listless. Then, Li Chunhua suddenly pointed to the bushes nearby and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Sister Tao, Sister Li, look, what's that? Seeing this, Su Li and Su Tao looked in the direction Li Chunhua pointed. Behind the bushes was a vast expanse of raspberries, a vibrant red and yellow. You know, in the village, you hardly ever see these kinds of snacks. There are so many children, and they don't eat much. Raspberries and wild dates are gone before they're ripe, so it's rare to see so many. Perhaps because this road is relatively remote and rarely traveled, there are still so many unpicked. Su Tao's bad mood instantly vanished. It's thorny gourds. There are so many. Yes. Let's go pick them. Okay. The 3 of them, beating the grass with sticks, walked behind the bushes. Just then, Su Li suddenly remembered something and reminded them, For Sister Chunhua, you can pick a couple of leaves to put in your basket. Raspberries are very precious fruits, and they can be damaged easily if you're not careful. Yes, yes. The 2 of them remembered then and followed Su Li's lead, picking a few leaves and placing them in their baskets. Then, they began to carefully pick the fruits. So sweet. Li Chunhua couldn't help but curl her eyebrows. This sister, try some too. These thorny gourds are so sweet. Su Tao stuffed handfuls into her mouth, passing the raspberries to Su Li as she ate. Su Li took the raspberries, or what they call thorny gourds, and carefully brushed off the dust before putting them in her mouth. Sweet. The ripe raspberries had no trace of sourness at all, but a rich, refreshing aroma. The sweetness was also quite pleasant, which was quite a blessing for Su Li, who hadn't tasted anything else in almost 2 weeks. It would definitely taste even better if it were made into a jam and added to the cake. Su Li sighed. She loved raspberry jam-flavored cake the most. It's a shame they can't even get enough food these days, let alone cake. They can't even afford ordinary mung bean cakes. Over here, after the 3 of them had almost finished eating, they started picking. Soon, all the ripe berries were gone. It looks like there's a lot, but why are there so few left after picking them? Su Tao looked at the shallow layer in the basket with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was indeed quite small, but there was nothing she could do. After the 3 of them had eaten so much, it was good to have these left. This sister, how many did you pick? Let me see. Su Tao leaned over to see how much Su Li had in her hand. She saw Su Li staring off into the woods to the left. This sister, what are you looking at? For Sister, do you see that over there are jujubes? Su Li had wanted to say this while she was picking berries. She had looked over and over, trying to confirm whether there was a jujube tree on the hillside to the right. The more she looked, the more it looked like one, but because it was hidden among the other trees, it was barely visible. Su Tao took 2 steps forward and looked over. Yes. It's definitely sour jujubes. Her tone was filled with excitement. What good luck they had today, to see so many delicious fruits at once. Of course, sour jujubes weren't particularly delicious, on the contrary, they were incredibly sour, but the flavor was intoxicating. After eating one, she wanted another, and her mouth watered just thinking about it. Li Chunhua was equally delighted, saying, they really are sour jujubes. This was great, and the 3 of them were excited again. Some picked up branches, some carried baskets. Sour jujubes are easy to pick, especially the ripe ones. They fall down with a shake, faster than picking raspberries. Even if some didn't fall down by shaking, they could be knocked down with a stick. And where there are usually more than one sour jujube tree, there's usually more. After Su Li and the other 2 finished picking one, they found 3 more. Oh my god, there are so many. We can't pick them all. Su Tao was as happy as a little squirrel, picking here and there until her hands were almost full. Soon, the 2 baskets they had brought, plus the backpack Li Chunhua had brought with her to cut grass for the pigs, were all filled to the brim. Even their clothes were stuffed. By the end, the three of them were numb, their manual labor turning into mechanical picking, their faces brimming with despair. Okay, we pick up the rest later, Su Li suggested, realizing they couldn't keep up. Su Tao and Li Chunhua agreed, then let's go back. But then Su Li suddenly asked, are we going to carry all this back? Su Tao was puzzled. Where else would they carry it? Li Chunhua also looked at Su Li with some confusion. Su Li organized her words. There's so much we can't eat it all, why not sell it? In Su Li's village, there were plenty of people picking fruit to sell, especially during this season, so Su Li thought, maybe someone would want it, sell? Su Tao had never considered selling these fruits for money. In her mind, the only ways to earn money were selling rice, grain, or working as a laborer in the county. Su Tao was hesitant when she heard that these fruits could be sold. Can they be sold? In fact, some people in the village had tried to sell them, but they all came back saying they couldn't sell them, or didn't give much money. Thinking this way, Su Tao expressed all her concerns. Of course you can, Su Li said, then explained to the two why some people might say they couldn't make much money. It's actually very simple. If everyone knew they could make money selling these fruits, they would definitely follow suit, and then they wouldn't make any money. There was another point Su Li didn't mention. If everyone stopped working and went to the mountains to find fruit to sell, the price of the fruit would drop, affecting other people's business. After hearing Su Li's words, Li Chunhua's expression suddenly dawned on her. No wonder Erden's family always eats meat. Seeing Su Li and Su Tao's puzzled looks, Li Chunhua explained the meaning behind her words. Speaking of which, Li Chunhua lived next door to a family who made a living by picking fruits and selling local products in the mountains. They constantly complained about their poverty to everyone they saw. However, everyone living next door knew that the smell of meat often wafted from their house. Although her mother always said that they were so poor that they had to eat rat, she had seen it with her own eyes. Such large pieces of meat were definitely not from rat. So they actually made their money selling these? Of course they did. Su Tao wasn't stupid, she immediately understood what Li Chunhua and Su Li were saying. Then let's go sell the sour dates too. If they could get 6 won, that would be great. Yes, in Su Tao's mind, 6 won could buy 6 steamed buns, enough for everyone in the family. But where do we go? The original self rarely went out and wasn't familiar with the roads. On the contrary, it was Su Tao who often pestered Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen to go shopping. It'd definitely be too late to go home from the county. Let's go to the dock. After hearing Su Tao's approximate location and learning that the dock was closer, Su Li made a decision. Then let's go to the dock. Chapter 11. Jiangkou Wharf is the largest wharf outside Qingshui County and a crucial port for shipping goods nationwide. Before the wharf was built, Qingshui County wasn't as prosperous or populous. After its construction, merchants stopped to rest and restock their cargo, and more people came to buy supplies from their ships, which made Qingshui County even more prosperous. Even many men in the village would come to the wharf during their slack season to earn money carrying sandbags. Su's father and 2 brothers used to do the same. There are so many people. Su Tao watched the crowds coming and going at the wharf and felt a momentary urge to retreat. Li Chunhua also clutched her basket timidly, her face timid. Yes. The 3 of them walked for the better part of an hour, but when they arrived, they didn't want to go. Su Li refused, so she said, then I go alone? How can that be? Yes, Sister Ali, you can't do it alone. One moment, Su Tao and Li Chunhua were reluctant to go, but the next, their expressions changed. Forget it, I go with you, Chunhua. If you don't want to go, just wait here. Su Tao said this with a fearless expression. I go too. Li Chunhua swallowed, looking at the bustling crowd ahead. Thus, the 3 of them encouraged each other and finally reached the dock. Make way, make way. Delicious steamed buns, 1 cent each. Mutton sesame cakes, 5 cents each. The dock was bustling with people moving goods and selling food, and it was suddenly overcrowded. Su Li and the others searched for a long time, but couldn't find a vacant seat. Just then, the crowd suddenly began to surge. The boat is coming. All of a sudden, the food vendors, all clutching baskets and carrying steamed buns, rushed forward. Su Li, seemingly reflecting on something, also pulled Su Tao and Li Chunhua along and ran forward. What's wrong, 5th sister? Let's go first and talk later. Su Tao was confused, but she still ran after Su Li. Ladies and gentlemen, delicious mutton sesame cakes, only 7 won each. The woman who had just been selling mutton sesame cakes said fawningly to the people on the boat. The others, not wanting to be left behind, followed suit, saying, delicious steamed buns 2 in each. Miss, would you like one? Tom Hulu, 4 win a string. Seeing this, Suli thought to herself, it's just as she imagined. Just like trains in later times, because stops are limited, vendors rush to sell food quickly. As for the prices, they were naturally higher than usual. Fifth sister, why are they selling it for even more than before? Su Tao whispered in Su Li's ear. Su Li gave a brief explanation, but her eyes were fixed on the front, looking for an opportunity to get closer. They were too far back for anyone to see what they were talking about. Su Tao's eyes lit up at that, but then she asked suspiciously, how do you know? She had been wanting to ask why fifth sister knew so much that she didn't. Su Li, well, she should have just shut up. I heard second brother, and the others say. Oh! Thankfully, Su Tao was easy to fool, so Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. Plus, someone on the distant boat asked, hey, big sister, how much are the sour dates? The voice came from a man in his 40s, dressed like a butler on the boat. Seeing this, Su Li pulled Su Tao forward and replied, placing the basket and backpack on the ground for her to see. Total, 101. As Su Li finished speaking, the crowd, which had just been scrambling for the goods, fell silent for a few seconds. The woman selling mutton sesame cakes felt a moment of shame. This girl is amazing. She's even more ruthless than her. These sour dates are usually only 2 or 3 won per pound, yet now they're selling for so much. Su Li actually had no idea how much silver was per jean. She only given that price because she calculated it was probably around 10 jean. So 10 when a jean wasn't too much, was it? Okay, I take it all. The middle-aged man, clearly not short of money, immediately pulled some silver from his sleeve. Here, take it, big sister. Here's 2 chien. What a treat. A higher price. Su Li, Su Tao, and Li Chunhua were all stunned by the surprise. They reacted quickly and offered the sour dates and basket to the man. However, because they were too short, their arms were too short, and they couldn't get close enough to the deck amidst the crowd, they couldn't pass it to him. The woman selling sesame cakes ahead saw them and helped them, taking the basket and passing it to him. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. Everyone loves sweet talk, and Auntie Shen is no exception. She was also born into a poor family. The 3 people before her were about the same age as her daughter, dressed in rags. It was just a small favor. No problem. Just a small favor. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly took the sour dates and said, give me 10 of your mutton sesame cakes too. This was a pleasant surprise. Auntie Shen quickly counted out the sesame cakes and handed them over. The middle-aged man took the sesame cakes and gave them a penny, a full 30 extra coins. Auntie Shen beamed with joy. It was just as the monks in the temple said, do good deeds, and you will be rewarded. Over here, Su Li and the other 2 were waiting for the man to return the backpack, but instead, the man called someone over and took the basket and backpack away. Our basket. Su Tao called out anxiously. But Anshin grabbed him and covered his mouth. What's wrong? 2 coins aren't enough to buy your backpack. But, Chapter 12. Auntie, you're right. Su Li quickly grabbed Su Tao. If anyone heard them refuse their sour dates, they'd be in trouble. Su Tao was puzzled as to why they were holding her back, so she couldn't ask. Li Chunhua, beside her, was also envious, her eyes wide open. Su Li could only explain, 2 baskets aren't worth a few cents. Just give them. Since they'd given her more silver, that must have been the reason. Auntie Shen saw that Su Li was quite clever despite her young age. Unlike that foolish one, who had clearly taken advantage of someone and still acted naively, arguing over the matter, ultimately gaining nothing and potentially bringing disaster upon herself. Could powerful people really be so easy to talk to? Auntie Shen, in her nearly 40 years, hadn't met many. Yes, the young lady is right. There's a basket seller nearby, only 5 cents each. You can just go buy 2 later. Su Li politely thanked her. Seeing this, Su Tao and Li Chunhua looked in the direction Anshin had pointed, and sure enough, they saw someone selling bamboo baskets and backpacks. They weren't stupid, although they couldn't count, they knew they could still make money, and their mood brightened. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. Anshin was delighted to see this. She usually loved obedient and sensible little girls. After a moment's thought, she said, well, I sold all the sesame cakes in my basket, so I do you a favor and take you there. You little girls might ask for a higher price. This was a good idea, so Su Li and the other 2 followed Aunt Shen. On the way, Su Li and Su Tao quietly agreed that they didn't need to buy the bamboo baskets, as their grandfather, Old Man Su, could weave them anyway. Su Tao had initially suggested that Li Chunhua simply not buy any, and go back and let her grandfather weave them together, but Li Chunhua refused. My mother would beat me if she found out. Su Tao fell silent at that remark. Thinking of Li Chunhua's mother, Lu, Su Tao felt a little intimidated. How much is this basket? Anshin asked after carefully selecting the most sturdily woven one. As expected, the man selling the baskets, seeing she was a woman, didn't overestimate the price. 10 cents each. 8 cents? Anshin immediately bargained down 2 cents. The man's expression faltered at the thought. I give you a minimum of 1 cent. Any less and it's fine. Anshin looked at Li Chunhua. So we take it? Li Chunhua, not understanding, instinctively glanced at Su Li. Okay, this one. Thank you, uncle. Su Li said, pulling out the still warm 2-cent silver coin she had just received and handing it over. The man took the silver, chewed it, and then pulled a few coins from his purse, handing them all to Su Li. Su Li hadn't expected over 100 coins to be so much. It was such a large string, and it felt heavy in her hand, much heavier than the small piece of silver she had just received. To be on the safe side, Su Li and the other two had agreed not to divide the coins on the spot. Instead, they kept all of the coins with Su Li to be divided later when they returned. Thank you, Auntie. I don't even know what to call you. After buying the items and putting the coins away, Su Li thanked him. Auntie Shin waved her hand, indicating it was all right. My last name is Shin, and everyone calls me Auntie Shin. She didn't need to tell the other person her name, since she wouldn't see them again after today. However, she liked the girl in front of her. She was straightforward and open-minded, so she decided to listen to what she had to say next. Sure enough, the next second, Su Li asked what she wanted to know, the many details about setting up a stall at the dock. Su Li had noticed when she arrived earlier that there were quite a few food vendors at the dock, with everything from drinks and buns to steamed buns, bean-curd rice, noodles, and wontons. With all the boats coming and going, business must be pretty good. I remember paying an entrance fee to the county, 2 won per person. Just now, I heard Anshin chatting with a man selling bamboo baskets. Setting up a stall in the county also costs 5 won per day, but only 2 won at the dock. So, Su Li decided she might as well come and sell food at the dock. Again, upon learning that Su Li wanted to set up a stall, Anshin looked surprised. Does your family want to sell food here too? Not necessarily. There are quite a lot of boats these days. If you want to come, you better hurry. Winter brings fewer boats and fewer people. So there's a peak and off-peak season, Su Li suddenly realized. Anshin then inquired, what are you planning to sell? Some vegetables. Yes, Su Li had just decided. She was going to sell boxed lunches. The docks are crowded and the schedules are tight, much like train stations and high-speed rail stations in later generations. Selling boxed lunches is perfect. They're convenient and quick. You can make them at home without taking up too much time, and then just bring them over to sell every day. She even planned to go to the fields and use local ingredients if she didn't have enough money to buy meat and vegetables at first. She could use clams or snails and vegetables from home. As long as she worked hard, she believed that making money would come sooner or later. Anshin, standing nearby, heard about selling vegetables and automatically thought of roast chicken or braised dishes. This didn't conflict with her sesame seed cake business, so she didn't mind adding a few more words. If you want to sell food, you have to come early every morning, or someone else will take the good spots. Chapter 13. Then Anshin said a few more words, something like, go back and tell your family that it's normal not to make much money when you first arrive. This thing takes a long time to cook. But as long as you have this skill, you have customers coming to buy. Su Li knew that the other person was speaking from the heart, so she didn't mind her nagging. Finally, she thanked him sincerely, and gave him a small bunch of sour dates that she had just put in her pocket. Anshin, seeing this, naturally refused to take it. After some back and forth, she finally accepted it. Su Li then left with Su Tao and Li Chunhua. This sister, why are you asking that auntie that? On the way back, Su Tao, who had been silent for a while, suddenly asked. She had been listening to Su Li and the auntie's conversation for a long time. Their overtones were about going to the dock to sell food. But when did her family start making food to sell? Su Tao's style was to ask as soon as she thought of it. Su Li patiently replied, since there are so many people here, we could make some food to sell. If we could earn some money every day, it could help supplement our family income. Although Su Li was confident in her culinary skills, she was still being conservative. Su Tao was stunned by this. This sister wanted to make food and sell it? How could this be possible? Su Tao instinctively felt it was impossible. There was no reason. She just didn't think it was possible. Although she thought Fifth Sister's cooking was delicious, eating it at home was different from selling it. Su Tao was still stuck in conservative, old-fashioned thinking, and her childhood experiences had made her subconsciously believe that this was a bad idea. Su Li didn't blame her. On the contrary, she could even imagine how her mother, Chun, and grandparents would react if she told them about this. But she still said, why not? For sister, didn't we just sell the fruit? And we made so much money. That's different, Su Tao retorted. Could it be that for sister thinks my cooking isn't tasty? Su Li didn't give Su Tao a chance to retort and continued. How could it be possible? Su Tao had never tasted a better meal than the one cooked by Fifth Sister Su Li. Su Li saw that Su Tao remained silent, and continued, if that's the case, then why not? Yes, if that's the case, why not? Su Tao was somewhat convinced, and couldn't help but think about the feasibility of this plan. Li Chunhua, standing beside her, suddenly said, Sister Ali's cooking is so delicious, it will definitely sell. Su Tao didn't know what to say after hearing this. After a while, for Sister Chunhua, let's divide the silver. Su Li said, seeing that no one was around, and the three of them were on a secluded path. We had just agreed that since the 2 baskets and the backpack were worth about the same, Li Chunhua would get 9 less of the remaining silver. That means Li Chunhua would get 57, Su Li 66, Su Tao 66, and 2 more. But only Su Li knew how to count, neither Li Chunhua nor Su Tao could. There are 2 more. Let's each get 1. Su Li put the copper coins on the ground and counted them. Su Tao agreed. They were good friends, so a little more or less didn't matter. She handed the copper coins, strung with a straw rope, to Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua took the coins and felt a momentary daze. Was all the silver really hers? You know, an egg only costs 1 cent. Her mother saved and saved, but the most she could get was 30 cents. And she, just picking up some wild fruits to sell, could actually get so much. Su Tao, clutching the string of copper coins in her hand, had the same thought. 1 cent could buy a steamed bun, 2 cents could buy a baozi. How long would that last? Su Tao felt a little dizzy, and couldn't even calculate. The most she ever had was the 2 cents her father gave her during Chinese New Year. She hadn't expected to earn this much just by selling fruit today. She'd tell her grandmother when she got home, she'd be delighted. Seeing that both of them thought the money was easy, Su Li, to avoid disappointing the others, said, Today, it's because the customer was so generous that we were able to earn this much money. It would have been harder later. Su Li had just learned from Aunt Shin that the sour dates, at their highest point in the county, were only 5 cents per pound. They were able to get such a high price simply because Su Li didn't know the price, and the other party didn't bother to bargain. Su Li still remembers the speechless feeling she felt upon learning this. She'd been a profiteer, hadn't she? Su Tao and Li Chunhua, upon hearing Su Li's words, were naturally convinced. Shall we come again tomorrow? Li Chunhua asked quietly. Su Tao looked at her now key figure and said, Come. The 3 of them agreed on a time for tomorrow, and then headed home. Meanwhile, the Su family asked, Mother, why don't we go see a doctor? Shin advised, massaging Wu's foot. Earlier, while cutting bamboo in the bamboo forest, Wu had twisted her ankle. In a moment, it was bruised and swollen, looking horrible. Hush, what are you looking for? Why waste that money? It'd be fine in 2 days. Mrs. Wu gritted her teeth and tried to stop her, but no matter how hard she tried, she still cried out in pain from time to time. Seeing Mrs. Wu's refusal to go, Chin was a little unsure what to do. Go pick me a couple of handfuls of tamarind grass. It worked better than anything else when applied to the skin. Mrs. Wu tried to soothe her with a forced smile, but her words lacked conviction, especially considering her rather alarming foot. I go get Dad. Mrs. Chen looked anything but all right. She wasn't afraid of spraining her ankle, but breaking a bone, that would be a lifelong problem. Don't. Before Mrs. Wu could stop her, she ran away. However, when Old Man Su hurried back, Mrs. Wu still stubbornly refused to go to the clinic. Let's go to the clinic. It's okay. I told you, it's okay. Why are you making such a fuss? If it weren't for the cold sweat that soaked her forehead and clenched her teeth, Old Man Su would have believed her. Chishan mother, go weigh out 10 dough of rice. I go find the village chief to pick up the mule cart. The family had no money, so weighing the rice was naturally for selling. At this point, there was no time for that. Okay, father, Mrs. Chen replied, then stood up and prepared to go back to the house. Old Man Su also stood up and prepared to go find the village chief. Seeing the 2 men disobey her and leave, Old Woman, Wu could no longer contain herself and shouted, "You dare? You're not allowed to go. Do you hear me? You dare." After that, old woman Wu stood up despite the pain and chased after the two men. However, due to her foot injury, she fell to the ground with a loud thud. Mrs. Chen and old man Su heard the noise and hurried back. "Mother!" "Old woman. I told you not to. Can't you hear me? Do you have to wait for me to die before you listen to me?" Chapter 14. Your foot is so bad. How can you not see a doctor? Old man Su was practically lashing out. We can earn money if we lose it, but what if we lose our health? You said that yourself this morning. I didn't. No matter how much old man Su tried to persuade her, Mrs. Wu stiffened her neck and said, "Anyway, I'm not going. She's a stone in the toilet, hard and smelly." Old man Su was at his wit's end. He tried to persuade her, he talked her into it, but she wouldn't listen. Resolving this matter was simple. All she needed was money. Mrs. Wu was so stubborn about not seeing a doctor because she was worried about the money. Their family was broke now, with no income. If he had injured his foot today, he'd probably be just as reluctant to go to the clinic as Mrs. Wu. In reality, that's exactly what Wu Pa really thought. A family of 8 was surviving on that little bit of food. That was life-saving food. How could Wu Pa bear to use her family's life-saving food to treat her leg? It's not like he's going to die anyway. Okay, you two, stop acting like it's such a big deal. When Sia and Wu Ya come back later, they think something's wrong. Wu Pa frowned, clutching her foot. But Chen's face was filled with worry. Old man Su said, instead of going to the clinic, why not ask Lu Pa to come in? Wu Pa remained silent, a gesture of agreement. Lu Pa was a well-known barefoot doctor in the surrounding villages. Anyone with a minor ailment would come to her for a couple of medicines, but they were usually just colds and flu. For anything more serious, Lu Pa would urge them to go to the county clinic. Everyone in the village knew this, and over time, it became common sense to go to Lu Pa for minor ailments and to the clinic for more serious ones. This was also why Mrs. Chen and Old Man Su were initially reluctant to go to Granny Lu. If you ask someone else, they won't be able to see you, and you owe them a favor, so there's no point. Sure enough, Granny Lu arrived and carefully examined Granny Wu. You fell pretty hard. I think you have a broken bone. You need to go to the doctor. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when these words came out, especially Granny Wu, who was completely panicked. How could it be broken? Sister Lu, did you touch it wrong? It hurts a little, but no, it doesn't hurt much now. Can you touch it again? Granny Lu didn't get angry when she heard this. Instead, she looked serious and touched it again. That's right. Mrs. Wu had given up hope, her face pale. So you're saying you can't cure it? I can't cure it here. I need to go to a clinic. Mrs. Lu nodded. It wasn't that she didn't want to be cured, but she simply couldn't. She learned medicine from her father, but he was so determined to pass on his skills to his nephew, so she only knew the basics. She could treat minor ailments, but a broken bone was too much for her. And judging by Mrs. Wu's condition, it looked like her bones were dislocated. She needed to have them straightened. Having thought so, he said, "This isn't a minor injury. I have to get it treated. If it gets worse, I might even be unable to walk." Understanding his wife's serious injuries, including the need for bone correction, Old Man Su's face turned pale, but he still said politely, "Okay, thank you for coming. Qingshan's mother, please see him off." Seeing this, Qin quickly said, "Auntie Lu, I see you off." Seeing this, it was actually a consultation fee. Of course, rural residents usually give 2 eggs when they visit a patient without prescribing any medicine, and Qin was no exception. She had just taken advantage of the air raid to go inside and grab 2 eggs. "Thank you for your trouble, Auntie." In the main hall, Qin handed the eggs to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu took a sip of the water Qin had poured and said, "We're from the same village, not strangers. Take the eggs back." She wasn't a saint, but she generally had a good impression of the Su family. Although everyone else in the village disliked the Su family and thought Mrs. Wu was too aggressive and didn't want to deal with her, Mrs. Lu didn't think so. Perhaps it was because when they were young, Mrs. Wu had helped her scold her ungrateful husband, and she had some good feelings towards her. Besides, she only came to visit and didn't contribute much, so how could she accept someone else's gift? How can that be? Mrs. Chen wasn't the kind of person who took advantage of others. She didn't refuse the eggs just because Mrs. Lu said no. She just took it as a polite gesture. "If I say I don't want it, I don't want it. Take it back now." Mrs. Lu placed the eggs on the table and stood up to leave. Seeing that the other party genuinely refused, Qin said, "If you don't want the eggs, have a simple meal before you go." Mrs. Lu's only son, a scholar, was currently studying in the county. Mrs. Lu lived alone in the village year-round, and patients frequently visited her, causing her to often forget the next meal after the previous one. Hearing Chin's words, she felt a little hungry, which she shouldn't have. But then she added, "It's nothing fancy, just some homely fare. Auntie, you're too lazy to light the fire when you go back." These words resonated deeply with Mrs. Lu. Plus, the dishes on the table were indeed ordinary. A cold cucumber salad, an eggplant and green beans dish, and another dish that looked unremarkable. Mrs. Lu agreed. It wasn't until the rice was served that Mrs. Lu, looking at the overflowing bowl of white rice, felt something was amiss. The rice looked new, probably from the harvest this year. She knew that ordinary families, like theirs, only ate white rice a few times a year. They usually cooked it with wild vegetables, corn, sweet potatoes, and beans, and only once or twice a year during the new year or when the new rice was harvested. Rice was cooked per person, so what would anyone else eat if she ate it? Mrs. Lu quickly said, "I'm an old woman and can't eat so much. Go back." Without waiting for Chin to say anything, she shoved the rice into the rice bucket. "Auntie Lu, what are you doing?" Mrs. Chin saw that Mrs. Lu was almost done with the rice, and hurried to stop her. She finally stopped her, but only a third of the full bowl was left. "Just enough," Mrs. Lu said, pouring water from the teapot into the rice and beginning to eat. She first picked up a piece of eggplant. As she got older, she preferred softer things. Unexpectedly, the first bite stunned her. "This eggplant is so delicious. How did you make it?" It was completely different from the eggplant she usually ate. It was soft, fragrant, and incredibly delicious. After one bite, she kept wanting more and couldn't stop. Then Mrs. Lu picked up a piece of cucumber. Who knew the cucumber salad, having been sitting for so long, was so flavorful and spicy that Mrs. Lu quickly drank some water from her rice. But afterward, she couldn't resist eating the rest. It was simply too delicious, and she devoured several pieces in a row. She then looked at the last dish. She couldn't tell what it was, but it tasted fragrant and spicy, with a particularly fresh and tender texture. Paired with the green peppers, it was delicious. Even Mrs. Lu, who had experienced many fine dining, was captivated by these simple dishes. She finished the meal in no time. Of course, such a small amount of food was unlikely to fill her. It was just a token of her appreciation. But Mrs. Lu still regretted throwing so much more of the rice back. If she had known it was so delicious, she would have shamelessly eaten it. What a mistake. However, Mrs. Lu hadn't expected this dish to be made with river clams. Could a dish made with river clams be so delicious? She might as well give it a try when she got home. After dinner, Mrs. Lu left, but returned a short while later with some pain-relieving and blood-dissolving herbs for Chin to apply to Mrs. Wu. "Your mother-in-law has a stubborn temper. You should try to persuade her. She still needs to see a doctor." Mrs. Lu had heard Mrs. Wu was reluctant to go to the clinic, so she brought the herbs, but they were ineffective. The injury only affected the bones. Mrs. Chen thanked her profusely. Inside, Mrs. Wu still stubbornly refused to go to the clinic, and wouldn't let Mrs. Chen and old man Wu call for a doctor. Even when Su Li and Su Tao returned, the three remained deadlocked. "You should go and talk to your grandmother. Her foot's been broken like this, and she's told me she has to go to the clinic." Mrs. Chen saw her two daughters returning from under the eaves, not noticing the missing basket. Su Tao and Su Li, understanding everything, hurriedly said, "Mother, don't worry. Let's go talk to your grandmother." Then they went back inside. "No one can persuade me. I'm not going, and I'm not going." Mrs. Wu's face twisted in pain, but she remained stoic. There were no painkillers these days, and Su Li knew from the look on Mrs. Wu's face that she was in excruciating pain. After all, her grandmother, Mrs. Wu, was a remarkably strong-willed old lady. If the pain hadn't been unbearable, she certainly wouldn't have shown that expression. "Grandma, go! Look, your foot's swollen like a steamed bun," Su Tao said worriedly, sitting beside Mrs. Wu's bed. "Sia is right," old man Su echoed. "No. Go." Mrs. Wu uttered a few words between her teeth. Su Tao grew angry. "Grandma, why are you so disobedient? You always tell me and fifth sister to be obedient, but you're even more disobedient than us." Looking at her granddaughter's worried, tearful eyes, Mrs. Wu's hardened heart softened a little, but she still forced herself to change the subject. You went to see your father and the others. How are you? Are you all right? Dad and the others won't die for now, but you, Grandma, your foot was so badly injured. It's almost excruciating," Su Tao said sadly. Mrs. Wu was speechless after hearing this. You unfortunate child, how could you possibly curse your grandma like that?" Mrs. Wu said weakly. But even though she was scolding Su Tao, there was no anger in her eyes, for she knew her granddaughter was concerned for her. Su Li, listening for a while, finally realized that Mrs. Wu was refusing to go to the clinic because of money. To avoid delaying Mrs. Wu's treatment, she quickly explained the money she and her fourth sister, Su Tao, had earned selling sour dates today. Yes, Grandma and Grandma, we earned a lot of money. Look! Su Tao then took out the money she had earned today, and Su Li did the same. Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and Chen were all stunned. Is this really the money you earned? Chapter 15. It was almost unbelievable. The three of them could hardly believe it. After all, for farmers like them, earning money was incredibly difficult. Even saving a penny was incredibly hard. Who would have thought they could earn so much just by selling fruit? It's true, Grandpa and Grandma. Su Tao, seeing the three's disbelief, spoke again. In fact, even she was a little skeptical at first, feeling that the money came too easily, unreal. But on the way back, she gradually calmed down. She thought back to what her fifth sister had said, and the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, if there's a need, there's someone willing to pay. The people on the boat had been on the boat for so long, wouldn't they just want some fresh fruits and vegetables? But her fifth sister also said that they were lucky this time, so they were able to sell at that price. Who knows, if others saw them selling so much money today, they might follow suit tomorrow. This was one of the reasons Su Tao calmed down so quickly. Chen was a bit dazed when she heard this. All this money was earned by the fourth and fifth daughters. Dad and Mom, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. It's true, Mom. Now that we have money, we can send milk to the clinic. Su Li, seeing everyone else lost in their own worlds, quickly reminded them. Old Man Su seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Yes, come on, let's go borrow a mule. This time, Mrs. Wu didn't try to stop him. In fact, she wanted to, but she hadn't recovered from the incident yet. However, as soon as Old Man Su left the house, he ran into Lu, who was accompanying Li Chanhua. Speaking of which, the Li and Su families used to have a good relationship, especially since Su's father had once saved the Li father and son, so the two families often visited. The relationship later soured because Lu, having heard from somewhere, believed that Li's father had other intentions towards Chen. Despite Li's father's repeated swearings, Lu refused to believe it. Furthermore, Li's father had been giving the Su family many gifts to show his gratitude, which pained Lu every time. So Lu seized the opportunity to confront Chen in public, and as a result, the two families severed ties. However, it was only between the two families. The relationship between Li's father and Su's father and son remained as good as ever. Uncle, are you out so late? What's going on? Remembering her purpose for coming today, Lu forced a strained smile. What's the matter? Because of the past, Old Man Su had no fondness for this woman, and his tone was a bit cold. It's about that. Fourth and fifth are here, right? Lu glanced around, a look of guilty conscience. Seeing her like this, Old Man Su knew she had something to say, so he said, they're in the house. After saying this, he ushered Lu into the inner room. Now he wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead watched to see if Lu was up to something. He wasn't overthinking it. Lu wasn't just someone who loved taking advantage of others. She was also arrogant and unreasonable, always trying to stir up trouble even when she wasn't being justified. Here, Lu felt a little awkward seeing the Su family, especially Chen. She didn't dare look her in the eye. As the saying goes, those who wrong you often know the extent of your injustice better than you do. Take that incident, for example. She knew Chen and her husband were innocent, but she still did it on purpose. The reason was simple. She couldn't bear to give the Su family all the meat and vegetables. Every time her husband brought meat to the Su family, even though they would eventually invite them to eat, Lu felt like a knife in her heart, extremely reluctant. And whenever she tried to stop him, her husband would claim that the other person had saved him and his son's life. Lu sure was at her wit's end. After much thought, she came up with a plan. As she had imagined, the two families finally severed ties. She was brimming with pride for a long time. She finally didn't have to send gifts to the Su family anymore. Although her husband still associated with Su's father, as long as he stopped sending gifts, it would be fine. On the other side, Lu sure entered and initially feigned concern for Mrs. Wu's feet. Seeing that no one paid her any attention, she explained her purpose. Ahem, uncle, aunt, your fourth and fifth daughters should have told you. I came here because I thought, since both families discovered this, it's best to keep it a secret from everyone else. We should keep it private. What do you think? So that was the matter. Old man Su had just heard from Su Li and Su Tao that the Li family's daughter had also gone with them. He hadn't expected Lu Shur to come so soon, and to say so much. But shouldn't they have said that? Given Lu Shur's behavior, they must have been afraid she would spread the word. They thought this in their hearts, but kept it to themselves. Of course. Selling fruit can earn you money, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Seeing this, Lu glanced cautiously at Chen and said, "Then I thought, the night is long and dreams are many, and it's still early today. Why don't our two families go together to pick the fruit and sell it together tomorrow? We each split the money. What do you think?" Oh my goodness, so that was Lu's plan. She wanted to borrow the Su family's help to pick the fruit and then split the money equally. Where could such a good thing come from? Su Li couldn't help but sigh. There are such shameless people in this world. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua, who had come with her mother, couldn't help but tug at Lu's hand, whispering, "Mother." However, Lu pulled her away. "What do you think, uncle and aunt?" Mrs. Wu, lying on the bed, was almost laughing with anger. She reached out to stop Chen, who was about to rush over, and said, "Mrs. Shur too, we can pick fruit together, but the money from the sales will be divided per person. If you think it's okay, come along. If not, leave. By the way, don't worry. As long as you don't tell anyone about the fruit selling for money, we definitely won't tell anyone." Mrs. Wu was shrewd enough to see that Lu's fundamental reason for coming here was because she was afraid the Su family would tell anyone about this. As expected, upon hearing what Mrs. Lu said, she dropped the pretense. "Since Auntie says so, I believe it. Chunhua, let's go." She didn't want to go with the Su family. She was just trying to take advantage. If they agreed, then great. But if they didn't, she had no intention of going with them. Why drag others along when she could earn money herself? She was just being silly, wasn't she? Mrs. Lu had come and gone in a hurry. But this incident served as a reminder to the Su family. Go pick the fruit first. We talk about the medical consultation tomorrow. Mrs. Wu said. According to Mrs. Lu, they were going to pick the fruit tonight. To prevent them from picking all the fruit, since it was a profitable business, Mrs. Wu didn't care. However, this proposal was rejected. Ultimately, the Su family decided to have Old Man Su take Mrs. Wu to the clinic, while Mrs. Chen took Su Li and Su Tao to pick sour dates. Su Li never expected that things would turn out like this. She had just arrived home and was about to go out again. But earning money was a must. So, with Chen leading the way, Su Li and Su Tao, each carrying a backpack and basket, set off in the fading light of the setting sun. Su Li and her companions walked quickly reaching the spot they had discovered at noon. Unexpectedly, Lu and Li Chunhua were even faster. By the time Su Li and her companions arrived, they had already spotted them picking fruit under a tree. Seeing them approach, Lu even picked up fruit even faster, as if on guard against thieves. Luckily, besides that tree, there were others. Perhaps because the road was remote, sparsely populated, and densely wooded, many wild jujube trees had escaped discovery. There was one every few steps, but some were perched on cliffs, making them quite dangerous, so they had to abandon them. Su Li and her companions, with their larger group, ultimately collected significantly more fruit than Lu and her companions, filling 2.5 backpacks. It must have been around 20 or 30 kilograms. As darkness fell, Chen and Su Li grew increasingly fearful. Although there was moonlight, the mountains were still teeming with wild animals. They agreed to return tomorrow and finally headed home. For the next few days, Chen and her two companions went out every day to find and sell fruit. Just as Su Li had predicted, seeing Su Li and the others sell their fruit that day, others followed suit the next day. With Lu and Li Chunhua also joining in, the price of fruit quickly dropped, eventually dropping to 10 won per basket for a sour jujube. Thankfully, Su Li and Chen later found several other rare fruits in the mountains, ultimately earning 3 won of silver. Lu, on the other hand, earned less than 100 won over the course of several days, less than what Li Chunhua and Su Li had earned that day. But for Lu, selling for silver was the ultimate reward. Even a penny was still money, and she was thrilled. Not only did they not spend money, they could actually earn money. Even if they couldn't sell it, they could keep it for their family's consumption. What a wonderful thing. If it weren't for that Lu, they might have earned even more. At the Su family, Chen counted the coins, secretly resenting Lu. Not only her, but the other vendors also thought Lu was mentally ill. They could clearly make money together, but Lu insisted on disrupting the market by undercutting them. Others sold for 30 won, she sold for 20 won, others sold for 20 won, she sold for 8 won. Over time, the price kept dropping. Finally, Lu was so smug that she squeezed everyone else out. She was truly stupid, evil, and despicable. Chen was speechless. Mother, I have something I want to discuss with you. Over here, Suli came into Chen's room. What's the matter? Chen had recently witnessed her youngest daughter's eloquence. She wondered how someone so normally awkward with words could be so clever at selling things. She could sell things others couldn't, and even command higher prices. Thanks to her youngest daughter, she was able to earn so much money. Therefore, Chen began to rely on Suli even more, even though she herself hadn't realized it. I want to make food and sell it at the docks. Suli had wanted to discuss this with Chen a long time ago. But her grandmother, Mrs. Wu, was still at the clinic, needing money daily, and the fruit picking required labor, so she had put it on hold for the time being. In Suli's view, selling fruit wasn't a long-term solution. If she wanted to get rich, she had to do something else, like setting up a stall, opening a restaurant, or even a tavern. Suli's ultimate goal wasn't just to make a small fortune. She wanted to buy a house, a shop, and a few hundred acres of land, hire people to farm it, and live a better life. Of course, these were just thoughts in her mind. If she actually said them out loud, Chen and the others would probably think she was crazy. Sell food? Well, what do you think, Mother? What kind of food do you want to sell? Chen had seen people selling food at the docks the past few days, but she hadn't expected her youngest daughter to have such an idea. Suli expressed her idea of making and selling boxed lunches. I'm thinking of making them at home in the morning, taking the vegetables and rice separately to the docks to sell. I sell 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish for 10 won, or 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish for 15 won. What do you think, Mother? Chen's first reaction to this idea was, will you make money from this? Besides, where would the family get the money to buy meat? All the money in the family wasn't enough to treat Mrs. Wu's leg. They even sold some new rice the other day. The clinic was indeed not a place for ordinary people. Even though the food was delivered from home, it still cost dozens or even hundreds of won every day. Chen was still worried, and was considering borrowing some from her parents. Of course, Mother. Okay, stop overthinking. Mrs. Chen thought her youngest daughter had been out and about lately, so she was coming up with all these bizarre ideas. And did she think selling food was that easy? How naive. While Mrs. Chen didn't deny that her daughter's cooking had been to her liking, that didn't mean she could make a living from it. In Chen's opinion, every real chef could make a dozen or so dishes. How could the few dishes her youngest daughter had secretly learned compare to others? Mrs. Chen found it unrealistic. Okay, if you're free, go feed the chickens with your 4 sisters. Feeding the chickens was the real thing. At least the eggs could be sold for money. Seeing that Mrs. Chen didn't believe her, Suli knew she couldn't rush this matter, and had to find another solution. But the opportunity soon presented itself. Chapter 16. That day, while delivering food, Chen went to the clinic to inquire about the cost of medicine. The middle-aged accountant in a gray robe, calculating on an abacus, said, the old lady's foot injury is quite serious. It's estimated to cost about 1 tael of silver. After removing the splint, you should apply some topical medicine to speed up the healing process, but it's optional. It depends on your individual situation. As for the specific situation, it was naturally financial circumstances. But it's best to use it. It will heal faster. How much is a bottle of medicine? Chen asked quietly. The accountant glanced up at Chen, seemingly sizing her up. There are expensive and cheap ones. We have 10 or 20 taels, and we have 3 or 5 chien. The cheapest would be 3 chien. Chen was stunned. So expensive. Thoughts weighed on her mind. Chen forced a smile. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wen. We discuss it. With that, Chen carried the food to the backyard. There's a room in the backyard of Huichun Hall specifically for patients. It costs 10 won per day, not including meals. Originally, Wu and the others wanted to move back, but the round-trip fare required an ox cart, also 4 won. Later, perhaps because there weren't many patients, the Huichun Hall doctor offered a 2 won discount, and Wu finally settled in. Thank you for your hard work, Qingshan's mother. Old man Su took the basket and placed it on the stone table. These past few days, it was Chen who brought meals to the clinic. What's so hard about this, Dad and Mom? Come and eat first. Chen tried to ignore the doctor's words and forced a smile. I feel uncomfortable living here. Let's go back. Wu had lost weight these days, her eyes weren't as bright as before, and her tone was a little anxious. Chen knew full well that she was worried about the money. Mother, the doctor said it'd take 2 days. You need to remove the splint on your leg before you can go home. After a moment's thought, Chen consoled her, don't worry about the money. See ya, and we pick fruit and sell it every day. We can make quite a bit. Mrs. Wu finally sat down, but she still felt a sense of unease and self-blame. She should have been more careful. How could she have broken her leg so carelessly? Old Man Su set the table and urged, all right, let's eat first. Today's meal consisted of stir-fried cabbage and cowpeas, along with a bowl of crispy, golden brown fish. Sia and Wuya caught this with their fishing baskets. They caught quite a bit. Speaking of this, Chen finally managed a genuine smile. Wuya caught it especially for you. She said you needed to eat well since your foot was injured. If nothing else, her daughters were truly filial. Thinking of her granddaughter, Mrs. Wu fell silent, but Old Man Su smiled and said, they're all good children. Hey, Mr. Wen, have you eaten yet? Or we can share some. Just then, the accountant who had been there opened the curtain and walked in from the front. Over the past few days, Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu had become somewhat familiar with the people at the clinic. They knew that this accountant was also employed by the Huichun Hall owner's family. His surname was Wen, and he lived in the county town. His family brought him meals every day, but today, no one had brought them by this time, so they asked. Farmers, being simple and kind, didn't consider others' willingness or dislike. No, take your time. Accountant Wen declined with a smile, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Old Man Su, however, thought he was being polite, and deliberately lifted the bowl of fried fish and handed it to the visitor. My little granddaughter fried it. It's delicious. Mr. Wen, please try it. Accountant Wen looked at the coarse porcelain bowl of fish pounding against his chest, feeling strangely irritated. What was wrong with this country bumpkin? He was so uncouth. He'd been told not to have it, yet he still forced it on me. It was truly unreasonable. Yet, he didn't show any sign of abnormality and reached out to take a small fish from the bowl. Thank you. Sir, give me some more. One will be enough. With that, Accountant Wen smiled politely. Under Old Man Su's gaze, he hesitated for a moment before putting the small fish into his mouth. He wondered if the fish was cleaned properly, and if eating it would give him diarrhea. Accountant Wen considered spitting it out, but when he actually took a bite, the crispy, fresh, and fragrant taste struck him like an arrow. This tasted incredibly delicious. Fresh but not fishy, fragrant but not greasy, and the saltiness was just right, not salty nor bland. The fish's natural fragrance could be tasted, and it was truly a delightful experience. He had never tasted fried fish this good before, especially since he used to dislike fish. He was a little surprised. He didn't even have time to savor it properly before swallowing it down in a single gulp, so fleeting that it felt like an illusion. For some reason, Wen, the accountant, felt a pang of regret for not having taken a few more fish. Now it was too late to regret. I hadn't expected the farmer's meals to be this delicious. Because of this incident, Wen, the accountant, even ate the lunch sent from home, which seemed a little dull. Speaking of which, Chen, having learned she still needed a large sum of money, finally returned to her parents' home, intending to borrow some from them. However, not only did she not see them, but she was also ridiculed, both openly and covertly, by her second sister-in-law. They say a married daughter is like spilled water, but I never seen her running back to her parents' home every other day for something, don't you think? Yang said, as she picked vegetables, using the opportunity to discuss other families in the village to bring up Chen. No wonder her sister-in-law beat her out with a broom. Do you think there's anyone like that? Every year, instead of offering her parents good food and wine to show her filial piety, she constantly asked them for money. It's one thing for them to help her, but it's impossible for them to help her parents-in-law and their children. How can that be justified? Yang's words were practically name-dropping, and Chen, even at the most vulnerable, understood what she was saying. She felt humiliated. Sister-in-law, I just came to see my parents. That's all. Aw, sister, I wasn't talking about someone else. Don't take it personally, Yang said innocently, but her eyes betrayed a different meaning. Since my parents aren't here, I come back another day. Then take care. I won't see you off, Yang said coldly, and after Chen left, she spat on the ground. What a person! Chen was humiliated by this insult, and needless to say, she felt upset. But even more, she was worried about how to pay for the medicine. Did she really have to listen to her father-in-law and sell all the food in the house? While that would help in the short term, how would she survive in the future? Just as Chen was feeling overwhelmed with worry, she suddenly remembered her youngest daughter's suggestion of selling food at the docks. Perhaps that was the right idea. Chen thought, hadn't the accountant praised her daughter's cooking today? Maybe she could actually sell it. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She no longer felt angry or sad, and quickly quickened her pace back home. At the Su residence, Suli and Su Tao had just returned from the river. Suli had asked Su Tao to take her fishing and loach fishing these past few days, and they just gone crabbing. They caught quite a good catch, half a bucket full, and Suli had already decided what to eat tonight. Mrs. Chen came back just in time to see the scene. "Mom, you're back. Look, my fifth sister and I caught a lot of crabs." Su Tao held the bucket in front of Mrs. Chen happily, but she wasn't in the mood to look at the crabs. She just gave a perfunctory, "Not bad." "Fifth daughter, I have something to ask you. How confident are you in the food business?" At that moment, Mrs. Chen saw Suli not as a 13-year-old girl, but as an adult like her. Suli was stunned by this, but then her heart brightened. She had been wondering how to convince her mother, but she hadn't expected her mother to bring it up on her own initiative. Perhaps something had happened that she wasn't aware of, but this was exactly what Suli wanted. She quickly said, "Mom, while I'm not 100% sure, I'm at least 70% or 80% sure." Suli wasn't exaggerating. She was quite confident in her cooking skills. Unfortunately, a good cook can't cook without rice. Their family was so poor. Otherwise, Suli would have to make a few delicious dishes to prove herself. "Okay, then you take care of it. Mom and your fourth sister will help you. We go give it a try tomorrow." Suli wanted this outcome. After all, selling food alone was too much for her. She had to cook and assemble it, and then transport it to the dock. She'd probably be exhausted from all the work. Having someone to help her was naturally the best. Plus, she couldn't touch the family's food without her mother, Chen's approval. "What do we need to do now?" Chen asked. She knew nothing about cooking, and it wasn't her fault. Her mother had taught her that way. Even if ordinary meals were cooked well, the taste was certainly not guaranteed. Suli thought for a moment. She already had vegetables at home, and as for meat, she had originally wanted to make stir-fried river clams with chili peppers, since they were free. However, since the villagers had harvested their rice recently, most of the clams had been thrown onto the edge of the fields to dry. Suli and Su Tao hadn't found anything in days. They could fry some small fish or cook today's crabs, but they probably wouldn't be enough. Besides, Suli knew the people of that dynasty well. They didn't like shellfish. If she cooked the crabs and sold them, she doubted anyone would buy them. After a brief moment of thought, Suli said, "Mother, let's cook less on the first day, maybe enough for about 20 people. For the vegetables, we can stew eggplant with green beans, and for the rice, we can make bean rice. We probably have to buy the meat." Chen had thought about all this too. It would be best to cook less on the first day. She hadn't expected her daughter to consider this either. Then, there were the meat dishes, which was her biggest concern. Meat wasn't cheap these days, at least 18 won per jean. She only had 15 won left, and couldn't even afford a jean of meat. Although her eldest brother worked at a butcher's shop, it wasn't his, but his father-in-law's. Furthermore, her eldest sister-in-law was there, and she certainly wouldn't agree to buy on credit. Furthermore, Chen didn't want to put her eldest brother in a difficult position. "Mother, think of a way, think of a way." Chen mentally considered all her relatives and friends, but unfortunately, she couldn't think of anyone she could borrow money from. Some families were as poor as hers, struggling, and some, even if they had money, would definitely not lend it, or even wish her to be poor forever. After much thought, Chen couldn't think of anyone. "Mother, how much silver do you have left?" Suli had an idea. 15 won, Chen said. "Wuya, do you have any ideas? How much is pork per pound?" 18 won. "What about pig hearts, livers, and pig intestines?" Suli asked again. Chen was puzzled by her daughter's questions, but she replied, "Pig hearts are 5 won each, pig livers are 2 won a pair, and I don't know about pig intestines. They're usually given as a gift when you buy meat." Suli thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you go ask how much pig intestines cost? We can buy 2 pairs and serve them as a side dish. What do you think?" "Huh?" Chen was stunned. Smelly pig intestines? Cooking them? As a gift, no one would eat them. However, she assumed her daughter had never eaten pig intestines before and didn't know how bad they tasted, so she patiently explained. "You probably don't know, but pig intestines smell incredibly foul and are completely inedible. Plus, they're incredibly difficult to clean if you don't clean them properly." Chen hadn't said anything yet, fearing that none of the three of them, mother and daughter, would be able to eat tonight. Suli knew all this, of course, but she also knew that pig intestines were truly exceptional when prepared, especially the stir-fried, braised, and blood-soaked pig intestines. Any of these were considered signature dishes. As for cleaning them, Suli naturally had her own way. "Mother, don't worry. I prepare them well once you buy them." Suli finished, seeing that Chen was still reluctant, and added, "Just now, mother, you said to trust me and listen to me." Hearing this, Chen experienced for the first time what it meant to shoot herself in the foot. But since the words had already been spoken, there was no way to take them back. Chen gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. "Okay, I go get them. You wait for me at home. It's just pig intestines, isn't it?" She buy them. With that, Chen put down her basket and hurried out. Su Tao, who had never eaten pig intestines before, said innocently, "Fifth sister, what are pig intestines? Are they delicious?" "Pig intestines are pig intestines." "Oh!" Su Tao didn't understand what this meant until half an hour later, when Chen returned carrying 2 sets of pig intestines. She kept her distance, exclaiming, "Mom, take them away." Chen pinched her nose with her right hand as she placed the pig intestines in the wooden basin. "Lucky to meet your aunt and the others today, otherwise I have to go to the county to buy them." Yes, not long after Chen left her home, she ran into her sister-in-law Zhao and her group who were collecting pigs in the countryside. She mentioned them to her, but she didn't expect that Zhao and her group, who were not only collecting pigs but also selling pork, also had 2 sets of pig intestines. Seeing she was about to buy some, the eldest sister-in-law's brother immediately pulled out the pig intestines and strung them together with a straw rope. "What are you buying? We have them right here, just take them." Speaking of which, Xiao De was still worried about how to eat the pig intestines after he got them back. It was smelly and dirty, and no one at home liked it. Since he happened to meet Chen, and they were relatives, he thought it would be a good idea to do her a favor. But she still said, "How can I be so embarrassed? I pay you what I'm owed." After saying that, she was about to pull out some silver from her pocket. "Just take it, why bother talking?" Xiao Samei, Chen's eldest sister-in-law, snorted at this. Zhao had always spoken this way, and she didn't mean any harm. After so many years, Chen had gotten used to it. "Okay, come sit down when you're free. We be leaving." With that, the Zhao siblings drove the pigs away. Only after they were far away did Zhao De say, "Your sister's family is so poor they can't even afford meat, and they only eat pickled meat. From now on, you better refrain from inviting your husband Taiju to her house. If he does, tell him to tell you less about how much money he earns. Got it?" "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I know." But Zhao still felt a little uncomfortable. Although she usually looked down on her husband's sister and despised her poverty, she felt a little annoyed by her eldest brother's criticism. So she tried to make amends, saying, "His sister is quite sensible. Taiju and I have been married for so many years, and we never once come to ask for money. Unlike the eldest sister-in-law's family, who frequently came to the butcher's shop." Zhao De clearly understood the implication of his third sister's words, and his face turned pale and purple. Chapter 17. Again, after placing the pig intestines in the wooden basin, Chen didn't know what to do. A set of pig intestines weighed about 5.6 kilograms, 2 sets equal 10 kilograms. They were now stacked in layers, almost filling the basin. Ignoring the already pungent smell, Suli poured half a bucket of clean water into the basin, then squatted down and began to clean it with a generous amount of wood ash. The first pass only required cleaning the mucus from the surface of the pig intestines. Seeing this, Chen also squatted down to help clean. Su Tao stood by, pinching her nose. After a moment, as if mentally prepared, she turned around, took a few deep breaths, and came to help. The 3 of them quickly cleaned the pig intestines, but they still smelled awful, so stinky that Su Tao felt like vomiting all the food she eaten the previous night. Luckily, Suli soon called out to her, "Poor sister, please boil some water for me." Su Tao, relieved at last, quickly washed her hands and went to the kitchen to light the fire. This step focused on boiling the pig intestines to further remove the odor. Suli took this opportunity to ask her mother, Chun, for a pair of scissors. Knowing her youngest daughter would be using scissors to cut the pig intestines, Chen had picked out a pair she hadn't used in a while. The pig intestines were so stinky that her hands still stank from just washing them. It was then that Chen finally came to her senses. How could she have believed her youngest daughter so easily? Putting aside the stench, could the pig intestines be cooked well? Even if they were, what good would it do? The cost of using so much salt was high, and it would be disastrous if they couldn't sell them. She sighed in her heart. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on her rough face, adding a layer of sadness to it. Well, since it's already been done, I just have to give it a try. Fifth sister, it really doesn't smell as bad anymore. The smell of the cooked pig intestines had lessened slightly. Suli figured that was natural. She just added wine to remove the fishy smell, so the flavor wasn't as strong as before. Su Tao said this as she scooped up another piece of intestines and sniffed it gently, then nearly vomited again. She was wrong. It wasn't much better. The smell was still as bad, just a little worse. Tears welled up in Su Tao's eyes, and she secretly vowed to herself that she wouldn't eat it no matter what she said. Although this might hurt Fifth Sister's feelings, there was absolutely no way she was going to eat this. Absolutely not. Su Li ignored Su Tao's thoughts and simply cut open the pig intestines with scissors and trimmed the fat. Cutting the fat didn't require any skill. If you like a strong flavor, cut less. If you don't like the taste of the intestines, cut it all off. It all came down to personal taste. Su Li didn't like the smell of pig intestines, so she cut them very cleanly. Once she was done, she continued to wash them repeatedly, until she could no longer smell any foul odor. It was almost dark by then, and a flock of sparrows landed, only to be startled by Chen's bamboo pole. Chen put down the chicken feed bucket and hurried into the house, fetching a basket and a broom. She began gathering the dried rice from the yard. The rice was almost done drying now, and it would only take a few more days for it to be stored in the granary. Su Li withdrew her gaze, scooped half a bowl of rice and 2 washed and chopped sweet potatoes into a clay pot to simmer. Then she started to light the fire, heated the wok, poured in some oil, and stir-fried the pig intestines. The key to a delicious pig intestine is the right heat. Quickly pour the intestines into the hot wok to remove any excess water. Then, add a small amount of wine to enhance the flavor and remove any odor. Finally, add the freshly chopped pickled peppers and chili peppers. The whole process took very little time. During this time, Su Tao stood up and sat down again and again on the bench, but as if it were unsteady. She looked at the large iron pot in the middle of the stove, sizzling with oil and emitting an overbearing aroma. She swallowed her saliva reluctantly, unable to understand how something that had just been so smelly could have become so fragrant. Could it be that Fifth Sister had performed a magic trick, transforming that stinky large intestine into a delicious delicacy? Over there, Chen, carrying rice into the house, naturally smelled the aroma and became curious. Could it really be that Fifth Sister had made it? She couldn't help but quicken her pace, eager to taste it herself, her stomach growling even as she was distracted. For sister, do you want to try it? Su Li took the chopsticks and asked the girl with a complicated expression. Su Tao hesitated. The impact of the previous moment on her was truly too strong. Is it really delicious? Seeing that Su Tao was hesitant, Su Li took the lead and put a piece into her mouth. But just one bite made Su Li feel that the day's hard work was worth it. The pig intestines were crispy yet not mushy, perfectly springy, coated in the sourness of pickled peppers and the spiciness of chili peppers. The sour and spicy flavors burst in your mouth instantly, leaving you wanting more. Not only that, because they were stir-fried relatively dry, the pig intestines had a hint of dry fragrance, yet they weren't too chewy, making them truly appetizing. You couldn't stop eating. Just that one bite of pig intestines felt like my taste buds were awakened, and my appetite, which had been sagging during the hot summer, suddenly recovered. It was truly delicious. A cup of refreshing sour plum soup would be priceless. Su Tao watched Su Li eat, watching her without blinking, silently counting, waiting for Su Li to spit out the stinky pig intestines. But as time went by, Su Li didn't spit out the stinky pig intestines, and there was no sign of reluctance on her face. She even ate a few more pieces. Chen walked in at some point. How is it? Su Li picked up a piece of pig intestines with chopsticks and handed it to Chen. Chen frowned slightly and opened her mouth to eat. Chapter 18. Who would have thought that the moment Chen took a bite of the fried pork intestines, she was stunned. How could it not smell at all? The intestines, which had smelled so foul just moments ago, now only had a rich, meaty aroma, mingled with the slightly sour and spicy flavors of pickled peppers and ginger. The taste was surprisingly good, so spicy that it made her lips and tongue tingle. The spiciness flowed down her throat and into her stomach, bringing a slight warmth, but not overwhelmingly unpleasant. It was truly the perfect dish to go with rice. Mother, how is it? Su Tao looked at Chen eagerly, as if hoping for an answer. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes, and mumbled, okay. With that, she took Su Li's chopsticks and took another bite. This time, she not only picked up the pork intestines, but also the sour and spicy sauce inside, and brought it to her mouth. As expected, the taste was just as she imagined, incredibly satisfying. She even wanted to quickly get a bowl of sweet potato rice to go along with it, figuring it would be equally delicious. Su Tao, seeing Chen's reaction, knew nothing about it. She quickly turned around, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and dove headfirst into the pig intestines in the bowl. But before she took a sip, she braced herself. However, the allure of the food was too much. The pungent, fragrant aroma kept wafting through her nose. Finally, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and placed the pig intestines coated in shredded red chili peppers and ginger. But then, hot. Forget blowing. The heat brought tears to Su Tao's eyes, but she couldn't bring herself to spit it out. She had no choice. The pig intestines were simply too fragrant and delicious, without even a hint of something strange. The more she chewed, the more fragrant they became, making it hard to swallow. They were even better than the stir-fried river clams with chili peppers. Su Tao's face flushed with joy as she ate, whether from the heat or the spice. However, unlike Su Tao, Chen, besides lamenting the deliciousness of the pig intestines, felt a sense of peace. Besides anything else, the dish tasted divine. Who knows, it might even sell well tomorrow? A cool breeze blew into the kitchen, bringing a touch of coolness. This was the most comfortable time of the day. Su Li, Chen, and the other two gathered around the stove and feasted heartily. After the sweet potato rice was ready, paired with the sweet potatoes and a piece of pig intestine, Chen and Su Tao devoured 2 bowls of rice before they were satisfied. Finally, they even shared the vegetable juice with the rice. After dinner, Su Tao washed the dishes while Chen boiled water. Su Li went to take a shower first. She had originally wanted Su Tao to go first, but she was so full she offered to digest her food first. The Su family didn't have a dedicated bathing room. One had to either go to the bathtub in the house or the toilet. Su Li was already stinking from washing pig intestines today, and she was determined not to go to the toilet. Finally, she took the bathtub and went inside to wash. Chen thought her youngest daughter was becoming more particular, but she didn't say anything. She even helped Su Li boil water and fetch it. In the end, Su Li washed herself clean using 2 buckets of water. If Chen hadn't frowned, Su Li would have washed even more. She always felt that soap berries couldn't be cleaned clean in this era, but the Su family certainly couldn't afford good soap in their current situation. After her bath, Su Li wiped herself clean with a dry towel and changed into clothes that were still warm from drying. She felt refreshed. She then washed her dirty gray linen clothes with clean water. She only had 2 sets of clothes now, and after changing one, she had to wash the other, otherwise she would have nothing to wear the next day. The Su family was extremely poor, and the original person had been wearing the clothes left behind by her sisters since she was a child. Su Li's outfit was originally worn by her eldest sister, then altered and shrunk for her 4th sister, Su Tao, who then wore it again. It's been around for years. Fortunately, the 3 sisters all took good care of their clothes, so aside from a few patches, it was fine. The only problem was that the original person's small clothes and pants were in a state of disrepair from daily wear and tear. Su Li carefully washed them, while secretly adding more items to her list. Because they had to leave early the next day, Su Li and Chen washed, closed the doors and windows, and retired early. Perhaps because of the sudden thunderstorm, Chen tossed and turned in the heat until late at night. Even when she did fall asleep, she didn't sleep well. She had strange dreams all night long. Sometimes she dreamed of her husband and son in trouble. Sometimes she dreamed of her eldest daughter being tortured by her mother-in-law, and then jumped into the river with her granddaughter. In short, it was a very uncomfortable sleep. The next day, Chen awoke to a rustling sound. She heard her 4th daughter calling the chickens for food, the crackling of cooking in the kitchen, and a familiar, overbearing aroma wafting on the wind. Yes, she was supposed to sell food today. How could she have forgotten and slept so late? Chen patted her head and quickly dressed and got out of bed. It was already dawn, the rising sun blazing brightly, another bright sunny day. Last night's rain was barely visible, only the lowlands still stagnant with water, the rest had been dried up by the sun. A few leaning bamboo trees in the distance served as a reminder of last night's storm. It's good to have rain. It hasn't rained in ages this summer, and the water in the village fields is almost dry. This rain is just in time. The wheat seeds planted 2 days ago should be able to survive. Why didn't you wake me? Chen walked into the kitchen. Su Li was chopping vegetables and cooking, frantically yet orderly. She saw her mother, Chen, come in, turned and smiled. Mom, you're awake? There's porridge on the table. Have you eaten? Yes. She also ate 2 large pancakes, supposedly called scallion pancakes. They were delicious, rich in scallion fragrance, soft yet chewy, and full of flavor. Chen couldn't get enough of Su Li's scallion pancakes these mornings. Paired with the rice-rich porridge and the shortcut cowpeas that Su Li had pickled, it was a truly delicious experience. Next time I don't get up, you two must wake me up, Chin said again, sitting by the fire, feeling a little guilty about getting up late. With so much going on at home, it was unacceptable for her to sleep in. Su Li agreed. Actually, there wasn't much work to do, just stir-frying 2 dishes and boiling a large pot of rice. For the accustomed Su Li, it was a piece of cake. Besides, Su Tao had just been helping her light the fire and wash vegetables, so she didn't seem too tired. So, she didn't wake the soundly sleeping Chin. After all, Chin had been the most exhausted these days, having to deliver meals, take care of the household, and pick fruit to sell. She hadn't had a single moment's rest. Even the old cows in the village weren't as tired. Chapter 19. The chickens are ready, fifth sister. I also washed the dishes you mentioned, and put them in the backpack. When are we leaving? Su Tao walked in from the doorway. She was dressed in coarse cloth, but she was stunningly beautiful, the prettiest of the 3 Su sisters. The moment she entered the room, the entire place seemed brighter. It be ready soon. Fourth sister, please check to see if the rice is done. If it is, transfer it to the wooden barrel and put it in the backpack, Su Li said to Su Tao as she shoveled the pig intestines into the ceramic basin. The 10 pounds of pig intestines had shrunk considerably after being boiled and stir-fried, ultimately filling the entire basin. Su Li finally shoveled the pig intestines from the pot into the pot, gently shaking the spatula to shake off any stuck pig intestines, and then poured the water from the ladle into the sizzling pot. With a sizzle, Su Li quickly cleaned the pot with a loofah, lest it get cold and difficult to clean. Her movements were swift and efficient, and after cooking, the stove was spotlessly clean, not a speck of dirt at all. This made Chin, who was standing by to help, gasp in amazement. Her youngest daughter, like her, only had 2 hands, yet she had the illusion of having 8. It was so impressive that she even wondered if this was her former, weak and shy daughter. Mom, I've been looking for that cart at home all morning and can't find it. Can you help me? Su Li said to Chin. Now everything was ready, all that was missing was the east wind. Originally yesterday, Su Li was still thinking that without a means of transportation, so many bowls, chopsticks, and dishes could only be carried to the dock by manpower, which was a bit too tiring. Unexpectedly, when discussing with her mother Chen, she accidentally discovered that there was a wheelbarrow at home. It was said that it was Chin's dowry. The dowry was originally transported by the wheelbarrow. It was rarely used on weekdays, and had been idle, mainly because there was no need for it. Now it can be used. Chin was still lost in thought when she snapped back to her senses. She quickly said, "It's in my room, can't you see it?" With that, Chin turned and left the kitchen. A wheelbarrow, as the name suggests, has a single wheel, made of wood, and is primarily used for transporting goods. The Su family's wheelbarrow was quite old and looked a bit worn, but fortunately, Chin had tested it, and it still worked. Chin wiped it with a dry towel, dusting off the dust. She then used a wet handkerchief to clean the dirty spots on the handlebars. Finally, holding the handlebars, Su Li and Su Tao worked together to place the backpack and basket containing the food. This alone wasn't enough. The country roads were dilapidated even when it wasn't raining, let alone when it wasn't. Only on the official road paved with stone slabs would things become more accessible. So, they needed to be reinforced. The natural method of reinforcement was rope. Finger-thick hemp rope was used to tie the basket to the cart, and a slipknot was used for added security. Once everything was ready, Su Li and the other 2 officially set out to sell their food. After locking the door and bolting it, Chin went to the village to ask her close friend, Mo, to help watch over the chickens and prevent them from being stolen. Only then did she feel at ease to leave. The journey was indeed difficult. Initially, the cart was difficult to push, requiring considerable skill. Once the mother and daughters mastered the technique, they encountered frequent muddy and difficult terrain. Each person had to carefully and slowly hold the cart at each end while the other pulled it from the front. The steep and undulating uphill climb was particularly exhausting. Before they had even reached halfway, their clothes were soaked with sweat. So tired. Su Tao couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at the uphill slope ahead. She never realized how difficult this path was before, walking barehanded. Now, pushing something, she realized how exhausting it truly was. Su Li also wiped the sweat from her forehead, internally groaning. She always driven or taken a taxi, and aside from hiking with friends, she never walked this far. So much so that just now, she couldn't help but envy the ox carts carrying people passing by in the village. But envy was pointless. An ox cart cost 2 cents per person, and 6 cents for 3 people. Their family was broke now, and they'd be desperate to split every penny. They had no money left for an ox cart, so they could only watch and envy others. After this slope, it's downhill. Push harder. Chin gritted her teeth and pushed the cart. Su Li and Su Tao also pushed hard. But the more anxious they were, the more likely they were to make trouble, especially since the sides of the wheelbarrow were unsupported, making it easy for rocks and other things to trip them. Just then, the wheelbarrow was about to overturn over if it accidentally ran over a gravel, spilling all the food on it. At the critical moment, a pair of rough, strong hands suddenly came from behind the three of them and grasped the frame, saving the entire load of food. Thank you, Brother Wang. Chin was almost frightened to death, fearing that all the food the three had worked so hard to prepare would be wasted. After all, the family didn't have much food in stock, and today's meal would be enough to feed the family for over 10 days. It's okay. Be careful. This road is difficult. Wang Taiyu righted the cart and warned them again, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the items on it. Looks like food? He and his son could smell the aroma even as they walked behind the group. It was so fragrant, he wondered what the Su family was planning to do with it. Chin thanked them again. You know, although the Wang family lived next door, they were hunters, often going into the mountains to hunt, and even when they returned, it was late at night, so the two families didn't interact much. Unexpectedly, the Wang father and son were quite kind-hearted, which didn't quite match their burly looks. Where are you going? Wang Taiju asked curiously. He was very interested in the contents of the three-person cart, and it wasn't his fault. In fact, he and his son had smelled the Su family's overbearing aroma as early as the morning when they returned from hunting. It was quite sad that the father and son had to rely on that aroma to soak their cold, raw rice in boiling water. This wasn't a secret. After all, he decided to sell food, so he wasn't afraid of others finding out. I make some food and sell it at the dock. Food? Sell? Wang Ergu, carrying a musk deer larger than himself, overheard the conversation between his father and the aunt next door. His ears perked up. So the Su family next door actually made food to sell? Then what was the point of him eating all this pig food? Huh? Tell me. What was it? Wang Ergu stared at the cart with envy, swallowing his saliva while waiting for his father to say something. It was nothing but the smell that filled his nose. It was so fragrant. What could possibly be so fragrant? Ah, even more fragrant than the dishes filling the building. Was it stewed lamb? Or stewed pork? He sniffed again, but couldn't tell. It was definitely meat. He just didn't know what kind of meat it was. Meanwhile, Wang Taiyu and Wang Ergu, true to their father and son, quickly demanded to know what Chin was selling, their necks stretched out in a comical way. Until he learned it was stir-fried pig intestines, he paused. Pig intestines? Isn't that pig offal? Such a fragrant aroma, yet it's actually pig intestines. Wang Taiju couldn't believe it. But there was no reason for them to lie to him. Finally, Wang Taiju inquired about the dock and the price before quickly leaving. Su Li watched the two burly men leave and felt a surge of envy. They must be hunters, looking at the plump hairs hanging from their waists and the animal they were carrying, a deer-like creature weighing at least a pound. It was obvious they would fetch a good price. Back to the point, because of the recent incident, Chin, Su Li, and the others were extremely cautious on the rest of the journey, so they arrived at the dock a little later than expected. Fortunately, Su Li ran into Aunt Shin, who had been selling with her that day. Seeing Su Li, she quickly called her over. Why are you so late today? Aunt Shin moved the stools, baskets, and charcoal she had brought with her out of the way, making room for Su Li to place her cart. Over the past few days, thanks to her youngest daughter's introduction, Chin had quickly become acquainted with Shin while selling fruit. She smiled and said, "The roads are a bit rough with the rain. How are the boats today? Is business good?" "Yeah, about the same as yesterday. There's always some left over every day." The hot weather meant the mutton patties weren't selling well. Shin was used to it, so she didn't make much each day. In her free time, she'd find a place to sit and nap. She placed the mutton patties on the stove, unfired, letting the residual heat slowly roast. She'd sell one to anyone who came, and rest when no one else came. Although she sometimes felt frustrated about not being able to sell, there was nothing she could do about it. This was also why, upon hearing that the Chin mother and daughter were coming to sell food, she had asked everyone to be prepared. It was simply too hot, making it difficult to sell. "Thank you, Aunt Shin, for today. Have you had lunch? Would you like to have a little?" Su Li secured the cart and laid out the food and dishes before addressing Aunt Shin. No, I just had some bread, I'm not hungry." Aunt Shin, who couldn't bring herself to eat someone else's food, quickly waved her hand and declined. She had become quite familiar with the Su mother and daughter over the past few days, and knew that Su Li's nanny had broken her leg and was in dire need of money. Seeing Aunt Shin's reaction, Su Li didn't force her. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and it was already noon. The number of people carrying sandbags and moving goods on the dock had gradually decreased. The nearby food stalls, such as the wonton and steamed bun stalls, were increasingly crowded. Even Aunt Shin's stove had people coming. Seeing this, Su Li gathered her words and began to shout, "Delicious food, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, only 10 cents. It has both meat and vegetables, and the portions are generous enough to fill you up. Don't miss it if you're passing by." Just these few words stunned both Chen and Su Tao, and they were stunned for a moment. Just started hawking so eloquently? Although Su Tao had practiced with Su Li at home, when it came time, she opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. The same thing happened to Chen. Although she was much older than her daughter, she had never hawked in the street before, and she felt a little embarrassed. Just as Chen opened her mouth to join in the shouting, a large man in gray coarse cloth approached. Chapter 20. What's in your meal? Is there really meat? The large man's name was Song San. He lived in Sanjiang Village, Qingshui County. The busy farming season had recently ended, and he'd been coming to the dock every day to earn some money. Like everyone else, he usually brought his own food, but today, his wife had gotten up late and hadn't made lunch, so he decided to just grab a couple of steamed buns. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he heard the young woman's hawking, which immediately caught his attention. Food? 1 meat and 1 vegetable. From the tone of her voice, she was selling food? You know, the docks were almost entirely occupied by food like pancakes or wontons, with almost no food. Although the young woman's price was 10 cents a portion, a bit pricey, it was a generous portion, filling, and included meat. These few words completely captured Song San's attention. You know, he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. With 5 boys at home, their young sons had bankrupted him. He hadn't starved to death yet, thanks to his strength and willingness to work whenever he could. 10 cents a portion was a bit pricey, but Song San decided it was acceptable if there was more meat. He'd be a vegetarian, so the leftovers would be nice to share. Over here, Su Li, noticing a guest, quickly lifted the lid of the food and introduced it. Today's dishes include braised eggplant with green beans, and the rice is sweet potato rice. We use our own sweet potatoes, so they're extra sweet. And today's meat dish is stir-fried pig intestines. They're sour, spicy, and delicious, perfect with rice. Hey sir, please don't leave. Before Su Li finished speaking, as she was introducing the pig intestines, the man in front of her turned and left without even stopping. As expected, when the visitors heard the dish was made with pig intestines, the good-tempered ones turned and left, while the bad-tempered ones even cursed. What should we do? Su Tao and Chen watched as the customers continued to ask questions and leave. Their shyness faded, and anxiety filled their faces. Su Li watched as the customers continued to ask and leave, feeling somewhat unsure of what to do. After a long silence, she resumed her hawking, but this time, after the customers arrived, she scooped out some pig intestines in a bowl for people to try. In the county, no one would dare eat these pig intestines if given to them. However, at the docks, most people worked as laborers, and weren't well off, so seeing the opportunity to sample them was something most were willing to try. Among them was Song San, who had just been searching for something to eat. He had originally planned to buy 2 steamed buns, but then he saw the man selling them actually wipe his nose with the steaming cloth, then unfold it and cover it again. Song San instantly lost his appetite, and all he could think about was telling his fellow villagers not to buy steamed buns from that shop. Not wanting to eat steamed buns anymore, Song San went to the wonton shop and learned that a bowl of wontons cost 6 cents, and there were only a dozen or so tiny, not enough to fill him up. There was also very little meat inside, probably no bigger than his booger. It was a fool for Song San to eat. With that much money, he could have bought 2 tails of meat. Just as Song San was struggling to decide what to eat, he walked back to Su Li's stall. This time, he saw the young woman holding a bowl for people to sample, which caught his attention again. How's it? Does it stink? A nearby, nosy person watching the people trying the food, fanned the flames. But who knew the person trying the food would remain silent for a long time, and when he finally spoke, his first words were, "I don't think I tasted it yet. I have another bite." Su Li, however, took the bowl back and said, "Sir, the number of samples is limited." The person trying the food didn't understand what limited meant, but he probably understood that it meant only 1 bite. He curled his lips and said, "I haven't tasted it yet. Give me some more." The people around him had finally come to their senses. Apparently, the food tasted okay. So, the bravest of the group stepped forward and said, "Let me try it." The man's name was Zhu Si, the fourth child in his family. He also worked as a boatman at the dock. Unlike the others, he wasn't afraid of pig offal. He actually loved the taste. Whenever the villagers slaughtered a pig, he would pick up the offal and take it home to eat. So Zhu Si knew that, when cooked well, pig offal tasted even better than meat, but he kept this secret, as if he wouldn't be able to eat it. This kind of good stuff has to be hidden away. Su Li heard this and passed the bowl to the slender, sturdy man in front of her, asking him to take a bite. Zhu Laosi carefully examined it with his chopsticks, carefully selecting what he thought was the largest piece of large intestine and placing it in his mouth. This taste. The instant it entered my mouth, I was struck by the spicy aroma. There was a slight sourness from the pickled peppers, mixed with the numbing tingle of the Sichuan peppercorns. It was surprisingly delicious. And somehow, the large intestine was perfectly crisp and chewy. Could large intestine be cooked so deliciously? Zhu Laosi was stunned. He had been so smug, thinking he had found a way to remove the odor from large intestines, but he never expected there would be something better. This was made by a real master, without even a whiff of odor. Zhu Laosi, is it delicious? Someone in the crowd who knew Zhu Laosi asked loudly. Zhu Laosi was reluctant to swallow it, and after a while, he reluctantly said, "It's delicious. You see if you try it." After hearing Zhu Laosi's words, the man also pushed through the crowd to try it. After finishing it, he seemed a little in disbelief, his eyes wide. 10 cents, right? Give me one portion. Zhu Laosi was obviously surprised that his usually frugal companion would be willing to spend 10 cents on this. Just as he was debating whether to buy one, he saw Su Li skillfully pouring out a bowl of sweet potato rice, topping it with eggplant, green beans, and a thick spoonful of pig intestines. So much. Zhu Laosi was stunned. He had thought such delicious pig intestines wouldn't be too much. Is it really that big? Zhu Laosi didn't hesitate and quickly said, "I want a bowl too." After saying that, as if afraid of being beaten to the punch, he quickly pulled out his purse, counted out 10 cents, and handed it to Su Li. Seeing this, Su Li took it and handed it to the stunned Chen, then served another bowl to the person in front of her. Lots of pig intestines, yes, and some broth too. Zhu Laosi loved rice with broth. The broth soaked into the rice, infusing it with the aroma of the vegetables. A single sip was incredibly fragrant. Needless to say, the more Zhu Laosi thought about it, the hungrier he got. His mouth was practically watering. When the people around saw two people had bought in, those who had been hesitant no longer hesitated and began to express their desire to try it. And so, after trying it, they all ordered bowls one after another. Only a few, perhaps short of money or otherwise, turned away. However, those who left went on to tell their friends about this place that sells pig intestines here, with no weird smell at all. It was incredibly delicious. Of course, everyone who heard this simply assumed the person had never tasted good food, treating even this filthy food like a delicacy. Song Lao San, standing in the back, watched as a steady stream of people arrived, 5 or 6 already buying the food. He finally couldn't contain his excitement, especially since the lid had been opened. The aroma of the pig intestines wafted out, fragrant and spicy, so alluring that even in the scorching heat, his appetite was whetted. "Well, I want one too," Song Lao San said awkwardly. Just when he expected the young woman before him to be displeased, he heard, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." This made Song Lao San even more embarrassed. After all, he had just turned around and left without even hearing the other person finish their words. "Sir, I pour more broth on you." Su Li handed over a large, overflowing bowl of food. "Thank you very much." Song Lao San took the bowl, thanked her, and then squatted down to eat like the others. Now it was Su Li's turn to feel embarrassed. After all, she and her mother, Chen, had been so rushed preparing this time that they couldn't even provide tables, chairs, or benches, forcing the guests to find a place to eat nearby. It wasn't that Su Li deliberately didn't provide them, but rather that the tables and chairs at home were simply too large. If they wanted to set up a stall, they would definitely need smaller ones, preferably foldable ones. Of course, foldable ones were out of the question in this era, but miniature versions were possible, like the tables and chairs at the wonton stall nearby, compact and convenient. But that would have to wait until Su Li's grandparents returned. Only Grandpa Su could do the carpentry. "Wu ya, is this true?" Chen put the money away, saying in disbelief. Looking at everything before her, she felt like she was dreaming. She had thought selling 5 bowls would be a good deal, but she had sold 12 and received 120 coins. She felt the warm silver burning in her hand, afraid it would slip away if she didn't hold it tightly enough. Mother, it's real. Suli smiled, seeing everything going smoothly. Of the three sisters, Suli looked more like their father. While not as bright and beautiful as Su Tao, she possessed a unique charm. In modern terms, she had the looks of a top-notch young flower. Although she was too thin to be noticeable now, she would surely be stunningly beautiful when she grew up. Hearing this, Chen pinched her palm hard, confirming it was real, not fake. For some reason, her eyes moistened. She thought, perhaps it was the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Su Tao, standing nearby, was also filled with excitement. This was the first time she had personally received such a large sum of money. Chapter 21. So much silver. Hee hee. Su Tao felt like she was floating in the air, a bit overwhelmed with joy. For sister, I asked you to collect the money. Suli reminded her softly as she served her food. Su Tao suddenly came to her senses, and quickly took the silver from the person in front of her. Exactly. 10 coins. Su Tao swished the copper coin between her fingers a few times and whispered. Suli handed the food over and said with a smile, Sir, your meal is here. The person took the food and took a bite. Sure enough, Juicy wasn't lying to me. It's delicious. As he ate, he praised, I never had such delicious pig intestines. My lady, your pig intestines are even better than meat. Then he took another bite of eggplant and beans. His eyes lit up, and he stopped talking and began to slurp his food frantically. A mouthful of pig intestines, a bite of vegetables, and a mouthful of rice. What a bliss! All the hard work of the morning was washed away, leaving only pure happiness. Soon, more people, seeing how crowded Su Li's stall was, gathered around. All 20 meals that Su Li and Shen had brought were sold out in less than half an hour. Huh? Gone? Someone, having heard the recommendation, came to buy, only to find that everything was gone. They were a little disappointed. They heard it was delicious, even better than the ones in the county restaurants. Sorry, we're all sold out today. Fearing it wouldn't sell, Suli had made less this time. She hadn't expected it to sell out so quickly. She had just discussed with her mother, Chun, about making more for tomorrow. The man looked into the empty rice bucket and said, Okay, I come back tomorrow. Then they left. Besides him, there were also the Wang family father and son, who had just hurried over from selling musk deer in the county. They were both extremely disappointed to see that Su Li's stall had sold out of food. I told you to hurry, but you kept dawdling. Wang Taiju couldn't help but resent his son. Hearing this, Wang Ergu rolled his eyes. He spoke as if he could hold back his urges. Originally, Wang Taiyu and Wang Ergu had already sold the musk deer they had hunted to a familiar shop, but Wang Ergu had a stomachache midway, delaying them. If I had known you were coming, I would have saved some for you, Chen said a little embarrassedly. Just now, the Wang family father and son had helped them on the way, and they hadn't had time to thank them. What a pity! Now, there was only some vegetable soup left. There were still some vegetables, but the rice was gone. It's okay, we can just eat whatever we want, Wang Taiyu said. But after looking around, Wang Taiju didn't see anything he wanted to eat. He felt a surge of regret. He should have eaten in the county town. Just then, Wang Ergu's voice came from not far away. Brother, can you sell me your portion? Song San, who hadn't had time to eat yet, was stunned by this. He looked up at the man in front of him, wearing brown shorts and a tiger's skin wrapped around his waist, then glanced at the food in his bowl. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't even touched his chopsticks. No. With that, he picked up a piece of pig intestines. It was a moderate size, slightly curled, and almost every piece was covered with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. It was shiny and bright red, and had no smell as he had expected. Instead, it had a rich fragrance. Song San quickly put it into his mouth. However, after just 2 bites, he was stunned. The taste was completely different from what he imagined. Not only was there no odor at all, but it was even more fragrant than the meat. The texture was also incredibly strange, indescribable, but the only thing that came to mind was, delicious. Just a moment ago, he felt a bit bad about giving out 10 won for the meal. He only earned 40 or 50 won a day, and a meal cost 10 won, which was almost half his wages, quite a lot of money. But in that moment, everything vanished, and he even felt that the 10 won was worth it. Song San didn't eat much though. He ate 2 pieces before forcing himself to stop. Such delicious food must be shared with his family. Thinking of this, Song San turned to the stewed eggplant and green beans. As he ate, he realized the eggplant was just as delicious, and it was every bit as delicious as the pig intestines. Song San could only recall eating such delicious vegetarian food when his grandmother took him to Baiyun Temple to burn incense as a child. He hadn't had it since. Even though he had taken his wife and children to Baiyun Temple a few times later on the second day of the second lunar month, the taste had never been the same. Today's meal, however, was very similar. Under the sun, Song San held his bowl, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. At that moment, a few barefoot children with pigtails played and laughed past him. Suddenly, in a daze, Song San realized how he had grown from a barefoot child to the pillar of his family. His happy, carefree childhood and the family members who had grown up with him had all drifted away from him. After a long while, Song San finally lowered his head and ate his rice with deep, deep mouthfuls. "Brother, no one's competing with you." Wang Erge looked at Song San, who was devouring his food, speechless. At this moment, Wang Taiju, watching his son Wang Erge from a distance, was equally speechless. "What a disgrace! Let's go!" Wang Taiju strode over to Wang Erge and dragged him away, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. "Dad, what are you doing? Can't you be nicer to me? Here's a mutton pie." Wang Taiju stuffed a mutton pie he had bought from the stall next to Suli just before leaving into Wang Erge's arms, hoping it would quiet his appetite. "That's good enough." Wang Erge steadied himself and said nothing more. Suli, Qinshi, and the other two also packed up and prepared to go home. However, before leaving, they went to the county town first. The three of them split up into two groups. Qinshi went to buy pig intestines for tomorrow's meal, while Suli and Su Tao went to deliver food to their grandparents. Because sales were good today, Qin arrived at her eldest brother's pork stall and immediately opened her mouth. "Brother and sister-in-law, I need 4 pairs of pig intestines." Qindo was sharpening his knife, and Zhao was idly eating sunflower seeds. They were both surprised to see Qin. Qindo was surprised at her presence. After all, his younger sister's family was poor, and she rarely bought meat. Sometimes he even invited her to dinner, but she wouldn't show up. Zhao, on the other hand, was surprised at Qin's visit again, considering she had just given her 2 pairs the day before. "What do you want those pig intestines for?" Qindo frowned. That day, when he heard his wife say his sister was so poor she was eating pig intestines, he thought it was a lie, a joke. Zhao often teased Qinda about the Qin family. But he hadn't expected it to be true. Qin, unaware of Qinda's inner thoughts, told him about selling pig intestines as food. She figured her brother was a butcher, so it would be better to ask him for help than anyone else. Her daughter also mentioned that they might need a large quantity later, so it would be better to let her brother earn the money than to give it to someone else. "If you and your sister-in-law slaughter pigs in the future and have any pig intestines, keep them for me. We charge a normal price." "Are you serious?" Qinda was still a little skeptical. Using pig intestines as food? They smell so bad? Who would buy them? But seeing his sister's sincerity, he began to believe it. He smiled and said, "That's great. It gives me another way to make a living." "Okay, that's no problem. Pig intestines aren't worth much, so it doesn't matter whether I pay or not." Qinda was honest and simple-minded. He was genuinely happy for his younger sister Qin's words. After a moment's thought, he added, "I didn't expect the 5th girl to be such a great cook." Qin agreed. Her younger daughter's cooking was indeed delicious, but, speaking from a different perspective, how can this be? Last time, my sister-in-law gave it to me for free. Qin wasn't trying to take advantage, so how could she refuse to pay? Besides, this wasn't a short-term deal. She was planning on a long-term relationship. "Since my younger sister said so, then 2 cents a pair." Zhao Shi suddenly interrupted with a smile. Qinda was stunned. "No, it's just a few pig intestines. Why would I pay for them?" Qinda was a bit rough-headed. He didn't notice that Zhao Shi's expression changed when he heard this. Qin saw this and was afraid the two would quarrel over this, so she quickly said, "2 cents is enough. Let's make it a deal. I estimate you need about 4 more pairs tomorrow. I come and get them then." After saying this, Qin pulled out her purse, counted out 8 coins, and placed them on the chopping board. Seeing this, Zhao picked up the copper coins without waiting for Qinda to speak, giving her husband Qinda a look. "Did you hear that? Sister said it's all right. You're so kind, sister, coming all the way to look after our business. Sister, you don't know, your 2 nephews' education is incredibly expensive. They spent 5 taels on their tuition the past 2 days. It's a headache just thinking about it. For a family like us, we don't have mountains of gold or silver. Every day we wake up and spend money. Whatever we earn we spend. And your niece is getting married soon, And she hasn't even prepared her dowry yet. Zhao accepted the silver and became more polite. She began to play the victim, and Chen chimed in a few times until her eldest brother, Chenda, finished stringing the pig intestines and handed them to him. Then, brother, I be leaving now, sister-in-law? Chen felt she didn't know what else to say. After saying this, Chen was about to flee, clutching the pig intestines in both hands. However, before she had gone far, her eldest brother, Chen Taizhu, chased after her, carrying a 2.3-pound, 10.5 to 1.8 kilograms, piece of meat and 2 large bones. Take these meat and bones back. I heard your mother-in-law fell. I wanted to give them to you for a long time, but I never saw them. Now I'm busy every day, so take them back. What are you doing, brother? No need. My mother-in-law said she won't accept anything. Take them back now. Since Wu had fallen, several relatives came to visit, but Wu turned them away. None of them were wealthy, so it wasn't a big deal. There was no point in accepting them. The two argued for a while, and seeing that Chen really didn't want them, Chenda finally gave up. Take these bones. Go back and make some soup for your mother-in-law. Since the bones were worthless, Chen finally accepted them. Thank you so much, brother. I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way, and don't come tomorrow. I bring you pig intestines this morning, if I have any. It cost 2 cents to enter the county town, and Chindo was trying to save money for his sister. Chinsher naturally knew this, and was deeply touched. Chapter 22. After Chen left, Zhao's face darkened. You're so poor and generous. Why didn't your sister come to see my mother last time when she fell? Chindo was puzzled and hung the meat. You didn't tell me, didn't you? We just happened to meet this time. We're relatives, so we can't just pretend we don't know. Zhao rolled her eyes. Why can't I just pretend I don't know? Didn't she say anything? Hearing this, Chenda also became angry and said, Didn't my sister ask for it too? He didn't know what he had done wrong. What? Isn't it just a piece of meat for his sister? Is it worth all the harsh words Zhao said? Besides, he didn't give it often, only once or twice a year at most. Most of the time, his sister didn't even ask for it. So what was the point? And every time he went back to his house and brought too much for his parents, she would complain. Sometimes he felt like a slave to a landlord, toiling away every day butchering pigs for not a penny, and then being scolded and scolded by his wife. Listening to her ridicule his sister's parents, it became utterly boring. Zhao, standing by, saw her usually mild-mannered husband angry, and her voice softened. I just said a few words. Why are you so angry? I have a mouth, and you can't let me say it. Elsewhere, when Su Li and Su Tao pushed their carts to the clinic, it was empty. There was only one boy boiling medicine, drowsy to the hoarse chirping of cicadas in the yellow-horn orchid tree. Hearing footsteps, he didn't even dare to raise his head. He quickly adjusted his posture, lowered his head, and desperately fanned the stove, muttering, It will be done soon, it will be done soon. No one urged him. Su Tao glanced at the boy in bewilderment. Su Li suddenly remembered how she watched anime too late the night before, and secretly slept in class the next day, only to be caught by the teacher. It was a bit amusing. Why are you here? Old man Su was squatting on the ground, changing Mrs. Wu's dressings. At the clinic, even asking the doctor to change her dressings cost 2 cents each time. Reluctant to spend that money, old man Su took the initiative to learn how to change the dressings from the doctor, saving some money. Grandma, we're here to bring you and Grandma some food. The two entered the room and approached old man Su and Mrs. Wu. The room was a bit narrow, a former woodshed, with only room for one bed. Fortunately, it was in a good location, with the windows open, facing the yellow-horn orchid tree. The breeze filled the room with a sweet fragrance, diluting the pungent smell of the medicine. Su Li brought out the food and placed it on the small table, while Su Tao went to help old man Su change the dressings. Didn't they say you don't need to send lunch? Mrs. Wu suddenly spoke up. The family had spent so much money on her, and the medical bills were probably not small. Although her daughter-in-law, Chen, hadn't mentioned it and always acted nonchalant, she wasn't blind and could see the worry on her face. She didn't know who her daughter-in-law had borrowed the money from. She'd have to ask later. After all, it was their family that owed her. A girl from a well-off family had also suffered hardship after marrying into their military household. Mrs. Wu felt a little uncomfortable at the thought. Yes, your grandmother, and I have nothing to do all day and aren't hungry. You don't need to send lunch tomorrow. Old man Su echoed, but his words were completely unconvincing. His hunched body was devoid of any excess flesh, and when he bent over, only the protrusion of his spine was visible. Although no one in the Su family was obese, including Su Li and Su Tao, who were significantly thinner than other girls their age. The thinnest among them were the two elderly people, Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su. They worked the hardest and ate the least. Even during this busy farming season, the two elderly people had been working in the fields almost every day, refusing to go back and rest whenever they were asked. Now, so many days had passed since the busy season, and the sunburn on their faces hadn't healed yet, and their necks were covered in peeling skin. Su Li, standing by, felt a surge of sadness, as if reflecting on her own emotions. So she slowly told them about the food she sold today, hoping they wouldn't worry so much about it that they skipped meals. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. Our family will have money in the future. After that, Su Tao began to vividly recount today's events. The customers loved it. All the food Fifth Sister cooked is sold out. In just over half an hour, we made a full 200 won. Everyone who tried it said it was delicious. Many people haven't gotten theirs yet, and are coming back tomorrow. After Su Tao finished speaking, Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu were left speechless, their eyes widening. You're saying you made 200 when selling the pig intestines? Are you kidding us? Both of them couldn't believe it. Who would buy that? And for so much money? But looking at her granddaughter's expression, she didn't seem like she was lying. Could it be true? Su Li, standing by, saw the two people's disbelief and handed them the stir-fried pig intestines left over from the table today, smiling and saying, Grandpa and Grandma, you know once you try them. Old Man Su, holding the bowl, glanced at it doubtfully. It was indeed pig intestines, though they didn't look as filthy as he remembered. Instead, they were beautifully coated in chili oil, and didn't smell foul at all. Is this thing really delicious? Old Man Su sniffed it, then picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. The next moment, he was completely shocked. His eyes lit up, and before he could even swallow, he looked at Mrs. Wu. Old woman, try it. Mrs. Wu took a bite, and was equally amazed by the taste. How could it be so delicious? There wasn't even a hint of the pig intestine stench. The intestines had absorbed the chili juices, giving it a slightly numbing and spicy taste. They were incredibly crisp and tender, neither too chewy nor too mushy. How is it? Shin asked. Good, Old Man Su said after taking several bites. He could even imagine how delicious it would be with the wine. Did we really make this? Mrs. Wu was once again astounded by her granddaughter's cooking skills. Was this really made by her? Yes. Su Tao nodded. She hadn't expected Wu Mei to cook even pig intestines so deliciously. At that moment, Grandma rice. Su Li served the rice to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu took it with a wrinkled hand. Yes, good. Then she slowly began to eat. The pig intestines were incredibly chewy, perfect for someone like her who had no teeth. It was spicy, fragrant, and went well with rice. Mrs. Wu devoured a whole bowl of rice in one gulp. You know, she hadn't had much of an appetite since taking the Chinese medicine every day, and the hot weather made it even harder to eat. Yet, she ate so much today. Wu Ya's cooking is getting better and better. Old Man Su, having eaten his fill, looked content. Mrs. Wu was similarly satisfied. However, because she was taking medicine, she didn't dare eat too much pig intestines. Instead, she ate a lot of eggplant and stewed beans, but she was still very satisfied. Now the two of them believed that Su Tao and her group had made money selling pig intestines today. Although they believed it, they were still a little confused. Even after Su Li and Su Tao left, Old Man Su was still a little incredulous. Old woman, am I dreaming? Did Sia and Wu really say they made 200 win today? Do you want me to pinch you? Forget it. Old Man Su refused. On the other side, Mrs. Wu added, there's another way to calculate it. We have to deduct the cost of rice, oil, and salt. I estimate we should earn around 100 won. 100 won isn't bad, said Old Man Su, and Mrs. Wu agreed. These days, earning any money is good. Besides, 100 won a day is a solid 3 taels of silver a month. The thought made them breathe harder. Even then, after Su Li, Su Tao, and Chen reunited, it was already afternoon when the three of them returned home. After a short rest, they began washing the intestines. Unlike the painful experience of yesterday, Su Tao washed with great enthusiasm today, not minding the dirt and stench. Seeing Su Tao retching while washing, she seemed quite happy. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, and went back to the house to get 3 rags and handed them to Su Tao and Su Li. Pull this over your nose and it won't stink. Su Tao then took the plug and said in a muffled voice, Mom, it really doesn't stink anymore. After washing the intestines, they put them on a fire and boiled them. After boiling, they washed them again. After repeated washings, The intestines were finally clean. However, since they weren't going to be stir-fried until the next day, they were simply placed in a wooden barrel and thrown into the well to prevent the smell from changing. After washing the intestines, Suli looked at the 2 large bones that were said to be a gift from her uncle, and went inside to get an axe. Chinchur curiously asked, "What are you doing with the axe?" Suli placed the bones on an open space and said, "Chop them and make soup." There wasn't much meat left on the bones, and stewing them as is would waste the marrow inside. So Suli thought of splitting them in half before stewing them so that the marrow could be eaten. It would be so delicious to drink the soup while blanching some vegetables. It's a pity the weather was a bit hot. In winter, stewing large bones with radishes would be truly delicious. On the other side, Chinchur, upon hearing Suli's words, didn't try to stop her. She had now realized that her daughter had more creative ideas and was a much better cook than she was, so she decided not to interfere. She should just do what she could. Thinking this way, Chinchur took the snails that Su Tao and Suli had caught 2 days ago and went outside to process them. After Suli finished chopping the bones, Chinchur also finished her own. Chapter 23. Speaking of snails, they're a must-have late-night snack and easy to make, provided the sand is spitted out completely. The snails sold at late-night snack stalls aren't just fake apple snails. They also never have the sand spitted out completely, making them taste terrible. Suli had specially raised the snails for 2 days, specifically to ensure they could spit out all the sand. The snails were blanched in the pot when Su Tao suddenly appeared. She had just gone to collect eggs, and now held 3 eggs covered in fresh chicken droppings. "Fifth sister, look! I found a lot of eggs. Right in that bamboo forest," Su Tao said, waving the eggs in her hand, looking overjoyed. Suli was also a little surprised. Normally, you could only pick up one from that chicken coop, so why were there so many today? Chin saw this and said, "I was wondering why you hadn't given birth in the past 2 days. Turns out you gave birth at the same time. Okay, put it away quickly and come over to light the fire. I go chop some wood." No one had come to the house to chop wood for the past 2 days, and the fire was almost gone. Su Tao, seeing this, said, "Oh," placed the eggs in the clay pot they had been storing them in, and sat down to light the fire. After Chin had left, Su Tao suddenly said slyly, "Fifth sister, how about we boil 2 eggs? After saying that, Su Tao pulled 2 more eggs from her bosom, leaving Suli stunned. Wow, she and fourth sister had hidden 2 more. I think it worked. To be honest, Suli hadn't had eggs in ages, especially scrambled eggs with cilantro. The fragrant cilantro mixed with the aroma of the eggs was incredibly delicious. The Su family did grow cilantro in the yard, but it was already a bit old. Suli had been craving this for a long time, so she went out to the yard and carefully selected a handful of the tenderest eggs before entering the kitchen. Su Tao, upon learning that Suli planned to fry them and share them with Mother Chun, was torn. Mother, if she knew, she would definitely disapprove. No, I tell Mother when the time comes. Although Suli knew that Su Tao hadn't intentionally hidden the eggs to eat them all by herself, but rather that she was afraid Mother Chun wouldn't want to eat them, she had secretly hidden 2 eggs. However, this was wrong. How could a family eat alone? Besides, Suli felt that since it was just 2 eggs, Mother Chun would definitely approve of them. After all, the Su family was generally malnourished, and they needed to gradually replenish their nutrition. Otherwise, standing for too long would make her dizzy, and how could she even work? Suli had already decided that after paying for Grandma's medicine, she would have to ask Chin to use some of her earnings to buy delicious food. As Suli daydreamed, she felt a surge of energy, even speeding up her stir-frying of the snails. Back then, there was no hot pot base, so Suli decided to make her own. After blanching the snails and setting them aside, she scooped a spoonful of broad bean paste from the sauce jar outside. This sauce was made by Mrs. Wu. I don't know how she made it, but it tasted quite good and would be perfect for stir-frying the snails. I add some chilies, pickled ginger and peppercorns, and some perilla leaves, and the flavor will be perfect. The only drawback is that my family is too poor to buy spices. A few bay leaves and cinnamon would make the stir-fried snails even better. I still have to work hard to earn money. Only then can I gradually purchase the necessary seasonings. For now, I just have to make do with what I have. Ahem. After a while, the aroma of stir-fried snails wafted into the air, and Suli choked on it. Su Tao, who was stoking the fire, was acting as if nothing had happened, sniffing the pot like a kitten. What a nice smell! Su Tao exclaimed, mesmerized. Suli's eyes welled with tears, and it took her a long time to recover. Only then did Su Tao notice her. "Fifth sister, are you okay? Su Li waved her hand. I'm fine. It's true, chili peppers are quite pungent this season, especially when picked in the afternoon sun. They're even more pungent and spicy. Alright, it'd be ready soon. Su Li added the washed perilla leaves, placing them last, just the right amount. When the snails were shoveled into the wooden basin they had prepared, there were quite a few. The broth and condiments filled a large basin. Su Tao swallowed hard and ran to get 2 pairs of chopsticks. But how do you eat these snails? Su Tao gazed at the incredibly fragrant snails, lost in deep distress. On the other side, Su Li began to slurp them expertly. This is the taste. Su Li first sipped the snail's broth, her eyes full of satisfaction, then began to eat the meat. Thankfully, the snails she and Su Tao had found were larger this time, making it easy to suck them up. They came out in one gulp. The meat was firm and chewy, smothered in the salty and spicy broth, absolutely divine. With just one bite, sweat broke out on Su Li's forehead. Su Tao, watching her 5th sister, Su Li, eat like this followed suit. Sure enough, this time she got the snail meat right away, but because she ate so quickly, she choked without noticing. Ahem, good, delicious. Su Tao said, reluctantly spitting out the snail shell. She didn't spit it out until the broth was completely washed away, then quickly scooped up another bowl and ate it. Steam escaped Su Tao's mouth, hot. Su Li was speechless at the sight. She even seriously suspected her 4th sister had never been full before. But then she thought about it, remembering that the sisters rarely ate enough. Most of the time they were hungry, let alone snacks or meat. With this in mind, Su Li scooped out a whole bowl for Su Tao so she could eat her fill. Then she filled another large bowl and sent it to the Wang family next door. On the way back, Chen kept thinking about this incident, feeling embarrassed. Su Li and Chen agreed to make pig intestines tomorrow and send a bowl to the Wang family father and son. After all, they had helped today, so it was a way of thanking them. But then Su Li changed her mind and decided that snails might be more to their liking. You know, they're a perennially popular item at barbecue stalls in later generations, beloved by many male customers, especially on this clear, windy afternoon, sitting in the courtyard, enjoying a glass of wine and munching on snails. How wonderful it is. When Su Li arrived at the Wang family's house with a large bowl of snails, the Wang father and son were making arrows. One was wrapping the arrow shafts, while the other was sharpening sticks. A pile of sticks lay on the ground. Seeing Su Li bring the food over, they both blushed. How can this be so embarrassing? Yes, Su girl, what are you doing? As much as they longed to eat the Su family's food, it would be embarrassing to refuse a reward without merit. Su Li smiled, thanks to Uncle Wang and Brother Wang today, otherwise, all that food would have been wasted. Wang Taiyu rubbed his head. It's just a small favor. It's nothing special, just some snails. Uncle Wang, have some with your wine. Wang Taiju glanced over. Sure enough, it was just snails. But he had no idea how they cooked them, they were so fragrant. While Wang Taiju was hesitating, Su Li said, it's a little hot. I don't know where to put it. Wang Taiju finally came to his senses. Oh, give it to me. I take it. He had already taken it. By the time he realized what he'd done, his face flushed. Fortunately, it wasn't noticeable. Since he already taken it, he couldn't return it. Wang Taiyu went into the kitchen to clear the bowl. When he came out, he not only had the bowl in his hands, but also a gray rabbit. The rabbit wasn't big, about 2 or 3 pounds. Take this rabbit home and cook it. Wang Taiju handed the still-living rabbit to Su Li. Su Li was stunned by the sight of the still-living, kicking rabbit. No thanks, Uncle Wang. Even if Su Li didn't know how much a rabbit cost, she knew it was definitely more expensive than her snails. Take it, it's okay. Wang Taiju said nothing more, assuming Su Li was afraid the rabbit would catch her. He reached down, picked up a piece of twine, tied the rabbit's legs, and shoved it into Su Li's hands. To be honest, he and his son, Wang Ergu, hated eating rabbit the most. They always felt it had a stench that they couldn't get rid of, and rabbit wasn't very filling. For a while, he and his son could only hunt rabbit, and eating it almost every day didn't only make them gain weight, but they actually lost weight. From then on, the Wangs refused to eat rabbit anymore. Pork was better, it was fattening. Besides, the rabbit was small and lacked meat. They had already sold the meatier ones today, so Wang Taiju was very generous in giving it away, showing no reluctance at all. Su Li, holding the rabbit, was completely bewildered. Just as she was about to return it, she heard, "If you don't want it, then take back the food you brought." Su Li had no choice but to return home with the rabbit. Even after she got home, She couldn't understand why she owed someone a favor when she had clearly gone to repay them. At the Wang residence, Wang Ergu, seeing Su Li walking away, hurried to the kitchen to bring out the snails. He had just smelled the snails. They were incredibly fragrant. For some reason, he had an inexplicable intuition that they must be delicious. So he stopped working, patted his butt, and went to the kitchen. Seeing this unfilial son had left him to work alone, Wang Taiju quickly said, "Bring it to the yard and eat together." "Got it," Wang Ergu grumbled, but still obediently brought his bowl to the stone table in the yard. He also held 2 leftover pancakes from lunch. Something was wrong with the pancakes. They were dry and tasted bland, leaving Wang Ergu feeling like he hadn't had a full lunch. "Dad, hurry up. I'm going to eat first." Wang Ergu spoke to the air before sitting down, picking up a snail with his chopsticks and beginning to eat. At first, Wang Ergu didn't know how to eat it, and for a long time he struggled to get the hang of it, his head sweating with anxiety. After eating 2 more, he finally found the trick and began to eat it vigorously. Wang Taiyu, having washed his hands, wiped them on his clothes and asked, "How was it?" But Wang Ergu, his son, was so focused on eating that he didn't even look up when his father, Wang Taiyu, arrived. Wang Taiju muttered to himself, "My biological child, my biological child." He also sat down. Chapter 24. To be honest, Wang Taiju didn't like shelled food, especially snails. He usually catch a ton of them when fishing, but he throw them all away or give them to the villagers to feed the ducks. This was his first time eating them. He clumsily imitated his son, picking up a snail with chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. Ahem. It was spicy, but the aftertaste was so satisfying. With a gentle sip, the snail meat came out, fragrant, spicy, and sweet, with firm flesh and a hint of sweetness. It was so tempting, and I couldn't stop eating. After one, I wanted more. "Stinky boy, go get some wine." While eating, Wang Taiju instructed his son, Wang Ergu, who was sweating profusely while eating beside him. Wang Ergu suddenly remembered. "Yes. I just got a glass of wine this morning. It would be perfect with these snails. They would definitely be delicious." He didn't argue with his father, and quickly got up to go get some wine. Sipping wine and eating snails, a gentle breeze, and the warm sunset, Wang Taiju squinted his eyes, and felt that life could only be like this. It reminded him of when his wife was still alive. Although her cooking wasn't even half as delicious as this, life back then was just as warm. 2 rooms, 2 chickens and ducks, curling smoke from the kitchen, a toddler taking his first steps, and his wife's eyes beaming with joy. What a happy life, but alas. At the Su residence, when Shin returned, it was already dark. Frogs and crickets could be heard croaking in the distant fields. She was carrying a heavy load of firewood, looking like she had been pulled out of the water. Sweat soaked her clothes, dripping down her sleeves and onto the ground, stirring up dust. Su Li and Su Tao quickly took the firewood from Chen's back, which finally brought her some relief. "Mom, I got some water for you. Go wash up first." Su Li came out of the house, having just brought some water in. Mrs. Chen sat on a stool and rested for a moment, feeling better. Then she said, "Okay, if you're hungry, eat first. No need to wait for me." Of course, they still had to wait for Mrs. Chen to come out and eat together. Tonight's dinner was bone stew, spicy stir-fried snails, and appetizing sour cowpeas and cilantro scrambled eggs. Su Li had pickled the sour cowpeas a few days ago, soaking them in an old jar until they were as green as jade. A bite of them still had the lingering fragrance of the cowpeas, with a slight saltiness that was just right. Su Li's favorite dish was chicken or duck soup with sour cowpeas. She could eat a large bowl of rice with it. Of course, this wasn't a good idea, but Su Li couldn't resist this craving. The warm soup and rice could wash away all her worries. The large bones, simmered over a firewood fire for 3 or 4 hours, had completely rendered their fat, and the broth itself was a milky white. Su Li scooped half off to send to her grandparents tomorrow, and the rest was shared by the 3 of them. At this moment, Su Tao, sitting nearby, picked up a bone, and the marrow within trembled with it. The tangy aroma of meat and bone made her swallow involuntarily. The moment she eagerly put it into her mouth, her heart warmed. The tender, smooth, and fragrant marrow slurped down, and before she could savor it, it entered her stomach. It was only when she suddenly realized it had been completely absorbed that she hurriedly scraped off any remaining debris with her wooden chopsticks. It was so delicious, but unfortunately there wasn't enough. Su Tao looked at the bones in the basin with regret. Each person had 2 pieces, and she had already eaten them all. Despite her regret, she averted her gaze, and continued to look at the other dish of scrambled eggs with cilantro. Su Tao hated scrambled eggs with cilantro, but her fifth sister, Su Li, had a particularly fragrant aroma. The golden eggs and the emerald green cilantro, the aroma of egg blended with the fragrance of cilantro, were surprisingly delicious. Su Tao took several chopsticks in a row until her conscience told her to stop, and then she continued to eat the snails. There was so much, I could eat to my heart's content. In the end, Su Tao's mouth was swollen from the spicy taste, but she couldn't stop. It was so delicious. Chun, standing by, shared the same sentiment. She blew on the bowl, took a sip of the hot soup, and finally started eating the snails her youngest daughter had made. The fiery red broth looked quite appetizing, but she wasn't sure how it would taste. Chin picked up a snail and clumsily placed it in her mouth. She couldn't stop eating after just one bite. It was fresh, spicy, and juicy. Besides the spiciness, there wasn't anything wrong with it. Oh, and there wasn't much meat. After eating a few, Chin felt a little disgusted. She felt the pig intestines were more satisfying, and the marrow in the large bones was even more delicious. She didn't know how her daughter managed to make it so fresh and fragrant. The rich aroma of meat lingered in her mouth even after she finished eating. The scrambled eggs with cilantro were also delicious. She knew how to make it, but the eggs always ended up shapeless. The eggs were scattered, and the cilantro was yellow, which was unappetizing. But her little daughter's scrambled eggs were whole and beautifully presented. Cooking, indeed, requires talent. Chin sighed as she ate. After we finished eating, she said coldly, "No scrambled eggs next time. Isn't this enough for us? Eggs are so good, only a penny each. These two prodigal sons have no idea how hard it is to make money." "No," Chin said, then suddenly remembered, "Yes, I made 200 pennies today. Excluding the 8 pennies for the pig intestines, that still leaves 192 pennies. Great. Although I'm still over 800 pennies short of the 1 tael of silver needed to pay for my mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu's medicine, it looks like with a few more days of hard work, I definitely make that much selling food." Thinking of this, Chin felt all the hard work of the day vanish, leaving only energy. "Okay, you should all go to bed early." "Okay, mother." Su Tao couldn't help but rejoice. Although she still didn't escape a scolding in the end, mother wasn't angry. You know, if she had stolen eggs in the past, she would have been scolded, or even beaten. Great. The next morning, Su Li slept deeply and contentedly after yesterday's busy schedule. When she woke up, she felt that the discomfort she had felt for the past few days had disappeared, leaving her full of energy. Today was another beautiful day, with the sun rising early. The only good thing about summer mornings is that your hands don't get cold. After washing up, Su Li closed her eyes and savored the morning sun for a moment before heading to the kitchen to start making breakfast. This morning, she had a simple noodle dish. Noodles are quick to make and don't need to rest for long, so during this free time, Su Li went to the backyard to pick some vegetables to blanch with the noodles. She also picked a handful of dandelions to feed the rabbit. Yes, that was the rabbit Uncle Wong from next door gave her yesterday. After Su Li brought it home, Chin sure kept it in the chicken coop, planning to eat it when Grandma Wu and Old Man Su returned home. So, for the next few days, I have to cut grass to feed it. Su Li had lived in the countryside before and knew rabbits eat dandelions, so she picked some. When I got home, Chin and Su Tao were both up. Chin had just returned from herding the chickens into the bamboo forest, and Su Tao had just finished washing up. "This sister, you're up so early." Su Tao was still half asleep, her eyes barely open. "Is there anything I can do?" "Watch this, and this for the rabbit." Su Li handed the vegetables and dandelions to Su Tao before heading to the kitchen to cook noodles. After Chin finished, she joined the kitchen to help light the fire. Soon, smoke rose from the Su family's kitchen. Just as the noodles were cooked and Su Li was dividing them into 3 bowls, Su Tao's surprised voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Uncle, you're here." "Where's your mother?" "In the kitchen." "Brother, you're here." Chin walked out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and looked at her brother, carrying a backpack, and said happily, "I'm just in time to help you with the pig slaughter in your village. Here, the large intestines you asked for." Chinda placed the backpack, still dripping with blood, in the yard, took out the skewered large intestines, and handed them to Chin. "Thank you, brother. Have you eaten yet?" Chinda took them, and placed them in the basin used for washing large intestines in the yard. "I eaten." "Don't worry," Chunda said, and was about to leave with the backpack. "I have to go to Dewang village later, so I be leaving first." "Hey, brother, wait a minute." Chunda quickly stopped him, and went into the house to get 8 coins for Chinda. Unexpectedly, Chinda refused to accept it. "I gave it to you yesterday, but it's unreasonable to accept it today. In fact, in his opinion, this thing was not worth much, and his siblings should not accept money. I told you to keep it, so take it. Brothers should settle accounts. If you don't, how can I face you in the future? Then Chen added, it's fine if you refuse once or twice, but you might ask for more in the future, and you won't accept it? Even if you don't have any concerns, my sister-in-law can't help but have some. At this point, Chen De finally accepted the copper coin. After accepting it, he took 4 more coins from the 8 coins and handed them to Su Li and Su Tao, who had come out to greet him. 4th and 5th girls, take this to buy some candy. Su Tao was somewhat pleased to receive the copper coin, but she was afraid her mother would be upset, so she glanced at Chinshur. Seeing that Chinshur didn't say anything, she accepted it. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Just indulge them, brother. Uncle Chen smiled innocently. Meanwhile, Su Li suddenly remembered something and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of snails. Uncle, take these back with you. Yes, you see, I completely forgotten. Big brother, take them. Wu Ya's snails are quite delicious. Eat them with your wine. Uncle Chen stared at the snails, taken aback, then took them. Okay, I take them back and enjoy them slowly. Thank you, Wu Ya. You're welcome. Su Li smiled, then added, you don't need to heat them up, it's best eaten as is. Huh? Okay. Uncle Chen was stunned again, before agreeing. He looked at his niece's serious demeanor, then at the bowl of snails in his hands, feeling even more distressed. Has my little sister's family become this poor? He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten the noodles when I asked him to. In fact, he hadn't eaten breakfast when he came to slaughter the pig and left immediately after. Now he was starving, and so, Uncle Chen left with his backpack, feeling a mix of emotions. Chapter 25. After Uncle Chen arrived at Dawang village and slaughtered a pig, it was already time for dinner. The family was generous. Seeing that Uncle Chen had butchered the pig well and drained the blood cleanly, they not only gave Uncle Chen half the pig for 200 when at a discount, but also invited him to join them for the slaughter dinner. Uncle Chen had been busy all morning and was indeed tired and hungry, so he didn't refuse. What a pity, there's not much food and wine. I'm sorry, country folk, for not hosting you well. The man poured Uncle Chen a glass of wine, and said with an embarrassed smile. Uncle Chen looked at the 4 dishes on the table. 2 of them were meat dishes, the fat floating in the broth, quite refreshing. Even though he was a bit dull, Uncle Chen knew the host was being modest, so he praised, so much, it's not too little. As expected, the man smiled sincerely. Come on, Brother Chen, don't be shy. Eat. Uncle, you too, don't be shy. Just as everyone was about to start eating, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Hey, what are these? Where did you get the snails? Uncle Chen quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up to the door. Sister-in-law, those are mine. The woman blushed as she held a bowl of snails, embarrassed by her imprudence. I'm so sorry. But at the same time, she was curious about why Uncle Chen wanted to eat this. They had asked the children to get it and grind it up to feed the chickens and ducks. Uncle Chen waved his hand, saying, it's okay. He then carried the bowl of snails back into the house, saying, my sister gave it to me. It's a good time for everyone to try it. Everyone was stunned when Uncle Chen came in with a bowl of something. When they saw it was stir-fried snails, their faces turned a bit strange. It was the host who first realized what was happening, praising it, it looks delicious. The others finally reacted and chimed in, yeah, it's been years since we had them. When we were kids, we used to go get them and cook them. Do you remember me, third brother? Of course I remember. My mother gave me a good beating when I got home. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere suddenly became lively again, and everyone started chatting about the Zhang and Li families. Until the host ate a snail. Brother Chen, how did you cook these snails? They taste pretty good. However, his words were like a pebble dropped into the ocean, causing no ripples. Even those who heard him were a little skeptical. How could snails be so delicious? Who among them hadn't eaten them as a child? Not only were they hard to chew, but they also had a pungent earthy smell. Only Uncle Chen was stunned for a moment, but he assumed the other person was exaggerating. He picked up a snail and tasted it. Why was it different from what he imagined? Fresh, spicy, and quite delicious. With a sip, the broth and snail meat flowed into his mouth along with his tongue. The meat wasn't at all dry, soaked in the spicy broth. After finishing one, he instinctively took a sip of wine. Wow, so refreshing. No wonder my niece asked him to eat it with wine. Good. At this moment, the people around him watched the man and Uncle Chen pick up more and more snails, their faces filled with enjoyment, and they couldn't help but feel a little curious. Until one of them tried one and said, "This snail is really delicious." The others followed suit and said, "Wow, so spicy." "Not bad, not bad. It goes well with wine, it's so delicious." Soon, the bowl of snails was gone, and everyone was still wanting more. "These snails are so delicious." "Yes, I never eaten anything so delicious." Only Uncle Chen. He felt a little regretful. What should he do? If these snails were so delicious, he should have saved them for himself at home. Alas! At this time, the Su family, Su Li, Su Tao, and their mother Chen, arrived at the dock. Today's workday began. It's worth noting that before Su Li and her 3 companions even left their homes that morning, they ran into Wang Taiyu and his son from next door. After a flurry of praise, they went around a bit before explaining their purpose. "We like to buy 2 portions of food from you every day." Wang Taiyu and Wang Ergu had a brilliant idea. They eat in the county anyway, so why not just buy from Su Li and her friends? It would be easier, they were neighbors, and the prices weren't too expensive. They'd been hunting in the mountains for years, and had accumulated some savings. Apart from the money, they need to marry their son. They were one of the wealthiest families in the village. Of course, no one else in the village knew about this. Even when they went to sell their game, they took side roads, either before dawn or after dark. Chapter 26. Su Li, upon hearing this, mentally translated it into, "The other party wants to place a long-term takeout order with her." She hadn't expected her stall to already have a long-term customer on the second day of opening. Su Li couldn't help but feel delighted, as did her mother, Chen, and her 4th sister, Su Tao. Then, they quickly discussed details like the time and price. However, since the Wang's father and son were often at home at irregular times, they had only tentatively agreed on an afternoon meal, possibly dinner. Since the 2 families lived close together, these weren't a problem. The price had been offered at its best. Su Li had expected a monthly package to be cheaper, but Wang Taiyu and his son refused to agree. "Whatever it is, it's what it is." He then joked, "It would be even better if they could give us more food, haha." Finally, Wang Taiyu and his son paid 300 yuan and placed a food order with Su Li, Chen, and the others for today and the following month. On the other side, after receiving the money, Chen's first reaction was, "So you can actually get paid up front when doing business." Just as she was about to say she didn't need to pay first, and could pay after eating, Wang Taiju pulled a dime out of his pocket and placed it on the table. He happily took the meal Su Li had just prepared back home with his son, Wang Ergu. "Wang, brother, there's no need to rush." But afterward, Chen couldn't help but smile as she picked up the dime. Chen had been very beautiful in her youth, and she wasn't old now, but the years of hardship had left so many traces on her face that only a faint trace of her former appearance could be seen through her brows. Now, smiling, she had regained some of her former beauty. Because of this incident, Chen, Su Li, and the other 2 felt less tired as they walked to the dock, carrying the food. "At the dock, sis, you're here, come here. There's a spot reserved for you. Several people just asked why you weren't here yet, and I told them to wait. I didn't expect you to come." She greeted Su Li and the other 2 warmly. She didn't feel the slightest bit upset about what the wonton vendor had said that morning. It was actually quite amusing. Seeing Chen, her mother, and daughter doing good business yesterday, the wonton vendor felt they were affecting her wonton stall, so she came up to Chen early this morning and started nagging her, urging her not to let them set up shop there. She was already an adult, not a 3-year-old child. How could Chen not understand what they meant? But why didn't she take the lead herself and let her do it? Was she stupid? Although she was a little annoyed at Chen and her daughter's booming business after returning home yesterday, she also knew that their sales were due to the delicious food in generous portions, and they deserved the profit. She also knew that her own lamb patties were indeed quite dry, and it was normal that they wouldn't sell well in such hot weather. Comforting herself with this thought, Shen's remaining jealousy vanished, leaving only envy. Envy of their culinary skills, even their pig intestines being prepared so deliciously. Seeing this, Shen thanked them wholeheartedly, "Thank you so much." Although the wharf was large, there weren't many empty stalls, and the good ones were already taken. The spot next to Shen's was considered quite good. Speaking of which, setting up stalls also has its own unspoken rules. While there's no fixed rule about who owns what on the dock, first come first go, due to years of custom, every spot has an owner. If you're new here and simply occupy someone else's spot, you could be beaten. And the other vendors nearby will even try to persuade you to leave and find another spot. Fortunately, Su Li and the other 2 have a good relationship with the Shen family, so they were able to secure a spot nearby. Oh, what's the big deal? After saying that, he stepped forward to help Chun and Suli set up their carts and the food. The wonton vendor, who happened to witness the scene, was furious. So, she was just trying to please me, and now she's trying to curry favor with others. Ugh, she deserves to have her cakes go unsold, and her business is being taken away. However, Chin-Shur and Suli were unaware of these subtle plots. As soon as they set up their stall, someone who had eaten there yesterday came calling, "Young lady, give me one portion." "Okay, right away. Your pig intestines are absolutely delicious, but they're still too expensive. It would be better if they were cheaper." Zhu Si, feeling somewhat distressed, took out 10 copper coins. He had actually hesitated for quite some time before deciding to come. The simple reason was that 10 copper coins was still too much for him. If he had just used steamed buns, he could have eaten for 3 or 4 days. Suli smiled apologetically, but said nothing. She knew the other party was just complaining, not really unwilling. If she actually lowered the price, the other party would think it could be even lower, and would be even less willing to come back. Furthermore, her price wasn't chosen arbitrarily. It was a combination of labor and ingredient costs. While the rice, sweet potatoes, vegetables, and fruits were all grown in-house, it still took some money. Washing the pig intestines was also quite labor-intensive. Combined with the labor costs and customer acceptance, the price was neither low nor particularly high. Song San, who had bought food yesterday, shared Zhu Si's sentiments. He didn't think the meal was expensive. He simply lamented that he didn't earn enough to enjoy such delicacies every day, nor could he let his wife and sons enjoy a good meal. Thinking back to the way his wife and sons reacted when he brought the leftover pig intestines home wrapped in leaves yesterday, Song Sen felt a strange sense of discomfort and guilt. Chapter 27. The sight of his son's wet black eyes gazing at him with admiration, and his wife's smiling face, filled Song San's heart like rain. He had to work harder to earn money. He had to make sure his family lived a good life. Thinking of this, Song San reluctantly withdrew his gaze, shouldering the cloth bag and heading back to the cabin. He collected the money and placed the copper coins in his purse. His empty purse and heart finally felt a bit heavier. Suli had also prepared the meal. Today's dish was vegetable rice, made with large green mustard greens, also known as mustard greens. They can be used to feed pigs and make sauerkraut. They have a somewhat rough texture and a slightly bitter taste. Suli deliberately removed the old leaves, chopped them finely, and stir-fried them with oil and salt. Then, mix them with the steamed rice. If you have meat, you can add diced meat as well. It's moist and not greasy, and especially delicious. But leaving the meat out is also a good option, especially for people with high cholesterol, high blood sugar, and high blood pressure. Zhu Laosi took the rice and smiled before even eating. This vegetable rice is so delicious. At home, I never imagined a rice dish being prepared in this way. At most, I mix some beans, some green beans, and some sweet potatoes together and stew them. The result was either too watery and like porridge, or the rice was hard and undercooked. How could it possibly be this beautiful and delicious? He took the bowl to the side and quickly took a bite. Surprisingly, there was no bitterness at all, only the crispness of the vegetables. Remember, the vegetables are at their oldest this season, and the leaves are so old that they're sometimes not eaten by pigs and have to be thrown away. I had no idea how refreshing they would be after this preparation. He took another bite of the pig intestines. They were still spicy and fragrant, going well with the rice. In addition, today's vegetarian stir-fried loofah was also smooth and tender, sliding down my stomach before I could even chew a few bites. It was a welcome relief from the summer heat and greasiness, and I felt a bit more relaxed. Even after finishing, Zhu Laosi still felt a little unsatisfied, but he was full. In fact, Zhu Laosi was willing to come back today because the rice at this stall was always packed solid. A large, coarse porcelain bowl filled with not only ample rice, but also generous portions of vegetables, completely justifying the price. If it were like that wonton stall, where he spent money and still couldn't fill himself up, he would never patronize it. Su Li's place had several waves of customers coming in again. Since today's order was twice as much as yesterday's, the three Chens were busy for a while, especially since they had to fetch water to wash the dishes, which was quite tiring. But the mother and daughters didn't complain of being tired. Instead, they were full of energy and spirit because they were making money. Sometimes someone forgot to collect the money, sometimes the dishes piled up, and sometimes there was no one to serve the food, but whenever they saw something, they would do it, without panicking, and they went about their business in an orderly manner. After selling all the food, the group carefully counted the silver, and found they earned 2 taels and 5 cents. How could that be so much? Chin stared at the extra silver ingot in surprise, somewhat bewildered. How could she have earned so much silver while she was out using the restroom? But it didn't make sense. They only made about 40 meals today, and there were still enough for at least 10 people in the rice bucket. Besides, even if they sold it all, they wouldn't have earned more than a tael of silver. This was calculated before they arrived. Did you find some silver that someone dropped on the ground? That was the only possibility. Chin took the small ingot in her hand and examined it from side to side. It was quite beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful silver ingot before. There were even some unrecognizable characters engraved on the bottom. The more Chin thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She quickly put the silver away and glanced around casually, looking like a guilty thief. Mother, that was just given to me by a customer, Su Li said quickly, realizing Chin had misunderstood. She still found it hard to believe. Just now, while Chin was away, 3 young men, about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in luxurious attire, suddenly appeared from nowhere in front of the stall. Seeing them, the others who had been planning to buy food stepped away. The other 2 seemed disgusted, covering their mouths and noses with fans. The leader stood a foot away. Brother One, I accept the bet and have this, how about it? His eyes were filled with malicious amusement as he pointed at Su Li's stall. He had searched the entire pier and unexpectedly found a place selling pig intestines. For a family like theirs, this was disgusting enough to make them perfect for punishment. Sure enough, one of the young men frowned and asked, Is this something from a pig? Is it edible? Brother Lin, you're too cruel. Even if Brother Wen lost the bet, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The 3 of them were from the county school. Today was their day off, so they agreed to climb the nearby Lion Mountain. Having spotted a pier on the mountain, 2 of them made a bet. Chapter 28. This bet is simple. It's a popular little game these days called grass fighting. Children as young as 3 and as old as 70 can play it, and there are various ways to play it, including verbal and physical. The verbal fight involves participants searching for various flowers and plants together. Whoever finds the most wins. The physical fight is the simplest. 2 people each hold a piece of grass, cross it in a cross, and then try to break it. Whoever breaks it first loses. The 3 of them happened to meet while climbing a mountain. They made a bet that whoever found the most flowers and plants at the pier would win. Lin Jia, the leader, had found the most, followed by Sun Xian, and the worst was Wen Lin. The bet was that the winner would designate a task for the loser to perform, and the loser couldn't refuse. Lin Jia had long harbored resentment towards Wen Lin, the eldest grandson of the Wen family, who consistently topped the class despite hanging out with them. Now that he had just beaten him once again, he racked his brains to come up with this plan to embarrass him. If only he swallowed the offal, he could then exaggerate and publicize it at the county school. Wouldn't that finally ease his frustration? I think this is a great idea. What do you think, Brother Wen? Please? Lin Jia, suppressing his discomfort, twisted his wrist, folded the orchid-painted folding fan, and pointed directly at Su Li's stall. Wen Lin's eyes flickered upon seeing this. He clearly understood the other party's intentions. They simply wanted to make fun of him. Given his family background, he could have refused, but he had to accept the loss. Besides, he had always been uninhibited, unlike the average person, willing to try anything. So what was there to fear from a meal made from pig offal? Furthermore, the 2 young women serving the food, though shabbily dressed and a bit sallow and thin, had neatly trimmed nails and were refreshingly unobtrusive. Most importantly, the food smelled quite good, not unpleasant at all. Surely it's not that bad? Yes. Young lady, are you free now? Give me a portion of this meal. Wen Lin stepped forward humbly. He was handsome, with a gentle voice. Though only 16 or 17, he possessed an air of elegance and maturity, speaking with a mature air that hardly belied his age. Su Tao, facing him, blushed at the sight and lowered her head, unsure of what to do. Su Li, standing nearby, hurried over and said, Young master, please wait a moment. She then stopped looking at him and went off to get her meal. Young master? Wen Lin was momentarily stopped by the title. This young lady's words were quite interesting. Judging from her appearance, she must be younger than him, right? Could she look young, but actually be very old? Yes, my grandfather said that poor families these days struggle to even get enough to eat. Looking young doesn't mean anything. It's possible they already have children. It was a little wrong for him to call her young lady. Wen Lin accepted the food Su Li offered him, and said apologetically, Thank you, my lady. My lady? Su Li felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what. After all, it was okay for people in this dynasty to call strangers my lady. Just like she could call customers guest official or official, it was just a nickname, not like what she's seen on TV, where only husbands and wives could address each other that way. It was a bit confusing, but Suli had gotten used to it. Whatever she wanted to call him, as long as she could earn some money. "Little sir, 10 cents in total," Suli said with a smile. Seeing this, Wenlin remembered he hadn't paid the money. His ears immediately turned red. He quickly freed his hands to untie the pouch at his waist, fished out a silver ingot, and handed it to Suli. This was the first time Suli had ever received a silver ingot. She was surprised and a little embarrassed. She knew she couldn't afford it even without weighing it. This was over. Was the deal all about to go to waste? Just as Suli was deciding to ask Aunt Shin if she had a scale, and if she could exchange it, Wenlin suddenly said, as if realizing something, "Madam, there's no need to change." Though born into a wealthy family, Wenlin was sympathetic to the poor. When he learned from his mother that their toiling day and night couldn't even earn enough to feed themselves, he felt distressed for a long time. It was only then that his grandfather's words cheered him up. From then on, he offered a helping hand and generously to the needy and helpless. Although he often encountered greedy people, he occasionally encountered grateful ones, which was a joy. The person before him was one of those grateful people. Knowing this made him happier than any other gold or silver. Seeing Suli about to exchange it for silver with someone nearby, he quickly stopped her. "Madam, don't worry." Translated, it means, "Take it if it's given to you." This was Suli's first time encountering such a situation, and she was a bit confused at first. Finally, seeing that he really didn't want it, and seeing that he was polite yet distant, even wiping his chopsticks and the edge of his bowl with a handkerchief, she knew that, while he didn't say it outwardly, he probably actually disliked the environment and the food. Combined with what she had just heard, she pieced together the situation. She guessed that they had made some kind of bet, and the loser had to eat pig intestines or something. Okay, Suli had forgotten that this wasn't modern times. Nowadays, stir-fried pig intestines are a delicacy enjoyed by many. Here, it's said that wealthy families only eat lamb, ignoring pork, as they dislike the filth and stench. Pork is only eaten by the poor. Although the other party didn't want change, Suli still promised, "Young master, whatever you want to eat in the future, just come here, and you can deduct it from this." It was a kind of advance payment for meals, even though there was a good chance he wouldn't come again. Wenlin was stunned for a moment and smiled, "Okay." After that, Wenlin looked at the rough porcelain bowl in his hand, which had a fish painting and a chip on it. Linjia and Sinxian also gathered around. "There's no stool here?" Linjia asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. "What kind of stall is this? There's no place for people to eat." Suli felt a little embarrassed and said, "I'm so sorry." But she had already made up her mind to hurry back and get the tables and chairs ready. Luckily, her grandparents were coming home soon, and she would ask old man Su to custom make 2 small tables. "No problem. That's not a big deal. Let's just go to the wonton stand and buy 2 bowls of wontons to share." Linjia was afraid Wenlin would use this as an excuse to avoid the meal, so he quickly spoke up. Besides, he was hungry after climbing the mountain for so long, so wontons would be just the thing. "Okay, I go get 2 bowls of wontons." With that, the 3 of them moved to the wonton stand. After ordering 2 bowls of wontons, Linjia turned his attention to Wenlin's meal. "Eat, brother one." "I eat right away," Wenlin said, reaching out with his clean wooden chopsticks to pick up a piece of pig intestine from the bowl. He had just carefully examined the top of the bowl and found it incredibly clean, without the filth he imagined. He didn't know how the woman had prepared it, but it smelled good, and the color was very appealing. For a moment, he wondered if they had seen it wrong, and that it wasn't actually pig intestine, but something else, like vegetarian tofu. Chapter 29. But that was just his guess. After all, Linjia had just specifically asked about it, and it was undoubtedly pig intestines. Wenlin mentally prepared himself to spit out any unpleasant odor before placing the intestine in his mouth and chewing it briefly. And what did it taste like? It was surprisingly delicious. He didn't know how the intestines were prepared, but they didn't have any unusual flavor at all, more of a meaty aroma mixed with the spicy notes of various chilies, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. Wenlin was momentarily surprised. Was this really pig intestines? How could it be so delicious? You know, during the time Wenlin lived with his grandfather, because his grandmother ate light meals, he'd been eating light meals for a long time too. He occasionally eaten at the county school, but the food there was even worse. So, it had been a long time since he had such a delicious meal. Although it was made from pig intestines, Wenlin couldn't resist finishing his meal and grabbing another piece, smothered in a generous helping of red chili oil. The bite was fragrant, spicy, and delicious, and when Lin unknowingly devoured several chopsticks. This left Lin Jie and Xin Xian beside him stunned. "Brother Wen, you don't have to finish it all." Xin Xian quickly spoke up to stop him, fearing he might be so naive as to devour the whole thing. Lin Jie, standing by, also said, "Yeah, that's not necessary." He wanted to laugh at the other man, but it was just a joke. He didn't really want him to torture himself like that. "Huh?" When Lin, enjoying his meal, looked up, puzzled at what the two were talking about. Then, remembering something, he pointed at the intestines in his bowl and sincerely recommended, "Brother Lin, Brother Sin, this tastes really good. Would you like to try it?" No, eat it yourself." "Brother Sin, what about you?" "Brother Wen, you eat it." "I don't need it either." Xin Xian quickly refused, feeling a momentary urge to vomit. Both of them immediately assumed the other was pretending to be delicious just to get back at them, like when they were little, and had a particularly sour orange, and used it to tease the servants. But Brother Wen is so childish. Isn't he resorting to such an easily detectable trick? Xin Xian couldn't help but resent it internally. Seeing the two unwilling, Wen Lin didn't force them. Once they got over that mental barrier, there was nothing to fear. Besides, the food tasted so good, Wen Lin stopped refusing and began eating. This stir-fried loofah is so delicious? And the rice is actually vegetable rice, fragrant and refreshing. Every dish was surprisingly perfect for his taste. A bite of stir-fried pork intestines, a bite of stir-fried loofah, and finally a mouthful of fragrant vegetable rice made him feel alive. Especially after a tiring morning of running around, this bowl of delicious food made him feel even happier. The sky was clear, wild geese flew south, the river surged, and cargo ships sailed by. With all the delicious food around, Wen Lin felt like he had no regrets in his life, having been born here. Lin Jie and Xin Xian, on the other hand, were eating the boiled wonton wrappers sold by the old woman, their faces turning pale. Lin Jie was so full of food that he suddenly picked up a black object from his bowl with his chopsticks, and brought it close to his eyes. "Brother Sin, what is this?" After seeing what it was, he couldn't help but dry heave. Xin Xian, who was standing next to him, also saw it clearly, and his expression changed instantly. "It looks like a fly." After listening to Su Li and Su Tao, Chen finally understood the origins of the silver. It turned out it wasn't picked up. A brief sigh of relief soon followed by joy. With these 2 taels of silver, plus the 2 days' worth of earnings, at least the clinic wouldn't have to worry about not being able to pay for the medicine. And there would even be some left over. As the saying goes, money in hand keeps the heart at ease. Shin hadn't said it, but she'd been worried for a while. She feared the food wouldn't sell, and with no other income, the family would be forced to gnaw on tree bark. After selling most of the remaining food, Chen, Su Li, and Su Tao packed up their dishes and utensils and said to Shin, who was selling mutton patties nearby, "Sister Shin, we be leaving now." Shin, standing nearby, heard this and said enviously, "You sold out so quickly?" She had already sold about 20 this morning, and there were still quite a few left. Others came later than her, but sold out earlier than her. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. There are so many people here today, so sales are fast. Okay, then you guys go ahead. I need to wait a little longer. I heard there's a merchant ship arriving from Danzhou this afternoon. Okay. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. However, the situation took a turn when Su Li and the other two were leaving. Suddenly, a woman in her 40s ran up and anxiously asked, "Sister Shin, your daughter is missing." "What? My daughter is missing? What's going on? Isn't she at your house?" Shin's expression changed instantly, and the oil paper in her hand dropped to the ground. The woman seemed a little guilty, her eyes evasive. I don't know. When I left this morning, I specifically told her not to go out. Who knew she'd disappear while I was buying groceries? Shin stumbled a few steps, swallowing her panic and pulling herself together. "Tell me exactly when you left." The woman, feeling even more guilty, shrank back and said, "See sure?" "See sure?" meaning it had been almost 3 or 4 hours since then, was a matter of fact. Shin looked at the woman, her heart truly filled with anxiety. Although she was filled with hatred, she knew now was not the time to discuss such matters. But if she were gone, what would become of her family, the breadwinners? Just then, Su Li, having heard the entire story, hurriedly said, "Auntie Shin, you go ahead. We send your things over later." Chen, realizing what was happening, quickly said, "Yes, Auntie Shin. Leave me your address, and we send it over." Shin finally felt relieved. She glanced gratefully at Su Li and the others, gave them a rough outline of her address, and hurried off with the others. Chin watched Chin's back with worry. Although she had only known her for a short time, the loss of a child was a serious matter. The mere thought of someone in her family missing made her feel a pang of fear. She hoped they could be found quickly, and not be taken away by a beggar. If that happened, they would be scattered across the land, and she feared they would never see each other again. Because of this sudden incident, Su Li, Chin, and the other two's good moods were largely extinguished. They loaded Chin's stove and other belongings onto the wheelbarrow, and then pushed the creaking cart back to the county. Qinshui County wasn't too far from Jiankou Wharf, only about 7 or 8 miles away. With a quick walk, it would take less than half an hour to get there. When Su Li and the other two arrived at the county town, the gatekeepers had been replaced. A table was brought up, and the group sat around to rest. There weren't many people, and with a 2-cent entrance fee per person, they entered without a hitch. This was Su Li's second time in the county town, though she hadn't explored it thoroughly the previous day. Today, while delivering something for Aunt Shin, none of them were familiar with the county, so they wandered around asking for directions to Linshui Lane. They did, however, explore the city thoroughly. Su Li discovered that ancient county towns had everything for sale. Along the way, there were people selling wine, monkey trainers, people riding cloth donkeys, lodging and dining options, as well as snack shops, southern food shops, bookshops, rouge shops, ready-made clothing shops, and people carrying loads through the streets selling goods. It was truly bustling with activity. When they reached North Street, they saw vendors selling yellow paper candles, red cloth, various ritual implements, and 8 diagram mirrors, as well as fortune tellers and physiognomists waving banners. The sight truly opened their eyes, and left them dazzled. Auntie Shin lived in a quiet, secluded alley next to a temple called Baiyun Temple on North Street. When Su Li and the others arrived, Auntie Shin hadn't returned yet, so they had to follow her instructions and leave the stove, stool, and palm leaf fan at a neighbor's house before leaving. On the way back, they met a candy figurine vendor. For the first time ever, Chin took the initiative and bought one for Su Li and Su Tao, each for 3 won. They could spin it themselves. Su Tao spun a rabbit, great. A little white rabbit. It was Su Li's turn. Wuya, go and spin it. What are you standing there for? Chin nudged Su Li, and she finally realized what was happening, but she felt a little embarrassed. Although she was only 13, she was already a teenager at heart. To her, this was just childish stuff. However, Su Tao couldn't resist, urging her from the side, "Fifth sister, come quickly." Su Li had no choice but to bite the bullet and give it a spin. Whether it was due to excessive force or she was just lucky, the needle finally pointed to a soaring dragon. "Young lady, you're so lucky. It's been ages since anyone has gotten a dragon." The stall owner was also a little surprised, remarking between drawing rabbits. Su Li didn't know what this meant. She had never done this before. Could it be that spinning a dragon meant good luck? Why? But she soon discovered the reason. For Sister Su Tao's rabbit used less than half the syrup as the dragon. The dragon was not only more complex to draw, but also required a lot more syrup. For a child, wasn't that just good luck? Su Li took the ferocious dragon from the stall owner and, under the envious gazes of the children and for Sister Su Tao, she licked it calmly. It was quite sweet, but just like ordinary malt sugar. For someone who had tried all sorts of imported and Chinese candies, the taste was just average. But when she held the malt sugar dragon in her hands, she felt an immense joy surge in her heart, a feeling even sweeter than consuming a ton of candy. Amid the surging crowd, Su Li seemed to see the little girl who had cried and clamored for a candy figurine, only to be scolded by her parents, saying that food outside was unhealthy and filthy. Finally, she had a dragon that belonged to her childhood. Over here, Su Tao, holding the candy rabbit figurine, suddenly felt it lackluster. She coveted Su Li's dragon. She turned her gaze away. "Fifth sister, can you finish it all by yourself? I can trade with you. I can eat it all." However, Su Li, who had always generously shared everything, now refused for the first time. "No." Stingy. Chapter 30. I see you're getting itchy again. You haven't even finished your own, but you're already eyeing someone else's. Are you going to eat or not? Su Tao finally shrank back and calmed down after receiving a glare from Chin. The 3 of them then headed out of the city. Unexpectedly, as they passed West Street, an old fishmonger in the alley caught their attention. Fish for sale, cheap, closing up shop after we're done. Sister, want to buy some fish? Cheap, 5 won each. There are only 10 left. Freshly caught black fish this morning. Hey, they're not dead yet. Look, They've been drying in the sun. 5-1, if you want it, I give it to you. Chen's interest piqued. She heard that black fish is a nourishing food for the injured. Thinking of her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu's injured foot, she thought for a moment and stepped forward, saying, "Can you make this cheaper?" Old man Su, who had just lost a customer, perked up when he saw someone approaching. "It's already very cheap. How about this, if you want 2, 8-1. 2 for 8-1. Chen glanced at the half-dead, almost belly-up black fish in the wooden basin and hesitated. "Do you want to kill it?" "Yes," Old man Su replied. Chen then stepped forward, squatted, and picked out the 2 largest ones, saying, "Then take these 2. Old man Su, seeing this, didn't hesitate. He reached out and caught the 2 black fish Chen wanted. He placed them on the oil paper beside him and, with a mallet, struck them hard. The poor black fish, already half dead, now completely perished. The old man muttered, "Fish, fish, don't blame me. Blame it on the fact that you were born to be a dish." He quickly gutted the fish, his speed evidently a familiar one. Blood and foam flew everywhere, and in just a few minutes, he had finished both fish, even the gills clean. Su Li was stunned. But looking at the fish, she suddenly remembered something. People don't seem to like eating fish much these days. Such a large snakehead fish, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds, was only selling for 5-1. Even though it was afternoon and the fish wasn't very fresh, Su Li was still shocked by the price. In the modern market, a pound of snakehead fish would cost around 20 yuan, so a 3 or 4 pound fish like this would cost at least 60 or 70 yuan. I never thought that in this dynasty, it would only cost 5-1 apiece. Oh, wrong. Her mother only bought 1 for 4-1. Su Li thought she could add pickled fish to her meal. After all, if she only sold stir-fried pig intestines every day, she eventually tired of it. She needed a variety of meat and vegetable dishes to keep things fresh. Su Li wasn't content with just running a small stall at the dock. When she made some money, she definitely moved to the county town and opened a small restaurant. The first step was to earn more money. Silently noting the address the old man had just mentioned to her mother, Chen, Su Li decided to go home and discuss this matter with her mother later. However, based on Su Li's recent understanding of Chen, she doubted she'd agree easily, and convincing her would likely take some time. "Big sister, take your fish. Come back when it's delicious." Chen took the fish, strung with a hemp rope, and hung it in the empty wooden barrel. Then she told Su Li and Su Tao to go home. The August sun was scorching, unbearably hot. With no means of transportation, the 3 of them had to rely on him. It was almost dusk when they got home. Hiking and trekking used to be a hobby, but now it became a torturous torture. Why was Xiaoxi village so far from the county seat? Not only did they have to climb mountains and wade through rivers, but there were also leeches along the way. If they slowed down even a little, they would jump on them and suck their blood, making it impossible to defend against them. Su Li's face paled instantly, and she could only desperately keep her head down as she walked forward. Luckily, the leeches seemed to have stayed out of the sun recently, preventing them from causing any trouble. However, Su Li admired Chen and Su Tao the most. Their indifference made her seem a bit overly surprised. Su Li could only brainwash herself. When she had money, she would definitely rent a donkey cart, no, an ox cart, or even a horse cart. Horse carts were the fastest, and they could also travel on the official roads. But Su Li pondered again and again, why could she only rent? Couldn't she buy? And why couldn't she just go to the county town and buy a house? Why did she have to continue living in Xiaoxi village? In a short period of time, Su Li found herself becoming increasingly less ambitious. After returning home, Su Li and the others guzzled several large bowls of cold water before slowly recovering and preparing dinner. Because of the day's hard work, Chen's mother had stopped insisting on just 2 meals a day and switched to 3. The 3 of them divided the work. Su Tao cooked, Su Tao washed, and Chen cut grass and fed the chickens and rabbits. As the sun set, Su Li took advantage of the daylight to fetch water from the yard and carefully clean the 2 fish, inside and out. It was particularly important to wash away the black membrane inside the fish's belly, otherwise it would taste bitter. Originally, Chen had planned to leave one alive and kill it for the soup the next morning, so it would be fresher. However, the old man's fish were all half dead, and she figured they wouldn't survive long if she didn't kill them. So she had him kill them all. Su Li had no choice but to temporarily freeze one of them in the well. The well was cold enough to keep it overnight. After all, without a refrigerator, she had to make do. After chilling the fish, Su Li took it to the kitchen. Passing by the eaves, she saw tonight's meal simmering on the stove in the corridor. The water was bubbling, pushing the lid of the earthenware pot up and down, releasing a rich rice aroma. Suli moved the lid slightly to the side, creating a gap, before returning to the kitchen with the fish. To make delicious pickled fish, excellent knife skills are essential. The fish must be sliced to a translucent, crystal clear texture. Simply blanch it for a few seconds, remove it, and drizzle it with hot oil and peppercorns to bring out the aroma. Paired with the sourness of the pickled cabbage, the tartness is both sour and spicy and appetizing. Suli could eat several bowls of rice with it. Remembering the taste of pickled fish, Suli didn't hesitate. She placed the fish on the cutting board, spun it, and began slicing it at an angle. The knife had been sharpened that morning, and was already incredibly sharp. Suli sliced the fish quickly and steadily. When she first started learning to cook, she practiced the basics of vegetable cutting for 3 years. Her master taught her nothing, just practiced every day. She was considered proficient when she could slice tofu into chrysanthemum-shaped pieces and shred potatoes into hair-like strands. This included practicing various knife techniques, how to slice fish, how to shred, and how to cut meat. Cutting lamb and pork was different, and the knife techniques for cutting different vegetables varied depending on the ingredients. As the saying goes, a kitchen knife weighs 2.5 pounds. This refers to the apprentice's familiarity with the knife, which has become ingrained in their bones. After the fish fillets were prepared, they were marinated in salt, wine, and scallion and ginger water to remove the fishy smell. Suli then dug a large head of pickled cabbage from the jar, and chopped it up before lighting the fire and preparing the pickled fish. Pickled fish is very simple to prepare. Simply saute the pickled cabbage until fragrant, add an appropriate amount of water, and the fish bones and head that had just been removed. When the water boils, add the fish fillets. This process must be done quickly, using a colander to remove the fillets as soon as they curl up slightly. Because the fillets are thin, some people even skip boiling water and cook them directly in oil, which results in a more tender and smooth flavor. The whole process didn't take long. Finally, the oil was poured over the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, and the dish was complete. The hot oil fully infused the seasonings with a sizzling sound, like the sound of life growing. A powerful aroma was unleashed, spreading from the kitchen to the village on the wind. A villager who had just finished dinner suddenly felt hungry again when he smelled the aroma. Do you smell it? Chapter 31. Who's cooking meat? It smells so good. Why does it smell so good? All of a sudden, everyone in the village, whether they eaten or not, began to stir. The Wang family, the closest to them, suffered the most. They felt like their lunch had been wasted. But when they think of it, they still reminisce about it. They can't figure out how the pig intestines were cooked so deliciously. They hadn't even smelled a thing, and they couldn't get enough. It was a shame they were heading into the mountains that night, and couldn't drink too much, otherwise they really liked to drink to their heart's content with the intestines. Wipe your saliva. Let's go! Wang Taiju picked up his water bottle, the rope of his machete, and the trap, and slapped Wang Erga's head, who kept glancing at the Su family. It hurts, Dad. I told you not to hit him on the head. What if he gets stupid? I haven't even found a wife yet. His looks already made it hard for him to find a wife, and if he got stupid, it would be even worse. Hearing this, Wang Taiju silently looked at his son, who had inherited his strong build, dark skin, and beard, and withdrew his hand in frustration. Alright, got it. I won't hit him next time. If he really beat him until he became stupid, their Wang family would truly be extinct. Thinking of his mother, who once wanted a grandson but never got one, she probably wouldn't let him go even if she became a ghost. At the Su residence, as the pickled fish was ready, Su Tao, who had been hanging out the laundry, could no longer contain herself. She only regretted that she only had 2 hands and couldn't wash the clothes quickly. She wrung out the clothes a few times and hung them up without unfolding them. Then, she hurriedly wiped her hands on herself and rushed to the kitchen. Fifth sister, it smells so good. Why does it smell so good? Aren't we having grilled fish tonight? When did grilled fish smell so good? Su Tao stared at the bowl filled with fish fillets, their surface covered with peppercorns, chili peppers, and shredded ginger, her eyes filled with curiosity. What is this? Fish? Why is there pickled cabbage in it? It's pickled fish. Pickled fish? This was the first time Su Tao had seen fish cooked with pickled cabbage, and the fish was even filleted. What a strange way to cook it. Would you like to try it, for sister? Suli handed Su Tao the chopsticks that had just picked up the pickled cabbage. However, Su Tao, who always loved food, was hesitant. Pickled fish? How could fish with pickled cabbage be delicious? I'm afraid it would be too sour and fishy. However, the thought was fleeting. Out of trust in her sister Su Li's cooking skills, Su Tao honestly took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. The fish, now slightly yellowed from the scorching heat of the hot oil, curled up even more. Su Tao easily picked up a piece, blew on it twice, and then ate it, still steaming. However, the moment she took a bite, Su Tao was stunned. It was so hot, tender, spicy, and fresh, with a hint of sourness from pickled cabbage and a hint of spiciness from the chili peppers. She swallowed it without even chewing. There was no fishy smell at all, and the fish slices had a subtle burnt aroma and spicy flavor, tender and smooth. Su Tao's eyes widened with delight, unable to believe it was fish. It tasted nothing like the boiled fish she remembered. She always remembered the one her mother, Chen, had made 3 years ago. It was fishy and unpalatable. She spat out a bite, earning a scolding from her mother. How does it taste? Su Li looked at Su Tao. Delicious. It was truly delicious. The best fish Su Tao had ever tasted. Su Tao then grabbed several more pieces before reluctantly stopping. But then, thinking that dinner would be served once her mother, Chen, returned, she regained her energy. Su Tao looked toward the yard, mentally praying, "Mom, please come back soon." But when Chen did return, she began to hide in the house again. "Su Tao, come out. I asked you to wash clothes, and this is how you wash them?" "Huh?" "You know, it's not scary when an adult calls you. The worst thing is calling you by your full name. This sister, I'm leaving now. You light the fire yourself." With that, Su Tao bolted back into the house. "Don't think you're safe hiding in there. Come out and hang the clothes back up, or you won't be able to eat tonight." Since dinner was a concern, Su Tao could only dejectedly return to the main room. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen, and silently took the clothes down and hung them up again. Fortunately, Su Li came to her rescue. "Mom, come and try my fish and see if it's delicious." Knowing her daughter was doing it on purpose, Chen didn't insist and went down the stairs. "Okay, I wash my hands and come back." After saying that, Chen put the basket aside and went to fetch some water to wash her hands. After washing her hands, she returned to the kitchen. However, when Chen saw the pickled fish on the stove, she was stunned. Sauerkraut fish? Chen was puzzled. How could her daughter come up with such a bizarre recipe? The pickled cabbage was sour, and the fish was fishy. How could the combination be delicious? Sure enough, her daughter hadn't cooked enough and had added anything she wanted. It was just a shame for the fish. It cost her 4 cents. Chen's expression shifted repeatedly, a mixture of anger and pain. Su Li, oblivious to this, casually handed her the chopsticks. "Mom, here are the chopsticks." Chen took the chopsticks and sighed. "Never mind. It's already done. Just eat it." It still smells delicious, Chen thought, so she took a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. However, the expected strange smell didn't appear. Instead, she was greeted by the tender, spicy, and numbing taste of the fish, complemented by the sourness of the pickled cabbage. Strangely enough, the sourness didn't affect the texture of the fish. Instead, it enriched the flavor. The first thing that came to Chen's mind was delicious. Truly delicious. Such an unusual combination could actually create something so delicious. This made Chen wonder, could the reason her cooking wasn't good be because she was too conventional? Not bad. I didn't expect fish cooked with pickled cabbage could be so delicious. Speaking of pickled cabbage, Chen put down her chopsticks and added, "By the way, please serve me some. I sent some to your Aunt Emo and the others later, and asked them to buy some vegetables. I just checked, and they're running low. They haven't pickled any yet this year." For farmers, this was a big deal. When salt was scarcely around, they relied on pickled vegetables for salt. The Su family, for example, pickled 3 large jars every year, and sometimes that wasn't enough for the entire family. Upon hearing this, Su Li remembered something. "Mom, are the beans and eggplants in our fields almost gone? It seems there aren't many left. I've been selling food at Jianko Wharf these past 2 days, and the daily demand for vegetables is quite large. The Su family's land is relatively small, so they mostly grow grain, so naturally, they don't grow many vegetables. Plus, since Mrs. Wu has been at the clinic lately, the vegetables in the fields have been left unattended, and the leaves have been riddled with holes from all sorts of pests." Chapter 32. Does Aunt Mo have any other vegetables? We might as well buy them from her every day. We don't have enough vegetables at home anymore, and even if we grow more, we won't be able to catch up. It would be great if we could find a reliable and trustworthy supplier. This would free up a lot of time for other things every day, just like it's so convenient to buy pig intestines from my uncle now. Spending money again? Chin hated the thought of spending money. Although vegetables weren't expensive this season, it made no sense for farmers to sell their own vegetables. If she didn't buy, there would be nothing left to sell tomorrow. Thinking of the money she had earned over the past 2 days, Chin gritted her teeth and said with a pang of pain, "Okay, then I go ask your Aunt Mo." If it were anyone else, Chun, with her usual stingy nature, would definitely refuse. But Mo was no one else. She was her former best friend, and they had married into the village together. Needless to say, they had a deep bond. If anyone would not feel bad about earning money, it would definitely be Mo. With that, Chin set off for the Mo family. The family Mo married into was surnamed Huang. They were the second house on the right as you enter the village. The Huangs had over 20 members, still living together in 4 yellow adobe houses. If you were to ask which household in Siosi village was the busiest, it would undoubtedly be the Huangs. Their atmosphere was even more lively than an opera. When Chin arrived, there was a grand opera going on inside. It sounded like 2 children arguing over who had eaten too much or too little, with the adults joining in. The noise was so loud it threatened to blow the roof off the house. Some idle men and women from the village, who had finished their meals, would wait outside the courtyard wall, their bowls in hand, grinning and watching the show until the host brought out a basin of foot-washing water. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a quarrel before? Go home and have your own. If you watch again, I give you 2 copper coins each." This person was none other than Mrs. Mo. She was hot-tempered, stingy, and unyielding. From a young age, she had been helping her mother, Grandma's son, to argue with gossipers, constantly roaming the surrounding villages. By the time she was 20, no one dared to approach her with marriage proposals. Then, by chance, while she was out worshipping Buddha, an old nun at the temple introduced her to the equally older, single, second son of the Huang family. Speaking of the second son of the Huang family, he wasn't actually ugly, and was even considered handsome in the area. Logically, he shouldn't have been single until 25. The reason was that his family was incredibly poor. With 4 brothers, each one wanted a wife, and the family relied on their few acres of land. How could they afford to marry them all? Furthermore, as the second son, he was the least favored in the family, so he remained single. It wasn't until the third son married into his own family that they had the money to marry Mrs. Mo. That year, Chin had already given birth to her third child, Su Chinghe. Hearing that her former best friend had married, she was overjoyed. She ran to the feast, holding her daughter's hand, holding her daughter's arms, and carrying her 3 children on her back. From then on, the 2 reconnected and resumed their old interactions. They finally had company during festivals, worships, and temple fairs. "Wunyang, why are you here? Are there fewer chickens?" Chin was the 5th child, and her friends used to call her Wunyang. Mo was the 6th. She had 10 siblings, but she could only support 4. "Yes, Lunyang, I have something to ask you." "Come here." Chin waved her hand with a furtive look. After years of friendship, she knew what he meant. What good news was this? "What's the matter?" Mrs. Mo placed the wooden bucket of foot-washing water in the yard and followed Mrs. Chin to the nearby loquat tree. "Delicious, here you go." "What's this?" "Pickled fish, made by my 5th daughter." "It's delicious. How about you try some before you go back?" The Huang family was large, and Mrs. Chin was worried that Mrs. Mo wouldn't bring enough for her and her daughters to taste. "No problem, I have a plan." As for Chin's claim of deliciousness, Mrs. Mo didn't doubt it. After all, she believed that others might lie to her, but Chin certainly wouldn't. After all, when she gave birth to her 4th daughter, she couldn't even eat an egg during her confinement. Thanks to Mrs. Chin, she would have been ill long ago. And when she thought about the stir-fried pig intestines that Mrs. Chin had given her the other day, it tasted so good. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. She was drooling just thinking about it. "Okay, then, take it. I got something good to tell you." Mrs. Chin felt relieved when she heard Mrs. Mo say this, especially since she knew her friend wasn't one to suffer a loss. Mrs. Chin then quickly told Mrs. Mo the whole story from beginning to end. Mrs. Mo was a little surprised at first, but then she remembered that the Su family didn't have much land. Still, she was a little surprised. It seemed the food must be selling well. She wouldn't tell anyone else, but when Mrs. Mo asked, she told everything. "Not bad, huh?" Mrs. Chin couldn't brag. After all, it had only been 2 days. It was good now, but who knew what would happen in the future? So much. My goodness. Earning 100 coins a day would make him rich in the long run. Thinking of this, Mrs. Mo's thoughts quickened. "Don't forget me if you have any good things in the future." "Don't worry, I won't forget you." This is just the beginning, and I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, I definitely need these vegetables in the next few days. You need your second brother to pick them and bring them up every day. That's no big deal. Just tell me how much you need the day before, or tell my girl, and I send it to you. The cucumbers, cowpeas, and eggplants in the fields are all growing well, and there's plenty of greens too. We also got loofah, cabbage, peppers, water spinach, bitter melon, and even young pumpkins. The Huang family doesn't have much else, but they have a large labor force. The next generation is almost grown up, and they spend all day with the family reclaiming wasteland in the mountains. The imperial court now encourages and supports land reclamation. If you do, you're even exempt from taxes for the first 5 years. Not only the Huang family, but every other family in the village, including the Su family, has their own reclaimed wasteland on the mountain behind them. The Huang family, with its strong labor force, has cultivated a vast expanse of land on the hilltop, planting edible crops. However, reclaiming wasteland isn't easy. A large population is only the first prerequisite. You also need patience, perseverance, and persistence. You can't just start when you want to. Once you start, there's no turning back. Furthermore, it's not something that can be accomplished quickly. It takes at least 1 or 2 years, and at most 5 or 6, to clean up the wasteland and plant crops. The Huang family's wasteland has been cultivated since Old Man Huang began, and it's only now, after 2 or 3 generations, that they're finally able to grow something edible. Even then, they still have to take turns setting up a shed on the mountain to guard it every day, fearing wild boars or theft. These days, it's not easy for a poor family to make a living. So when she heard her former sister Chen say she wanted to give money to buy some vegetables, Mo was so excited. You know, the mountain is suitable for growing vegetables and fruits, while rice and wheat are not easy to grow. However, even if they grow a lot of vegetables and fruits, the whole family can't eat them all, and can only feed the pigs, chickens, and ducks. As for why not sell them, it wasn't that the Huang family didn't want to sell it was simply that the soil on the mountain was barren and lacked fertility, so the vegetables they grew weren't very good looking and couldn't fetch a good price. Huang Lauer once carried some of the vegetables to the county town to sell, but he couldn't sell anything at all, and even had to pay 2 cents for the fare. When he returned, the whole family laughed at him for a long time. "I go back and ask fifth girl and then tell you," Chen said. "I go with you." Mo was impatient. She put the pickled fish in her room and left immediately. Ordinarily, delicious food should be taken back quietly, but Mo refused. Instead, she swaggered in, letting her sisters-in-law ask. Even her nephew, pulling her arm and standing on tiptoe, took a look. She confidently declared it was fish. "Third brother, do you want some?" She was truly a kind aunt. As soon as he finished speaking, his sister-in-law, Zhou, emerged from the pigpen and grabbed her son. "Eat, eat, eat! Do you want to eat chicken shit? Ha ha ha, third brother, come here, be good. We're not eating that fish. It's stinky and tastes bad." The eldest wife, Lu, who was watching the fun from the side, interrupted. "Stinky." The 5-year-old boy pinched his nose and imitated the adults. Emma rolled her eyes at the others and said to her eldest daughter, who was cutting grass for the pigs, "Darling, come here. Stop. Take the fish back to the house." She loved her own children. Because she had given birth to several daughters, she was disliked by the whole family. They were ordered to do everything, big or small. But Emma refused to accept it. Why should her daughters be treated badly while her sons were free? Those old couple were so partial to each other that they had gone to the South Heaven Gate. If she weren't so broke, she really wouldn't want to live with him. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to get upset when things got tough. She was very open-minded. If she and her daughters weren't doing well, the whole family wouldn't be doing well either. "Okay, mother." Seeing her mother return with more delicious food, 14-year-old Huang Dia's eyes lit up with joy. She stood up and approached her mother, Madame Mo. "Second sister-in-law, send Dia away. If I get mad when I come back and see you're not done cutting the pig grass, don't blame me for not warning you." Eldest sister-in-law Lu said coldly when she saw Madame Mo sending them away. "I tell Madame, there's no need for you to be so hypocritical and try to embarrass her." "What did she say? What kind of feathers?" Lu didn't know what she meant, but she knew it wasn't a good thing. She turned and looked at Madame Zhou. "Sister-in-law, what's the big deal about her scolding you?" Mrs. Zhou almost laughed out loud. She was the type who, as long as no one was scolding her, was happy to sit back and watch, even fanning the flames. Mrs. Lu was indeed furious again, and was about to confront Mrs. Mo, but Mrs. Mo simply pushed her aside. "Get out of the way. I need to leave. I don't have time for an argument right now. He ignored Lu's venomous expression and walked away without a word. Huang Lauer was so angry that he came home from work and saw Mrs. Mo wasn't home. He asked his sister-in-law, Mrs. Lu, who sneered, "How should I know? Maybe she's been seeing some jerk." Huang Lauer, ? How had his wife offended her again? Chapter 33. After Mo left and reunited with Chen, they walked arm in arm back to the Su family's house. On the way, as they passed the Huang family's field, Mo asked Chen to wait for her while she hurried off to pick several tender pumpkins and put them in her pockets. Seeing her like this, Chen, knowing exactly what she meant, quickly said, "What are you doing? Your mother-in-law will get angry if she sees you." Mo's mother-in-law, old lady Yang, was no pushover. She kept account of the fruits and vegetables grown in the field, counting them one by one every morning and evening. If she discovered anything missing, her scolding could be heard clearly by the Su family, who lived halfway up the mountain. Everyone in the village knew that old lady Yang was the one to avoid. Even thieves who stole from the Huang family's field had to avoid them. Who would dare steal from her? That's a real daredevil. Sometimes, even if the thief hasn't stolen anything, and Yang will still go to the house and make a scene, demanding compensation. It's just a few pumpkins, no big deal. If it had been yesterday, she wouldn't have dared to pick them, but today, she was sure her mother-in-law wouldn't say anything. Knowing her mother-in-law's money grubbery, she might even praise her when she got home. Madame Mo continued, "Besides, I didn't even go to see when your mother-in-law dropped them. It's just a few pumpkins. Are you afraid you're not going to look down on them?" Madame Chen didn't mean that. She knew her best friend's family situation wasn't much better than hers, and it was far more complicated than her own. She had a difficult mother-in-law above, and difficult sisters-in-law below. And with her mother-in-law being the head of the family, she'd been married into the Huang family for years, and she probably hadn't saved much money. "How dare I look down on you? I'm afraid you never be able to. Well, you fifth sister, you're getting even bolder now. You even dare to tease me. I teach you a lesson." Madame Mo feigned anger, reaching out to tickle Madame Chen, who quickly ran away. Under the setting sun, the two seemed to have returned to their childhood. "You know what, fifth sister, only when you call me sixth sister do I feel like my true self." "Me too." At the Su family's house, Su Li was urging Su Tao to take a bath. "For sister, you said you take a bath today yesterday, and today you say tomorrow. Are you going to take a bath or not?" Su Li didn't know why it was so difficult for fourth sister Su Tao to take a bath. She stood before her, holding her clothes, like a debt collector. Trapped in the corner of the wall, Su Tao couldn't understand why fifth sister had to bathe every day. She could have done it herself, but why was she forced to do it? "Fifth sister, I promise, I bathe tomorrow, okay? Just let me rest for a while, I've been tired all day." Su Tao looked up at Su Li pitifully, hoping for mercy. But Su Li was a stone-hearted person, completely unmoved. "No, go and bathe now. If you don't, you stay in second brother's room tonight. Don't sleep in the same bed with me. Go ahead." "Second brother isn't home anyway," Su Tao muttered softly. Su Li could only feign regret upon hearing this, looking at Su Tao. "Well, it seems fourth sister doesn't want to eat the braised pork anymore. I was thinking of buying some meat for Yang Yang to make after I earn some money in a couple of days." With that, she turned and left, clutching the clothes. Su Tao panicked, shouting, "Isn't it okay if I wash them? You only know how to threaten her with food. Can you try a new tactic? Then you must remember this," Su Tao said reluctantly, clutching her clothes. "Don't worry, I never lied to you." Su Li nodded, indicating she kept her word. Su Tao then went to take a shower. Su Li was finally satisfied. While it was common for people these days to go a year or two without a bath, and end up with lice all over their heads, she couldn't bear the thought of her family members doing the same. She'd be devastated. After settling the matter, Su Li was about to turn back when she happened to see Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Mo returning together. Su Li greeted them. "Aunt Mo. Oh, Wuya is so well-behaved and sensible." Mrs. Mo's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Li, and her tone was filled with praise. In her opinion, whoever said a girl was inferior to a boy was proof of that. Faced with the praise from her elders, Su Li felt a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. "Here, this is a fresh pumpkin, freshly picked from the fields. Take it." Mrs. Mo handed the pumpkin from her pocket to Su Li. Su Li took one look and saw that it was indeed fresh. The color of the pumpkin told her it was at its tenderest, and it would surely be delicious when stir-fried. After taking the pumpkin, Mrs. Mo gently said, "I heard your mother wanted to buy some vegetables and fruits. I wonder how much would be a good daily delivery." We have tender pumpkins, cucumbers, eggplants, beans. Mrs. Mo then went on to describe the vegetables she grew in detail. It turned out that Su Li had roughly calculated that they would need about 10 pounds of food over the next few days for this matter. As for the vegetables, she had initially ordered about 10 pounds of bitter melon, and had Aunt Mo deliver a rotating batch daily. The amount could be increased or decreased later as needed. These are fresh vegetables that the Su family doesn't have. They can be eaten in a different way every day without getting tired of them. Mrs. Mo was delighted when she heard this. 10 caddies, at the price of 2 cents per caddy offered by Su Li, that would be about 20 cents per day, or 600 cents per month, close to one tael of silver. However, after thinking for a moment, Mrs. Mo hesitated and said, "It doesn't take 2 cents, 1 cent per caddy will do." Vegetables weren't expensive this season, and the two families lived close together, saving a lot of trouble. Even a penny was enough. But Su Li didn't think so. While 2 cents per pound of bitter melon might seem a bit pricey, it was the best solution in the long run and would benefit the relationship between the two families. Besides, different varieties of vegetables and fruits had different prices, and Aunt Mo had always agreed to a single price. So, if you really calculated it, they were still getting the better deal. 2 cents, 2 cents. It's settled. Chun, fearing Mrs. Mo would refuse, made the final decision. Mrs. Mo finally felt relieved, her face beaming. "Okay, then I have my husband deliver it tomorrow morning." Finally, after agreeing on a time, Mrs. Mo happily left, humming a song. After Mrs. Mo left, Chun began to feel the pinch again. 2 cents is too much, isn't it? "It's okay, Mom. We earn it back soon." Su Li found it a bit amusing, yet also felt that this was just how stingy her mother was. "You're right." Meanwhile, when Mrs. Mo returned home, Old Lady Yang had indeed discovered that 5 tender pumpkins were missing from the field, and was cursing in the yard. "Which damn thief dared to steal from my family?" Everyone in the Huang family scattered around the house like quail, behind the threshold, in the pigpen, daring not to move, not even to make a sound while working, for fear that Old Lady Yang would notice, and make them the target of her criticism. Mrs. Mo witnessed this scene from outside the yard and felt a sense of guilt and fear, but remembering her status as a key contributor to the family, she straightened her back and walked back inside. In the yard, Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Zhou saw that Mrs. Mo had walked right into the crossfire, and couldn't help but gloat over her misfortune. Liu even stopped pretending and shouted, "Second sister-in-law, you're back?" Mrs. Yang had indeed noticed the missing second daughter-in-law. Actually, of the 3 daughters-in-law, her favorite wasn't Zhou or Liu, but Mo. The reason was simple. Mo's personality was most like hers, but at the same time, her feelings for her were the most complicated. Mo had given birth to 4 daughters in a row, a truly unprecedented and significant event in the countryside. Although her second son was the one she disliked the most among her 4, she was still her mother after all, and she always had some love for him. Seeing Mo's return, Mrs. Yang's face sank. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Mrs. Mo was accustomed to this expression from her mother-in-law, Mrs. Yang, so she pretended to be blind and ignored her, exaggerating the story of how she had made a fortune for the family. "Mrs. Liu, ? Mrs. Zhou, ? Old Man Huang's eldest, second, and 4 sons, ? Chapter 34. Are you telling the truth? Mrs. Yang looked at Mrs. Mo suspiciously, believing she was lying. The rest of the Huang family's initial reaction was the same. Mrs. Liu, no longer afraid of Mrs. Yang, curled her lips like poison. "Second sister-in-law, you're bragging without even considering the weather. It's not even dark yet." Mrs. Zhou chimed in, "Yes, second sister-in-law, this is no joke." Mrs. Huang, fearing his wife was making this up, quickly stepped forward to pull Mrs. Mo aside, whispering, "What's going on?" Mrs. Mo flung her husband's hand away, and pulled out the copper coins that Mrs. Chen had just given her. Of course, she had secretly stashed 12 coins on the way, so she only had 12 coins in her hand now. "Mother, this is the money that Wen Yang paid you. Please count it." After that, she handed the coins to Mrs. Yang. Although it was late, Mrs. Yang could still see that the coins Mrs. Mo handed over were indeed real coins. She stretched out her wrinkled hand, and slowly counted the coins one by one with her index finger, thick as an old twig. Yes, it was indeed 12 won. Mrs. Yang's expression instantly brightened, her face wrinkling like a yellow chrysanthemum with a smile. Old Man Huang also came over at this moment, and when he realized it was true, he smiled as well. That's right. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Zhou, as well as the eldest and second Huang brothers, were stunned by this. They hadn't expected what Mrs. Mo said to be true. Mrs. Lu thought bitterly, who knows if it's true? Maybe it was all Mrs. Mo's own money. But Mrs. Yang didn't think so. It should be said that she didn't care about these things. She didn't care where the money came from. As long as she could give her real money, it was real, and she was her good daughter-in-law. What's more, she was in charge of all the money and things in the family. She knew exactly how much money her sons and daughters-in-law had. Mrs. Mo loved her daughters, and often secretly gave her private money to supplement the girls' health. She also knew this. She was afraid that she couldn't even take out a few copper coins, so there was no need to lie to herself about this matter. After thinking this, Mother Yang wrapped the copper coin in a well-worn handkerchief and placed it in her bosom. Looking at Mrs. Mo's face, she softened her tone for once and said, "You did well." Then, not a moment later, she looked at the other two daughters-in-law and made arrangements. Tomorrow morning, the eldest and fourth daughters-in-law will go pick bitter melons. The second daughter-in-law and her second daughter-in-law will be responsible for delivering them. Also, pick only the good ones, and don't give the bad ones away. If anyone does something bad here and I find out, you know the consequences. Her cloudy eyes, sharp as an eagle, scanned the crowd, especially Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Lu chuckled guiltily. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Zhou, however, smiled sincerely, and went over to take Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Mo's hands, saying, "Mother, don't worry. We're all from the same village, and we definitely help each other. She definitely picked the best and oldest one, and besides, this person isn't an outsider. Mrs. Zhou isn't stupid. Since the family hasn't been divided yet, all the money she earns goes to the public good. In the end, she spends it on the one her mother-in-law loves the most. And who does her mother-in-law love the most? Her grandchildren, of course. And she just happened to have two." Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't stop smiling. Even if Mrs. Mo was capable, wouldn't she still end up working for her son? And that eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. Lu, is also stupid. She's not happy about this good thing. But being unhappy is best. Pissing off her mother-in-law is even worse. It's thanks to my second sister-in-law's good relationship this time. Otherwise this good thing wouldn't have happened to our family. Mrs. Zhou smiled, looking at her mother-in-law and then at Mrs. Lu, and said deliberately. Mrs. Yang agreed wholeheartedly. "That's right. This time it's all thanks to my second son's wife." Even the eldest and fourth Huangs, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with delight. Only Lu glared at her husband, her expression slightly grim. When it came time for dinner, when serving the food, Aunt Yang went a step further, giving extra rice to Mo, the second Huang, and the four granddaughters she usually annoyed the most. "Eat more." This left the eldest, second, third, and fourth daughter somewhat bewildered. Lu, Zhou, and the others, who had received less rice, felt a little unhappy, but dared not speak out. Watching this scene, Mo felt a surge of pride. For the first time, she even thought the pig-like rice cooked by her elder sister-in-law, Lu, was incredibly delicious. After dinner, she returned to her room and quietly took out the copper coins from her bosom and counted them again and again. Her face, like a cat that had snatched a piece of fish, was almost broken with laughter. But she quickly put the coins away again, secretly hiding them in a rat hole in the wall under the bed. She did this so stealthily that not even her husband, Huang Lauer, knew about it. Men become bad when they have money. Mo's father was a case in point. For Mo, her money was the only thing that was real, everything else was fake. After all, she had nearly experienced a disaster when her father had sold his wife and daughter. Fortunately, her mother hid some secret money and ran away with her, otherwise she would have been in a brothel by now. After hiding the money, Huang Lauer just happened to push open the door. Mo quickly stood up and fumbled around, pretending to be relaxed. She happened to see the pickled fish on the wooden table that she had asked her eldest daughter to bring in. Then she remembered that she still had the fish that Wen Yang had sent her, so she asked her husband to call her daughters to share it. It's also strange that this pickled fish has been left for so long, but the layer of red oil on it has not solidified yet. The red color is very attractive, and it contrasts with the green of the green peppercorns. It looks spicy and goes well with rice. Even the fish didn't become fishy or old as it cooled. Instead, it gained in flavor, becoming even more spicy, sour, and refreshing. "Mom, this fish is so good. I never tasted anything so delicious." Huang Xia lifted her tiny, fleshy face, a look of satisfaction as she ate. The corners of her mouth were smeared with broth, and the spiciness had reddened her face and mouth. Huang Dia, Huang Area, and Huang Sanya were no less impressed. The four sisters rarely ate even a little meat, so how could they have tasted something so delicious? They ate with such gusto, but they didn't just eat by themselves. They quickly invited Mrs. Mo and Huang Lao Air to join them. Dad and Mom, it's delicious. You guys should eat too. Seeing this, Madame Mo picked up a small piece of pickled cabbage and put it in her mouth, saying, "Okay, Mom's eating, you guys eat yours." On the other hand, Huang Lao, who was standing nearby, took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. He then said, inappropriately, and with a hint of guilt, "Is it really okay for us to eat it ourselves and not share it with Dad and Mom?" Madame Mo rolled her eyes at him. "If you want to be filial, earn some money and buy it for Dad and Mom. This is what Wenyan gave to Dia and me. If you don't want to eat it, get out of here. It's an eyesore." This was Huang Lao's biggest annoyance. His wife and daughter had been bullied by their own mother until they were so thin, yet he acted like a blind man and ignored everything. Whenever he had something good, he wanted to give it to Dad and Mom. It was truly infuriating. This was also why Madame Mo hadn't told him about her secret stash of money. She was afraid he'd find out and give it to his mother-in-law. Thinking of this made her angry, but Madame Mo wasn't one to invite hardship. Seeing that he had fallen silent, she simply ignored him and turned her attention to her daughter's tattered clothes. She thought to herself, "Once I saved up some money, I have to secretly buy some cloth for my daughters to make some winter clothes. It's fine in warm weather, but cold weather isn't an option. I just have to wait a little longer and save some more money." In the quiet, dim room, moonlight streamed down on Mrs. Mo's face like water. She looked at her daughters, her eyes filled with hope for the future for the first time. At the Su residence, Chen, Su Li, and the others had just finished their work, bathed, and sat in the courtyard to eat. They'd been eating at this time of day, after dark. At this hour, there was no unbearable heat during the day, only a cool night breeze, the croaking of frogs in the distance, and the occasional barking of dogs from the village. Having been hungry all afternoon, the three of them ate heartily tonight. Su Li finally stopped when she felt she couldn't eat any more. So satisfying. The feeling of being full was so good, like being enveloped in a pool of warm water. I don't know why, but since traveling here, Su Li has felt incredibly hungry every day, especially in the early days. There was no meat at all, and I couldn't sleep at night. All I could think about was fat and the craving for it, like I'd been brainwashed. It's only been better these past 2 days now that I had some food in my stomach that I felt better. At least I'm not waking up hungry at night, and can sleep through the night. No wonder they say poor people don't have the energy to think about anything else. When you're in that state, all you can think about is filling your stomach. How can you have the energy to think about anything else? Su Tao and Chen Shi were similarly satisfied. Su Tao's belly was bulging with food, and sweat covered her nose and forehead. "I'm so full." Su Tao swallowed the last bite of her rice, smeared with sauerkraut and fish broth, and said with a satisfied look, "This fish is so delicious." The fish, coated in the broth, is tender and spicy, without a single fishy smell. It goes really well with rice. She finished a bowl, then added another bowl of rice, with the fish broth and shredded pumpkin. If she hadn't been completely full, she would have wanted more. It's so delicious. Perhaps because the heat had subsided tonight, and people were even hungrier, Chen ate more tonight than usual. She sat on a stone bench, thinking to herself, "This pickled fish is just too good. The pickled cabbage is so appetizing." Add to that the tender pumpkin her daughter had sautéed, which was fresh this season and had a sweet flavor, and the fragrant rice made it delicious. Before she knew it, she finished 2 large bowls of rice, still feeling a bit hungry. But even so, Chen was completely satisfied. Just a week ago, the family barely had enough to eat. Now, at least they had enough to eat. What more could they ask for? In this rare silence, Su Li suddenly said, "Mom, what do you think about adding pickled fish to the mix and selling it?" Su Li had been trying to find a time to discuss this with her mother, Chen, all afternoon, but she'd been too busy. She made the pickled fish tonight, so she could let Chen taste it. Now that she had, and seeing how pleased she looked, she'd probably agree, right? Su Li thought, looking at Chen. However, Chen, upon hearing Su Li's words, misunderstood. She thought to herself, "Don't we already have stir-fried pork intestines? They're selling well, so why switch to fish? While it's delicious, it's also more expensive." Thinking this way, she asked. Su Li explained softly, "It's not about swapping the pork intestines for pickled fish. It's about adding an extra dish so we can sell it at a higher price, like 15 or 18 per portion." Chen still didn't quite understand. Wouldn't that be more troublesome? In her opinion, while the profit was higher, it was also more troublesome, and the cost was higher. "But mother, if we sell 15 won per portion, then 20 portions would be 300 won. After deducting the cost, We can make at least 201, which is much more than we're making now. Su Li then went over with Chen the cost of a fish, how many people it would feed, the profit, the cost of the pig intestines, and the prices of vegetables and rice. She had done all this before when she started selling meals, so the math was quick. If she continued selling 20 portions a day as before, earning 201, after deducting the cost, she only make about 101. But if she added another dish, she could earn even more. Of course, she could increase the amount of pig intestines, reaching around 40 portions per day, but that would require a large enough population at the dock, and the number of people willing to try the pig intestines would have to increase rapidly. However, Su Li's observations over the past 2 days revealed that while her meals were reasonably priced, the customers who ate there were mostly from relatively poor backgrounds. The ship's stewards and other guests, who had a bit more money, avoided her, holding their noses and staying away from her. If this continued for a long time, the customer base would only dwindle. After all, she knew that the average person working at the docks only earned a few dozen coins a day. Only a few were willing to eat out, and most would just grab a bite or two or buy a couple of steamed buns. The sales she had been able to make over the past 2 days were simply due to the novelty of the food. Everyone was drawn to it. This afternoon, Su Li had clearly noticed that even the 20 portions she had ordered were struggling to sell. After hearing what Su Li said, Chen calculated in her mind that she could indeed earn more money, and her heart was slightly moved. However, she was also worried and concerned. Her small peasant mentality kept her worried, fearing losses. Although she had made some money over the past 2 days, she was always afraid of expanding her stall and losing everything. Especially now, buying these vegetables every day is a significant expense. If the rice runs out, money will be needed to buy more. Plus, the various seasonings and salt aren't cheap either. I finally earned some money, so I can't spend it all again, right? Thinking of this, she hesitated. How about waiting a while? Su Li hadn't really thought about adding more right away. Everything was just beginning, so taking it slow was the right thing to do. After all, the family's capital was limited, so there was no rush. She was sure her mother would agree once she earned more money. Thinking of this, Su Li didn't bring it up again. After a satisfying meal, it was time to sleep. The 3 of them were exhausted after a day's work and didn't linger any longer. They didn't even wash the dishes, waiting until the next morning. They locked the door and checked that the doors and windows were secure. With only mother and daughter at home these days, safety was a priority. The imperial court was incompetent, and bandits were rampant. Although the garrison was nearby, they still had to be on guard. At this moment, Chen regretted her husband's suggestion to buy a dog for home years ago. She leaned over to gaze at the moonlight filtering through the window, and began to think, when her mother-in-law returned, should she go to the village and catch one to raise? Thinking about it, she fell asleep, having a sweet night's sleep. The next morning, another bright sunny day, the cicadas in the village's walnut, willow, and cypress trees began to chirp hoarsely, a gentle breeze carrying their sounds to every corner of the earth. Today, Su Li had to bring fish soup to Grandma Wu. She woke up early and fried the fish bones, then simmered the soup on the stove. The most important thing about stewing fish is using boiling water, which gives it a milky white color. After the fish was cooked, Su Li made breakfast. Today, she had hand-rolled noodles again, mixed with the leftover seasoning and broth from last night's pickled fish. She filled a large pot with some green leaves, blanched them for a few seconds, and then immediately removed them. The vibrant green color intertwined with the noodles, making it look incredibly delicious. A fried egg would have been even more perfect. Su Li felt a flicker of regret, but quickly shook it off. Facing the rising sun, she carried the noodles to the courtyard. They'd been eating breakfast and dinner there lately, and now, with the weather still warm, it was the perfect time for a relaxing meal. Mom, for sister, it's time for dinner. Yes. Su Tao's voice leaped with joy as she emerged from the bamboo grove, her footsteps brisk. This morning, Chen had just discovered that one of her few chickens hadn't returned. It was an old hen she raised for years. She hadn't found it last night, and anxiously, she and Su Tao had gone searching for it early in the morning. For sister, did you find the hen? Yes, it's in the coop. Mom said she wants to start brooding and lay a few eggs for the chicks. Brooding? Hatching chicks? Su Li's expression suddenly dawned with realization. She was glad she found it. The family was already struggling, and if the chickens were lost, it would be even worse. A short while later, Chen returned, hurriedly heading out. You guys eat first. I go ask if anyone in the village has any eggs. This egg, of course, wasn't just any egg, but a fertilized one, usually found only in homes with roosters. He had to carefully examine each one, which was quite a hassle. Mom, eat first, then go. The noodles are all clumping. Yes, Mom. It's okay. You guys eat first. Just leave some for me. I go ask the village chief and see if I can pick up your grandma and her family tomorrow when they return home. With that, she hurried out again. Su Li and Su Tao were left to eat, but before they could even take 2 bites, Uncle Chen arrived with pig intestines. Barefoot and carrying a basket on his back, Uncle Chen saw Su Li and Su Tao and asked, "Where's your mom? Why can't I see her?" "Uncle, you're here. My mother went to the village chief's house and just left." Su Tao put down her chopsticks, smiling and standing up. Su Li also stepped forward to take the pig intestines Uncle Chen had brought. "You guys eat yours." "Where's this?" "I put it away for you." Su Tao pointed to the wooden basin under the eaves, and Uncle Chen quickly walked over and put the pig intestines in. "Uncle, have you had breakfast? Do you want to join us?" Su Li asked. Uncle Chen had indeed eaten breakfast this morning, but after slaughtering the pig all morning and seeing the temptingly colored boiled noodles on the stone table, he felt a little hungry again. Su Li, understanding this, went from the house and fetched a set of bowls and chopsticks. She picked out a large bowl of noodles, poured some broth, and shared it with Uncle Chen. "Uncle, this is for you." "Thank you, Wuya." Uncle Chen took the bowl and smiled a little sheepishly. But his eyes were quickly drawn to the bowl of noodles. He had no idea how they were made, but they smelled so delicious. He eagerly scooped up a large mouthful, his mouth instantly burning, yet Uncle Chen couldn't bear to spit it out. It was delicious. The noodles were chewy and tender, soaking up the delicious broth. And fish? No, how come this fish didn't taste fishy at all? Combined with the pickled cabbage and chili peppers, it was incredibly appetizing. Uncle Chen guessed by the end that it was probably the leftover fish sauce from yesterday. It was much better than the plain noodles his wife Xiao had made. Uncle Chen slurped it up in a few gulps, gulping down the broth along with it. Sweat broke out on his face. Uncle Chen finished so quickly that Su Li wanted to get him another bowl, but he refused. After dinner, Su Li and Su Tao washed the dishes and the pig intestines. Uncle Chen waited a while longer, but when Qinshe returned, he looked up at the sun and worried he missed time to go to the next house to collect the pigs, so he said, "I be leaving now. Just tell your mother when she gets back." Su Li and Su Tao agreed. When Qinshe returned and learned that her eldest brother had delivered the pig intestines, she patted her head and remembered that she'd been so anxious to leave that she'd forgotten about it. She didn't give the money today. She was afraid her eldest brother would get scolded by his sister-in-law when he got back. So she hurried out again, but Uncle Chen was nowhere to be found. So, they have to give it all tomorrow. "What's up, Wunyang? Who are you looking for?" Mo Shi and Huang Lao Er had just left for the Su family's house, carrying vegetables and fruits, when they spotted Qinshe's figure, looking around, from a distance outside the bamboo grove. Qin turned around, saw it was Mo, and waved nothing. Then she called, "Brother Huang. Sister-in-law." The three of them exchanged greetings, and hurried to the Su residence. Upon arrival, Qin busied herself with pouring water for the two. Huang put down his things, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly declined, "No thanks, sister-in-law, I'm not thirsty." Mo also said, "No need to trouble Lunyang, I'm not thirsty either." "Well, sister-in-law, would you like to weigh it first?" "Yes, Wunyang, weigh it first." Qin stopped her work and went to the house to get a scale. "Hi, yes. That's good, that's good." While Huang Lao Er spoke, his eyes were fixed on the basin of pig intestines that Su Li and Su Tao were washing. He was a little dumbfounded, wondering if they could sell all that much. But thinking about the taste of the pig intestines his wife, Madame Mo, had brought back that day, he felt that if he had the money, he would buy them every day. "I heard that these were all made by Wuya. How could such a small maid be so skilled?" Huang Lao Er glanced at Su Li again. Qin took the bitter melon into the house and cleared it out, setting the other vegetables Madame Mo had set aside. Then, she went to the inner room and took out her purse. "I forgot to tell you yesterday. I need another 20 gene of greens. We didn't grow much this year, and we haven't made any pickled cabbage yet." After saying this, she counted out tomorrow's copper coins and added 41, a total of 65 won, which she quietly handed to Madame Mo. This was what they had agreed on yesterday. Otherwise, how could they be considered birds of a feather? Qin not only didn't see anything wrong with Mo's hidden stash of money, she thought it made perfect sense. She'd done the same thing before, but she spent it all when her daughter and mother-in-law were ill. She saved some money later, too. Without money, she always felt uneasy. Mo glanced outside. Seeing Huang Lauer hadn't noticed her, she quickly took out the copper coins, counted out 20, and shoved them into Chen's hand, whispering, "That's too much. You don't need that much." After that, she quickly stuffed another 32 coins into Chen's hand. After a moment's thought, she picked up 2 more coins, and put them on her body before leaving with the empty basket. "Okay, let's go. Then we leave first, Lianyang. I come back tomorrow. For sister, fifth sister, I'm leaving." After saying that, Mo, as if afraid Chen would chase her out, hurriedly pulled Huang Lauer away. Chen was also helpless. She put the silver away and chased after him, walked slowly. After seeing Mrs. Mo off, the 3 of them resumed their work for the day, once again, with a clear division of labor. Su Li prepared lunch to sell, while Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Su Tao washed the pig intestines for tomorrow's use. As they bustled along, the sun rose higher and higher, its scorching heat blanketing the earth. The cicadas' chirping grew even louder, as if exhausting all their summer energy. They packed the stir-fried vegetables and rice, pushed the wheelbarrow into the yard, and worked together to stow the vegetables before heading out. Because the father and son from the Wang family next door had said they were going up the mountain yesterday and wouldn't be back until the following evening, Su Li hadn't left any food for them. She planned to prepare dinner after returning home that afternoon and then deliver it to them, so they could enjoy a fresh meal. Mrs. Chen agreed. "They gave me money, so it's only right." They were neighbors, and as they say, a distant relative is worse than a close one. You never know when they might need help. Meanwhile, Su Li and the other 2 were busy all the way, arriving at the dock just before noon. The dock was still bustling with people. Shen, who was selling mutton sesame cakes, had already been there. Seeing the 3 of them approach, she hurried forward to thank them profusely for what happened yesterday. "Thanks to you for delivering my things home yesterday, otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done." After saying this, she offered them a drink. "No thanks, Sister Shen, I really don't need it." "Yes, Aunt Shen, I really don't need it. It's not a big deal. You're being so polite, you're not considering me a friend." After much deliberation, Shen finally gave up. Chen quickly asked, "By the way, Sister Shen, have you found your daughter?" "I found her. She didn't go far. She's playing with people by the river." After saying this, Shen sighed. It was then that Su Li and the others learned that Aunt Shen's daughter was a special person. Although she was the same age as Su Li, her mental faculties were only those of a 5- or 6-year-old. On weekdays, when she set up shop, she would leave her daughter with a neighbor, paying her a small monthly stipend. They also learned that, because of her daughter's situation, Aunt Shen's husband and in-laws had forced her to abandon her daughter or divorce her. However, Aunt Shen chose to be divorced, and despite the immense pressure, she returned to her hometown and raised her daughter alone, relying on her pancake-making skills. Your in-laws are so unreasonable. They started their business with money from your parents' family, and now, when they had money, they wanted to marry a new bride, so they divorced you. And they're using the daughter's situation to pressure you. Does that child belong to you alone? Doesn't that child belong to them anymore?" After hearing this, Chen was furious and immediately started cursing. "What can I do? For my daughter's sake, I just have to endure it." Ms. Shen was certainly resentful and wanted to argue with them, but this world was always unfair to women. Her family was gone, so what could she do? "Thank you, sister, for listening to me. Sister Shen, don't worry. Things change over time. Who knows who will be stronger in the future? Such a heartless person will get his comeuppance in this life. Just wait and see." Miss Chen patted Shen's hand, soothing her. Miss Shen's eyes were moist, and in the sunlight, she wiped them with her thumb. "You're right. I wait and see." "Yes." Miss Chen and Shen chatted for a while longer, until both stalls arrived and they parted ways. The arrivals were several young scholars in blue robes. Seeing Su Li and the others from afar, they began to whisper and point in their direction. When they arrived, they remained silent, not even glancing at Su Li and Chen. With a look of disdain, they handed a 4-layer lunch box to Su Li. "We want 4 servings of this meal. Please pack it for us." After saying this, one of them pulled a handful of copper coins from his pocket and placed them on a wheelbarrow, then stepped back a few steps, as if Su Li were some kind of cult den of filth. Seeing their demeanor, Su Li easily associated it with the young men from yesterday, who, with the exception of the leader, were also in the same mood. Despite their hostile attitude, Su Li remained neither servile nor overbearing, and, as usual, packed the food as requested and handed it over. "Hello, young master, it's ready." Seeing that Su Li was clean and polite, The man finally spared a sidelong glance and whispered, "Thank you." With that, he picked up the lunchbox and left. Not long after he left, several more groups of people dressed similarly like scholars arrived. Strangely enough, they arrived in groups of 2 or 3. Among them, there were also people dressed as servants, claiming they were buying for the young men studying at the academy, and they were buying in large quantities. In a short while, the food Su Li and Chen had prepared for the day was gone. Why did it sell out so quickly today? Chen felt like she hadn't even cooked anything yet, and it was gone? She hadn't even washed the dishes. Su Li and her regular customers from the past 2 days shared the same feeling. Ah? Gone? After much hesitation, Zhu Laosi finally decided to try the food sold by Su Xianyang. He was stunned to find it sold out. He stared at the empty wooden barrels and ceramic basins, as if trying to discern something. Yesterday, he noticed they weren't selling so quickly. Could it be that others had also discovered the delicious pig intestine sold at this stall? Su Li explained, "Sorry, sir, we sold out today." Zhu Laosi was a little disappointed. "Then I come back tomorrow. Remember to save some for me." "Okay." Su Li agreed. After the others left, several more arrived. Upon learning they were gone, they all wailed, "How could it be gone? I was thinking I'd come back as soon as I was done with my work." This man was a boatman. Their cargo ship had been docked in Qingshui County for a few days. Ever since discovering Su Li's delicious food a couple of days ago, he'd been coming almost daily. He planned to come back today to enjoy it, but to his surprise, it was sold out. "Remember to save some for me tomorrow, young lady." "Me too." "And me." Su Li apologized one by one and readily agreed. "This sister, why are there so many people here today?" Su Tao always got a little lost when counting money. "I don't know. Perhaps it was recommended by yesterday's customer?" Su Li had no idea what was going on. This situation continued for several days straight. It wasn't until the 3rd day, when she met the son of the village's Lu Posi, who was studying at the county school, at the dock, that she finally understood the reason. Chapter 35. It turned out that after Lin Jia returned home that day, he went to the county school the next day and spread the news that when Lin had lost a bet and had eaten pig intestines. He told everyone he met, his voice so loud and resonant that it happened to be overheard by a teacher who was giving a lecture outside. The teacher happened to be a former student of Old Man Wen. He had always been grateful to Old Man Wen for lending him books to copy because his family was poor, but he had never had the opportunity to repay him. After hearing that Old Man Wen's grandson had been humiliated, he was furious and punished Lin Jia and the other students in the school, making them write an essay on nobility and inferiority as an after-school assignment. When the county school instructor learned of this, he saw it as a great opportunity to improve the current atmosphere in the county school and encouraged all students in the county to make this an after-school assignment and include it in the assessment for the next year's class placements. Once this incident broke, word quickly spread throughout the county school. While everyone cursed Lin Jia after learning the truth, some of the more resourceful students quickly realized they could use the pig intestines as a starting point and rushed to the dock to buy some, hoping to find inspiration. Not to mention, several students who bought and ate them actually wrote excellent essays, their language flourishing and their emotions rich. As a result, Su Li's pig intestine stall became a huge craze among the students, and a rumor spread among them. Anyone who ate the young woman's pig intestines would be able to write like a god, producing essays that would even garner praise from their teachers. Ji Feng was one of those who believed it, but because he had never eaten pork before, he still had the impression that pork had a strong fishy smell and was only eaten by poor people. So at first, he didn't dare to try it easily. Until one day, when he saw other friends and classmates went to buy it, he asked his servant to go to the dock to buy a meal with pig intestines. "Young master, do you really want to eat?" The servant placed the food he had bought on the desk and looked at the young man before him with some concern. If the madam caught him feeding the young master this, she would definitely punish him. No problem. Although Ji Feng was reluctant, he had already made up his mind and would not go back on his word. The servant had no choice but to open the food box and take out the food. The top layer contained the snacks prepared for the young master, and the second layer contained the young master's favorite crispy duck. He took out the dish of crispy duck and urged again, "Why not try this? Isn't it your favorite? Madam had the kitchen prepare it specially today." However, Ji Feng did not respond, so the servant continued to open the food box and took out the bowl of food bought at the dock. Ji Feng looked at the bowl of food, feeling a bit surprised. It didn't look as horrible as he imagined. Was this what pig intestines were? It was quite clean, with the greasy intestines spread out on top, dotted with green and red chilies. He sniffed it up close, and there was no other unusual smell. It was actually quite fragrant, a numbing, spicy aroma. But in the end, Ji Feng couldn't break through his inner defenses. Try it first and see how it tastes. He picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and passed it to the servant beside him. Of course, he obeyed his master's orders. Although he had never eaten pig offal before, he took what his master offered him without hesitation. The expected disgusting smell was completely gone. Instead, an indescribable blend of flavors from various seasonings filled his taste buds. It was actually delicious. The servant's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Sir, it tastes good." Ji Feng looked at the servant suspiciously. Really? But he figured the other party wouldn't dare lie, so he took a chopstick and put it in his mouth. Is this really the fishy, stinky thing everyone says? How come it's actually quite good? Fragrant and crispy, without a single odor. Paired with the green and red chilies, and finely shredded ginger, it's simply delicious. Ji Feng had never tried anything like this before. This was his first time trying it, and he didn't expect it to taste so good. As soon as he swallowed it, he took another chopstick. It was spicy and numbing, a satisfying sensation. Then he took a bite of the sweet potato rice. The sweet potato and the perfectly soft rice were simply delicious. The stir-fried vegetables were even better than his own chef's. Ji Feng's eyes lit up as he ate. In no time, his bowl was completely empty. The servant beside him, initially hoping the master would leave some for him, decided to buy a portion himself when he got home. It wasn't expensive, and he could afford it. Lin Jing shared Ji Feng's thoughts. He was initially skeptical of the pig intestines he bought, but after taking one bite, he couldn't help but ravish. Delicious, absolutely delicious. This wasn't just some pig's offal, it was a truly divine delicacy. As a foodie, Lin Jing had practically eaten every corner of the county, even knowing which sesame cakes and candies were the best. As a result, his weight skyrocketed, quickly reaching nearly 200 pounds. He thought he knew nearly every delicious food in the county, but he hadn't expected to miss one. What a mistake! While feeling regretful, he devoured the food with hearty mouthfuls, his mouth dripping with oil. On the other side, Su Li, Chen, and the other two, having learned what had happened, were at a loss for words. They hadn't expected their hot pig intestines to stand out in such a way, attracting so many customers. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? This girl's cooking is truly delicious. Many people at the county school have praised it. If some of the students who initially came here were superstitious, and some were curious, then some ultimately came because they truly loved the food and recommended it to others. Lu Yin had been recommended by her classmate, Lin Chen. Lin Chen had been saying how delicious pig intestines were every day, both in school and after school. This had intrigued Lu Yin, and she happened to have some free time that day, so she came to try it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an acquaintance from the same village. Really? Do you really think it's delicious? Ms. Chen was also somewhat surprised. Thinking that the students in the academy, those who had studied and could read, also thought their food was delicious, she felt a sense of pride. It's true, Auntie, Lu Yin said with a smile. Of course, there were those in the county academy who considered pig intestines a lowly food and spoke disparagingly of them, but there were also those who defended them and thought they were delicious. The two sides argued relentlessly. Many incidents and discussions arose during this period, including one in which a wealthy student declared in public that he believed poor students were inherently lowly and therefore loved to eat such lowly food. This finally made Lu Yin understand why the teacher had asked them to write this article. From a small perspective, the court is now controlled by people from aristocratic families, and it is increasingly difficult for children from poor families to enter the officialdom. People from all walks of life judge one's status by one's origin. People with good origins are respected and looked up to, while people with bad origins are discriminated against and ridiculed. People like them are just like food. Because of their origins, they are restricted in every way, and are not even qualified to sit at the table of the nobles. But is this really right? Can nobility and inferiority really be determined by origin alone? But what exactly is nobility and inferiority? Lu Yin has no conclusion of his own. It wasn't until that day, after he had specially purchased a meal, that he suddenly understood from the first bite. Indeed, no one has a choice about one's birth, talent, knowledge, and character should be the criteria for judging noble and humble. Just as the despised pig's offal could be made into such a delicious dish, it further proves that birth isn't its fault. Those who consider it inferior are deeply mistaken. Thinking this way, he put down his chopsticks, hurriedly ran back to the classroom, and began to grind ink and write furiously. Lin Jing, who had just returned from outside, was somewhat bewildered upon seeing this scene, but he quickly put it behind him. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the bowl of food on the table. Brother Lou was so kind. Knowing he loved it, he specially bought him his favorite stir-fried pork intestines. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hesitate. Alright, let's go buy some meat. After selling the last portion of food and packing up her things, Chen said to Su Li and the others. The food sales had been good these past few days, earning them some money. Since Aunt Wu had been home for several days, the three of them decided to buy some meat to take home for nourishment. Well, it was Su Li who persuaded Chen for 2 days before she agreed. At first, Chen refused to agree. She believed that money should be saved for its own benefit. Her little daughter's tendency to spend it recklessly was unacceptable. But eventually, considering how hard things had been these days, Chen agreed. But today, in addition to buying meat, there is one more thing, which is to ask Uncle Chen to send some more pig intestines tomorrow. The pig intestines have been selling particularly well these days, so we can add some more, and pickled fish can also be added. Speaking of which, it is also because the food has been selling well these days, so Chen has gained a little more confidence and decided to give it a try. It's like what her daughter said, that is, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It sounds weird at first, but when you think about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. Great. Su Tao had been craving braised pork for a long time. She'd been looking forward to it selling out at noon, so she could buy some meat. Su Li swallowed her saliva at the thought of the braised pork. She hadn't eaten pork in ages since arriving here. She truly missed it. Thinking of this, she even quickened her pace. Around mid-afternoon, the three of them finally arrived at Uncle Chen's meat stall in the county town. Since it was 1 in the afternoon, the stall was deserted. Flies were buzzing around it. Uncle Chen had disappeared, leaving Xiao alone, swatting flies. Sister-in-law, you're all alone. Where's brother? He's back home for something. Are you here to buy meat? Yes, sister-in-law. I want 3 pounds of pork belly, and 5 pounds of pork lard. Chen pondered for a long time before finally deciding to order 3 pounds of pork belly, and 5 pounds of pork lard to make lard for a long time. I don't know if there's enough pork fat. We almost sold it this morning, Xiao replied, feeling a little surprised. To be honest, when she heard they were buying meat, and so much at that, she didn't react outwardly, but she wasn't completely unconcerned. How long has it been since they've been able to afford meat? And they're buying so much at once? They look like they made a fortune. Then she wondered, could selling pig intestines at the dock really be profitable? Okay, then we take whatever you have, Chen said. Only then did Xiao stand up, grab a knife, and swiftly cut 3 pounds of meat, no more no less. Then she removed the remaining pork fat and weighed it. Only 4 pounds left. Want it? Yes. Pork belly is 17 won per pound, so I give you 16. Pork fat is 10 won per pound, so I give you 9 won, for a total of 84 won. Although Xiao looked down on Chen, she didn't cheat on the weights. The price she quoted was fair. Okay. After saying that, Chen pulled silver from her bosom and counted out a string of copper coins. After buying the meat, Chen then mentioned asking her sister-in-law, Xiao, to send her 2 more pig intestines every day. If Xiao had already been a little surprised to see Chen buying so much meat earlier, she was now even more shocked. How much silver had she earned? The thought of this made her feel a little sour. So they were buying her pig intestines at a low price, and then selling them to others at a higher price to make some money? Chapter 36. Why not make and sell it myself? Xiao thought for a moment, then readily agreed to Chen's request. But then she returned home and began to think, you worked hard butchering pigs these past few days. Tomorrow, have Daoan take the pig's offal to his aunt, so he doesn't have to go out and play with those people all day. Zhao and Uncle Chen's eldest son, Chen Chunsheng, was over 18 years old. Lately, for some unknown reason, he refused to attend private school again. After returning home, he didn't want to do anything. He spent his days out eating, drinking, and having fun with others, secretly asking Zhao for a lot of money to spend. Uncle Chen, after beating and scolding him, was fussing over this matter. That's fine. He's not a big deal if he's out all day. Let him come with me butchering pigs for a few days. He see the hard work, and maybe he'd be willing to go to school. After saying this, he summoned his eldest son and explained the matter. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoan agreed without hesitation, which made Uncle Chen quite relieved. Little did he know that all this was something Xiao had instructed him to do long ago. As soon as Uncle Chen left the door, Chen Daoan went to Xiao. Mom, silver. Can you do without me? After saying that, he pulled out a tael of silver from his pocket. Did you remember what I said? Yes, I remember. Isn't it just about watching how the girls prepare that food? Don't worry, I remembered everything. Chen Daolong hated Xiao's nagging the most, his face filled with impatience. It was strange to say that Uncle Chen and Zhao weren't ugly, but their sons and daughters had small eyes or flat noses. Chen Daolong, on the other hand, had all these flaws. His eyes were slanted, his mouth was crooked, and he was short. Because of this, he was often ridiculed by his classmates at the private school. But Zhao didn't think so. She saw her son as handsome no matter how she looked at him, and she even thought those who looked down on him were short-sighted. My son is the most intelligent. Zhao then handed the silver to Chen Daolong. Poor Uncle Chen, believing his wife genuinely cared for him, was delighted for several days. Even then, Chen, Su Li, and the others, after buying meat, went to buy fish. As fate would have it, they ran into the old man who had sold fish that day. He was sitting on the stone steps chatting with someone nearby, and surprisingly, he recognized Chen and the others. Are you here to buy fish again, sister? Old man Su stood up, walked over to the wooden basin filled with water, and pointed at the fish. Today we have grass carp and crucian carp, both fresh. Whichever you want, I give you a discount. Uncle, we're not buying fish today. We just want to ask you something. Huh? Not buying fish? Old man Su looked a little disappointed, but still said, What is it? Asked. Miss Chen then told him that she wanted to order fish from him daily. I want grass carp, 3 or 4 pounds. 10 for now, maybe more later. Can you give us a discount? If you don't have that much, silver carp will do. Miss Chen spoke up, and old man Su was so surprised that he barely reacted. When he finally did, he said, Yes, yes, yes. We have any fish you want. Miss Su wouldn't have promised anything else, but he had any fish he wanted. His son was a disappointment. He had incurred gambling debts from somewhere, and was afraid to return home. He had been away for 3 years. He, his daughter-in-law, and 2 little granddaughters did not have the energy to do farm work, so they raised fish in the paddy fields and ponds to make a living. However, the price of fish was low, and there was not much left after paying off the debts and paying taxes. As for the price, let's stick with the same price as before, sister. Old man Su was a little nervous, looking uneasy in the sun. His eyes, brimming with hardship, held a hint of humility and anticipation. Fearing Chen wouldn't agree, he added, How about this, sister? Wherever your village is, I send you home every morning. Is that okay with that? Send home? Chen had originally thought it was a bit expensive and wanted to move to another place, but this moved her. She glanced at Su Li, and seeing her nod, she said, For cents, then? But we have to pay every morning at noon. I wonder if that's convenient for you. Yes, yes. Old man Su nodded quickly. Then, fearing Chen might change her mind, he quickly inquired about Chen's village location and how to pay. Finally, to ensure the long-term interests of both parties, Su Li came up with the idea of having someone write a deed, which they both signed with their fingerprints. Is that necessary? There's not much silver. Miss Chen folded the deed, somewhat puzzled. No one at the time had the idea of writing a deed, let alone Chen, who had rarely even visited the county town and had never done business. So Su Li didn't blame her, but patiently explained the importance of the deed. She even made up a story about someone taking the money and running away without signing the deed, which left Chen stunned. She thought about it, and realized it made sense. Although the money wasn't much, it was hard-earned, and there was no telling how much more it would be in the future. If the other party ran away with the money, who would she turn to for justice? It had to be written. Chen carefully took the deed from her sleeve and placed it against her chest. The same was true for old man Su on the side. The reason was simple. Su Li told old man Su a story about taking goods, but not paying for them. This scared him so much that he had to take it seriously. Even the scholar, who helped write the deed, changed his careless attitude and wrote down the story seriously. Later, he used this story to attract a lot of business. Of course, this is a story for later. Chen handed half the deposit to old man Su and said, Uncle, I have the fish weighed. I won't tolerate any shortfalls. Don't worry, sister. We farmers act with conscience. With that, Chen and the other 2 left and officially began their day of shopping in the county town. Their first stop was the grocery store to buy salt, as they were using it quickly, so they had to stock up. They also needed sugar and flour, as they were in urgent need. This was the most expensive part. Chen bargained with the shopkeeper until they were completely exhausted, finally getting a 5-cent discount, bringing the total cost to 500 won. Then, at Su Tao's constant urging, Chen bought a cup of sour plum soup and a cup of perilla drink for each of them, costing 8 won. Finally, Chen went to the pastry shop and bought a bag of simple mung bean cakes, enough for her parents-in-law to chew. This cost 25 won. Chin broke off a piece for Su Li and Su Tao to taste. It was the kind of old-fashioned pastry they eaten as children, with a rough texture, but thankfully, the ingredients were substantial and the sugar was generous. For Sister Su Tao and Mother Chin both gave it high praise. After buying these things, Chin quickly stopped. If she continued, the silver she earned in the past 2 days would be gone. She had to save some for fish and vegetables. Finally, the three of them set out on their journey home. Now that she had earned some money, Chin was willing to spend money on a mule cart. Although the large amount of stuff required an extra 4 cents for the cart, the trip back and forth between the dock and home was less tiring than before. Su Li watched the slowly moving trees and the occasional passerby, the sun shining on her cheek. A sweet pine nut candy clung to her lips as she sat on the bumpy ride. For the first time, she felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Life seemed full of hope, and the meaning of hard work crystallized. Chapter 37. At the Su residence, Mrs. Wu was sitting under the eaves, helping Old Man Su pass things around. Shortly after finishing their meal, they were busy making the small tables and stools Su Li had mentioned. The tables were already roughly formed, and all they needed to do was assemble them according to their granddaughter's instructions. The cicadas chirped, but the weather remained stagnant. Mrs. Wu glanced into the distance, but there was no sign of anyone. A hint of anxiety lingered in her voice. Did something happen on the way home? Why hasn't he returned yet? Usually, they would have been home by this time. Today, it was past 3 p.m., and there was still no sign. If Mrs. Wu hadn't been unable to move much, she would have gone to the village entrance to wait. Old Man Su said, as he assembled the items, it should be soon. Didn't Qingshan's mother say she'd go to the county to buy salt or something after she sold the items? That's right, I forgot about that. Mrs. Wu finally felt relieved and focused on helping with the work. About half an hour later, the sound of wheels could be heard not far away. Mrs. Wu looked up and saw Chin and the others returning on a mule cart. Her legs were not working well, so she quickly asked Old Man Su to pick them up. Master, we're back. Su Tao, completely slouching from the mule cart, leaped off as lightly as a young swallow and happily greeted Old Man Su, who had come to help. Su Li followed suit. She had never been prone to motion sickness, but for some reason, riding in a mule cart was so uncomfortable, the bumpy ride nearly making her vomit. Okay, we're back, Old Man Su said, as he went to retrieve the items from the mule cart. Zeng Lao Er, who was driving the mule cart, also came over to help. I'm sorry to bother you again today, Uncle Zeng. Old Man Su thanked the people before him. Zeng Er lifted the cart and set it on the ground, clapping his hands. Uncle Su, you're joking. It's nothing to bother you. His tone was warm, his attitude was kind, and his manners were attentive, as if the two families had always been close. But it wasn't always like this. As military households, the Su family, while the rest of the village didn't dare offend them easily, held a certain level of disdain in their hearts. The elders would often warn the younger generation not to play with the Su children. So, in terms of interaction, the Zhang and Su families had rarely interacted in the past. It was only recently, when the Su family asked him for their car, that they began to interact. However, it was during this period of interaction that Zheng Er realized the Su family was on the rise. He went back and discussed it with his wife, and they both agreed to lend a hand whenever possible. Who knows, there might be a place for them in the future. Come in and have a drink, second brother Zheng. After moving everything inside, Chin called to the man in the yard, then went into the kitchen and poured a bowl of mung bean soup, which Su Li had prepared that morning and cooled with cold water, and handed it to the visitor. Second brother Zheng was about to refuse, but the sight of the bowl of icy, thirst-quenching mung bean soup that Chin offered him froze the refusal. He accepted it sheepishly. Thank you very much. Having made 2 trips back and forth, without even a sip of water today, second brother Zheng had already been feeling thirsty. He picked up the bowl of mung bean soup and gulped it down. Refreshing. It was icy cool, with a hint of sweetness and the unique fragrance of mung beans. A bowl of this on a hot summer day was incredibly comforting. After finishing the mung bean soup, Zeng Lao ate the remaining mung beans. He didn't know how the soup was made, but each bean had blossomed, becoming so soft and mushy that it was almost sandy. Sister-in-law, this mung bean soup is truly wonderful, Zeng Lao praised. His wife's soup, for some reason, turned out red, which not only didn't look as good but also tasted a bit off. Today's was just right, not too sweet, not too bland. I didn't make it, we did, Chin said, smiling as she took the bowl away and explained. Zeng Lao was surprised for a moment, But then, he assumed it was Chen's teaching. After a few words of praise, his mind wandered, thinking to himself, the Su family's mung bean soup is so delicious. No wonder they sell out every day. He had seen it with his own eyes. The wooden barrels and ceramic pots that held the food were spotless. For a moment, Zheng Lauer felt a surge of emotion. After returning home, he and his wife chatted with crickets again, needless to say. Back at the Su family, seeing that the mule and the people had left, Chen finally took out the things she bought in the county today. Pork couldn't be kept in the summer, so it had to be brought out quickly, so it could be cooked later. The salt and sugar also needed to be put away in jars. The rest was the pine nut candy that Su Li had been clamoring for, and the mung bean cakes for her in-laws. I think I bought a bit too much, Chen said self-reproachfully, holding the meat. She hadn't noticed when she bought it, but only realized how much she bought after returning. Her in-laws must think she wasted money, right? I bought it anyway. We eat it anyway, said Mrs. Wu. Although she initially thought she bought too much, she had to take a closer look and see if she bought anything she shouldn't have. Although Mrs. Wu had always been frugal, she wasn't someone who couldn't be consulted. Besides, this money was the hard-earned money of her daughter-in-law and 2 granddaughters. What right did she and her husband have to make comments? Besides, her daughter-in-law had also bought something for them. Mrs. Wu picked up the bag of mung bean cakes that Mrs. Chen had just given her and asked, deliberately changing the subject, "Are these from Wenji?" "Yes, Wenji," Mrs. Chen said. Mrs. Wu stroked the oil paper with her fingers, a look of nostalgia in her eyes. "Their mung bean cakes are delicious." Seemingly understanding the confusion on Mrs. Chen's face, Mrs. Wu explained, "When your father and I were first married, we loved buying their cakes. But then, who knows when? Perhaps after they had given birth to one child after another, none of them survived, and all the family money had been spent on their frail youngest son." Chen, completely unaware of this, smiled and said, "Then, mother, try it and see if it still tastes the same as before." Mrs. Wu nodded, stood up to wash her hands, opened the oil paper seal, pinched off a piece, and gently took a bite. "Yes." Mrs. Wu smiled, her long-frowned face relaxing. "Old man, try some?" "No, just give me a little. I can't eat that much." Old man Su smiled in the sunshine, but Mrs. Wu, for some reason, felt as if she had returned to that gloomy evening. Back then, she had just miscarried her 3rd child and couldn't do heavy work, so she sat under the eaves, shelling beans. Old man Su had returned from the county and bought this mung bean cake. He slipped it into her mother-in-law's mouth when she wasn't looking. She opened it and told him to eat it, but he said he didn't like it and told her to eat it. So she ate while crying, finishing the whole bag in one go. It was so sweet that she missed dinner. Then she was scolded by her mother-in-law again. But for some reason, she couldn't remember the scolding, but she remembered this incident. "It hasn't changed. It's still just as sweet." Old man Su feigned a look of disdain, trying to make old lady Wu laugh as usual, but old lady Wu couldn't. She suddenly stood up and said, "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Then she turned and limped back into the house. "Hey, look at your mother." What had angered her again? Chen and Su Li saw this and laughed secretly. A while later, when the heat had subsided, Su Li began to prepare dinner. Knowing Su Li was making braised pork, Su Tao had gone out to feed the chickens early, earning another scolding from Chen, but she ignored it and sat attentively in the stuffy kitchen, helping Su Li with the fire. "For sister, you don't need to light the fire today. Why don't you go take a shower first?" To make the braised pork delicious, frying the sugar color is the most important step. This requires extremely precise heat control, especially since here, unlike modern times, where the heat can be adjusted freely using natural gas, there's no room for fuss. Who knew Su Tao misunderstood these words, thinking they were simply worried she wouldn't shower. So she patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry, 5th sister, I definitely shower today." Su Li then remembered that she couldn't mince words with 4th sister Su Tao, so she explained. There were so many things to be careful about. Su Tao was so frightened that she quickly stood up and threw the wooden stick in her hand. Forget it, for the sake of delicious braised pork, she wouldn't cook it anymore. There's no need to avoid it so relentlessly. Su Li picked up the discarded wooden stick and put it in the stove. Then she began to stir-fry the sugar color. The heat should be low, just a little bit. Wait until the sugar slowly melts into the pork belly lard and turns a bright red. Stir-frying the sugar color can be done in 2 ways, water or oil. Water is more suitable for beginners and prevents burns, while oil requires more skill. Immediately after the sugar color is applied, add the freshly stir-fried, golden brown pork belly and stir-fry until golden. Many online recipes instruct you to blanch the meat first, but fresh pork doesn't need to be blanched. Simply cut the pork into pieces and fry the fat until it's most fragrant. After the pork belly is coated with sugar color, add the star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, ginger, and scallions and stir fry until fragrant. Add rice wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. There's no light or dark soy sauce here, only soy sauce, made from fermented soybeans and wheat. I heard it also contains spices and seasonings, making it look more like dark soy sauce, and have a stronger saltiness. Suli has been using it for cooking these days, and it's quite delicious. Her mother, Chun, said this soy sauce is a time-honored brand, having been around since she was born, and almost everyone's family goes there when they need soy sauce. After the soy sauce is evenly stir-fried, the most important thing is to add an appropriate amount of boiling hot water, never cold water. Cover the pot and bring to a boil, then simmer over low heat for at least 40 minutes. At that time, the braised pork was so tender and flavorful, melting in the mouth. Suli felt a little hungry just thinking about the taste. Outside, Su Tao was practically crying with greed at the aroma of meat. She could be seen in the corner of the yard, feeding grass to the rabbits while sniffing, eager to eat it right away. It smelled so good. Not only her, but also Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and Mrs. Chen, who were working there. The meat cooked by the fifth girl is so delicious. Yes, it really is. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten meat in a while, but Mrs. Chen actually thought the meat cooked by her youngest daughter was particularly delicious today. I wonder when Qishan and the others will arrive. You mean today, right? Mrs. Wu missed her son and grandson. Although her son had sent word 2 days ago that he would be home today, it was almost evening, the sun was about to set, and there was no sign of him. Son said today is definitely today. Don't worry about this or that. If you're not worried, why are you looking? The eldest brother, don't tell the second brother, don't think she didn't see it, he was the one looking the most just now. Chapter 38. That's why the old saying goes, speak of the devil, and he will appear. Some things are better left unsaid, but once spoken, they surely come true. You can't predict who's behind someone's back, and they instantly appear right before your eyes, sometimes appearing out of nowhere without you even realizing it. Mom, look, isn't that fourth brother and his friends? Mrs. Chen asked excitedly, gazing at the figures on the dusky path. Dad Su was Mrs. Wu's fourth child, and the only one she raised. Mrs. Chen usually called him fourth brother. It seemed so. Mrs. Wu leaned forward, half closed her eyes, peering over. Her eyesight hadn't improved over the years, and she couldn't see as clearly from a distance as before. Old Man Su did the same. He stared for a long moment, then suddenly stood up and said, yes, it's them. Dad's back. Second brother, third brother. Su Tao was the latest discovery. Excited, she threw all the rabbit grass into the wooden cage and quickly ran to open the wooden gate. Dad. Except for the disabled Mrs. Wu, Mrs. Chen and Old Man Su followed closely behind, rushing forward to greet him. The child's dad. Erlang Sanlang. Grandpa and mother, fourth sister. It had been a while since they last saw each other, and both sides were a little excited, but outside wasn't a good place to talk after all. Come in, come in. Mrs. Chen hurriedly ushered him in. Mom, is your foot okay? Father Su lowered the rope and other equipment he was carrying. Grandma, is your foot feeling better? Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe also stepped forward to ask. It's fine, it's fine. Darker and thinner, Mrs. Wu alternately glanced at her son in the yard, then touched her 2 grandsons as they approached, feeling a mixture of joy, excitement, and sadness, tears welling in her eyes. When the 3 of them left, they were still somewhat fleshy, but now they were so thin their cheeks were sunken. Mrs. Wu grasped her grandson's arm, and it hurt. It was clear he suffered a lot recently. How did you lose so much weight? Mrs. Wu said, feeling as if she were being stabbed by needles. A strong young man, now as thin as a bamboo pole. Mrs. Chen, standing by, was also feeling bad. The moment her husband and son entered the house, she had noticed that their clothes were emptied. She'd been so busy at home lately that she hadn't had time to personally deliver food, so she asked other families in the village to deliver it daily. She hadn't even seen her husband and son in person. Who could have imagined that when she saw them again, she barely recognized them? It's okay, isn't everything fine? The thing Father Su couldn't handle most was hearing his mother and wife cry. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he quickly winked at his 2 sons. Unexpectedly, the second son, Su Qingshan, stared at them for a long moment before saying, Dad, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling well? Even Old Man Su looked over with concern. I'm fine. Father Su opened his mouth, speechless. Su Qinghe, standing nearby, understood Father Su's meaning and said slowly, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Su Qishan followed suit, "I'm hungry too." He really was hungry. Speaking of which, Su Qishan had just smelled the aroma of meat from afar. When he approached, he realized it was his own home. He was incredibly excited. Thinking of the spicy stir-fried pork intestines his fifth sister had been making lately, and the pickled fish he said yesterday, Su Qishan couldn't help but swallow. Upon hearing this, Chen hurriedly said, "It's almost done. Your fifth sister is making braised pork today. It will be ready soon." Braised pork? At these words, the father and his three sons' eyes lit up, and they all looked towards the kitchen, like wolves hungry for a long winter in the mountains. Just then, Suli put some firewood in the stove and came out to greet her father and two brothers, only to see the three of them in this state. Dad, second brother, third brother, fifth sister. Knowing they were tired after a long day and must be hungry after such a long walk, Suli said, "The braised pork will be ready soon." Su's father smiled sheepishly. "It's okay, we're not in a hurry." "Yes, fifth sister, take your time. We're not very hungry either." That evening, at the dinner table, the three of them looked at the large pot of braised pork, its bright red color and rich aroma. They all gulped, their stomachs rumbling. "Let's eat," said Old Man Su. The food was on the table, everyone was present, and it was time to eat. Knowing Su's father and his family were coming, Suli specially cooked 2 pounds of meat tonight. The remaining pound was frozen in the well, to be used tomorrow for dumplings or buns. Tonight's meal was also particularly sumptuous, with braised pork, loofah and eggs, tiger skin chili peppers, and a cucumber salad, but the main course was the braised pork. By candlelight, Su's father gazed upon the large pot of braised pork before him, its alluring color and rich aroma, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. He had actually forgotten when he had eaten braised pork before, but his memory seemed to be from the year Gooden got married. It was so delicious that he still reminisces about it in his dreams. But when the braised pork he had been craving was finally placed before him, Su's father was at a loss as to where to start. He didn't pick up his chopsticks, but his sons, Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, standing beside him, didn't hesitate. They picked up a piece with their chopsticks and stuffed it directly into their mouths. The braised pork, smothered in rich, red sauce, was lifted up tremblingly and landed in their gulps. "Eat." Su Qingshan endured the heat and ate while praising it. This braised pork was absolutely delicious. The moment it entered his mouth, the rich aroma of meat exploded in his mouth, with a slight sweetness and a hint of wine. The balance of salty and sweet was just right, a little too much, not too sweet. Most importantly, the skin was soft and glutinous. Paired with a mouthful of white rice, it was so delicious that it almost made him feel like his soul was about to fly away. Su Qingshan thought to himself that it was far better than anything he had ever tasted before, although he couldn't remember the last time he had eaten it. Next to him, Su Qinghe was also completely amazed by the braised pork. He couldn't even utter a word. For a moment, he felt that all the fatigue and hardship of the past few days had been soothed by this bite of meat. Not only them, but also Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su. Their weak teeth meant they couldn't handle anything too hard, but this braised pork was perfectly acceptable. Even the lean meat wasn't tough at all. Not bad. Delicious. For a moment, the Su family members were completely engrossed in their food. The only sounds in the room were the food and the occasional exclamation of praise. Su Tao, in particular, had her mouth saturated with grease. She even invented a new way to enjoy it. A bite of braised pork, a bite of refreshing loofah, and then a mouthful of fragrant rice smothered in the braised pork broth. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten meat in a while, Su Li, who was standing by, also thought tonight's braised pork was a particular success. It melted in her mouth, rich but not greasy, and tasted far better than anything she ever made before. Wu Yu's cooking skills are so impressive she could open a restaurant in the county. After dinner, Father Su couldn't help but sigh. Yes, Wu Mei's cooking is truly delicious. Really good. Chapter 39. Everyone felt a sense of unprecedented satisfaction. Especially Su's father and his two companions, who had been harvesting rice for so many days at the garrison, and had grown tired of the bland soup they'd been eating every day except for the meal Chen had sent them. Finally, they devoured the remaining braised pork broth and the various vegetable broths in the earthenware basin, as if they hadn't eaten in centuries. They even devoured the large pot of rice cooked by Su Li, along with the rice soup itself. Su's father drank the rice soup in one gulp, his face radiating with satisfaction. Mother Wu, standing by, tried to stop him, but it was too late. She could only scold, "You just ate meat. Why are you drinking that rice soup?" He was so grown up, and he wasn't afraid of getting a stomachache. Sue's father knew not to drink rice soup after eating meat, as it could easily upset him, but he couldn't help himself. It was so delicious. He chuckled twice. How long will you be resting this time? After finishing his meal, Old Man Sue finally asked. Chun was also curious about this, but hadn't had time to ask, so she turned her gaze to her husband. 5 days, Sue's father replied. That's not bad. In previous years, they'd never been given so many days off. They always come back for 2 days, and then leave again. Old Man Sue nodded inwardly, thinking it was worth it for his son and grandson to have worked so hard all these days. Now they could rest up at home. Although Old Man Sue didn't say it, he cared deeply for his son and grandson. After learning about the rest period, Sue's father suddenly remembered something and pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket, handing it to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu looked at it by the light of the oil lamp and asked, "What's this?" Had they received their military pay? It was strange that his son and grandson hadn't received their pay in almost 6 months. Father Sue said, "Yes, this is the salary for Erlang and Sanlang, 3 taels of silver in total. Mother, take this for household expenses." He handed the silver to Mother Wu, but Mother Wu refused to take it. Instead, she said, "Give it to your wife. Let her run the household from now on." This was something Mother Wu had thought about long ago. When the family was short of money, it didn't matter who ran it. Now that there was money, it was time to hand the household over to her daughter-in-law. How can this be? Chin refusing. That's right, Mother, Father Sue agreed. If I say yes, it's fine. From now on, your wife will be the head of the household. With that, Mother Wu forced the silver into the hands of her daughter-in-law, Chin. Seeing Chin looking somewhat bewildered as she took it, Old Man Sue consoled her, saying, "It's okay. Just take it, your mother gave it to you." After some arguing, Chin finally reluctantly accepted it. She felt a bit bitter. She had previously assumed her mother-in-law didn't trust her, so she never mentioned the matter, and complained to her husband several times behind his back. Unexpectedly, things had improved at home, and her mother-in-law was willing to hand over the reins of the household to her. Chin felt a moment of shame for all the years of misunderstanding. At this moment, Mrs. Wu stood up and said, "All right, everyone, take a break. Go take a shower and go to bed. We talk about anything tomorrow." With her son and grandson safely back, Mrs. Wu felt relieved. She could talk about anything tomorrow. "Okay. I understand, Grandma." Then everyone spent some time in the courtyard to digest their food and chat. Mrs. Chen went inside first, reminding her sons before leaving, the beds are all made. Also, there's hot water in the pot. Don't take a cold shower in this hot weather, it's bad for your health. Su Qishan and Su Qinghan naturally agreed verbally, but once Chen and their 2 sisters had gone to bed, the 2 brothers disobeyed and directly poured 2 buckets of cold water over themselves. In less than a quarter of an hour, the bath was complete. Then the 2 returned to their rooms. It was so comfortable, sleeping on the soft, sun-kissed bedding. The moment they lay down, the 2 brothers couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. The feeling of having something in their stomachs was truly wonderful. Despite the lingering heat of the night, they quickly fell asleep, snoring and enjoying a sweet night's sleep. Elsewhere, in Sue's father and Chin's room, Sue's father placed the dirty clothes on a stool and, by the light of the lamp, jokingly said to his wife, "Chin, that's all right, isn't it? Mother's giving you all the money to manage. You're happy now, aren't you?" Chin rolled her eyes at Sue's father. "Why? I can't be happy. And what do you mean by you just finished eating? What did you say when I said no? Didn't I say that to Mother? Am I saying yes, Wen Yang should be given the money to manage, and I fully agree with that." Sue's father pinched his nose and said in a peculiar tone. Chin finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're so good." The 2 played around for a while, but then went to bed, afraid to disturb their parents-in-law and daughter next door. In the darkness, Chin looked at her husband beside her, and said with concern, "How come you lost so much weight?" As she spoke, she reached out and touched his face, eyebrows, and ears. Sue's father held Chin's hand, and whispered softly, "It's okay." He didn't want to dwell on his recent experiences, so he changed the subject, asking, "How's business been? No one's bullying you, right?" At this point, Chin became excited. If the lights hadn't been turned off, she would have wanted to take out her silver and count it carefully. "That's about it. After deducting other miscellaneous items, I can make about 100 won a day." Chin said this deliberately, feeling a sense of emotion as she spoke. She had never imagined she earned so much money one day. It was all thanks to her youngest daughter. Sue's father was also surprised. He knew his wife and daughter's food was selling well, but he had never imagined it would be so good, earning so much. In a month, it was more than he and his son had earned in the military after working hard for 6 months. That much. Yes, I add another dish tomorrow. I estimate I can make over 200 won. Thinking about what the fifth girl had calculated for her today, Chin felt excited. Even the faint fear that she wouldn't be able to sell was overshadowed by this excitement. Father Su was even more surprised. That would make 6 taels a month. That was good. At least if he and his sons were truly gone in the future, they would be able to live well. In fact, on this return, Father Su hadn't told his wife, Chin, and his mother, Wu Pozi, one thing. They would be leaving in 5 days, with the captain of 100 households to follow the Prince of Ji to quell the rebellion in the north. Their return date was uncertain. With luck, they might be out for half a year. With bad luck, they might never come back. But Father Su couldn't bring himself to say this. Tonight, every time the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back at the sight of his family's smiling faces. His 2 sons must have felt the same way, otherwise no one would have mentioned it. Father Su embraced his wife, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The faint fragrance of soapberry filled his nose, as he heard himself whisper, "Go to sleep." The sigh hidden within his words scattered across the night sky, transforming into tiny stars that illuminated every person returning home late. The next day, Suli was awakened by a commotion outside. She opened her eyes, got dressed, and left the main hall, only to discover that her second and third brothers were sweeping the yard and chopping wood. Suli half closed her eyes and glanced at the sky. The moon hadn't even completely vanished, and there were still a few stars. They were all up so early. No wonder she wondered why her grandparents were up before the roosters crowed. It turned out her 2 brothers hadn't slept in the morning. "Hey, fifth sister, you're awake. Did we disturb you?" In the yard, second brother Su Qingshan, holding an axe, bared his huge white teeth. Perhaps it was good genes. Despite the malnutrition, the Su family all had excellent teeth. They obviously didn't brush their teeth often, yet theirs were incredibly white. Even in this dark sky, you could see. Suli rubbed her eyes, nodded heavily, and said nasally, "Yeah. I told you to keep your voice down. Who's chopping wood so early in the morning?" Third brother Su Qing had grumbled, broom in hand. "Then why are you sweeping the floor so early in the morning?" Su Qingshan retorted. "I'm sweeping without making any noise." "That's just your perception." The 2 of them argued for a moment. "Fifth sister, go to sleep. We sweep later." For a moment, Su Qingshan scratched his head in embarrassment. He's simply gotten used to waking up early to harvest rice during his time at the garrison. It was already quite late at this hour, but he hadn't expected to disturb his sister. "It's okay, I'm getting up too." The morning breeze blew, still carrying the coolness of dew, and Suli gradually woke up. In fact, this time wasn't much earlier than her usual morning wake-up time. She usually got up early, but she just wasn't fully awake yet. This morning's breakfast was steamed buns. Suli had risen the dough before bed last night, so all she had to do was wrap them and steam them. The only trouble was chopping the meat filling, which required strength. Since her second and third brothers were around, Suli confidently handed it over to them. Second brother Su Qingshan was chopping the meat filling and asked, "How's it going, fifth sister? Is it ready?" Suli was kneading the dough and stepped forward to check on the filling. "It's ready." Su Qingshan smiled, then put down the knife and said, "Anything else?" Suli checked. It seemed there was nothing else. "Let me light the fire for you." She was so enthusiastic, showing none of the resistance men of this era have towards cooking. And not just this era, but even now, many men still think cooking is a woman's job. Her father, for example, used to be like that. If her mother wasn't around, he'd rather eat in the cafeteria until he vomited than cook. She hadn't expected her 2 brothers to have such a feeling. Not bad, not bad. Only boys like that deserve wives. Okay. Now that someone was lighting the fire, Suli could free up her hands to continue making dumplings. She had already made most of the dumplings. She only needed to make about 10 more, but she could steam them for a dozen minutes first. This morning, she had specially cut sauerkraut and cooked some vermicelli noodles inside the dumplings. Considering the appetites of her family, each one was large and plump. She made about 40, ensuring everyone could have about 4. Su Qingshan watched his fifth sister make dumplings while stoking the fire. Her fingers flew, their movements so swift that each one was enormous and beautiful. Even though he hadn't tasted any yet, he could somehow imagine what it would taste like when he took one. They seemed even better than those sold outside, especially when his fifth sister fried the filling. It was so tangy and refreshing that Su Qingshan's mouth was practically watering. At that moment, the third son, Su Qinghe, came into the kitchen carrying firewood and saw the dumplings on the stove. His stomach, after a long morning's work, began to growl. Even though he'd eaten so much the night before, he was still starving. He quickly averted his gaze and walked out. Soon, with the first roosters crowing in the other houses, and the gradually brightening morning light, the rest of the Su family rose and began to work. Qin was the last to rise. When she saw the clean yard and the pile of firewood in the corner, she didn't react immediately. It wasn't until she saw her third son, Su Qinghe, returning from collecting firewood that she realized it was her son. She then glanced into the kitchen and saw that not only her third son was up, but her second son, Su Qingshan, was also up and sitting on a small bench in the kitchen, stoking the fire. Her fourth and youngest daughters were also busy in the kitchen. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and the sound of her mother-in-law feeding chickens could be heard from the bamboo forest. Her father-in-law and husband returned carrying bamboo. It had been a long time since she had seen such a scene. Looking at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, Qin couldn't help but sigh, how wonderful it is to be together as a family. Chapter 40. In the kitchen, the first basket of buns came out of the pot. Suli lifted the wooden lid, and a white, damp mist suddenly burst out, then dispersed, revealing plump, white buns bigger than an adult's fist. Suli used chopsticks to pick them up one by one, and put them into a sieve. Then she began to steam the next basket. In a moment, all the buns were steamed and picked out, filling 2 sieves. "This, sister, I take them over." Su Tao had been waiting nearby, unable to wait any longer. Seeing the buns come out of the pot, she greeted him and eagerly picked up the sieve and left the kitchen. Su Qingshan, who was working the fire nearby, washed his hands and took the bowls and chopsticks, as well as the white porridge in the ceramic pot. Su Li cut up 4 salted duck eggs she pickled a while ago before leaving. These eggs were exceptionally good, all golden and juicy. They were from Aunt Mo's ducks. She just left when she brought them over. There were 8 in total, not very big, but they were all eggs from ducks that had been raised in the river, feeding on fish and shrimp. Su Li thought it would be a waste to cook them, so she washed a clay pot she used at home to pickle them. Now that Dad and brother were back, it was time to eat them. "Eat, eat, Qingshan's mother, come eat quickly." "I be right there." Third brother. "Come eat quickly. If you don't, I eat it all." Sam Lang, "What are you dawdling about for?" "Come eat quickly." I'm coming. The bustling morning began like this. With the first rays of sunlight, Su Tao eagerly reached out to grab a large, hot bun and bit into it. Instantly, the filling burst out, emitting a hot aroma. It was sauerkraut vermicelli. It's not hot, it's delicious. The bun wrapper was incredibly soft, thin, and fluffy. The filling was incredibly satisfying, even with the skin. The wrapper and filling blended perfectly. The pickled cabbage vermicelli wasn't greasy at all, sour and spicy, and there were bits of meat with some grains. It was delicious. Su Tao had barely swallowed it when she took another big bite, biting the bun into a half-moon shape. Seeing her do this, the others swallowed their saliva in unison, each picking up a bun and quietly devouring it. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe were the fastest eaters. The 2 young men devoured each bun in just 2 or 3 bites, finishing 3 before slowly savoring them. Just now, they were so starving that they rushed through several without tasting anything, only knowing they were soft and delicious. Now, savoring them slowly, they discovered that every bite was filled with the aroma of meat and juices, so fragrant it was almost too delicious to be true. Mrs. Chen and Mr. Su, standing nearby, felt the same way. They had never tasted such delicious buns before, and they had no idea how their daughter had made them. The dough was so fluffy and soft, even better than the one sold in the county. A gentle bite brought out the rich aroma of wheat and meat, and before they knew it, the whole bun was gone. Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu ate more slowly than the others. At their age, they ate with a mouthful of porridge and a bite of bun, enjoying a relaxed and carefree meal. After finishing each bun, they each picked up half a salted duck egg to go with the porridge. Unexpectedly, the old couple were already captivated by the flavor after just 1 bite. The duck egg yolk was smooth and dense, with a salty and fragrant taste. It melted slowly in their mouths, and the fragrance spread throughout their taste buds. Old Man Su used his chopsticks to scoop the salted duck egg into the porridge. With each mouthful of porridge, and a mouthful of the fragrant salted duck egg, he felt as if his entire day's energy had been revived by this delicacy. These salted duck eggs are so delicious. Finally, the others discovered the deliciousness of the salted duck egg, and everyone who took a bite found it incredibly delicious, especially those who each had only half. Su Tao finished hers and looked eagerly at Su Li. I finished mine too. Su Li showed Su Tao the eggshell on her table. Su Tao then looked at her second and third brothers. For sister, I give you mine. Su Qingshan felt embarrassed by the stares, so he gave Su Tao his half. Su Tao instantly cheered. Second brother is so kind. At this moment, Su Qinghe, standing nearby, picked up his half-duck egg and placed it in front of Su Li. Fifth sister, I give it to you. Su Li looked up at her third brother and her first reaction was to decline. No thanks, third brother, you eat it. It's okay, I don't like duck eggs, you eat it, fifth sister. Seeing that he truly didn't like them, Su Li finally said, thank you, third brother. Su Qingshan, standing nearby, glanced suspiciously at his younger brother. Didn't he love duck eggs the most? You don't. Just as Su Qingshan was about to say something, Su Qinghe glanced at his second brother. You can't finish your buns anymore? Give them all to me. Su Qingshan's attention was drawn to his last remaining bun, and he quickly walked away, bowl in hand. Who said that? I eat later. Perhaps because he'd been hungry for so long, Su Qingshan felt full after only 4 buns and 2 bowls of porridge. In the past, with his height and weight, he'd probably have eaten at least 5 or 6 and still not be full. By this time, the others had almost finished their meals. Mrs. Wu suddenly spoke up. Your grandfather and I discussed last night that we should bring your eldest sister and brother-in-law back this afternoon for a couple of days. Your father and his family finally made it back, so we should get together. The eldest sister Mrs. Wu was referring to as Su Hong, the eldest sister of Su Li, Su Tao, and Su Qinghe. This was her 7th year married to the next village. While it was the next village, the next door was across the next mountain, making it quite far, taking half a day to get there and back. Therefore, Su Li's eldest sister rarely visited her parents' home, and when she did, she stayed for less than a day or 2 before leaving. Su Li's memory of this eldest sister was vague. She only knew that she was a very gentle person, someone who would carry her original body around while she caught butterflies, and when she was tired, she would hum songs to her and lull her to sleep. She had a gentle personality, and was also beautiful. This was Su Li's first impression of her eldest sister, Su Hong. It's time to bring her back for a get-together, Su's father echoed. Chen said worriedly, I wonder if Daya's in-laws would agree. To be honest, the family Daya married into looked very good back then. Although they didn't have any land, the father and son had skills and were all famous bricklayers, so they could support a large family without having to farm. The son-in-law was also the eldest son in the family, and most of the family property would belong to him in the future. They were considered a very good family, so when the matchmaker mentioned it, Chen immediately thought it was a good idea. When her mother-in-law suggested asking more questions, she thought her mother-in-law was too suspicious and didn't find out more about the family's temperament and character. She never thought that this would cause her eldest daughter much trouble. Over the years, although the eldest daughter always reported good news and never bad news when she returned, as a woman and a mother herself, how could she not know that Daya was having a hard time? Especially 6 years ago, when Daya gave birth to her granddaughter. If she hadn't caught a chicken and cooked it for her, I'm afraid the family wouldn't have even offered her a single chicken while she was in confinement. And so many other things. Chen felt an unbearable pain every time she thought about them, and she couldn't sleep all night. Later, she became even more kind to Daya's in-laws, always going along with them, sending food and daily necessities to her daughter, hoping that they would treat her and her granddaughter better for her good graces. And then, the following year, when her daughter gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Li family, life finally began to improve. It's okay. I go pick her up myself. Su's father knew some of this, but he wasn't as perceptive as a woman. He knew that Daya's in-laws were a bit stingy, and didn't like them returning to her parents' home, but that generally speaking, there was no problem. Okay. Chen was finally relieved that her husband had gone to pick her up himself. After some discussion, Father Su decided to have an early lunch and then leave for Lijia village, so they could return early for dinner. Second brother Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe helped with housework, such as chopping wood and repairing the roof. Although the weather was still dry and there hadn't been any heavy rain, the weather in August and September was like a baby's face. A torrential downpour might arrive any day, and by then it would be too late to repair the damage. As for Chen, Su Li, and Su Tao, they naturally had to go to the docks to sell food. But speaking of food, in the kitchen, Su Li had prepared the day's meals, including the pickled fish. Outside, it was almost noon, but why hadn't their uncle brought in the pig intestines for tomorrow's meal yet? As Chen stoked the fire, she said, maybe something delayed your uncle. Second brother Su Qingshan, who had just returned from cutting thatch in the yard, consoled her. It's okay, fifth sister. We be home when your uncle arrives. Just tell us how to wash the pig intestines, and we do it ourselves. Grandma Wu and old man Su chimed in. Yes, we're still here. It's okay. Go on your way. This was the perfect moment to fully demonstrate the benefits of having a large family. Su Li, relieved, carefully taught her second and third brothers how to wash the intestines, then left with Chen and Su Tao, pushing the wheelbarrow. At the dock, Su Li, Chen, and the other two had just arrived when an old acquaintance arrived. It was none other than Lin Jing, who had been climbing over the wall of the county school every mealtime these past few days. Of course, Su Li was skeptical of his ability to do so. It wasn't that Su Li looked down on him, but rather that Lin Jing was simply too stout, tall, fat, and strong, too much to match the image of a nimble wall climber he described. But Su Li was judging people by appearances. Lin Jing had indeed climbed over the wall, but he paid 5 county school servants to carry him up the wall, so how could that not be true? Miss Su, what's this? It smells strange, like it's spoiled. Lin Jing frowned, looking at the pickled fish in the ceramic bowl on Su Li's table. Seeing this, Su Li explained carefully, this dish is called pickled fish. It's made with pickled vegetables and fish. It's incredibly sour and spicy, and appetizing. Would you like one, Lin? Lin Jing looked at the color of the pickled vegetables and hesitated. Could it possibly be delicious? His family often cooked fish, but he never seen it prepared this way. It was too strange, and he wasn't very brave to try it. Forget it. I just have the pig intestines and the rice. Lin Jing declined with an apologetic smile. Su Li, naturally, wouldn't force anything, so she prepared Lin Jing a meal of 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and added some broth. Lin Jing, you can sit on the stools over there and eat. Lin Jing then noticed a few small tables and stools nearby. You have a table at home? This was a nice touch. Lin Jing happily went over with his meal. But the stool was too small. Lin Jing moved his butt, and the bamboo-woven stool creaked in response. Forget it, just sit down. Chapter 41. However, as Lin Jing ate, he began to feel something was amiss. While the stir-fried pork intestines were still as delicious as ever, the people around him were enjoying their meal too much. Zhu Laosi, who was sitting at the next table, ate while praising Su Li, who was not far away. Miss Su, your pickled fish is amazing. How did you make it so delicious? The fish slices are so thin. And there's not even a fishy smell. Among the people speaking was Zhu Laosi, a longtime customer. Lately, Zhu Laosi had been coming to Su Li's place every now and then, feeling rather desperate. Previously, he had planned to save up enough money to marry a caring wife, but after seeing so many other wives from his village, who also worked as laborers, run away with all the family's belongings, he no longer wanted to get married. You have to remember that he's almost 30 this year. His parents are both dead, leaving him alone. Instead of giving his money away to others, he'd rather spend it all on his own. At least he'd benefit from it. Thinking this way, Zhu Laosi finally let things go. Every day after work, he buys some wine and snacks to take home, and his life was becoming more and more fulfilling. Is it really that delicious? Lin Jing, watching the diners praising his food with some suspicion, was also intrigued. You have to remember that his greatest love in life has been eating, and he's been like this since he was a child. He couldn't walk at the mention of something delicious, and for that, his parents had spanked him as a child. Finally, Lin Jing couldn't help himself and stood up and walked over to Su Li's food stall. Miss Su, give me 1 serving of this pickled fish. After saying this, Lin Jing pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it to Su Tao, who was collecting the money. Okay, wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I give it to you as soon as I finish typing this. Okay. Lin Jing naturally agreed and stood aside, his eyes fixed on the pickled fish. It looked quite good indeed, Lin Jing nodded inwardly. The moment he got it, he took it away without caring if it was hot. Hey customer, your money. Su Tao had just calculated how much money he should give her when she suddenly took off with her food, completely forgetting about the money. Save it. I come back next time, Lin Jing said nonchalantly. He would definitely come back for more meals anyway. Su Tao, unsure of what to do, looked at Su Li and only accepted the money after she nodded. Su Li expressed a positive reception to the customer's willingness to deposit money. After all, large restaurants these days almost always require pre-deposit payments, demonstrating the diner's fondness and trust in the chef and the establishment. But I have to buy some paper to write it down later, otherwise it's easy to forget when there are too many people. While Su Li was serving her food, Lin Jing also started eating his lunch. To be honest, this pickled fish didn't look particularly strange at first glance. In fact, the garnish of red and green peppercorns made it quite appetizing. The thinly sliced fish floating in it was especially translucent and looked incredibly tender. Sure enough, the fish nearly broke apart when Lin Jing picked it up with his chopsticks, but just in the nick of time, he quickly put it into his mouth. It was indeed tender, so tender and smooth, the skin had a slightly charred aroma, and the fish melted in my mouth at the first contact. The pickled cabbage inside was the icing on the cake, sour and refreshing, and it went perfectly with rice. It was delicious, delicious, unexpectedly delicious. Best of all, just like the people at the next table had said, it wasn't fishy at all, not like the fishy smell his family chef made, which had a strong earthy smell. Yet, his father thought it was delicious. Lin Jing nodded as he ate. It was really good. He really should let his father try it, he loved fish. Thinking of this, Lin Jing made up his mind to bring some for his father when he got his 10-day holiday the day after tomorrow. It was really good. Young lady, give me one portion of this. Just as Lin Jing was enjoying his meal, sweating profusely, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Wasn't this the servant of Master Ji Feng, who had declared at the county school that he would never eat such a cheap thing? Why was he here? Lin Jing instantly put down his chopsticks and pricked up his ears, trying to hear what the other person was doing. Sir, we added pickled fish today. 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish for only 15 won. Would you like to try it? Su Li smiled and recommended the pickled fish to the customers, who had been coming in daily. The servant nodded without hesitation and said, yes, give me 2 portions each. 1 for the young master, 1 for him. There's nothing bad to say. I wonder what our customers think of our food these days. Are they satisfied? Su Li was filling his plate while conducting customer research. Although almost all customers who had eaten there had said it was delicious, there were always areas where it wasn't perfect. Listening to customers' feedback was crucial for long-term business success. Yes, our young master really likes your food. The servant looked at the food Su Li had packed and swallowed, thinking, he does too, otherwise he wouldn't have come to buy it for several days in a row. As long as he likes it. It's ready for the guests. Just as the servant took the food box and was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out, Ji Feng. Young master? Where is he? The servant glanced around for a moment. This shouldn't be the case. How could the young master be here? But then, the servant saw Lin Jing not far away, hiding like a rat in a dark corner. His face turned pale, and he quickly ran back, lunch box in hand. Oh no! Why is this guy here? Shouldn't he be at the county school? 1,000 emotions raced through the servant's mind. This was over. The young master's classmate had seen me. This was over. This was a matter of face. The young master would be furious if he knew. The servant was quite disoriented, even stumbling a little. Seeing the other party flee in panic, Lin Jing's spirits soared. He had discovered a crucial secret, one that could expose Ji Feng, the hypocrite. No, he had to eat quickly. He had to eat quickly, and tell his good brother Lu Yan about it. Ha ha ha. Su Li was unaware of Lin Jing's situation. She had just finished the busiest hour, and was about to help her mother, Chun, wash the dishes, when another customer arrived. Young lady, I'd like a portion of this meal. The visitor was another regular customer from the past few days, wearing the short-sleeved shirt and open-toed straw sandals common among laborers these days. Su Li didn't treat the man any differently based on his status or attire. She said gently, we have pickled fish today. Would you like to try it? No thanks. The man shook his head. He traveled extensively on cargo ships, and his primary food was fish, all sorts of fish, fish soup, dried fish, salted fish, and cured fish. He was truly tired of it. Su Li didn't force him, so she poured him a bowl full of food. Especially since she knew he'd be sailing north again that afternoon, Su Li even added some extra pig intestines. Then I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. The man took the food, thanked him, and slowly carried it to a nearby table. His back was slightly hunched from years of hard labor, and though he was only in his early 40s, he looked like he was in his 50s. He placed his chopsticks on the table and began to eat. Like other poor laborers, the man ate very quickly, wolfing down a large bowl in no time. After finishing his meal, he burped loudly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Going, young lady. The man said goodbye and left without looking back. He was like a boat that briefly docked at the dock, arriving and leaving in a hurry, more like a stone thrown into the lake, disappearing with only a splash. Su Li looked at the man's back, and for some reason, A sense of inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart, perhaps because of this sudden separation, or perhaps because of something else. But she quickly put this strange and inexplicable feeling behind her, and threw herself into a new round of busy work. All sold out? Chen looked at the empty wooden barrel and a few ceramic basins, still a little incredulous. When she came, she had been worried about whether she could sell so many things, and what she would do if she couldn't. She had never expected that so many things would be sold out. Great! Fifth sister, that's a lot of silver. Su Tao strung the last string of copper coins, her eyes sparkling. Su Li was also delighted, saying as she packed up, "Did you count it?" "Yes, 386 coins in total." Su Tao was brimming with pride. She had finally managed to count, unlike before when she spent ages trying to figure it out. But counting was one thing, but when faced with complex situations, like giving 35 coins for 50 coins, she still had trouble figuring out how much silver to give. Unlike fifth sister, who figured it out instantly with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, she didn't. Remarkable. Su Li praised her generously. Lately, Su Li had been training fourth sister Su Tao and Mother Chen to take turns collecting the coins while she went to get food. While the progress wasn't obvious, it was still progress. One day, they should be able to learn. That way, she'd be relieved, and she wouldn't need to hire a cashier when she opened a restaurant later. Especially with money, it's easier to trust someone with your family than with anyone else. Okay, let's go home. Okay. Home. Meanwhile, Su's father, who had gone to buy 2 pounds of pork and a jar of wine, hurried to Lijiao village. Who are you? What are you doing in our village? At the village entrance, a woman, noticing Su's father's unfamiliar face, asked warily. Su's father had to stop and explain, "I'm Li Chuinchen's father-in-law, and I'm here to see my daughter, Su Hong." The woman looked surprised, then, as if she were thinking about something, her expression became a little strange. She glanced at Su's father's possessions and said, "They should be out working in the fields now. Lian Gu should be home." Lian Gu was Su Hong's eldest daughter, and Su's father's granddaughter. Father Su thanked them, and headed for the Li family. But as soon as he left, the women began chattering. Didn't they say her father and 2 brothers were dead? Who told you that? Everyone said that. I thought it was true. They're not dead. Who said they were? If they weren't dead, how could they let their daughter be bullied like that by her in-laws? I heard that family was a military household, and their father and 2 brothers were away from home all year round. I see. No wonder. Chapter 42. Lian Gu, what are you doing? When Father Su first arrived at the Li residence, the door was open, and he immediately spotted a little girl, the size of a toddler, grazing at the pig trough. Looking closely, he realized it was none other than his granddaughter, Lian Gu. He quickly stepped forward, placed the things he had brought on a bench in the hallway, and reached out to pull the person away. The girl's eyes seemed a little confused when she saw the newcomer. She didn't recognize who was in front of her. Lian Gu, why are you eating that? Be good. That's dirty, we won't eat it. I'm hungry. Father Su initially assumed his granddaughter didn't know what it was, so she ate it. It wasn't until he heard this that he realized the situation was more complex. He picked up his granddaughter. The little girl was barely heavier than a piglet. They say men don't shed tears easily, especially not at Su's father's age. But at that moment, his nose suddenly felt sore. Lian Gu, be good. Let's not eat that. Grandpa will take you to eat something delicious later. Grandpa? Lian Gu remembered Grandpa. Her mother had told her that Grandpa was the best person and the best to her. He even bought her candy and new clothes. Sadly, those new clothes were snatched away by her cousin Chunlan. The light in Lian Gu's eyes dimmed. Su's father coaxed her softly, I'm Grandpa. Don't be afraid, Lian Gu. Lian Gu finally felt relieved and threw her arms around Su's father's neck, like a young bird nestling in its safe haven. Father Su felt a pang of sadness again. He gently patted Lian Gu's back and asked tentatively, Lian Gu, are grandparents treating you badly? Don't they give you food? No, grandparents say Lian Gu is a jinx. They don't let you eat, nor do they let Mom. They only let my brother eat. Hearing these words from his granddaughter's mouth, Father Su's heart still shook. It felt as if something was pulling at his throat, and it took him a long time to regain his strength. What do Lian Gu and Mother usually eat? That. Lian Gu pointed to the pig trough. Father Su's eyes instantly turned red at these words, and the veins on his hand holding Lian Gu popped out, but he tried not to scare the child. He stared quietly into the distance, waiting for the Li family to return. Once he saw them, he wanted to ask the Li family if this was how they treated his daughter and granddaughter. The wait wasn't long, about a quarter of an hour. The Lee family returned from the eastern path, accompanied by Su Hong. She was at the back, carrying a plump little child on her back and a large basket. The child was clearly able to walk, but he insisted on clinging to her. Su Hong wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered, "Mom's tired. Tabeo, can you please get off and walk for a while?" But the child not only refused to do so, but actually struggled on her back, causing her to. The frail woman nearly fell. No, I won't get off. I won't get off. I want to ride the big horse." His voice was so loud and clear that it quickly startled Mrs. G and several other women walking in front. "What's wrong? What's wrong with my darling grandson?" "Oh, don't cry, don't cry." Ride. "Sue, what did you say to my darling grandson?" "Huh? You useless piece of shit. You're not even good enough to carry such a small thing. I'm telling you, if you drop my darling grandson, I show you how I deal with you." Mrs. G glared at Su Hong with disdain, then looked at the fat boy tenderly. "My dear grandson, we be home soon. I'd boil you an egg." The little fat man finally cheered up and reached out to tug at Su Hong's hair. Hurry. Let's go home. Let's eat eggs." Zing, the sister-in-law who was ahead, carrying a basket of sweet potatoes, felt a little sorry for her. She knew her sister-in-law must be physically exhausted, so she deliberately took 2 steps behind and whispered, "How about you give me the basket and I carry it for you?" Su Hong, noticing that she was also carrying a lot of things on her shoulders, shook her head. "It's okay, we're almost home." Zeng finally gave up. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Mrs. Lee pushed open the door and saw a strange man in the yard, her alarm bells ringing. Su Hong, who had entered the courtyard later, saw the man and exclaimed in disbelief, "Dad? Dad?" Seeing the man, she realized he indeed resembled Su's father. She suddenly panicked, but she quickly regained her composure. What was she afraid of? A smile finally settled on her face. "So it's my father-in-law? Such a rare guest. What brings you here? One wouldn't come to see me for no reason. Could he be here to borrow money?" She glanced suspiciously at Su's father. The more she looked at him, the more resemblance he had, especially to his ragged clothes. But then she spotted the meat he had left in the hallway, and her expression brightened. "You're here, so why are you bringing so many things? Where's Lee Chun-shung?" Su's father's voice was muffled. Seeing him ask about her son, Mrs. G was confused, but she replied, "His brothers and their father have gone to the neighboring village to work." "Okay, since they're not here, Dia, come with me and pack up and take Lian Gu and Xiao Bao back with you." "No, what do you mean by back? Dad?" Su Hong was a little confused about what her father meant, but when she saw her daughter, Lian Gu, hiding behind him, she understood why. "Father-in-law, what do you mean by this?" Mrs. G asked again. Father Su had no habit of hitting women. He didn't even glance at Mrs. G. "Go pack up, Dad will take you home." Su Hong wasn't one to cry easily. She had been sensible and obedient since childhood, and no matter how much hardship she endured, she always preferred to persevere on her own. But for some reason, upon hearing her father's words, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She didn't know why, but she turned around and went back into the house to pack her things. "Father-in-law, what do you mean by this?" "Su, how dare you? You're my daughter-in-law, a member of the Lee family. What are you doing? Who allowed you to leave?" Mrs. G said as she tried to stop Su Hong, but Father Su blocked her, leaving her unable to move forward or backward. She looked at Su's father, his eyes, as if he were looking at a dead person, and finally felt terrified. She didn't dare to act rashly. It wasn't until Su Hong emerged with a package that she shouted, "Help! Help! There's a robbery! Everyone, come and see! Is there anyone here? Help! Come and help!" She howled and slapped her thigh, and she actually managed to summon the neighbors. Unfortunately, the Lee family had a reputation for being a shady family in the village, and they had already offended every last one of them. Furthermore, among them were the women from the village entrance, who told everyone they met. The villagers had long known that the father of the Lee family's eldest daughter-in-law had arrived. However, someone, unaware of the situation, came out with a shovel. Seeing everyone standing there watching, they asked curiously, "What's going on?" "The Su family's biological father is here." "Oh, huh? It's taken him all these years to come? I heard he's a military household and isn't home much." "I see. Over here, Father Su saw his daughter packing her things and was about to take her and her 2 grandsons back home. Unexpectedly, the little grandson suddenly started crying, "I don't want to go, I don't want to go. What? Grandma, I don't want to go. My dear little darling, Grandpa will take you and your sister home. Father Su tried to speak gently, but the boy still refused, instead imitating his grandmother, Grandma Ji, by rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. What? I don't want to go back with you. She's a jinx. What? A jinx? Grandma, I won't go. God damn it, my darling grandson. What? Grandma Ji also started wailing, making it seem as if Father Su was the villain. His grandson refused to leave, and even forced adoption proved ineffective. Father Su had no choice but to give up temporarily, figuring the Li family wouldn't do anything to their only grandson. So, he took his daughter and granddaughter with him. By the way, before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to take the wine and meat he brought back home. Dad, why don't I just go back? Su Hong whispered, holding her daughter Lian Gu's hand. She didn't know what had happened just now. On impulse, she actually followed her father. Thinking about it now, it still seemed unbelievable, but it was wrong. Su Hong looked at her father's slightly hunched back. Compared to when they seen him years ago, he was so thin his clothes couldn't hold up. It was obvious he suffered a lot. Surely, the family wasn't doing well now. How could she go back and become a burden to everyone? What are you going back for? Father Su asked, picking up his granddaughter. I don't want to embarrass you and Mom. Su Hong lowered her head after saying this, just like when she was a child, when other children bullied her and she come home, fearing her parents' embarrassment and her grandparents' anger. So, she become accustomed to putting herself in a difficult position. She was Su Jing's first daughter. He had so longed for her birth, so eagerly awaited her arrival. He had witnessed with his own eyes how such a tiny being slowly learned to call her daddy, how it would crawl, how it would walk, how it would throw itself into his arms. How could he possibly be troubled? Su's father, swallowing back the sobs in his throat, looked at his daughter. I would be troubled if you weren't doing well. Su Hong fell silent, but her twitching shoulders and the bean-sized tears on the dirt betrayed her heart. She had always believed, as others had said, that her father would stop loving her after her brother was born. So her father still loved her. Chapter 43. Your mother and fifth sister have roasted some rabbit for you. Father Su pretended not to notice his daughter's tears and moved on to other topics. Roasted rabbit? Hearing the mention of food, Lian Gu suddenly raised her head curiously. Yes, roasted rabbit. Do you like rabbit, Lian Gu? Yes. Although Lian Gu had never eaten rabbit before, as long as it wasn't pig food, she liked it. Perhaps Lian Gu likes braised pork? How about we take this meat home and make braised pork? Okay. Lian Gu loves braised pork. Walking under the afternoon sun, Father Su held Lian Gu in his arms, his eldest daughter following behind, and the three of them walked towards the Su family's home. When Father Su and his eldest sister, Su Hong, arrived at the Su family's home, dusk had already fallen. The sky gradually darkened. The hens returned their newly hatched chicks to their coops, and smoke from cooking began to rise from other homes in the village. But the Su residence was completely silent, without smoke or light. After a while, a sudden burst of bitter sobbing could be heard. I'm sorry, Dia. This is all my fault. Chin clutched her chest, weeping heartbrokenly. She had always believed her daughter was simply disliked by her in-laws, that life would be easier for the Li family if she gave birth to a grandson. She had never imagined it was all a lie. It turned out her daughter and granddaughter had been living like this in the Li family for years. Whenever she thought of her daughter and granddaughter starving and forced to eat pig food, Chin felt as if her heart was being stabbed with a knife, the pain suffocating. This was her beloved daughter, whom she had never beaten or scolded, never even spoken a harsh word to. Yet, she had been treated so badly by that vicious woman. It was all her fault. If she had been more careful, if she had listened to her mother-in-law and inquired more, Dia wouldn't have ended up like this. She had been possessed by the devil, and she had ruined her daughter. I was wrong too. Mrs. Wu wiped the tears from her eyes. If she had gone to take a closer look, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. If only. Thinking of this, Mrs. Wu couldn't help but turn her head away. It's my fault. In the twilight, Father Su seemed to have aged a lot. He couldn't be so selfish as to blame everything on his parents and his wife. As a son, he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities, and as a father, he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities. That's why his daughter had suffered for so many years. I'm going to the Li family now. I'm going to settle accounts with them. Su Qingshan clenched his hands and rushed out. I'm going too. Su Qinghe followed closely behind, and so did Su Tao. I'm going too. Stop. Old man Su suddenly spoke. It's dark now. What are you going for? Old man Su paused. If you're going, go tomorrow morning. He had initially thought Grandpa was going to stop him from causing trouble for the Li family, but instead, he heard these words. Su Qingshan paused, his clenched fists and heaving chest betraying his anger. Let's eat first. Big sister and Liangu must be hungry after walking so far. Su Li looked at Grandma Wu and Mother Qin and gently reminded them. Lady Liangu also jumped off Su Hong's lap and came to stand before Qin and Grandma Wu. Grandpa, great-grandpa, don't cry. Don't cry, Liangu, be good. Come eat with Grandpa, okay? Okay. Qin wiped her tears and took her granddaughter's hand. Grandma Wu also wiped her tears, and they both went into the house. Because of the arrival of elder sister Su Hong and Liangu, 2 oil lamps were specially lit tonight. On the dinner table, there was braised rabbit with lettuce made by Su Li. The green lettuce was cut into dice and salted to remove the water, and then stewed together with the marinated and stir-fried rabbit meat. When the rabbit meat and lettuce changed color and absorbed the flavor, the dish was ready. Considering that children shouldn't eat spicy food, Su Li had used fewer chilies and seasonings, but even with the simple seasoning, the dish was incredibly delicious. Liangu was so engrossed in her food that she could barely lift her head, digging at the rice with her long chopsticks like a chicken pecking at rice. Liangu, is it delicious? Delicious. Liangu has never tasted anything so delicious. Liangu said, her mouth full of rice, her eyes curved with a look of happiness and satisfaction. I didn't know meat was this good. I never tasted it before. I could only watch my brother eat, but he was so mean and wouldn't let her have any. Hearing her words, Su Li placed another piece of clean rabbit meat in Liangu's bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Liangu sat on a bench, her little feet raised, and thanked her cheerfully. You're welcome. Big sister, you eat too. Su Li placed another piece of rabbit meat in her eldest sister, Su Hong's bowl. Ever since she learned of their encounter, Su Li had felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest, a mass that wouldn't go away. She didn't know how to dispel it, and could only try to be nicer to her elder sister and Aunt Lien, hoping to feel better, to stop feeling suffocated. Little sister, eat. My bowl is full. Su Hong looked at her own bowl, nearly overflowing with the meat her grandparents, parents, and siblings had given her. But Su Li acted as if she hadn't heard anything, and added to the only empty corner of her bowl. The rabbit meat swayed a bit before settling. Big sister, eat. Su Hong's nose felt sore, and she almost cried again. Okay, I eat. She picked up the rabbit meat from the bowl and put it in her mouth. The lettuce was crisp, and the rabbit meat was tender and delicious. It was a delicacy she had never tasted before. Thinking back, the last time she had eaten meat was a few years ago, when her mother came to take care of her, and stewed a nourishing chicken for her. She hadn't eaten meat since then. Most of the time, she and Liangu ate sweet potatoes. If there were no sweet potatoes, they would dig wild vegetables. If they were really hungry, they would even sneak a few mouthfuls of pig food. The reason they could only do it secretly was because if their mother-in-law found out, she would be beaten. She was fine, but Liangu couldn't bear it. Su Hong had considered taking Liangu back to her parents' home, but whenever she thought of her parents' situation, her father, her brothers, and her 2 sisters, she held back, swallowing all the bitterness and tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about dying. When she couldn't bear it any longer, she did. But Liangu was still young, with so much life ahead of her, and what would happen if she died? Neither her father nor her grandmother would like her, and Liangu's life would be even more difficult. So day after day, they endured until now. Big sister, eat more. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, standing by, also said. Okay, Su Hong said softly, tears welling in her eyes, and then she began to eat. Unfortunately, this meal wasn't as joyful as usual. Everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, and for a while, no one spoke, save for the occasional urging of Liangu and Su Hong to eat more. After dinner, Qin went to the kitchen to boil water. Su Hong and Liangu went to bathe first, while Su Li and Su Tao helped carry water in. However, Big sister, what's on you? Did they beat people? Inside the room, Su Tao looked at the lingering wounds on her big sister's body and said angrily. Su Li also saw them. The wounds were a mixture of blue and red, like those from pinching and beatings, and there were other injuries of varying sizes that were difficult to distinguish. It looked horrifying. Su Hong quickly put on her clothes, tied her belt tightly, and hurriedly covered them up, saying, "It's okay. Don't tell Mom and the others. I'm healed." However, Qin, who had come to get water, still heard her exclamation. "Big sister, did they beat you?" Qin entered the room, tears streaming down her face, and looked at her emaciated and bruised daughter. "Mom, I'm fine." Su-hong lowered the sleeves that Chen had pulled up. "How dare they? What right do they have?" "Dia, I'm sorry. It's Mother's fault, Mother's fault." Mrs. Chen could no longer contain herself, hugging Su-hong and sobbing loudly. She had thought that by finding her daughter a man from a wealthy family, she would at least avoid the hardships she had endured for the rest of her life. She had never imagined that this would end up harming her. Hearing this, Su-hong also burst into tears. She had once hated Mother Chen. She hated her for asking her to divorce Li Chunsheng, telling her to just endure it, as if nothing serious had happened. Every time she confided in her, she would simply say that women go through this. Yes, deep down, Su-hong hated her, even though she didn't want to admit it. Hated her, didn't love her enough. But when Su-hong returned home tonight, and was once again embraced by Mother Chen, and heard her sobbing and saying sorry, Su-hong couldn't help but forgive her. "Dia, I'm sorry." "Mother, it's okay." Chapter 44. That night, Chen didn't sleep at all. She forced herself to stay awake until dawn. She got up early and cooked breakfast. The Su family sat down to eat, and then they all headed for Li village. Before leaving, Su's father specifically called out to several familiar military households. Passing by the Huang family, they ran into the Huang family and Mrs. Mo. Upon learning that the Su family was going to help the eldest sister collect her dowry, several men from the Huang family, along with Mrs. Mo and several of her sisters-in-law, all followed with hoes and other tools. This is truly outrageous. How dare they treat a girl from our village like this? Do they really think our village is deserted? Yes, it's too much. Don't be afraid, Dia. We're here, and we teach them a lesson. Yes, we teach them a lesson. The others echoed. Let's go! Call them! Call them! At this moment, Zheng Lauer, who had been watching and heard the whole story, suddenly said, Brother Su, let Dia ride in my mule cart. She can even help haul the dowry back. Without waiting for Su's father to say anything, he went to the nearby tree by the gate to lead the mule. Zheng Lauer's wife, seeing him so flustered, thought something was wrong. But then she heard him say, we're going to ask for Dia Su's dowry. Asking for a dowry? Zheng Lauer's wife was completely bewildered. What dowry? Just as she was about to ask for more information, he had already walked away. In the end, the number of Su's father and his group increased to 30 or 40 people, including the father and son of the Wang family who lived next door to the Su family. Originally, Su Li just wanted to tell them early in the morning that she might not be able to deliver food at noon today. Unexpectedly, after the father and son of the Wang family learned that the Su family was going to seek justice, they offered to go with them. The more people, the better, especially in this dynasty, when villages acted collectively, such as competing for water and resources between villages, or asking for dowries for girls in the village. Almost the entire village would go out to seek justice. However, Siosi village wasn't a single clan, and the surnames were mixed. Furthermore, there were many military households in the village, so the villagers rarely interacted with each other, unlike other villages, which were united. So when the Wang family father and son learned they were willing to go together, the Su family naturally agreed. Next came the Huang family, and Zheng Lao heir from the village chief's family. To be honest, seeing so many people willing to help, Su's father was grateful, but he was also a little puzzled. When did their relationship with his family become so close? He felt something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he just let it sit deep in his heart. The rest of the village shared Su's father's sentiments. Seeing so many people helping the eldest daughter of the Su family to collect her dowry, they were all puzzled. When had the Su family become so close to them? Forget about the others, why was the village chief's second son so close to them? He even offered to use his mule to help transport things. You know, Zhang's second son was known for his pampering of his mule. He would regularly comb its fur and feed it delicious bean cakes. If anyone else wanted to rent it, he would be there to watch. I was afraid he'd be exhausted, worn out. Now he's like this. Could it be that the sun has risen from the west? Unable to figure it out, the villagers didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. After seeing the other person leave, they dispersed. Among them were Li Shujin, his wife Lu, and several other military households, who had a good relationship with Su's father. Originally, Su's father had come this morning to call his good brother Li Shujin, and Li Shujin had agreed, promising to bring his son, Li Shi too, along. But after Su's father left, Lu, upon learning of the situation, became upset. I didn't think of you when good things happened, but I think of you when bad things happened. The good news referred to the Su family's purchase of vegetables from the Huang family. Although the rest of the village wasn't fully aware of the matter, Lu had witnessed Chen counting copper coins for Imo, and heard the two discuss the matter. Furthermore, her family's vegetable patch was adjacent to the Huang family's, so she was naturally aware that the Huang family went out to pick vegetables before dawn every day. She also frequently went with her daughter to sell fruit at the dock, so she was fully aware of the Su family's current food sales there. In short, Lu was furious for a long time because of this incident. As expected, the Su family members were talking sweetly, saying, "Good brothers, how could good brothers not remember you when good things happen?" She say it was all fake, a false pretense. Otherwise, why would they never think of their family when good things happen? They even have vegetables in their fields. Good or bad? Stop talking nonsense, saying all that nonsense. Fatherly said this, but inwardly he had other thoughts about what his wife Lu had said. Furthermore, Lu added, "Anyway, you're not allowed to go, and neither are our sons. If any of you dare go, I die in front of you. I go to your parents' graves, get a rope, and hang myself. Let them see how you treat me. How could someone as miserable as me? Marrying you, I never enjoyed a single day of happiness." As Lu spoke, she began to wipe away her tears, recounting how hard and difficult life had been since marrying Fatherly. Ultimately, Fatherly had no choice but to find an excuse and have his son go and reject Father Su. There were several other families, like the Lu family and Li's father. They all felt that this was a thankless task, and that if they went to Li village, they would inevitably get into a fight and get hurt. So they all found excuses, citing family disputes, to politely decline. Father Su naturally expressed his understanding, but the relationship eventually faded. Eventually, they drifted further and further apart, some even forming different factions, ultimately losing sight of the way they once were. However, seeing how Father Su had managed to rally so many people, those people still felt a complicated feeling. They felt a sense of emptiness, as if they had missed something. When did they become so close? I don't know. Actually, I really do want to go, but my family's making a fuss and won't allow it. The man glanced at the other man silent, yet also finding it incredibly boring. He thought, let's just stop pretending, but he still said, yeah, who doesn't? But seeing how many of them there are, a few of us shouldn't be a problem. Yes. Meanwhile, Father Su and his group also set off in a mighty procession towards Li village. Lijia village, what should we do now? What do you think we should do now? Old Manly paced the yard anxiously. Ever since he returned home yesterday and heard that the Su family had come to take his eldest daughter-in-law and granddaughter Lian Gu away without a word, he'd been feeling uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Although the Su family seemed kind and easygoing on a daily basis, they say even a cornered rabbit will bite, especially when it comes to military households. Suddenly, Old Manly began to regret not stopping his wife, Mrs. G, when she had molested his daughter-in-law. He had been possessed by evil, why hadn't he stopped her? Standing by, Mrs. G was also beginning to feel fear. She didn't know why, but last night, as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the look Father Su gave her. It was as cold as ice on a winter's day, piercing her heart. She woke up this morning with her right eyelid twitching wildly, and even the red paper wouldn't stop it. It felt like something big was about to happen. Don't scare yourself. This is Lijia village. What can those people from CSE village do? I don't believe the village chief will just sit there and watch us get bullied. Mrs. G, watching the impending storm, encouraged herself. Yes, Dad, what are you afraid of? If they dare to make a move, we brothers won't be pushovers. Li Lauer waved his fist. Li Lausen echoed, yes, Dad, we don't have to be afraid of him. Old Manly seemed comforted by these words, finally feeling a bit more at ease. But the one who was most afraid was Li Daoang, squatting in the corner. He knew what others didn't. His father-in-law and two brothers-in-law had actually killed someone, their clothes drenched in blood. He had seen it with his own eyes, but time had passed, and he had subconsciously forgotten it. But now, it all came back to him all at once. He felt no regrets. He'd been good to his daughter, not letting her starve to death or sell her for all those years, and even giving her a few bites to eat. He'd done his best. As for his wife, Su, whose man doesn't beat his woman? Ah? Whose? Even his father beat his mother, so why don't other people have these bad experiences? Perhaps he didn't beat her enough, not hard enough. If he could teach her a lesson once, she'd be obedient. Once this matter was over, he'd definitely teach her a lesson. And that damn girl had to be sold too. Coincidentally, when he was working in the county last time, he heard there was a human trafficker looking to buy a human. The damn girl looked pretty, so she should be worth a few taels of silver. Or maybe he could just sell her to a brothel, where they offer a higher price. After all, she was just a girl, so selling her wouldn't be a big deal. Li Daolong was thinking about how to excuse himself while making plans secretly, but he still looked like an honest man on his face. It was this honest look that deceived everyone. Even the Li family didn't know how much evil he had in their stomach, otherwise it wouldn't be Ji Posey who did these bad things most of the time, and he was still that honest, good man, taciturn, down-to-earth, and hard-working son-in-law and good husband. His only shortcoming was that he was too filial and listened too much to his mother. Chapter 45. Standing nearby, Li Sanlang's wife, Zeng, showed no fear at all. She even vaguely hoped the Su family would arrive soon, ideally to destroy their entire home. When we get to the Li family, Dia, go pack up the things you brought with you. We take care of the rest. Su Hong's dowry was substantial, even among the best in Xiaoxi village. Qin had worried about her eldest daughter's dowry since she was born. She hadn't been willing to wear any of the fine materials herself, not to mention that she had given her the silver bracelet her mother had brought as a dowry, along with 2 top-quality camphor wood boxes, which had been saved for ages. Su's father had cut them in the mountains, and had skilled craftsmen build them. There were pillows, bedding, combs, hand towels, for new cotton-padded jackets, a corner basin, toilet, bucket, and so on. Almost every aspect was considered for her daughters. Qin even gave her 3 taels and 6 qian of her own savings, which she had saved over the years of frugality, to her daughters, fearing they would be wronged by their in-laws' meager dowries. Besides the money for her eldest daughter, she was also saving for her 4th and 5th daughters, though it had recently run out due to a family crisis. Whenever she had money, she would save it all for her daughters, fearing they would be looked down upon for their military backgrounds. She herself had lived frugally for years, avoiding spending whenever possible. Sometimes, when the family was better off, Su's father and Wu's wife would ask her to buy a dress, but she refused. As a result, after all these years in the Su family, she still wore the same clothes she wore before she got married, washed until they were white. Every time she returned to her parents' home, she was mocked, both openly and covertly, by her sisters-in-law and their wives. She had saved for so many years, endured so much hardship, saving penny by penny to accumulate this dowry, her sole wish being to give her daughters a better life. As long as her daughters lived well, she would be satisfied. But in the end, all these things had become sharp weapons that hurt her own daughters. She hated the Li family so much that she wanted to rush to the Li family's house, wrestle that old woman Ji to the ground, slap her dozens of times, and ask her why she dared to do this to her daughters. In fact, once she arrived at the Li family's house, Qin sure didn't bother to listen to the explanations of old lady Ji and Li Daolong. She rushed forward, grabbed old lady Ji's hair, and started to attack. By the time Su's father and the others realized what was happening, Qin had already straddled old lady Ji and was lashing out with her left and right, ready to fight her to the death. I told you to bully my daughter. I told you to hit my daughter. Don't you like pinching people? I told you to. You old, wicked woman, I told you to hit me. Help. What are you doing? Old Manly stared at the dozens of people in front of him in horror. He expected the Su family to bring trouble, so he'd gone to the village to call some acquaintances. But he hadn't expected the Su family to call so many people. Did they have half the village? What are we doing? What do you think we're doing? You thief, you old bastard, you did all this, and you still dare to ask us why? Mrs. Mo and several of her sisters-in-law demanded, taking sides. Her mother-in-law, Mrs. Yang, even spat in old man Li's face, hands on her hips, and began to spit. My ancestral coffin has been dug up. What the hell, what? Mrs. Yang was equally furious. It was because of the unkindly family that her family's vegetables had to be grown in the soil for one more day. How much money had been lost in vain? Mrs. Yang, who loved money like her life, was heartbroken and naturally hated the culprit to death. As soon as they met, she cursed the Li family's ancestors for 18 generations, saying the most filthy words she had ever said. The Li family and the other families who came to help were all so bruised by the insults, but before they could even speak, Father Su shouted, Dia, go in and get your things. Everyone else smash it. How dare you? What are you doing? I'm telling you. Help. Murder. For a moment, the Li family was like hell. At first, the people who came to help the Li family tried to hold them back, but later, seeing the large crowd, all armed, and ready to fight, they became frightened and quickly retreated. We have nothing to do with them. Yes, we have nothing to do with them. Every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want revenge, go find them. Can you let us out? For such cases, Father Su didn't hesitate and actually let them go, except for the Li family. At this moment, in a corner, Li Daolong knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, second brother, I really didn't know. I was wrong, second brother. Third brother, please try to persuade second brother, I really didn't know anything. Second brother. It's all my father, no, it's my mother. I was wrong. Can you please let me go? Lin Gu and Xiao Bao can't live without a father. You know you're the father. Su Qingshan lifted him up and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. You also know that my eldest sister is your wife? Another punch. Although Su Qingshan had become emaciated recently, he had been training and working hard for years, and had been well fed and well rested over the past 2 days, so his strength was remarkable. Li Daolong was momentarily speechless in pain, and could only hunch his body as much as possible to relieve the pain. However, this was only the beginning. Su Qingshan didn't wait for him to recover. He punched him several more times, each one hitting him hard. When he had enough, he threw him to the ground like a rag and kicked him dozens of times, finally stepping on Li Daolong's fingers and slowly crushing them. This is just the beginning, and you can't handle it anymore? Li Chunsheng, I'm telling you, if you hurt my sister once, I hurt you 100 times, 1,000 times. If you make my sister cry once, I make you pay back 100-fold. Su Qingshan kicked Li Chunsheng again and again, until he crumpled to the ground, his mouth and nose brimming with blood. Just as he was about to continue, Su Qinghe stopped him. Su Qingshan looked at his brother in confusion, only to hear him say, my turn. Su Qingshan's dark face flickered with a smile. He took a few steps back, and said to Li Daolong, who lay on the ground, you got it easy. Speaking of which, Su Qingshan always preferred to cut through the Gordian knot when beating people. Even when he killed pirates, he preferred to kill them one by one, a satisfying experience. But his brother, Su Qinghe, was not like that. He preferred to be sneaky. Killing without spilling blood was the kind of person he was. If he fell into his own hands, he'd feel good about it. But if he fell into his hands, well, good luck. As expected, Su Qingshan knew Su Qinghe best. Su Qinghe didn't attack directly, but instead delivered a powerful kick to Li Daolong's groin. It said this is a man's most painful spot, and Li Daolong was no exception. Ah! After a final cry of pain, he could no longer hold back and fainted. Even on the other side, Mrs. G wasn't in much better shape. Her hair was a mess, and her face was bruised and swollen. It was obvious she suffered a lot. G watched her son, Li Daolong, pass out unconscious. She was overcome with emotion and tried to speak, but her face was swollen, and she couldn't form a complete sentence. Mrs. Chun, observing Mrs. G's expression of devotion to her son, sneered, so you know heartache too? My heart aches 100 times more than yours. She let go of Mrs. G and stood up. Mrs. Mo, who was beside her, supported her, fearing she'd get dizzy from standing up suddenly. Meanwhile, the village chief of Lijia village was also rushing over with his men, though his pace seemed somewhat slow. A journey that should have taken him a few minutes took him a quarter of an hour. The men behind him were also somewhat languid, looking more like they were strolling than fighting. Only after they arrived at the Li family's house, and everyone had entered the courtyard, and looking at the smashed-up Li family, did the village chief slowly speak, stop it. Old man Su, who had been standing silently to the side, saw the village chief approach. He limped over to the village chief and said, Village chief, we are simply here to seek justice for all these years. Is that how you seek justice? You think there's no one in Lijia village, right? The villagers of Lijia village, who had originally intended to stay out of this matter, were enraged when they saw the Li family destroyed and old man Li's family beaten to a pulp. They thought, you think there's no one in our village, so they can bully us at will, right? If everyone acted this way, wouldn't anyone be able to bring their own people in and bully the people in their village? Village chief, they're going too far. Yes, village chief, if anyone can come into our village and bully us, what will become of Lijia village in the future? How can you stand here? Village chief. For a moment, the courtyard suddenly became noisy. Although village chief Li also hated old man Li's family, faced with such a situation and public outrage, even though he knew old man Li was at fault, he couldn't help but say, seeking justice? You nearly beat someone to death? You also smashed everything inside and out. Man, what kind of justice is this? Everyone stop it. Old man Su turned and said to the people inside. Seeing so many people coming, the Su family also gathered outside. Village chief, you're finally here. Old man Li, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, finally dared to run out from behind the water tank when he saw someone approaching. With him were Mother Ji, Li Erlang, and Li Sanlang, with the exception of Li Daolong, who lay unconscious on the ground. Li Erlang, Li Sanlang's wives, Wen and Zeng, and several of the Li children also emerged from the kitchen. Unlike the other Li family members, they were unharmed and appeared to be in good health. Village Chief Li, upon seeing this, understood immediately. They hadn't intended to kill anyone. Instead, their attacks were quite careful. With the exception of Li Daolong, the others had only suffered minor injuries. Realizing this, Village Chief Li's expression turned sour towards the snotty, bruised face of Old Man Li. He deserved it. Their family had treated their daughter-in-law like this. If they hadn't treated their daughter-in-law like a human being, such a disaster wouldn't have happened. Yes, Village Chief Li had known how Old Man Li and his family mistreated their daughter-in-law over the years, and sometimes he would say something when he couldn't stand it. However, it was someone else's family affair, and he couldn't interfere. Chapter 46. Wow, Village Chief, why did you come so late? They almost beat us to death. Yes, Village Chief. Village Chief, you must seek justice for us. At this moment, the Li family members burst into tears and snot again. The grown men cried even harder than Aunt Ji, who was hugging Li Daolong. The sight was so ugly that Village Chief Li couldn't help but look away. He looked at Old Man Su and the others and said, "You people from Xiaoxi village came to our Lijia village and beat people like this. If you don't give us an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to justify yourself today, right?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo was furious. She stepped forward with her hands on her hips and cursed, "Bah, what a joke. You are a bunch of scoundrels, black-hearted, rotten-hearted bastards. My niece married into our family, and you treated her like a pig or a dog. And you still have the nerve to ask for an explanation? I give you a couple of slaps in the face. Why waste time talking to them? Are we afraid of them?" Someone behind Su's father said. As soon as he spoke, the other men in the crowd, armed with hoes and other weapons, echoed, "Yeah, just fight them." They hadn't come here expecting to leave unscathed. What was there to be afraid of? They acted as if none of them had ever been hurt before. One of them, a 9-foot-tall, muscular man with a scarred face, even spat directly in Old Man Li's face. "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense." It was then that Village Chief Li noticed the young men behind Old Man Su. With just one glance, Village Chief Li was filled with shock. Others didn't understand, but he had seen it with his own eyes. When he had fled the famine with his parents, brothers, and sisters, the soldiers and bandits he encountered on the road were just like them. Each of them had a ruthless look in their eyes and hands, killing without blinking an eye. It was then that Village Chief Li remembered that he seemed to have heard someone mention that the Su family was a military household. What about the people they brought with them? After realizing this, Village Chief Li broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything too harsh. Village Chief Li quickly raised his hand to stop them, an awkward smile on his face. Too much fighting and killing is bad. Let's talk it over. Let's put it this way. Looking closely, it's true that our villagers were at fault first, but you beaten and scolded them, so we're even now. Village Chief? Village Chief? Village Chief? As soon as Village Chief Li finished speaking, questioning voices echoed from behind him, and everyone thought they had misheard. For a moment, the atmosphere in Lijia village boiled over with each and every word, the chattering like a chicken and duck market. Old Man Li and Mrs. Ji, who had thought they had found their saviors, were stunned upon hearing this. Old Man Li panicked. Village Chief, what do you mean? Village Chief, are you leaving us? They smashed our house to pieces, and even my Daolong, he's been beaten so badly he's still lying on the ground, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Mrs. Ji hugged her son, Li Daolong, and cried heartbreakingly, a motherly love for her son. Village Chief, are you afraid of them? What do you mean, Village Chief? Village Chief, say something. Shut up. Village Chief Li suddenly shouted. His voice wasn't loud, but his prestige within the village meant most people stopped. Only a few were still a little indignant, but they were silenced by those around them. Everyone has sons and daughters. If someone in your family was bullied like this, would you let it go? But someone wanted to say something. Besides, can you guarantee that the men in our village won't marry in the future? Huh? If this gets out, who would dare marry their daughters here? Liuzi, can you guarantee that your family won't marry? No, we can't. Guzi has been the only son in their family for 3 generations. How could he not marry? And Sanner, do you not want wives? Yes. Their family isn't very large, so they definitely need to marry. Nyo Dan Lucy. The few troublemakers, who had been causing the most trouble, fell silent after being called out by village chief Li. For a moment, no one said anything more. After all, the village chief was right. Because of the Li family, their village's reputation had been ruined. Who in the surrounding area would dare marry their daughters into the village in the future? They weren't stupid. Old man Li's family wasn't the only one with a surname Li in the village. Who here didn't have a surname? They couldn't let their entire broth be ruined over a single small incident. But second uncle. Was he really going to let them off so easily? Off to the side, one of village chief Li's close nephews looked at their second uncle with a questioning look. How could this not be his usual style? While it was indeed old man Li's family's fault in the beginning, his second uncle, who was usually somewhat protective of his own people, would never give in so easily, especially with so many people in the village present. Village chief Li saw the confusion in his nephew's eyes, but he also had his own pain, unable to speak. Although fighting between villages was common, and it was not uncommon for 1 or 2 people to die in a heated fight, such cases were ultimately rare. Who didn't have 3 or 5 people in their family? Who was willing to die? So he simply weighed the pros and cons, deciding that sacrificing other families for old man Li's family simply wasn't worth it. After all, most of these military households were impoverished, struggling to feed their entire families. If they were truly provoked, they might kill someone and disappear into the mountains. Where would one find them? Just say whether it's unjust or not. It's really unnecessary. It's not some unresolved grudge involving the digging up of ancestral graves. The Su family members were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Su Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized the reason. He stepped forward and said, "Village Chief Li is very reasonable. Let's all thank the village chief." Although Su Qingshan didn't understand what his brother meant, he still led the charge, shouting at the top of his voice, "Thank you, Village Chief Li. Thank you, Village Chief Li." And with that, the smoke of battle vanished into thin air. The only casualties in this incident were old man Li's family. In the twilight, the Su family and the Huang family loaded all of their eldest sister Su Hong's belongings onto a mule cart. Among them were the 2 camphor-wood boxes that Jipa had seized, along with the brand new clothes. No wonder Jipa was so stingy. After all these years, she looted everything and never even worn it once. She was perfectly fine sitting in the camphor-wood boxes. Additional items included the silver bracelet ripped from Jipa's hand, and the 10 taels of silver looted from the rat hole. Speaking of which, it's true that everyone has their specialties. The Su family searched the house thoroughly but couldn't find where Jipa had hidden the silver, but Madame Mo found it instantly. However, when she excitedly crawled out from under the bed, wanting to show off, she happened to run into her mother-in-law, Madame Yang. That complex expression remained fresh in Mrs. Mo's mind even after she returned home. That night, she secretly relocated the silver she had hidden. Afterward, she laid down on her straw-covered bed, listening to the deafening snoring of the person next to her, and finally fell into a peaceful sleep. It was strange to say, when the Su family arrived, the sky had been dark, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. But when they returned, the sun suddenly appeared bright, and soon the sky was filled with rosy clouds, escorting them back home. Someone in the group even led a song, and the sound echoed through the mountains, which somewhat relieved Su Hong's depressed mood. Yes, Su Hong had never imagined that her youngest son would not want to go with her. Whenever she remembered her youngest son being held in her arms, kicking and hitting her, and crying and refusing to leave with her, insisting on staying at the Li family's, she felt a pang of pain. No, Su Hong actually knew her son didn't want to. After all, he'd been raised by his mother-in-law since he was little, and they had the deepest bond. As for her, his biological mother, she probably took a back seat. Honestly, she probably hadn't even considered him a mother in her heart. Recalling how her son had just called her a jinx, a bad guy, and a bitch, Su Hong felt chilled and heartbroken. Knowing her elder sister was upset about this, Su Li shifted her gaze and said, "Sister, look, what's flying in the sky?" Su Hong indeed looked up at the sky. It must be a wild goose. Her tone was a little gloomy. "Oh, a wild goose. Why do I think it looks like an eagle? That shouldn't be the case. A goose's tail is different from an eagle's, and you see, the way they fly is different too." Su Hong carefully explained the difference between the two to Su Li, her expression no longer gloomy. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, seeing her elder sister finally divert her attention. What she wanted to say more was that children and parents are inherently connected. Sometimes, just because you gave birth to a child doesn't mean you should behave the same way, nor does just because you gave birth to him mean he should behave the same way. Some things require learning to separate the issues. Forcing them together will only hurt both parties. Just like she and her parents. But Suli swallowed these words, not saying them out loud. After all, some things must be experienced and understood personally. No one else can help you. Meanwhile, at the Lee family, after Sue's father and the others had left, the Lee family took the unconscious Lee Daolong to the clinic. The doctor was almost frightened by the sight of Lee Daolong, covered in blood, but he quickly began to treat him. Everything else is fine, just what? Mrs. G and Old Man Lee looked at the doctor. Your son's injuries are truly severe. I'm afraid he won't have children. The doctor had never seen someone so badly injured there. It was truly horrific. Even as a man, he broke out in a cold sweat as he lifted the boy's clothes. Doctor, did you make a mistake? Yes, doctor. No, you definitely made a mistake, you quack. Come on, master, let's go to another clinic. Mother G, suppressing the pain, reached out to pull Old Man Lee, wanting them to take Lee Daolong out. But Old Man Lee shoved her away. Treat it, what's the point of treating it? Old Man Lee had seen it with his own eyes. It was so rotten, there was no point in treating it. He pointed at Mrs. G and said, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Daolong wouldn't be like this. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't be in this state. After saying this, he pushed Mrs. G away and went home. In the end, Mrs. G brought Lee Daolong back with her 2 sons. After Lee Daolong woke up, Mrs. G, worried that her son would be upset, said vaguely, the doctor said it's okay, just a little rest. No one would believe this, but Lee Daolong believed it. He was in pain all over, unable to move, and Mrs. G had specifically asked the doctor to apply medicine and bandage that area. Where's that bitch Sue? Hearing Mrs. Sue's name, Mrs. G didn't know how to tell her son that the Sue family had signed the divorce papers while he was unconscious. If her son knew, he would definitely be even more angry. Her eyes flickered, and she hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to start. Seeing her like this, Lee Daolong naturally guessed what was going on. Damn Sue, she actually dared to run away. Mrs. G, observing her son's sullen expression, consoled him with soothing words. Divorce, then. She's just a slut. After she leaves our family, we see who want her. Don't worry, son. I find you someone better. Better than that Sue. I find you whatever you like. But Lee Daolong didn't really listen. In the dark room, he stared at the door with a murderous look, until that little face that looked just like Sue suddenly appeared. Chapter 47. Thank you so much for your help today. At the entrance of Seosi village, Father Sue thanked everyone and added, everyone, remember to bring your families for dinner tonight. When someone helps someone, they definitely have to treat them to a meal. Father Sue, Old Man Sue, and his wife, Chun, discussed it on the way home. Since they were returning early today, they decided to treat everyone to dinner tonight. It's good to have something to eat. Who would dare to despise it, brothers? Haha, yes, we don't despise it. To their surprise, even though they hadn't helped much today, they still had food to eat. Everyone was delighted and chatted, thinking the Sue family was truly generous and considerate. When old lady Yang heard the Sue family wanted to treat her, her face almost broke with laughter. She had been regretting walking so long today, thinking her legs would break, but then she heard such good news. That's great. We don't have to cook tonight. A busybody heard old lady Yang's words and said, then you better bring more food, otherwise it won't be enough for your family. You bastard, you're looking for a beating, aren't you? If you're itching, I give you a break. Never mind. Everyone laughed and jokingly again, then went home to get food. In the countryside, when someone invites someone to dinner, the others don't just sit there and eat. Especially in this rural area, where food is scarce, no one has much food. Over time, a customary practice has developed in the village. Each family brings their own food to the host's house, and cooks together. The host provides only the vegetables, but usually, each family contributes one dish each. The host only needs to provide the meat and vegetables. Instantly, everyone went home, some carrying stools, some carrying bowls and chopsticks, some carrying rice and vegetables, while the children followed behind them, laughing and playing. The scene was extremely lively. The other villagers saw this, and couldn't help but come forward to inquire about what was going on. When they learned that the Sue family was treating everyone who had gone to help today to a meal, they felt a sense of regret. Especially Liu and the few families who hadn't gone with them. Seeing the Sue family members return safely without even a scratch on their bodies, they felt extremely regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have gone with them too. At least they could have had some meat. You know, they had worked so hard all these days, and hadn't eaten meat in ages. They had even forgotten what it tasted like. It's all your fault. You insisted on stopping me from going. Now you see. They had offended someone for no reason, and now they couldn't eat any meat. How should I know? The same situation also occurred between Lu and Li Shujin. Li Shujin had been feeling rather restless at home all day, his mind racing. He'd been thinking about how the Su father and son had saved him, and then he felt he shouldn't have done that. Finally, upon hearing that the Su father and son had returned, he couldn't sit still anymore. He went into the yard, craned his neck, and gazed at the road at the village entrance. Seeing the Su father and son and a group of people smiling as they walked past, not even glancing in his direction, he felt a sudden pang of displeasure. Just then, Lu ran in cheerfully. The Su family is having a dinner party tonight. Did they invite you? She figured that the Su family always invited them for dinner, and this time would be no different. But this time, he miscalculated. Li Shujin's expression suddenly fell, and he turned around and laid down in the house. But regardless of their actions, the Su family was bustling with activity. Hey, don't run so fast. Get out, run outside. Have you washed the vegetables? Hurry, the stove can't wait any longer. If you don't get to work, the pot will burn. Is the meat cut? Hurry. Move aside. What are you men standing there for? Hurry up and help. Can't you see we're overwhelmed? A shrewd woman spotted some men idle in the yard and assigned them a task with a single gesture. You, there aren't enough tables. Bring some in. After giving instructions to a few people, the woman nodded at the other men busy in the yard. Most of the men were quite conscientious today. Some helped carry things, some fetched water and chopped firewood, and still others helped the Su family put on the roof, which hadn't been completed yesterday, using ladders. The Su family's house wasn't large, and everyone was busy moving around in this small space. The clamor of people seemed to be about to tear the roof off. Su Li, however, had the easiest day, thanks to the presence of many aunties and elderly women helping with the cooking and cooking. They were incredibly skillful, picking vegetables while I light the fire. The division of labor was clear, and it was clear they experienced this kind of feast many times before, making Su Li seem a bit redundant. Tonight, she only had to make braised pork, braised fish, and a dish of pickled pepper fish offal. She didn't even have to wash the vegetables, which was incredibly easy. The fish offal was left in the well from the previous 2 days of slaughter. It was quite a large amount from a dozen or so fish, and with the addition of pickled peppers, it was enough to feed 3 or 4 tables of people. Su Li carried the stove outside to prepare the braised pork, while Su Tao assisted her. The meat had just been bought by her second brother. With only about 2 pounds at home, it might not be enough. Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth and asked her son to go and get another 6 pounds of fat, bringing the total to 8 pounds. While it might still not be enough for so many people, cutting it into smaller pieces would allow everyone to enjoy a few pieces. This was considered generous for a dinner party in the countryside. In addition, the 5 fish that old man Su had sent this morning had also been killed. Mrs. Chen had originally wanted to have her son tell old man Su that he didn't need to send them today, but he had arrived early in the morning, along with his 2 skinny granddaughters. So let them go. It's fine to keep them in a water tank. It's just right for the dinner party tonight. Braised pork takes a lot of work, so Su Li prepared it first. After the caramelized pork was cooked and simmered, she prepared the fish offal. To make delicious fish offal, first clean the impurities from the fish offal and blanch it in wine to remove the fishy smell. While this was happening, chili peppers were essential. Dice the fresh chilies, cut the aged pickled radish into pieces, and mince the pickled peppers and ginger, setting them aside. Then she began stir-frying. While Chen and her eldest sister were chatting and stoking the fire in the kitchen, Su Li quietly scooped a small spoonful of lard and cooking oil into the wok. She did so quietly because if her mother, Chen, saw this, she would definitely accuse her of being wasteful, but stir-frying the fish offal with a mixture of oils definitely makes it taste better. The oil in the wok began to change color, and steam rose. Just then, Su Li quickly added the seasonings and soybean paste and stir-fried until the aroma was released, causing the nearby ants to laugh and chop. "Oh my god, I'm choking. Isn't it?" The smell drifted into the yard, and sneezes echoed throughout. "What are you doing? It's so choking." "Ah, TSK. Seeing it was almost done, Su Li poured the bowl of water she had prepared into the pot. Within 2 minutes, the water boiled, and she added the fish offal, just enough to cover it. Given the amount of fish offal, the fire didn't need to be so strong. Su Li asked her mother to remove some of the firewood. This action surprised the women preparing food nearby. They already knew that the Su family now cooked food daily and sold it in the county, and they also knew that it was Su Li, the youngest daughter, who cooked it. However, they all doubted that the fifth daughter of the Su family could make anything delicious, given her age. When they were her age, they would burn the pot just trying to cook, and their mothers would chase them from several villages with a fire poker. But no one said anything. After all, it was the Su family's dinner party today. They just secretly felt sorry for the succulent white meat and plump fresh fish. Until they saw how Su Li pan-fried and stewed the meat, and how she boiled and stir-fried the fish offal, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This fifth girl really knows how to cook. Regardless of whether it tasted good or not, the execution was impeccable. It was no worse than the chefs, who came to the village to prepare the feast. Only Zhen Lao's wife, Mrs. Liu, knew that Su Li's braised pork was exactly the same as the one the chef had hired for her father-in-law's birthday. She even thought the Su girl's was even better. The braised pork was a brilliant, candied red, even more beautiful and fragrant than the one the chef from the village had made that day. As Liu thought about this, her perspective on the Su family changed again. It seemed she had been right to ask her husband to establish good relations with the Su family. After the meal began and she ate the braised pork, Liu's mind became even more resolute. To be honest, because her father-in-law was the village chief, her family was considered one of the best off in the village. They usually had to buy meat once or twice a month. But Liu had never tasted such delicious braised pork before. With every bite, her mood lifted. The meat was incredibly fragrant, rich but not greasy, and melted in her mouth, coated in a thick layer of sweet sauce. It was incredibly delicious. It was even better than the one the rural chef had made. Not only the braised pork, but also the pickled pepper fish offal was so appetizing, with plump fish roe and a rich flavor. Combined with the pickled radish and pickled cabbage, it went really well with the rice. Liu ate the fish offal with a mouthful of rice, sweating profusely. Just as Mrs. Liu's eyes lit up again and again, Su Qishan, the second son of the Su family, approached with a plate of braised fish. Here's the braised fish. Move aside. It's hot. Braised fish? Mrs. Liu was enjoying her meal. She looked up at the braised fish, sprinkled with chopped green onions and drizzled with broth, and sighed in admiration. She didn't know how the fish was cooked, but it was whole and not rotten at all. She reached out with her chopsticks, picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth. Sure enough, the fish was tender and delicate, with just the right amount of sweetness and saltiness. The skin was slightly browned, and the texture was crispy and fragrant, without a single fishy smell. It was simply amazing. This fish is so delicious. Yeah, how's it made? It doesn't smell fishy at all. The braised pork is delicious too. I think this fish offal is pretty good too. The man who spoke had sweat on his forehead and nose. He had never imagined that fish offal could be eaten this way. Aside from the fish balls, he had thrown them away and fed them to the chickens. Now, after eating this pickled pepper fish offal, he regretted wasting so much. Everyone at the table ate and exclaimed, their mouths guzzling. Even the children, who usually loved to run around while eating, were quietly enjoying their meal. After dinner, on the way home at night, there were still children tugging at the adults' clothes, saying, "Mom, that braised pork was so delicious. When can we have it again?" The woman couldn't help but smack her lips, savoring the taste. It was so delicious, she still couldn't stop thinking about it. "But I don't know when we get to eat this meat again." The woman rarely refuted her son, but instead sighed, "I don't know either." Her tone was filled with regret. Chapter 48. 6. Mother, thank you for your hard work today. Moonlight enveloped the Su family's small courtyard. Chen accepted the basket Mo had washed and thanked her. "What's the big deal? I do it every day at home. Even after putting meat in it, I still have to wash it. It'd be hard to wash tomorrow." Mo glanced around, finding nothing left to wash. She stood up, carrying the wooden basin outside to dump the dirty water. After finishing everything, before leaving, Mo took Chen aside and said, "Now that your eldest daughter has returned, you, as her mother, should try to persuade her. The past is the past, and we must look forward to the future." Divorce was not a big deal in this dynasty, but it was still full of unpleasant rumors. If you took them to heart, you would be the one who would be hurt. Okay. Chen nodded, understanding, but she also worried about how to persuade her eldest daughter, given her temperament. At this time, the Su and Wang fathers, who had been helping to return tables, chairs, and benches to their respective homes, returned. "Since everything's fine, let's go home too." Outside the fenced courtyard, the Wang fathers paused to say goodbye. "Thank you, Brother Wang and nephew, for today. I invite you to our house for a drink someday when I'm free." Su's father had rarely been home before, and hadn't interacted much with the Wang fathers. Unexpectedly, After spending time with him today, he discovered that Wang's father was actually a warm-hearted, humorous man. Over the meal, the two of them chatted happily, and the relationship between the two families became closer. Wang's father hadn't expected to get along so well with Sue's father. He had always thought of Sue's father as a quiet, dull, and honest man. Who would have thought that was just his prejudice? It was rare to meet someone so compatible. Wang's father joked, "Ha ha ha, then we'd be waiting." Of course, of course. After a brief conversation, the Wang family father and son left side by side. Seeing this, Madame Imo also took her 4 daughters and left. Because of the Su family's deal, their status within the Huang family had recently risen rapidly. If they had returned so late in the past, Old Lady Yang would have been furious. But today, upon seeing them return home, Old Lady Yang said, "Are you done? Why don't you help clean up a bit?" The eldest daughter of the Su family, having just returned from her divorce, must have needed some time to clean up and organize things. Old Lady Yang was right. It was strange to hear her say that. Mrs. Imo grumbled inwardly, but still said, "You're almost done, mother." "Okay, that's good," said Mrs. Yang. Just then, the eldest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Liu, emerged from the restroom. Mrs. Yang launched into a barrage of scolding, "You unlucky creature. You poop right after eating." When she left, Mrs. Yang specifically asked her 3 daughters-in-law to stay and help clean up. Unexpectedly, the eldest and youngest daughters-in-law both complained of stomachaches and ran home with their pants in their hands. Of course, they didn't run home to the Su family because Mrs. Yang had a rule that everyone in the family had to hold their poop and pee until they got home. She did the same thing herself. No matter how much pain she felt outside, she would hold it in until she got home to use the restroom. She believed in keeping good things within her family. On a different note, Mrs. Liu had just emerged from the restroom, looking pale, and within a second, her expression changed again, and she went back to the restroom. Zhou, who had just emerged from the house clutching her stomach, nearly burst into a rage. Imo, watching the two of them, was rather surprised. "What happened to my eldest sister-in-law and 4th sister? What else can I do? I ate too much meat." Mrs. Yang got angry at the mention of this, but she wasn't angry at her daughters-in-law for eating too much meat. She was angry at them for having diarrhea right after eating so much good meat. In her opinion, having diarrhea right after eating wasted food. That was truly unlucky, and for the first time, Mrs. Imo agreed with her mother-in-law. She and her daughters ate and were fine, so they were the lucky ones. Mrs. Imo thought happily. But the braised pork was absolutely amazing. She even dreamed about it that night, thinking how delicious it must be. There were several other families in her situation, falling asleep to the aroma of braised pork. Of course, there were also those who, having been craving the aroma of meat all night, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. No one had expected the Su family to actually prepare braised pork tonight. Everyone had assumed it would be just like other people's dinners, with 2 pounds of meat sliced thinly and stewed, with each person getting a slice. Unexpectedly, the guests reported not only a generous portion of meat, but also 5 whole braised fish and some particularly delicious fish offal. Everyone who came back after eating raved about it, saying it was even better than the chef at Xiangman Lu. While most hadn't been to Xiangman Lu, they could imagine how delicious it must be. If they had known, they would have gone along, and regrets were brewing within them. At the Su family's house, Su Li and Su Tao were helping their eldest sister pack. There wasn't much to pack, really, just put things inside and fold clothes. Su Li quickly folded them, and Su Tao picked them up and put them in the box. Lian Gu sat on the bed, eating Su Tao's pine nut candy. "Is it delicious? Is 4th Aunt treating you well?" Su Tao was usually the most greedy, but after Lian Gu arrived, she not only gave in to her, but even shared her favorite pine nut candy with her, acting like an adult. "Good." Lian Gu's cheeks puffed out, her eyes sparkling. "So, is 4th Aunt better, or Little Aunt?" It was just another boring adult game. Su Li glanced at her 4th sister, Su Tao, and ignored her. But the child took her words seriously. She poked at the bamboo mat with her finger, rolled her eyes, and after a long pause, she said in childish tones, "Little Aunt." This was an answer Su Tao hadn't expected. She thought it was her. Su Tao, somewhat unconvinced, asked, "Why my aunt?" Unexpectedly, Lian Gu leaped out of bed, didn't answer, and went trotting off to find her mother. As for the reason, it was, of course, the delicious braised pork my aunt made. Su Tao snorted, "What a heartless little thing. You even wash her diapers." "Mother, take this silver." Su Hong handed the silver given by the Li family to Qin, knowing that her mother was now the head of the household. "Why are you giving it to me? Just keep it for yourself. My daughter was divorced, And now she had Lian Gu with her. There were so many places she needed the money. What was there to do with her? Su Hong refused to take it back, use it for household expenses. She had returned to her parents' home with her daughter, and she couldn't bear to eat and drink for free. Even if her parents and grandparents agreed, she wouldn't. She had decided that after settling in for the next 2 days, she would buy some chickens and ducks to raise and sell, and then go to the wasteland to grow some vegetables. After all, she and Lian Gu wouldn't starve to death. However, she didn't have the money to build a house yet, so she had to stay at her parents' home. It would be even better if my father and brother could help Lian Gu and me build a room in the back when they have time. Su Hong's face turned pale as she spoke these words. Returning to her parents' home was already a laughingstock for the villagers, and building a house there would likely break their spines. But Su Hong had no other choice. Her only support now was her parents' father, brothers, and sisters. Let me discuss the house building with your father. There were indeed too few rooms at home. Now that the eldest daughter had returned, she would have to share a room with the younger daughters, which was inconvenient. However, since the sons were away on weekdays, the eldest daughter could move in temporarily, so there was no rush. There was one more thing, though. Chen remembered and said, "Your younger sister asked me to ask you something. Would you be willing to come with us to sell food in the future?" This was what Su Li had said to Chen last night. Sales at the dock were doing well, and she had some money. She thought she might as well set up a food stall in the county. With her eldest sister back and more people at home, she could try setting up a stall there. I just sell less at first. If business is good, I can sell more later. It give my eldest sister something to do, so she doesn't have to dwell on the past. Your younger sister said she pay you 200 won a month, and if business is good, she give you more. Su Li was talking about commission, but Chen didn't understand what commission meant, so she understood it and just said more. After saying this, seeing her eldest daughter remain silent, Chen checked her expression to see if she seemed unhappy. She hadn't meant to sound so blunt, but her younger daughter had said that if she hadn't asked, the eldest daughter wouldn't have taken a penny. She thought that made sense, so she said it. But once she said it, she felt she shouldn't have said it. What if her eldest daughter got upset and thought she, as her mother, treated her like an outsider? Just as she was about to say something, she heard her eldest daughter, Su Hong, say, "Okay. I go with you, but no need to pay." Su Hong knew her mother and 2 younger sisters cooked and sold food at the dock every day, but she didn't know how much they could earn. She assumed her mother and younger sisters had a hard time and wouldn't make much, so she offered to not pay them. That won't work. It's a deal. Noticing that her daughter wasn't upset, Chen felt that her youngest daughter was right, as if she had anticipated everything. Then, "Mother, please keep the silver. Otherwise, I won't take my wages." Su Hong then pressed the silver into Chen's hands. As for the wages, they could discuss them later. 200 won was no small sum. Although she hadn't been to the county town much during her years at the Li family, she knew the wages. For example, the women from her village, who took on work, only earned around 100 won for washing clothes. The 200 won her mother offered her was a very good salary. When Su Hong said this, she had no idea that one day she would earn several taels of silver a month, even dozens. Of course, that's a story for later. The summer breeze blew past. "Grandma." Lian Gu flew into Chen's arms like a butterfly. Chen had no choice but to temporarily put the silver in her arms and hug Lian Gu. "Hey Lian Gu, what's wrong?" Lian Gu shook her head, indicating nothing was wrong, but her bright eyes were fixed on the direction of the house. "Then let's go wash our feet, okay?" Chen coaxed. "Okay." Lian Gu nodded. That's why they say that generations apart are close. Chen had never been so careful coaxing her daughters before. Su Tao felt a little resentful upon hearing this. Before leaving, she turned to Su Li and asked, "Fifth sister, let's go wash our feet." Elsewhere, in Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu's room, "Why didn't you tell us about this when you got back?" It turned out that at Old Man Su's table tonight, other soldiers had mentioned their departure north in a few days, discussing what clothing and food they should pack. It was then that Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu learned that their son and grandson would be leaving in 3 days, and they were filled with anger and distress. "I thought I'd tell you in a couple of days." Father Su lowered his head. Nearly 40 years old, he still looked like a child, his tone a bit bewildered. 2 more days. Mrs. Wu didn't know how to scold her son. 2 more days, 2 more days. You only say that when you're leaving, right? How much silver per person? At this moment, Old Man Su suddenly spoke up. The garrison couldn't be without people, so normally a group of people would stay behind. Many years ago, it was the elderly, the weak, and the sick who were left behind. These days, it would cost them some money to keep them. For those with uncertain return dates, families with money would offer to ransom them. Dad, Erlang and Sailing have decided to go. Not to mention that the family couldn't afford the 50 taels per person by your life. Just the way things were, the three of them had had enough. They analyzed the situation and realized that following the Centurion and following Prince G North was risky, but the rewards were also great. Perhaps they could even earn a position, which would be a sign of a successful career. The worst-case scenario was dying on the battlefield, losing their heads, and leaving a scar the size of a bowl. They couldn't endure such a cowardly life for even a single day. What good would it be to stay? Staying would mean you just continue to be a slave, driven around like a beast of burden. Only by carving out a bloody path and earning a name for yourself could you truly live a fulfilled life. Old Man Su, once a soldier himself, naturally understood his son's sentiments, but his age had softened his heart. The thought that his son and grandson might never see each other again filled Old Man Su with grief. Under the dim oil lamp, a few moths fluttered back and forth, the room hushed and silent. Zila, the sound of moths catching fire and burning. Okay, since you decided, let's go. Find a way out for yourself. Old man. Dad. Chapter 49. Mrs. Chen pushed the door open, ushering in a cool breeze. Outside, a heavy rain had suddenly begun, accompanied by muffled thunder. I disagree. Mrs. Chen had originally thought it was late, and she'd come to find her husband to go back to bed, but she overheard a conversation between her husband and his father-in-law. She complained that something had been amiss between her husband and sons lately. In the past, they always argued, no matter what, but lately, her husband had been giving in to her in everything. Mrs. Chen's two sons were eager to do everything. Even though the backyard was already piled high with firewood, they still chop it down whenever they had time and leave it there. They refused, saying they keep it for themselves to burn later. It turned out they already planned this. Mrs. Chen's eyes welled with tears. How much money do you need this time? I borrow it. I asked my eldest brother and third sister. Isn't it possible? Chen, looking at her husband's gaze, finally let the tears fall. Ah! A sigh escaped as the heavy rain began to fall, promising a sleepless night for everyone. The next day, Suli woke up to see the red, swollen eyes of her grandmother, Wu, her mother, Chen, and her eldest sister. She had no idea what had happened. It wasn't until breakfast that she heard that her father and her second and third brothers would be leaving in 2 days. Their tones hinted at the possibility that they might never return. Suli fell silent. She had been in this world for almost a month, so she naturally understood the meaning of these words. She also understood the helplessness and sadness of military families in this world, the cruel reality that often defied their will. The atmosphere at the dinner table was unusually somber, a complete absence of the usual cheerfulness. Even Su Tao lowered her head, wiping away tears. Last night, she had been clamoring for scallion pancakes and other treats for breakfast, but she hadn't expected to hear such devastating news so early in the morning. Little Lien Gu also noticed something was amiss, glancing from one person to another. She was still too young to understand the meaning of parting. She only knew that her mother, great-grandfather, and uncle all looked unhappy. You still need to bring winter clothes and some food, Old Man Su suddenly said. Northern winters are cold, and ordinary warm clothing is definitely not enough. Wearing too little could freeze you to death. I discussed it with your mother. Since we have nothing to do these past 2 days, we might as well take apart the quilts in our house, and sew the cotton inside into your clothes. Cotton was expensive and hard to come by. The most valuable items in the Su family were the several quilts with cotton that Old Man Su had bought in his youth. Although the cotton tended to clump together over time, they were still usable. Dad? Su's father refused without a second thought, but then Old Man Su said, listen to me first. Su's father fell silent, and Old Man Su turned to Chen and said, Mother Qishan, you and your mother have worked hard these past 2 days with Dia and the others. Make some pancakes for Daoang and the others to eat on the road. And make some dried meat too. The march was arduous. Sometimes we spent a month or 2 in the mountains, without food or water. When hungry, we could only chew tree bark and dig grass roots, and when thirsty, we could only drink dirty water. Countless people died along the way for all sorts of strange reasons. It was precisely because of this that Old Man Su wanted to think of everything he could. Oh, I almost forgot. We need to buy some donkey or deerskin. It doesn't have to be too big, just enough to make 3 pairs of boots. Although the weather was still warm, the further north we went, the colder it got. Especially in the north in winter, it was said to be so cold that toes could freeze off. We needed to make several pairs of warm shoes. I go ask Taiju later to see if they have any. The Wang family were hunters, so they must have a stash of animal skins. We also need to buy some anti-diarrhea and anti-parasitic medicine. Old Man Su explained each item slowly, as if he was afraid of missing anything. He had spent the entire night thinking about it. When there was nothing more, Mrs. Wu continued, the stove might be too small for roasting meat. We should find a larger clay pot later. The Su family's stove was usually a small one used for cooking porridge. It was too small to roast much at once, so the clay pot was a good substitute. All they had to do was knock off the bottom of the pot, place it on the earthen stove, and hang the meat strips inside to roast. Okay, I go after dinner. Old Man Su sipped his porridge and nodded. If there's anything else, we think of it later. Let's eat. And so, the Su family members finished their meal and went their separate ways. Old Man Su and his father went to the Wang family next door to buy deerskin. Mrs. Wu and her daughter Chen went to unpack bedding to make clothes. The eldest sisters, Su Hong, Su Li, and Su Tao, went to make pancakes. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe went to build a clay stove in the yard with yellow mud. When Uncle Chen arrived, they asked him to bring over 20 jin of pork. It sounds heavy, but after drying, it's probably only a few jin. If it's dried very dry, you can get about 5 jin per jin, so 20 jin will only make 4 jin of dried meat, which is very little for the 3 of them to share. That's too much. We don't need 20 jin. 10 jin will do. 20 jin of meat would cost several hundred won of silver. They had just spent so much yesterday, and Father Su didn't want the family to worry about them having no savings. It's settled. Chen ignored Su's father's words and turned to Uncle Chen, who had come to deliver the pig intestines. He said, "Brother, just bring them over. I give you the money later." I had originally planned to buy more meat, but the family didn't have enough money, and I probably have to spend more on the skins and herbs, which would be a big expense. Okay, I go back and bring it to you right away. Uncle Chen, upon learning that his sister-in-law and 2 nephews were going on a long journey north, agreed without hesitation. He put down the pig intestines and left with the empty basket on his back. Coincidentally, Uncle Chen returned home early today and ran into his wife, Zhao, squatting by the well, washing the pig intestines. Don't you dislike this? Uncle Chen wiped his face with a hand towel and looked at his wife in confusion. Zhao, holding a cloth to her nose and rubbing it vigorously, retorted, "What's wrong with trying it? Your sister is the only one who can't eat it anymore, right?" I never said that. Afraid of another argument, Uncle Chen fell silent. He picked out the best pieces of pork from the yard and carried them out on his back. Left Zhao spent a long time washing them, and finally cooked them. She nearly vomited. She had clearly followed the instructions her son had given her, so what was wrong? Zhao stared at the plate of pig intestines on the table, puzzled. What she didn't know was that Chen Daong had been late that day and hadn't seen his cousin Su Li cook at all, not even in person. Fearing Zhao would nag him, he made up a random recipe. Of course, he couldn't cook, so his recipe was just a bunch of nonsense, with all the sugar and vinegar involved. Naturally, the result wouldn't be tasty, and it would even be hard to swallow. Zhao spat out the pig intestines, but she didn't think her son had tricked her. Instead, she thought Chen and the others had deliberately tricked her son. She said that her husband's sister only looked honest and decent, but was actually very cunning. She must have discovered her, and was deliberately making up stories to deceive Daong and make fun of her. Zhao was furious, but she had no other choice. She felt extremely frustrated. Back then, just as the Su family had built the earthen stove and lifted the pottery jar, Uncle Chen arrived. The 20 pounds of pork had been cut into about 6 pieces, but they were still too big. Su Li asked her eldest sister Su Hong and 4th sister Su Tao to cut the meat in half again, into 2 finger-wide pieces, so that it would be easier to carry. Then she went to knead the dough and wait for it to rise. Su Li thought for a moment that instead of flatbreads, it would be better to make pot cakes. The hollow ones would be able to hold vegetables in the middle, making it convenient to eat on the road. If she didn't want to eat them, she could thread a string through the hole in the middle and wear it around her neck, taking it off when she wanted to eat. However, the dough for the guacamole needs to rise for about 5 or 6 hours, so Su Li kneaded it and went to make lunch. The family was short on money. Since I hadn't gone yesterday because of my eldest sister's matter, I definitely had to go again today. Any extra money would be great, so I could buy more flour. Su Li filleted the 5 fish with a swift movement of her knife, then began to arrange the ingredients. Just then, her eldest sister, Su Hong, came in to get something. Seeing Su Li's skillful execution, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Little sister, your knife skills are amazing. The fish slices are so thin, and the dish she made yesterday tasted so good. She felt a sense of nostalgia. Time had flown by in a flash, and 6 or 7 years had passed. The little sister who used to just follow her around and call her sister had grown into a capable adult. Around noon, Su Li's meal was finally ready. She went to help turn the roasted meat strips. Meanwhile, Su's father and old man Su had returned from outside. They were carrying quite a bit of stuff. Su Li looked closely and saw, in addition to a large deerskin, several rabbit skins. Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wu, sitting in the yard sewing, also looked over curiously. Such a large one? How much silver would that cost? But before Mrs. Wu could even ask, Wang Ergu arrived with a large sheepskin. Su's father said, "Nephew, go back and tell your father that I'm getting a bargain by selling this skin to you. We really can't keep your sheepskin." Wang's father was also a man of character. When he learned that the Su father and son would be leaving in a few days, he insisted on giving them half a deerskin and a sheepskin for each of them. Su's father couldn't bear to accept the offer, so he hurried home. "My father said we don't have much use for this goat skin, so it's perfect for you. You can alter it and make 3 undergarments later. That should be fine." The father and son had never been to the north, but they had heard it was very cold. So, after some discussion, they decided to give the goat skin they had at home to the Su family father and son. "No, we can't have it." Su's father was about to refuse, but Wang Ergu put it down and walked away. Su's father quickly picked up the goat skin and chased after him, but he was already far away. This is really... When Mrs. Wu saw Su's father returning with the goat skin, she realized she hadn't caught up with him. She felt that the Wang family was incredibly kind, and it was a shame that the two families had never interacted before. However, it cannot be said that there was no contact. In fact, the two families had occasional contact as early as when Wang Ergu's mother, Wang's father's wife, was still alive. But later, Wang Ergu's mother died, and the Wang father and son were often not at home. The two of them looked so fierce, and were often unkempt, with messy beards and hair. The village began to spread rumors that Wang's father and son went out early, and came back late not to hunt in the mountains, but to rob other places. Mrs. Wu gradually believed it. Thinking of her prejudice against the two of them, Mrs. Wu felt quite uncomfortable. Chapter 50. Since that's the case, then take it. I pay you back when I have money later, Old Man Su said. For now, this was the only way. Father Su nodded. Mrs. Wu took the goat skin and stroked it carefully with her hands, like dead wood. This skin is really fine, with lots of hair. It's perfect for making a few close-fitting jackets. No need to worry about it being too cold. They immediately got to work. Mrs. Wu and Chen found scissors, needles, thread, and a chisel for shoe soles and began to work. Their sewing skills, passed down from their mother's mother, weren't particularly good. They could only make something just barely wearable. That's how it is in the countryside. They make everything themselves, and as long as it's wearable, they don't care about anything else. The clothes and boots were also quick to make. In a short while, several close-fitting goatskin jackets were ready. Grandma Wu called her two eldest grandsons, who were chopping wood in the yard, over to try them on. They were a bit too big, probably because they lost weight from hunger lately. Grandma Wu scratched her head with her embroidery needle. Let's leave it this way. Wear a padded jacket over it, and they shouldn't be cold. The main thing was that the two grandsons were still growing, so it wouldn't be too small. Okay. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe didn't feel anything about the small jacket their grandmother had made, only that it made them even warmer. They carefully took it off, and put it away before returning to chopping wood. Then came the long boots. Making boots requires cutting a pattern first, then adjusting it to the size of the foot and the thickness of the calf. This took some time and definitely couldn't be done quickly. Su Li thought for a moment and told her mother, Chen, and her grandmother to stay home and sew clothes for her father and brothers while she, her eldest sister, and her fourth sister went to the Jiankou wharf to sell food. Can you three handle it? Why not let your two brothers go too? Chen said with some concern. It wasn't that she was afraid of anything else, but she was just afraid of encountering a rogue, and she was afraid the three young ladies wouldn't be able to handle it. It's okay, mother. We have second Uncle Zeng and Aunt Zhao here. Su Li quickly declined, reassuring her mother by mentioning them. Well, Chen thought about it. With a mule cart to ferry them back and forth, and Aunt Zhao at the dock, she wasn't afraid of anything, so she agreed. Before leaving, Chen appeased Aunt Lien, who had been clamoring to go with her mother, and repeatedly instructed second Uncle Zeng. Only then was she comfortable letting the three young ladies go. Fourth sister, fifth sister, Can I make it? On the mule cart, Su Hong felt a little nervous. She watched the scenery along the road as they drew closer to the dock. Her palms sweated with nervousness. She didn't know what was going on. She had clearly prepared herself mentally at home, but now, at this point, she felt terrified. Su Tao was all too familiar with her elder sister's feelings. She and her mother had been in the same boat before. She still couldn't explain why she was so terrified by the sight of so many people, but she gradually got used to it, and even began to enjoy collecting money. After hearing her four-sister story about how she and her mother had been like that at first, Su Hong's fears were indeed lessened considerably. However, once she reached the dock, her preparedness collapsed. She watched the people coming and going, unable to articulate a single word to hawk their wares. When someone asked her how much, she could only whisper a response. Compared to her two confident sisters, she felt a surge of shame, her face flushing all the way to her ears. "It's okay, big sister. Why don't you come get the food?" Su Li consoled her. Everything is difficult at the beginning, especially since her big sister had lived in such a household for so many years, constantly being bossed around, and naturally, her courage was growing weaker. Getting food doesn't require talking to anyone, so it should be easier for her. Okay. Su Hong blushed and went to get her food. "Young lady, you're finally here." The owner of the drink stall next door, Jean Yangzi, had tried her new pickled fish the day before and found it incredibly delicious. She had planned to buy some the next day, but Su Li didn't show up, leaving her waiting. "Give me some pickled fish." "Okay, big sister, 1 pickled fish." Su Hong hadn't expected the stall to open so soon after arriving. She quickly followed her fifth sister's instructions and got a serving of pickled fish rice and handed it over. The person took it, sat down at the table, and began to eat. "That's the taste. I don't know how this young lady makes it, but it's so delicious. It's like she's addicted, making her want to come back every day." Jean Yangzi initially didn't want to eat there, but she couldn't resist the constant mention of it. It just so happened that she'd gone back to her parents' home with her husband and son after an argument that day and returned early, skipping lunch. So, she came to Su Li's place and ordered 2 bowls of pig intestine rice. To their surprise, that mouthful of pig intestine rice nearly stunned the 3 of them. How could pig intestines be so delicious? Not only was it not smelly, but it was fragrant and crispy, and the sour and spicy flavor was appetizing, making it a perfect match for rice. The vegetables inside were also crisp and refreshing, helping to alleviate the greasiness. Even her picky son ate a lot. Even the last 2 bowls of pig intestine rice weren't enough, and the 3 of them regretted not ordering another. From that day on, Jean Yangzi came to patronize the place every few days. Thankfully, Yingzi earned a good salary every summer, and her husband worked as an accountant at the county rice shop, so he had plenty of money and could buy whatever he wanted on a regular basis. "Mrs. Su, as usual, pack another portion and I take it away later." Halfway through her meal, Mrs. Jean suddenly remembered her promise to her son to bring him some delicious fish, so she spoke. As for her husband, she didn't care. So he liked to go out and drink with his friends, so it didn't matter whether he ate or not. 20 coins in total. Mrs. Jean readily paid the bill and returned to her stall, carrying the food box she had brought that morning. Luckily she had ice, so she wasn't worried about the food spoiling. Just then, a customer arrived, and Mrs. Jean stood up and greeted them. "Perilla drink, huh? Okay, I make it for you right away." Although the portions had increased, Su Li's food was selling very well thanks to her regular customers. Visitors who didn't like pig intestines were willing to spend 10 coins to try the pickled fish. Furthermore, Su Li had recently prepared a number of free side dishes, such as cold eggplant, cold cucumber, and cold cowpea salad, adding a little to each meal. They were both refreshing and delicious, and everyone who had tried them raved about them, believing they could get so many free side dishes with the purchase of a meal. Little did they know, however, that the cost of the side dishes was included in the price. "Young lady, I thought you weren't coming." Lin Jing hurriedly arrived by carriage at the dock. Seeing Su Li finally arrive, he hurried over and handed her the food box. "Today, we only want pickled fish, no rice. Miss Su, please quickly pack me a portion. I don't mind the price." Su Li looked at the large, open-mouthed, blue and white bowl that Lin Jing had brought, about the size of 3 fists. Her mind raced, and she finally understood what Lin Jing meant. Did he mean only pickled fish? Although selling food individually like this had never happened before, it wasn't impossible. "Okay, Mr. Lin." This was a customer who had already deposited money. Su Li wiped her hands and came to make the pickled fish for him. Luckily, there was still plenty of it, So Suli poured it over, mentally calculating how many servings she had made. 81 in total. Unexpectedly, Lin Jing took it, threw down a piece of silver, said thank you, and hurried away. Suli quickly opened her mouth to tell him that she had already given him the money, so he didn't need to pay, but he had already walked away. Suli had no choice but to put the 5 chien of silver away and return it later. Mr. Lin seemed particularly busy today. She wondered if something had happened. Suli thought to herself as she watched him suddenly run. Lin Jing did have something to do. He had a rare 10-day holiday today and was rushing home. But before leaving, Lin Jing thought about his father's love of fish, so why not buy some of Su Xianyang's pickled fish for him? Thinking this way, Lin Jing kept thinking about it, so much so that when he arrived yesterday and found Suli gone, he was worried she wouldn't show up today. Thankfully, he finally got it. Lin Jing happily carried the 2 lunch boxes back home. Unfortunately, he hurried with the lunch boxes, but still missed the chance. Master, the master is hosting a banquet. Lin's father was a silk merchant, with many relationships to manage. So, he built a large garden and planted fresh flowers. He also dug a lake nearby, planted lotuses, and built a pavilion for viewing the lotuses. In the summer, he would put up a curtain, light insect-repellent incense, and invite a few beautiful dancers to perform. Most of his wishes were fulfilled. Having finally returned home, yet unable to eat with his father, Lin Jing stood in the lotus pavilion, looking at his father through the gauze curtains, feeling a little lost. But he quickly cheered up and said, "This is the food I bought specially for Dad. Please, Uncle Lin, deliver it to him for me." "That's perfectly acceptable." Lin Fu took it, feeling a little sympathetic towards this young master. His father didn't love him, his mother was a stepmother, and he finally got home for the 10-day holiday, but his master had probably already forgotten about him. But he quickly thought, no wonder the master was disappointed in the eldest young master. All he cared about was eating, even after eating so much, yet he made no progress in his studies. He hadn't even passed the imperial examination after all this time. Thinking this way, he didn't show it on his face, but a hint of disdain lingered in his heart. He said perfunctorily, "Madam has prepared your favorite dishes for you to enjoy in the dining room." "Come on, young master. Do you have my favorite pork elbow?" "Yes." "Okay, I go then." With that, Lin Jing turned and happily headed for the dining room. Butler Lin alone shook his head before returning with the food box. In the lotus viewing pavilion, Father Lin was chatting animatedly with the others. When he heard his eldest son had specially brought some food, and looked at the fat, pig-like figure standing not far from the pavilion, his expression suddenly darkened. Father Lin actually had very complicated feelings towards his eldest son. He had once placed his hopes on him, but as he grew older, his eldest son had achieved nothing except for his weight gain. Now, Father Lin felt that his eldest son's presence was utterly embarrassing, a real loss of face for him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the person next to him suddenly spoke in praise. "Your son is truly filial. Even after returning from school, he still remembers his old father. Yes, unlike my son who just messes around all day long." "Uh-huh." Father Lin laughed awkwardly. "That's all he can achieve." "Brother Lin, you're wrong. Filial piety is the greatest of all virtues, so filial piety comes first, and all else takes a back seat." This made sense, and Father Lin somewhat agreed. Just then, a maid opened the food box and brought out the dishes. It was actually fish. For some reason, Father Lin suddenly recalled an old memory. Back then, when he was young, he had become obsessed with fishing. He loved taking his eldest son out of town for boating and fishing. His son wasn't that fat yet, but rather fair and adorable. Seeing how he always took him fishing, he asked him, "Dad, do you like fish?" What did he say? He seemed to be busy swatting mosquitoes, and he just casually said, "Yes, I love fish the most." "Then when you grow up, buy me lots of fish." Chapter 51. This fish. A sudden exclamation rang out, and Father Lin, snapping back to his senses, glanced at the bowl of fish on the stone table. Could something be wrong with the fish? "It's delicious. Brother Lin, Brother Zhu, try it." Following a deep breath, Father Lin sighed in relief. Nothing was wrong, and he reached for his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The weather was hot, and the fish hadn't yet cooled completely. The first sensation was a slight numbing sensation, tinged with a refreshing fragrance, quite comforting. Then came the sour and spicy flavors, miraculously blending perfectly, a numbing, spicy, and fragrant aroma. Finally, the tenderness of the fish melted in his mouth, swallowing it before he could even chew. Father Lin, a seasoned fish lover, knew from the first bite that this fish was freshly killed. It was incredibly fresh. Most importantly, there wasn't even a hint of earthy flavor. This was truly remarkable, demonstrating the chef's exceptional skills, far superior to the expensive chefs he hired. Presumably, his eldest son had put a lot of effort into finding it. Father Lin felt comforted, and because of the flash of guilt he had just felt, he decided to check on his eldest son's academic progress later. Not bad indeed. The other man, known only as Brother Zhu, nodded. He had never really been a fan of fish, not only because a fish bone had gotten stuck in his throat as a child, but also because the fishy smell was simply too hard to overcome. To his surprise, this fish had no fishy smell at all, and was incredibly tender. Moreover, because it was sliced so thinly, there were very few bones. It was truly excellent. The bowl of fish was soon empty. Father Lin, having offered to help someone, had given up. He could only watch helplessly as the two men devoured the fish, each taking a chopstick at a time. It was truly unpleasant, and he could only drink from his teacup to distract himself. Seeing the two men had almost finished their meal, Father Lin clapped his hands, and summoned a maid to help them rinse their mouths and wipe their faces. He then signaled to the steward, Lin, who was standing nearby, and brought 2 small boxes. Master Chow, Master Zhu, I trouble you with my shop. It's said that it's easy to avoid the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little devils. The same is true in business. You have to pay both the higher-ups and the lower-ups, otherwise, a single move from them could bring you disaster. Father Lin understood this well. Over the years, he had spent a fortune cultivating relationships with the clerks in the Household Affairs Office and the Criminal Justice Office. Now it was time to recoup his losses. Haha, Brother Lin, you're too polite. We're not masters at all. We're just errand boys in the county government office. Chow Yun looked at the box Father Lin had opened, which contained about 20 ingots of silver, totaling around 500 taels. His expression brightened. Yes, Brother Lin is still too polite. We're supposed to be on equal terms, so why call me sir? You should punish yourself with a drink. Shu Zio naturally saw the box of silver, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Look at me, I deserve the punishment, Father Lin said, picking up the jug and pouring a glass of wine. At this point, Shu Zio, who had introduced the two men, finally spoke up. What do you think, Brother Chow? That's not difficult. Brother Lin, I have an unwelcome request. As you know, my father's birthday is in 2 days. I didn't intend to have a grand celebration, but my uncle has said he wants to come for a drink, and I'm really worried about how to entertain him. Uncle? Could it be the county magistrate? Father Lin's eyes rolled in thought, his brows instantly lit up. He had been desperately looking for a chance to connect with the county magistrate. That's easy enough. If Brother Chow doesn't mind, please let me handle it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Haha, I often heard Brother Chow say that Brother Lin is straightforward. Now I've finally seen it. It's a shame I didn't meet Brother Lin sooner. It's truly a shame. Come, Brother Lin, let me toast you. Chow Yun feigned a sigh and raised his glass. Father Lin quickly filled it and returned the toast. The three of them drank back and forth, and the feast lasted until the evening. Make sure you get the 2 gentlemen home safely, okay? Yes. Father Lin instructed the grooms and servants before returning home. After drinking 2 cups of hangover tea brought by the housekeeper, Father Lin suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet visited his eldest son, Lin Jing, so he headed back to Lin Jing's courtyard. However, it was this time that Father Lin discovered that his eldest son had, at some point, moved to the most secluded courtyard. Lin Shou's expression darkened as he walked. Steward Lin, standing beside him, secretly wiped his sweat. When did this happen? Just last time, Madam said the eldest young master went to the county academy and rarely came home, so she decided to temporarily give the courtyard to the younger young master. Temporarily? The word sounded pleasant, and Lin Shou sneered. Tomorrow. No, you have someone exchange it for me later. This was outrageous. Someone had taken the initiative without his permission. Lin Shou felt his authority, as head of the household, was being challenged. Yes, master. Steward Lin thought to himself, but he was puzzled as to why the master had suddenly shown concern for the eldest young master. When Lin Shou arrived at Lin Jing's courtyard, Lin Jing was studying. Seeing this, Lin Shou nodded, very satisfied. Ahem, reading? Lin Jing heard a voice and looked up. It was his father. A look of surprise crossed his face. Dad? Well, how are your studies going lately? Have you made any progress? Lin's father asked casually, not holding out hope. After all, he had a pretty good idea of what his son had been like over the years. It was his fate, after all. He had 3 sons, none of whom were particularly academically inclined. He spent a fortune getting his eldest son into the county academy, and the other 2, though not yet of age, weren't very good, according to the teacher. Lin Jing had come back to discuss this matter. Upon hearing Lin's father's words, he happily told him that he had been admitted to Class A. Class A? Wouldn't that be the best class in the county academy? You know, those who entered Class A at the county academy had a significantly increased chance of passing the imperial examination. Lin's father, indeed, brightened. Great, great. You're worthy of being my son. After a moment's thought, Lin's father said, how about this? Is there anything you want? As long as it's not excessive, I grant it to you. Lin Jing thought for a moment, realizing he didn't seem to need anything, and shook his head. No. However, the less Lin Jing asked, the more his father wanted to give. After a moment's hesitation, he said, how about this? I raise your monthly allowance to 50 taels. If you want anything, you can buy it yourself. Lin Jing was overjoyed when he heard this. His previous monthly allowance was only 20 taels. This had doubled. Wouldn't that mean he could buy whatever he wanted? Thank you, father. However, that alone was clearly not Lin's father's style. He then instructed the housekeeper to bring Lin Jing the deeds to the 2 shops west of the county town, and had the steward deliver the set of brushes, inkstones, and paper he had treasured in his study. As long as you study hard, I buy you whatever you want. After all this, Lin Jing, who hadn't felt his father's love for so long, was flattered and overwhelmed. Dad, this is too much. I can't use it all. Not much. This wasn't much at all. Lin's father had just entered the house, when he saw the furnishings in his eldest son's room. Not only was there not a single valuable item, but the windowsills were also covered in a thick layer of dust, revealing the kind of life his eldest son had led in this household all these years. He felt a mixture of guilt, pain, and emotion. He felt guilty for having been blinded by his own greed and neglecting his eldest son all these years, and he was touched that even in this situation, his eldest son remained so filial to him. By the way, son, where did you buy the fish today? He had heard that the county magistrate's ancestors were from Jiangnan, and he must have loved fish. Since the fish was cooked well today, Lin's father was thinking of hiring the chef to cook it specifically for him. This would be a way to cater to his tastes. Otherwise, simply waiting for a recommendation from his concubine's uncle, who was so far away, would have been difficult. I bought it at the dock. At the dock? The next day at Jiankou Wharf, Suli looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, who had been sneaking around for a while, before running over and talking to her elder sister. It took her a while to realize what he meant. You mean your master wants us to come to his house tomorrow to cook fish? Suli summarized his meaning. Butler Lin looked at Suli, then turned to Su Hong, wiped his sweat, and nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. No. Okay. Cooking at a stranger's house? Su Hong refused without thinking. Although her younger sister said that Mr. Lin wasn't a stranger, what if? However, Suli, standing nearby, said, of course I do, but what about the reward? Butler Lin was displeased to see this little girl interrupting again. She was indeed from a poor family, and all she talked about was money. But considering her purpose, he said, don't worry about the reward. If you do a good job, you won't be shortchanged. Butler Lin then slowly pulled a piece of silver, about 5 taels, from his sleeve. This is the deposit. I give you another 5 taels after the job is done. 10 taels for 1 dish? Not only Suli, but Su Hong and Su Tao were also tempted. But before that, please come with me back to my house and cook this fish dish. As if fearing the people before him might be reluctant, Manager Lin added, the carriages are ready. Whether it succeeds or not, you will receive 500 won as tea money. 500 won? Okay. Little sister. 5th sister. Su Hong looked at Suli, somewhat puzzled by her little sister's straightforward agreement. In her opinion, with their parents and grandmother away, it was far too dangerous for them to cook in a stranger's home. Su Tao also looked at Suli with some concern, puzzled by her little sister's boldness. Suli pulled her eldest sister, Su Hong, and 4th sister, Su Tao, aside and began to tell them what she had learned. Big sister, I just asked Aunt Zhao, and there is indeed a Lin silk shop in the county. What he said must be true. Although it was true, Su Hong was still worried. Suli continued, besides, think about it, big sister. With us in this state, what do you think they could possibly want from us? That was true, and it seemed like nothing could possibly happen. While the 3 sisters weren't bad looking, they had been suffering from years of malnutrition, looking sallow and thin. They weren't particularly attractive, and Su Hong naturally knew this. Also, 10 taels of silver. They toiled for a month, and still not earned 10 taels. This time, they could earn that much just by cooking one dish. That's why Suli agreed without a second thought. It wasn't that she didn't know the dangers, but for the money, she had to give it a try. Of course, safety was also important, so at worst, we can ask second Uncle Zeng to accompany us. After these words were spoken, Su Hong was speechless. Even then, upon hearing that the three sisters were going to the Lin mansion to cook, second Uncle Zeng, who had asked for his company, agreed without a second thought. Fortunately, the food was sold out. After loading their belongings onto the mule cart, Su Li and the other two finally joined Steward Lin, who was sitting in the horse-drawn carriage ahead of them, and headed for the Lin residence. Up ahead, Steward Lin looked at the three people in the mule cart and thought they were crazy for taking a mule cart instead of a horse-drawn carriage. Chapter 52. At the Lin mansion, Su Li and the other three followed Steward Lin through the corner gate, passing the veranda before reaching the guest hall. Lin's father was drinking tea inside. When he saw Su Li and the other three, his first reaction was a start, clearly confused by Steward Lin's intentions. Didn't he tell him to go find the young woman selling food? What was he doing? Master, this is the young woman selling food that the eldest young master was talking about. Hearing this, Lin's father once again sized up the four people in sackcloth before him, his eyes practically smearing the word liar written all over them. Steward Lin felt the same way. He had searched the docks, and only this place resembled the one the young master had described. Furthermore, he had actually seen the food they were selling, and they did have the fish. Master Lin, I heard you wanted us to prepare pickled fish at your house tomorrow. Pickled fish? Father Lin was speechless. What an unpleasant name, so tacky. Was it the fish from yesterday? But housekeeper Lin had no need to, and didn't dare, lie to him. Shou Lin didn't reply to Su Li. Instead, he slowly said to housekeeper Lin beside him, since that's the case, let's have them try it. He then had housekeeper Lin take Su Li and the others to the kitchen. However, Su Li didn't leave immediately. Instead, she suddenly asked, May I ask, are Master Lin's guests from Jiangnan? Clearly not expecting Su Li to ask this question, Shou Lin looked Su Li in the eye. Yes. But so what? Su Li continued, if they were from Jiangnan, I'm afraid they wouldn't like this dish. Seeing that the other party was listening, Su Li slowly said, people from Jiangnan have a lighter palate. I'm afraid they wouldn't be accustomed to the stronger flavors of our food. This was half-truth. Su Li knew that many people in the Jiangnan region were accustomed to eating this dish. However, Su Li pondered Steward Lin's words on the way. Considering the grand ceremony, even the careful consideration of each dish, it was clear that the guests were either wealthy or noble. If they were wealthy, the Lin mansion's 3 courtyards must have been relatively wealthy in the county. Eliminating that option left only noble. This guest was most likely someone from the county government, someone with real power. This also meant that if this gentleman praised her dishes, it might just skyrocket her restaurant business and put her on the road to success. It would be a perfect advertising opportunity. So Su Li wasn't satisfied with just the food being delicious, she wanted to make sure they actually enjoyed it. This was why she went to such lengths. Upon hearing this, Father Lin, who was sitting at the table, thought, yeah, he actually forgotten about that. He simply thought the fish was delicious and wanted to add more, forgetting that the gentleman was from Jiangnan, with a light palate and a preference for sweet things. He almost made a mistake, but it was a close call. Thinking of this, Father Lin was truly grateful to the young woman before him. Just as he was about to ask Steward Lin to pack her a bag of silver and snacks as a thank you, Su Li spoke again. I do know of another fish dish that might even suit this guest's taste. What fish dish? Squirrel mandarin fish. Also known as squirrel mandarin fish, legend has it that Emperor Qianlong accidentally encountered this delicacy during his incognito visit to Suzhou during a Jiangnan trip. Its sweet and sour flavor, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, made it a favorite among the public and became famous throughout the country. Su Li carefully considered all the fish dishes and realized this one was the perfect fit. It had both the appearance and the flavor. He knew about mandarin fish. He caught some in a lake outside the city in the spring. The meat was delicious indeed. He also knew about squirrels, but he had no idea what they meant by putting them together. Could it be that they were killing the squirrel and mandarin fish together and cooking them together? Father Lin, who considered himself knowledgeable, was hearing this for the first time and found it quite intriguing. Then, may I ask where the person who knows how to make this squirrel mandarin fish dish is? Me. You? Father Lin almost laughed, realizing that after years of business, he'd been led astray by a young woman. He actually thought she was just being kind, but it turned out she was waiting for him. He said, "In this world, profit comes and goes, so how could someone help others without any benefit?" He was overthinking it. But the name of the dish did sound interesting, so it wouldn't hurt to let her try making it. His merchant nature was fully exposed at this moment. "It's okay to let you give it a try, but let me be frank. If you don't do well, I won't give you a penny. Do you think you accept?" As for the bag of silver he had originally intended to give, Lin Shou wasn't going to give it either. He knew there was no such thing as dishonest business. Giving money away for free was something only a kind person would do. To him, every penny should be spent wisely. "Okay." Su Li agreed without a second thought. "Lin Fu, go get someone to catch a few squirrels. As for the mandarin fish, find someone who sells them and buy some." "Perfectly, there's no need to go anywhere else. They're growing in the pine trees in the backyard. As for the mandarin fish, the restaurant should sell them." "No." Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Li quickly explained, "We don't use squirrels. The dish got its name because it resembles squirrel fur." "Never mind, this explanation isn't clear. We see once it's done." Lin Shou clearly didn't dwell on it. "No matter what it looks like, just have him find it for you." With that, he had Lin Fu lead them to the main kitchen. That's how they say the Lin family is wealthy. This kitchen is half the size of the Su family's, fully stocked with vegetables and utensils. Since it was past lunchtime, the kitchen was empty, save for a few servants sweeping the floor, cleaning up the mess left by lunch, and cleaning up the dustpans and other items. Seeing Lin Fu arrive with Su Li and the others, they all stopped what they were doing and bowed their heads, saying, "Butler Lin." "Nothing, go about your business." He then turned to Su Li and said, "I already sent someone to buy the mandarin fish. If you need anything else, just let me know." Su Li looked at the kitchen items. Except for the mandarin fish, everything else was there. Furthermore, there was leftover mutton and pork, and a variety of vegetables and fruits lying around that hadn't been put away yet, demonstrating the Lin family's generosity. "Okay, if you need anything, just tell me. You can command everyone here." Then Lin Fu gave the servant some instructions before leaving. When the fish returned, Su Li familiarized herself with the kitchen items and asked her eldest and 4 sisters to familiarize themselves with them, so they could help her later. Su Hong and Su Tao were still a little overwhelmed. They had never thought that they would meet such an important person one day. Their hearts were still beating fast. This sister was so bold that she even dared to talk to him. Zhen Lauer felt the same way. His family was considered a good one in the village, but outside the village, they were nothing. Naturally, he had never met someone like Master Lin in his life. If he hadn't insisted that he was the elder, he wouldn't even dare to look Master Lin in the eye. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhen Lauer discovered that Su Li was the most courageous and assertive member of the Su family. At such a young age, she dared to engage in a fluent conversation with such a figure, truly living up to the saying that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. "Big sister, you and 4 sister will help me light the fire later." "Okay." Squirrel mandarin fish is a dish that demands the utmost skill from a knife. Done well, it's called squirrel mandarin fish. Done poorly, it's just rotten fish. After buying the mandarin fish, Su Li first butchered it, removing the fins and head. However, the head must be kept, as it will be needed later. Next, she removed the bones, a step that required considerable dexterity. Su Li's previous teacher could remove the fish's flesh cleanly without leaving it rotten. Since transmigrating into this body, Su Li has been honing her technique and knife skills, but even so, they can't compare to the peak of her previous life, when she diligently practiced daily. Fortunately, it wasn't bad. The fish was removed relatively intact. Then came the crucial step of making a cross-shaped cut, first cutting sideways and then backwards, slicing the fish into the shape of squirrel hair. Adding scallions, ginger, salt, and huayao wine, the essence of this dish, not only removes the fishy smell but also enhances the flavor, adding to the final taste. After marinating the fish, Su Li asked her eldest and 4 sisters to start the fire. Don't overheat it, especially when frying the fish. When the oil reaches about 60% to 70% hot, place the starch-coated mandarin fish in the pan and fry. Remove the fish, then raise the oil temperature and continue frying until it's golden brown, with the head and tail sticking up. Then, remove the fish. Meanwhile, Su Li also prepared the diced mushrooms, bamboo shoots, river shrimp, and green beans. Let's make the sauce. There are 2 ways to make the sauce for squirrel mandarin fish. One uses tomato sauce mixed with white vinegar, sugar, and other condiments. The other is a simple, traditional sweet and sour sauce made with just white sugar and white vinegar. Prepare it with 3 tablespoons of sugar, 4 tablespoons of rice vinegar, and 1 tablespoon of water. First, heat oil in a pan and sauté minced garlic and ginger until fragrant. Then add the rice vinegar, sugar, and soy sauce. Once the sugar has dissolved, add water and cornstarch to thicken the sauce. Pour the sauce over the fried fish and add blanched green beans, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots for a more appealing color. Finally, arrange the freshly fried fish head with whiskers to resemble a squirrel. What a nice smell! Zung Lauer, who was sitting at the kitchen door waiting for Su Li and the others, couldn't help but turn his head and crane his neck to look at Su Li. Is it ready? Why does it smell so good? The maid cleaning nearby was also drawn to the rich aroma. She stopped what she was doing and looked towards Su Li, puzzled. They had just finished their meal, so why were they feeling hungry again? Big sister, for sister, look, does it look like a squirrel? Su Li arranged the squirrel mandarin fish for big sister Su Hong and for sister Su Tao to see. You're right, it really does look like one. Yeah, I think so too. The two looked at the squirrel mandarin fish on the plate, and the more they looked at it, the more it resembled the other, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Su Tao couldn't help but swallow, inwardly sighing, this fish smells so good, and the color is so beautiful, a vibrant red, it's really mouth-watering. It's a pity we can't eat it. Su Hong agreed. She wasn't sure how it would taste, but the presentation was certainly satisfactory. She initially worried that Fifth Sister was just bragging, but she hadn't expected such a dish to actually exist. She heard from Grandma and Mother that Fifth Sister learned to cook from the chefs who came to the village, and she mastered it so well, demonstrating her immense talent. Su Hong sighed inwardly. This was the umpteenth time she felt this way since returning to her parents' home. The squirrel mandarin fish was ready, so naturally it had to be taken to Master Lin for a taste. Zung Lao called for housekeeper Lin to bring the fish over, and they followed along. On the way, housekeeper Lin thought of the fish he'd seen on the plate earlier. It truly resembled a squirrel, so lifelike. Chapter 53. I never thought you could judge a person by appearance. Steward Lin couldn't help but change his impression of Su Li and the others. He just couldn't tell how this dish would taste. In the side hall, looking at the dish called squirrel mandarin fish before him, Lin Shou nodded inwardly. Not to mention, the rosy, shiny color was quite beautiful and festive, a dish that would be appropriate for a birthday banquet. But despite this thought, Lin Shou didn't have any hope for the taste of this dish. After all, he had tasted delicious food from all over the country, and it was rare for him to receive a good review. And how good could a dish made by a few country girls be? Lin Shou picked up the chopsticks placed beside the plate and reached out to pick up a piece of fish. The room fell silent at that moment. Almost everyone, including Steward Lin and Zung Lauer, looked at him. This fish? Why is it sweet and sour? And it's so crispy, so crunchy. The first bite was enough to make you hear a crackling sound. The fish, coated in a sweet and sour coating, exploded in your mouth like a firecracker, its juicy, sweet flavor and a hint of wine aroma making it irresistible. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Shou's eyes. With just one bite, he was convinced this was the dish. Lin Shou finished it in one bite, still feeling it wasn't enough, so he took another with his chopsticks. Not bad, crunchy, fresh and delicious. Even Lin Shou, who usually enjoys spicy food, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although he had already decided on this dish, his expression remained largely unchanged, aside from a flash of surprise at the first bite. Not bad, he said calmly. He added, since that's the case, let's order this dish. The price remains 10 taels. I send a carriage to pick you up tomorrow. It seems Master Lin isn't serious about negotiating. So forget it. Second Uncle Zung, eldest and 4 sisters, let's go. This time, unlike before, Su Li turned and left without hesitation. Su Hong and Su Tao, though unsure why 4th sister Su Li was leaving, never had a strong sense of leadership. Seeing their younger sister leave, they hurried to follow. Second Uncle Zung, still unaware of what was happening, paused for a moment before also turning and following the 3. Master? Butler Lin looked at Lin Shou, seeking his opinion. Why don't you stop him? Butler Lin finally realized what was happening and quickly said, wait a minute, young lady. Su Li stopped and looked at Lin Shou, who cursed inwardly and compromised, 15 taels. Su Li still didn't stop. 20 taels, that's fine, right? Deal. After ordering Steward Lin to fetch the silver and hand it to Su Li, Lin Shou felt a sense of aggrievedness for some reason. He always been the one to trick people into buying his silk, or to find the right opportunity to buy silk at a discount from mulberry farmers. He never imagined that after spending his days hunting geese, one day he'd be pecked in the eye by a goose, encountering such a cunning little creature. 20 taels could have been enough to book a table at a famous county restaurant. Just buying her fish, which he provided, wasn't worth much. But then Lin Shou thought again. If this dish pleased the county magistrate, that little silver wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of it, Lin Shou felt much better. After leaving the Lin residence with the silver, Su Li didn't return home immediately. Uncle Zhang, please take us to the blacksmith shop. Okay. Zheng Lao replied, hitching up his mule and carrying Su Li and the other two to the blacksmith shop. He didn't ask why they were going to the blacksmith shop, still lost in the memory of what had just happened. Oh my god, that's 20 taels of silver. An ordinary person would have to save for years, and yet they earned it so easily. To this day, Zheng Lao still doesn't understand why Master Lin so easily agreed to give the Su sisters 10 taels of silver for the food, nor does he understand why the price was later increased to 20 taels, as if 20 taels of silver was just 2 cents to him. Indeed, the rich truly have more money than they can spend. Elsewhere, Su Hong and Su Tao were thinking the same thing. They sat in the mule cart for a long time, unresponsive, but soon their attention was drawn to the clamor of the surroundings. Today's market was busier than usual. Despite the late hour, a smattering of people were still buying and selling, and the sound of bargaining was incessant. After walking through the area and reaching South Street, they arrived at the blacksmith shop. Su Li got off the cart, followed by Su Hong and Su Tao. Fifth sister, what do you want to buy? Sister, I want a knife. More accurately, she wanted one custom-made. She wanted it for a long time, but she just didn't have the money. For a professional chef, a knife that fits her hand perfectly is crucial. It not only saves effort, but also increases efficiency. Especially with the increased size of dishes she's been cooking lately, the knives at home are becoming a bit cumbersome. You know, Su Li used to have over a dozen knives, both for cutting vegetables, and for butchering and deboning meat of all sizes. Now, she couldn't afford so many, so she just settled for one. A knife? Don't we have one at home? Su Hong was puzzled, but she followed him to the blacksmith shop anyway. After Su Li explained her purpose to the blacksmith inside, the burly man wiped his sweat and said, okay, no problem. Pay the deposit and pick it up in 3 days. Can it be less? Su Li asked. 3 taels of silver for a knife wasn't too expensive. How much meat could you buy with 3 taels of silver? How about this? I give you a discount of 10 when at most, no more. He was only offering a discount because the girl in front of him was wearing shabby clothes. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have agreed. Okay, thank you, uncle. After paying with the change from her purse, Su Li and her eldest sister, Su Hong, went to buy 2 packages of brown sugar, a bag of winter melon candy, and about 10 pounds of flour, glutinous rice flour, and sesame seeds. They also bought 5 pounds of mutton and lamb leg bones, and 2 pounds of shiitake mushrooms, or what they call mushrooms here. They spent a total of 8 taels of silver, leaving only 2 taels left after spending the 10 taels of deposit the Lin family had given them today. Zheng Lao was stunned. At this rate, no matter how much he earned, it wouldn't be enough to eat. Fifth sister, that's enough, that's enough. Su Li's shopping spree made her usually gentle and silent eldest sister, Su Hong, anxious. Su Tao, on the other hand, was eager to help carry the meat and other items, like Su Li's lackey. She knew there would be something delicious tonight, especially since her fifth sister had actually bought lamb. It was lamb. She only heard her cousin say it was delicious. She never tried it herself, and she had no idea what it tasted like. Surely it must be much better than pork, right? Su Tao's mouth watered at the mere thought. Okay, big sister, let's go back. Su Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Su Li's words. At the Su family home, Chen and Wu finally finished sewing the shoes, socks, and clothes. Chen stood up, put down her work, and took the pot cakes baking in the oven. This was the dough her youngest daughter had kneaded before she left. She only had to knead it according to the instructions and put it in the oven. She had baked about 80 of them today and yesterday, all with nothing but salt. It was strange how her youngest daughter had made these pancakes, leaving a hollow center, perfect for filling with vegetables. Last night, the Su family had eaten these, stuffed with various stir-fried vegetables, and they tasted quite good. The youngest daughter also said she would buy some mushrooms today and make a sauce for her husband and son to take with them on the road. It would be better than just eating the bean paste. Thinking of her husband and son leaving tomorrow, Chen couldn't help but feel sad again. In the kitchen, when no one was around, she quietly wiped away her tears. For the past 2 days, everyone in the family acted as if the incident had never happened. No one mentioned it, and while everyone appeared cheerful on the surface, they all knew deep down that their time together was running out. "Mom, are the gukwe ready?" Just then, Su Qingshan walked in. Chen quickly wiped away her tears, and Su Qingshan, oblivious to the tears on his mother's face, picked up a gukwe and began to eat. As he ate, he praised, "Mom, it's delicious. You should have some too. I bring some for Dad and the others." For the past 2 days, Su's father and his 2 sons had plowed the family fields again and planted a crop of vegetables. Time was running out, and the 3 of them worked tirelessly until they were almost done. "Okay, get a basket." Mrs. Chen wiped her tears and said, "Okay." Su Qingshan picked up 3, hesitated, but finally turned and said, "Mom, I go then?" "Go ahead." Not only Mrs. Chen, but Mrs. Wu was also upset. She rubbed her son and grandson's clothes over and over again before folding them and putting them away. Aunt Lian had just gotten up and sat on the bed, rubbing her eyes. She looked at her grandmother as she walked through the room and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, are you crying?" Mrs. Wu wiped her eyes and said, "Grandma isn't crying." "Is Aunt Lian awake?" "Yes." Mrs. Lian nodded, feeling a little puzzled. Grandma had clearly been crying, so why did she say she wasn't? But she was too young. After hearing Grandma say there were cakes to eat, she quickly put the matter out of her mind and happily jumped out of bed to find Mrs. Chen. At 3 p.m., after over an hour's journey, Su Hong and the others finally returned home. Chen and Wu were a bit stunned as they watched Zheng Lauer carry Su Li's purchases into the yard. It wasn't until they sent Zheng Lauer away that Chen, looking at the nearly entire leg of lamb, asked, "What is this?" Su Hong, seeing this, hurried out to tell her about what had happened today. She concluded, "Mother, I ordered these purchases. They have nothing to do with my 4th and 5th sisters." When Chen heard her youngest daughter had taken a job for 20 taels of silver, her first reaction was, "Dia, what did you say? 20 taels?" Wu was also shocked. "Son Hong. Could it be that someone had deceived her? Or perhaps it was a misstatement, and it was actually 2 taels of silver?" "It's true, Grandma. Uncle Zheng went with us. If you don't believe me, go ask him." At this, Wu's face changed again. "Are you saying Zheng Lauer also knows about this?" "Yes, the 3 of us didn't dare go, so we asked Uncle Zheng Er to accompany us." "This is bad," Wu thought to herself. "If Zheng Lauer knew, wouldn't the whole village know? But, did he even go shopping with you later?" Wu asked again. Su Hong nodded, not sure why Grandma asked that. "That's good." Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had made the right purchase. There's sometimes a point in not showing off one's wealth. The world is not peaceful these days, and having others know about their wealth wouldn't be a good thing for them. Since we bought it, let's cook it. It's a good idea for our family to have mutton before, Wu said. Although Chen's heart ached, she thought her husband and son would be leaving the next day. No matter how reluctant she was to part with the silver, it couldn't compare to the thought of her son leaving her. "Okay, Wu, make it all." Chen gritted her teeth and said, "Meanwhile, meat couldn't be added, so she might as well make it all to nourish her husband and son." "Okay." Chapter 54. Su Li acted immediately. Su Li was the head chef, with Su Hong, Su Tao, and the others helping out. Tonight, Su Li planned to divide the 5 pounds of mutton into 3 parts. 1 for steamed mutton with rice flour, 1 for stir-fried mutton with green onions, and 1 for braised mutton. She would then use the bones to make a broth and serve with other dishes. Su Li first had her grandfather, Old Man Su, split the mutton bones, clean them, and simmer them on a small stove. Then, she filled a large piece of mutton with water to soak it to remove the bloody smell. This step was crucial. Much of the mutton's mutton smell depended on proper handling. Thankfully, it was still early, so stir-frying and other dishes would be quick, so there was no need to rush. Su Li planned to make a simple version of hunger relief pills, so she could give them to her father, and the others to carry with them. If they were ever in dire straits, they would have a better chance of survival than others. She first discovered this hunger-saving pill when she was a food blogger, and even recreated it. It's simple to make, using only red dates and glutinous rice. It's high in sugar and carbohydrates, and after drying, eating one will keep you full all day. Yesterday, Su Li and Chinshur made a batch and left it in the yard. Today, Su Li bought some more and planned to make more. Besides that, she also needed to make some brown sugar and meat pancakes. These could be eaten in the first few days, and then the meatless ones could be eaten after the food was gone. Su Li briefly explained how to make them, and then she handed the pancakes over to her mother and eldest sister. After she finished making the hunger-saving pills, she started to stir-fry the mushroom sauce. First, wash and dice the mushrooms. Put them into the pot and stir-fry until the water is dry. Then pour oil into the pot, add chopped ginger, garlic and bean paste, and stir-fry until fragrant. Add the minced pork chopped by her mother Chun and stir-fry together. When it is almost done, add the chopped mushrooms and stir-fry together. It takes at least 30 minutes to stir-fry. Suli made a large amount, so she stir-fried it for almost an hour. When the oil becomes clear, add salt and sugar, which means it is ready to be served. The mushroom sauce that has been stir-fried to dry can be kept for a long time without going bad, which is just right for her father and others to take with them to eat with pot cakes on the road. Suli had no other significant abilities, so the only thing she could do for them was these delicious meals. Zila. Suli poured the mushroom sauce from the pot into the water. She washed the pot and scooped the water in one smooth, efficient motion. Grandma Wu, still having some mobility issues, came in carrying the chicken bucket, now empty. The chickens are fed, and you even found 3 eggs. Chun, who was wrapping steamed buns nearby, was delighted to see this. Mother is so smart. She finds them every time she goes, unlike me who always can't find them. The Su family's chickens were raised in the bamboo forest, and they laid eggs everywhere, often in different places. Chin always had to search for them for a long time. They've been growing in the grass next to field 2 lately. You definitely miss them. No wonder, that's how it is. Yes. By the way, Wuya, it's almost dark, time to start cooking. After saying that, Suli looked outside. Sure enough, the afterglow of the setting sun was streaming into the kitchen, and the aroma of cooking from the village wafted in from outside. Suli responded, took out the soaked mutton, divided it into 3 portions, and took out the glutinous rice and rice noodles she had specially fried while sautéing the mushrooms. For sister, add some more heat. After that, she stir-fried the soybean paste with minced ginger and garlic in oil, and set it aside. Then, she added all of this to the chopped mutton, mixed it well, and marinated it for a while. Finally, she placed the homegrown sweet potato cubes at the bottom of the bowl, arranged the mutton pieces one by one, and steamed them until done. While waiting for the steamed mutton, Suli started to cut the remaining 2 portions of mutton, and then made a sauce with salt, soy sauce, vinegar and starch. When the hot steamed mutton came out of the pot, she started to stir-fry over high heat until it was hot and fragrant, then added oil and stir-fried the scallions and mutton together to bring out the fragrance. The Su family can eat spicy food, so Suli added some chilies in it, and finally poured in the sauce. The flavor came out instantly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Su Tao's stomach growled at the smell. She simmered the fire and headed for the stove. Oh my god, it smells so good. How could it smell so good? Chen and Su Hong, who were making potcakes nearby, were also drawn to the aroma, their eyes constantly grazing over Su Li's pot. Not to mention the Su family father and son, who had just returned from the fields. As soon as they put down their hoes, they shouted, "What's this delicious food? We could smell it in the fields." "Yes, it smells so good. Hurry and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Your 5th sister went out and bought some mutton for you," Chen said, poking her head out of the kitchen. "Mutton? We're having mutton tonight." Su Qishan and his brother's eyes lit up at this. Only Father Su looked at Chen with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. As far as he knew, the family was running low on money, and nearly all their earnings had been spent on food and food for them to take away. So where did all this money come from? Chen seemed to have guessed what Father Su was about to ask, and vividly recounted how his daughter had earned 20 taels by taking a banquet in the county town. Both Father Su and the Su Qishan brothers were stunned. They were shocked again, yet also felt a surge of shame. It was their own uselessness that forced mother and their sisters to go out and buy food and take banquets to support the family. "Fifth sister, you're amazing." "Yes," they both exclaimed. At the same time, Father Su came to his senses, feeling a sense of regret, but also a sense of relief. He no longer had to worry about them leaving. "By the way, after you wash your hands, go and call the Wangs next door over for dinner." The Wangs had given them a goat skin, but they refused to accept payment. Treating them to a meal was only natural. Since they were having mutton today, and they had given them goat skin, it was only natural for them to treat them to mutton. Of course. With that, Father Su went next door to call the Wang family father and son. By the time the Wang family father and son arrived, the dishes were ready. "Come on, take what you want." Father Su invited them to sit down. "Brother Su will be leaving tomorrow, so just 2 jars of wine." Placing the wine on the table, the two took their seats. This first bowl, I wish Brother Su and his two nephews a safe and smooth journey. Father Wang lifted the full bowl and drank it all. This second bowl, I wish Brother Su and his nephews immediate success and a triumphant return. I won't drink the third bowl. We continue when you get back. With that, Father Wang put the jar down and sat down. Father Su said, okay, we have this last bowl later. Elsewhere, Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe also poured wine and began to drink with Wang Ergu. I don't know when I be back. I hope Brother Wang Er can take good care of my mother and my sisters. This is a toast to you. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe stood up, holding their wine bowls, and said to Wang Ergu, Brother Qingshan and Qinghe, don't worry. My father and I live next door. If anything happens, just let Aunt and my sisters call me. I'm relieved with your words. With that, the two clinked their bowls and began to drink, their words speaking volumes. While they drank, Su Li and the others began to eat. The steamed lamb with rice flour was soft and glutinous. The stir-fried lamb with scallions went well with rice, and the braised lamb was even more tender and fragrant. Then, there was a bowl of mutton soup, stewed with mutton fat. It was a truly delicious experience. But this delicious taste, coupled with a moment of parting, added a touch of melancholy, no matter how delicious it was. Come on, eat more. This lamb is delicious. And this bone? There's so much meat on it. Mrs. Chen said as she picked up some food for her two sons. Mom, you eat too? We have some in our bowls. Mrs. Chen responded, passing the steamed pork with rice flour to her husband. Not only did she, but Su Hong also said, second and third brothers, can you get some of the braised lamb over here? I take it over there for you. And this stir-fried lamb with scallions, want more? No thanks, big sister. We can all get it. Okay. The only person at the table who wasn't affected was Aunt Lien. She gnawed on the lamb bones, her hands and face covered in soup. Auntie, you eat? While eating, she didn't forget to ask Su Li, who was sitting next to her, to eat more. Yes, Auntie is eating. Auntie, eat more too. Su Li replied. The lamb tonight was delicious, but for some reason, after a few bites, Su Li couldn't eat any more. Perhaps it was the heat, or perhaps something else. Since she couldn't eat any more, Su Li didn't force herself and got up to continue making the guicui, steamed buns, for her father and the others to take away tomorrow. But soon, her mother, Chen, and her eldest sister, Su Hong, and fourth sister, Su Tao, came out to help. They worked in silence, accompanied by the evening breeze. The occasional sound of conversation drifted from the main room, then gradually faded away. The sun gradually set, until a sky full of stars appeared in the sky. Only silence remained after the Wang family father and son left. When the guicui and other things were finally ready, the housework and outside chores were done, and the Su family members had washed up. After closing the courtyard gate, inside the house, Chen and Mrs. Wu gathered their son and grandson's belongings and packed their food, each carrying a large bag. Tomorrow you're leaving. Don't forget to take anything you haven't taken with you. I brought them all, Grandma. That's good. By the way, have you packed the food drying outside? Yes, Grandma. Okay then. Don't worry, Grandma, I brought them all. Mrs. Wu finally gave up. Su Qinghe knew Grandma Wu couldn't bear to leave them, so he went forward and hugged her, just like he had in childhood. Grandma, Dad and I will definitely come back alive. Mrs. Wu burst into tears. Grandma will wait for you at home. Okay. In the other room, Father Su held Chen in his arms and said, Fifth mother, don't worry. Don't worry, I promised you I would come back safely. Don't lie to me. I never forgive you if you do. Chen wiped her tears and said, When have I ever lied to you? Okay, stop crying. It's not pretty. Bah, stop trying to fool me. I'm serious. In my heart, you always be the most beautiful. I'm not lying. Father Su would always remember the first time he met Chen. She was so beautiful. After returning home, he thought of her in everything he did. He even cut his hand while cutting pig grass, and got scolded by his parents. But in the end, he had made her suffer. You suffered all these years marrying me. This time, if he could come back alive, he would never make his wife sad again. It's not hard. I'm happy to be with you. Although Chen had often wondered over the years, if she had married someone from a better-off family, her life would have been less difficult. But if there was a chance, she would still marry him. After all, he was the one she'd fallen in love with at first sight. I was so rushed this time, that I didn't have a chance to say goodbye to my parents-in-law. When you go back for Mid-Autumn Festival, apologize for me. I visit them in person when I get back. Okay. We still have 2 daughters. If there's a good family, make sure to find out. Whether they have money or not isn't important. What matters is that they're good people. Okay. If I can't come back, my parents will leave you alone. Mrs. Chen hugged Sue's father and cried uncontrollably. Okay. Chapter 55. Okay, stop crying. Wait for third brother to come back and bring you something delicious. I heard there's so much delicious food and fun things to do in the north. Su Qing has said to Su Tao, whose face was red from crying. Liar. Last time, they said they'd take her fishing, only to leave again after just a few days. Second and third brothers were liars. Su Tao decided she would never trust anything they said again. I definitely won't lie to you this time. Su Qinghe reached out to rub Su Tao's head, but Su Tao pushed him away and stormed out of the house. Fourth sister. I go check. Su Li chased after him. She really didn't know how to handle this situation, so she decided to just leave. However, when she did, she discovered that fourth sister had disappeared. The yard was empty. Su Li searched the backyard again, but found no one. However, she spotted a figure lurking among the firewood. Who's there? Fourth sister? Su Li asked loudly, leaning toward home, ready to run back if things got any worse. The figure didn't seem to realize it had been discovered. It shifted, and a soft, gentle female voice rang out, Sister Ollie, it's me. Then someone else emerged. Su Li then saw that it was Sister Fan Chao, from the village chief's eldest wife. She was essentially her great-uncle's niece. Su Li had seen her before when she had gone to the village chief's house with her mother, Chen. She was a very pretty girl, 2 years older than Su Li. Why was she here? Sister Fan Chao. Yes. What do you want? Su Li asked, as it was getting late. Zheng Fan Chao hesitated for a long time, before finally mustering up the courage to speak. But, could you please call your third brother for me? I have something to say to him. Third brother? Su Li was confused. What was going on? But after a moment's thought, she said, Okay, Sister Fan Chao, wait a moment. I call for you. Su Li then turned and headed back home. A vague feeling welled up in her mind. Could it be? But Su Li quickly reacted and, without giving it any further thought, slowly made her way home. She arrived home just in time to see fourth sister emerging from the restroom, which put Su Li's mind at ease. It was pitch black. She'd been worried fourth sister might get out and run into trouble. Luckily, Su Li then turned and went to third brother's room. Third brother. What's wrong? I have something I want to tell you. Su Qinghe, assuming Su Li was about to say something, came out. Su Li looked at her handsome, elegant third brother with a strange expression. Sister Fan Chao said she wants to see you. She's in the backyard. Su Qinghe paused for a moment, then quickly recovered. Is that so? Then just say I'm asleep. This time, it was Su Li's turn to be stunned. She looked at Su Qinghe blankly and nodded. Ah? Okay. But it seems like Sister Fan Chao wants to tell you something. Su Li felt a little sorry. In this day and age, a girl who could visit another boy in the middle of the night must have mustered up a lot of courage, right? Besides, third brother was leaving tomorrow. Okay. Su Li understood. Turning around and leaving. Well, third brother was leaving tomorrow, and his future was uncertain. Perhaps he didn't want to delay others, right? Thinking of this, Su Li couldn't help but think her brother was truly a good person. Is he really asleep? Or is it just an excuse not to see him? Zheng Fan Chao asked sadly. It's true, Sister Fan Chao. It's getting late. You should go back. Su Li felt a pang of reluctance and could only look away. Seeing this, Zheng Fan Chao could only turn away disappointed. But after taking 2 steps, she turned back to Su Li and said, Sister Ollie, could you please tell him for me? Just tell him I'd be waiting for him. A figure shuffled around the corner, and Su Li thought she probably didn't need to tell him. But Su Li still said okay. Seeing Su Li's agreement, Zheng Fan Chao turned and headed home. A moment after she left, Su Qinghe emerged from behind. He followed silently, without a word. The next day, the farewell that everyone in the Su family had been reluctant to face finally arrived. After breakfast, facing the morning glow, Old Man Su, Mrs. Wu, Mrs. Chen, and the others escorted everyone to the village entrance. Not only her family, but also the military households in the village, carrying large and small bags, brought their men to the village entrance. Mom, we're leaving. Grandma, take care of yourself at home. Sister, take good care of Mom and Dad. Okay, don't send me off, let's go back. Let's go. Amid the clamor, the Su family members chimed in. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Big sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, we're leaving. We wait for you to come back. Okay. After everyone left, the sobs in the crowd could no longer be contained. Someone broke out first, and the sobs grew louder, spreading throughout the small world until they slowly faded away. Let's go back. Yes, Mom, let's go. Okay. Chin wiped her tears and turned to follow Su Hong and the others back. On the way, Su Li saw Sister Fan Chao again, the same girl she had been seeing last night. Her eyes were red and swollen. She panicked and turned away when she saw Su Li. Her mother, Lan, stood beside her, saying, if someone didn't know, they think your parents were dead. They just asked you to go see them. Are you crying like this? If you don't go today, you go tomorrow. If you don't go tomorrow, you go the day after tomorrow. Do you think you're still young? You be 16 next year. How many more years can you stay? You cry every time I mention you, as if I'd done something to you. Lan looked at her daughter with a look of helplessness. They just asked her to go see them. Is it necessary to cry like this? Looking at the people coming and going, Lan finally couldn't bear it anymore and pulled her daughter into the house, slamming the door shut. Chapter 56. I heard Fan Cao's mother had found her a wealthy family, but I didn't expect she wouldn't go. Mrs. Chen looked away and sighed. Mrs. Mo often came to the Su residence to chat and gossip with Chen, so she knew everything going on in the village. Mrs. Mo had mentioned this a few days ago. Lan, the eldest daughter of the village chief's family, had found a family for her eldest daughter. It was said they owned a liquor store in the county, and they were quite wealthy. She told everyone she met about them, and was very satisfied. It was surprising that Fan Chao refused. But it wasn't her business, so Mrs. Chen only muttered a curious thought, and didn't mention it again. Only Su Li followed silently behind her, her mind wandering. Today, she was going to the Lin residence to cook. After returning home, Su Li prepared the food for lunch and waited at home for someone from the Lin residence to pick her up. The thing about stalls is that if you don't go for a day, customers will tend to go elsewhere, and over time, the crowds will dwindle. So Su Li discussed it with her grandparents and mother, and decided that today, her mother, Chen, would accompany Su Li to the Lin mansion for the banquet. Grandpa Su, her eldest sister Su Hong, and her fourth sister Su Tao would go to the dock to continue setting up shop. Grandma Wu would stay home to take care of household chores, and take care of Lian Gu. Don't worry, I'm fine on my own, Wu said to her daughter-in-law Chen. Her foot was much better now, and she could easily feed the chickens and ducks by herself. Okay, by the way, Mother, Sixth Mother said their pigs have given birth. Should we catch a couple of them and raise them later? Then I clean out the pig pen. Wu agreed readily. Okay. The Su family used to raise pigs, but they grew increasingly poor. People couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone pigs. Furthermore, pigs ate too much and wouldn't grow fat unless they were fed enough. Only families like the Huang family, with their abundant crops, could afford to raise them. Ordinary families couldn't afford them. Now that things were much better at home, we could raise 2 pigs, just in time for New Year's Eve. We could slaughter them for meat. Furthermore, if everything went well, as her son had said, they might be able to return home for the new year and have meat to eat. Thinking of this, Mrs. Wu felt a glimmer of hope. At that moment, a carriage that didn't belong there arrived at the village entrance. Q. Excuse me, old man, is this Siosi village? A young servant in his early 20s, dressed in a green robe, asked an old man waiting in the field. The old man looked up, bewildered. Yes. The servant continued, then which family is the Su family? Su family? The old man was momentarily confused. Which Su family? But then he reflected. Indeed, there was a military family in the village named Su. They had recently made a scene in the village by demanding a dowry for their eldest daughter. Right over there, in that bamboo forest, right? That's her home. Thank you, old man. The servant thanked him, gave his whip a vigorous snap, and drove the carriage toward the bamboo forest. The old man was left standing for a long time. It turned out that this old man was none other than Zheng Lao's father, the village chief, Old Man Zheng. The village chief of a remote village, he was no different from an ordinary farmer. Besides, Old Man Zheng's favorite thing was tending the fields, which was why he showed up so early in the morning. He looked in the direction of the carriage, and suddenly remembered what his second son had said recently. Could it be that the Su family is really different than it used to be? At the Su family, Su Li had just taught her eldest sister, Su Hong, how to stir-fry pig intestines. During the process, Su Li discovered that Su Hong had a natural talent for cooking. She understood everything Su Li said, like the heat, when to use a higher heat, and when to lower it and why. She also understood when to add salt and vegetables, and she did it all herself without Su Li's instructions. Su Li tasted the final dish, and found it surprisingly delicious. She thought her elder sister would be able to make it in a few days. Not bad, quite good, Su Li said to her elder sister, Su Hong, with a smile on her face. Su Hong blushed, her eyes brimming with excitement. Can I really do this, fifth sister? Really, elder sister, Su Li said encouragingly with a smile. Su Tao, who had tasted the dish beside her, nodded. Elder sister, it's really delicious. Su Hong finally felt happy. So she could do it too? In the past, no matter what she did in the Li family, her husband and mother-in-law belittled and oppressed her. She cooked well, especially the cakes. Once, when Lian Gu was older, she wanted to make some cakes and sell them in the county for silver. However, her husband, Li Daolong, refused to allow it and gave her a harsh lecture, saying she thought money was so easy to earn outside. How could her cooking compare to others? He also told her to give up the idea and instead stay home to take care of her parents and give birth to a son for him. Over time, Su Hong truly believed she was useless, only able to handle household chores. Sister, from now on, with your help, things will be much easier for me. Su Li, noticing her sister's lack of confidence, deliberately said, Okay, leave it to me from now on. Just as the three of them were chatting in the kitchen, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Is anyone home? Miss Su. Someone's calling you, fifth sister, Su Hong said. It must be someone from the Lin mansion. Su Li quickly washed her hands and left the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw a carriage parked outside the courtyard, accompanied by a young servant in green. Is it someone from the Lin mansion? Yes, Miss Su. Our master sent me to pick you up. The servant wiped his sweat, his face in a hurry. His carriage had gotten stuck on the way, and he hadn't expected to lose time. As the sun rose higher, his heart began to beat. If he delayed the master's business, he was afraid he would be held responsible. Okay, right away. Thankfully, Su Li was prepared. She took a few brown sugar pancakes from lunch, went to the bamboo forest to call back her mother, Chen, and was ready to set off. My lady, Miss Su, the road may be a bit bumpy, please forgive me. With that, the servant whipped the carriage back to the county town. Su Li had expected the bumps to be even worse than those of a mule cart, but she hadn't expected them to be so much worse. She and her mother, Chen, nearly flew off in the carriage. By the time they finally got out, their legs were shaking. They both looked pale, and looked as if they were about to vomit. However, after getting off the carriage, Su Li realized they weren't at the Lin mansion they visited that day, but another mansion. It wasn't as large, but it was bustling with people. Miss Su, the housekeeper is waiting for you in the kitchen. Please follow me. After getting off the carriage, someone immediately came forward to greet them. Su Li and her mother, Chen, followed the man through the small gate into the mansion, then wandered around until they reached the kitchen. Housekeeper Lin, upon noticing Su Li's arrival, hurried forward. Miss Su, you're finally here. Come quickly, there's a stove reserved for you. With that, he led Su Li to the stove at the back of the kitchen. Next to it were the ingredients and seasonings Su Li had requested, and the fish had been killed and cleaned. Seeing the man's eagerness, and seeing that people inside and outside the kitchen were already urging the food to start, Su Li quickly washed her hands, asked her mother to help light the fire, and began to prepare the mandarin fish. Today, there were 20 tables of feasting outside, meaning 20 fish. Master Lin had specially invited a master chef from Xiangmenlu to prepare the feast, and he had also spent 20 taels of silver to have Su Li cook the fish, showing how much thought he had put into it. Su Li didn't dare delay, trying to calm her discomfort and focus on the task at hand. From deboning, cutting, marinating, battering, and frying, Su Li wasted no time. Her speed was so swift that even the master chef from Xiangmenlu, who was making crab roe tofu, couldn't help but look over. Seeing Su Li cut the fish into bizarre shapes, and then deep frying them, he felt a surge of curiosity, but his earlier dismissiveness faded. He heard before that Master Lin had hired a skilled fish cook in addition to him. But when he saw her today, he realized this so-called expert was actually a young woman, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in patches. He immediately concluded that Master Lin had been deceived. Later, when the young woman went to work the fire, while the younger-looking girl went to cook, his absurdity deepened. He hadn't expected the girl to be quite impressive. They say amateurs watch the show, experts watch the tricks. Chef Chu believed he had been cooking for so many years that he couldn't be wrong. Although the girl's cooking was still a little green, it was obvious she had the basics, and that she had a teacher. He had just judged her based on appearance. Just as Chef Chu was sighing with emotion, a fragrant, sweet and sour smell suddenly came. It turned out that the little girl had already prepared it. He looked at the fish coated with sugar syrup, and with a strange shape, and knew that the dish must taste good. No wonder Master Lin specially invited her here. Chef Chu was completely convinced. Su Li had no idea what others were thinking. She had cooked all 20 fish in less than an hour, and only breathed a sigh of relief when the servant took the last piece of fish away. But she couldn't leave yet. She had to wait until the banquet was over and her wages were paid. That was why Su Li had brought 4 brown sugar pancakes. Those 4 pancakes would be her and her mother Chen's lunch today. After cleaning the iron wok, Su Li didn't even add any oil. She simply tossed the pancakes in, and fried them over low heat for 2 minutes until they were hot. She found a plate in the kitchen to put them on, and asked the kitchen staff for 2 bowls of water. She planned to make do with that for lunch today. But just as Su Li was carrying a stool, an old man at the door suddenly said, "Young lady, why don't you ask your mother to come and eat with us?" Su Li looked at the person who had been cooking next to her. He must be the chef from the restaurant that Master Lin had hired. But they didn't know each other. Su Li thought for a moment, ready to decline, but just as she was about to speak, the old man said, "Meeting is fate. Besides, we cooked so much today that we can't finish it all." Su Li looked over, and saw that there were indeed many dishes on the table. Since they had invited her, she couldn't refuse. "Thank you very much, old man." After Su Li went over to call them, "Master, why did you call them?" A middle-aged man at the wooden table suddenly spoke up. He told him that women like them, who weren't at home taking care of their husbands and children, but were out in the open, were already unfaithful. And then they came to the kitchen to cook, competing with these grown men for their jobs. It was beyond their capabilities. He couldn't understand why the master was even polite to them, inviting them to eat together. "Do I need your permission to call someone?" Chef Chu said coldly. "I dare not, master." "I see you dare not." Chef Chu snorted and stopped talking. A hint of hatred flashed in the man's eyes, and he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 57. Su Li and her mother, Chen, brought the sliced brown sugar pancakes to the table. Chen nodded with a smile. "Excuse me for bothering you." "Chef Chu, you're welcome, madam. We're all here today to prepare a feast for the host. It's fate that we met. Please take a seat." Su Li and Chen then sat down. The waiter sitting nearby curiously examined what Chen had brought. "What is this?" "Chef Chu, don't be rude." Chen quickly said, "It's nothing. These are brown sugar pancakes made by my youngest daughter. They're called pancakes." Chef Chu raised an eyebrow. "Brown sugar pancakes? I think they're baked." Chen replied, "Yes." Chef Chu nodded in praise. "That's a novel way to make them." The name was quite novel, too, since most pancakes are fried nowadays, not baked. Seeing these pancakes stacked like ordinary pancakes, and topped with sesame seeds, Chef Chu became intrigued. Chef Chu looked at Chen. "May I have a taste?" "Chen, of course." She handed the plate over. Chef Chu then reached out with his chopsticks, picked up half a guicui, and took a gentle bite. Crack! It was crispy and delicious. The crust was crispy, soft, and chewy, with a hint of wheat and sesame aroma. Layer upon layer, coated in a scalding lava of brown sugar, it nearly burned my tongue. Hiss! Chef Chu quickly pulled the guicui from his lips, blew on it twice, and took another bite. This time, the brown sugar didn't burn him. The sweetness of the brown sugar spread again, the soft crust enveloping the sweetness, instantly captivating the sweet-toothed old man. The young man who had asked the question looked at Chef Chu. "Master, is it delicious?" Chef Chu nodded. "Not bad." The waiter saw this and looked at Chen, who immediately understood what he meant. "You guys eat too." The waiter then reached for his chopsticks, picked up a piece, and happily began to eat. The 3 people nearby, except for the unhappy man who still looked displeased, each took half a guicui and ate it. "Hot, hot, hot. Hot. Smells so good. This pancake, young lady, tastes really good." "Yes." This guicui pancake was surprisingly delicious. The brown sugar filling was just right, a flavor I never tasted before, though it was only a little too sweet. Just as they were sighing, Chen suddenly said, "We have a savory version, but it's a shame I only brought the brown sugar version today. Otherwise, I could give it to you guys to try." Chef Chu piqued his interest. "Can this pancake be made savory?" "Yes, you can add pork and make it pork-filled," Chen said. Chef Chu wanted to ask for more details, but then he realized that this was the craft the man relied on for his livelihood, so he gave up. At this moment, a young waiter nearby finished a piece and, noticing that his senior brother hadn't eaten, asked, Senior brother, why aren't you eating? No. He wouldn't eat anything made by this peasant woman of unknown origin. It looked unpalatable, and who knew if they washed their hands properly? If you don't want to eat, I eat it for you. At this moment, in the front yard of the Chow family, Lin Shoujing sat outside, anxiously waiting for Chow Yun to introduce him to the county magistrate. Merchants held low status, and without an introduction, he couldn't eat at the same table with such distinguished guests. Fortunately, Chow Yun still remembered that he was the one who paid for the banquet today, so he came out to call him in when the banquet started. Lin Shou stood up, straightened his clothes and hair, and then followed him in. Chow Yun led Lin Shou to the lean man seated at the head of the inner room, bowing and smiling. Uncle, this is the man I was talking about. The man put down his chopsticks and glanced up at Lin Shou, who quickly stepped forward and saluted. Greetings, Your Excellency. I work for the Lin family silk shop. County Magistrate Wang nodded. No need for formalities. I heard you organized today's banquet. The fish is quite well cooked. Which restaurant did you choose? Lin Shou continued to salute. Your Excellency, I found a cook specifically for this dish. It's called squirrel mandarin fish, so called because it resembles squirrel fur. Not bad. County Magistrate Wang nodded, quite satisfied. He had been in Qinghe County for over 10 years, since he came from Jiangnan, and he never tasted a fish so appetizing. It was sour, sweet, crispy, and unique, and the name was also quite novel. Unexpectedly, the fish was praised so highly, and Lin Shou couldn't help but feel happy. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. All right, leave now. Yes, sir. Shou Lin then withdrew. Although he hadn't received any guarantees from the county magistrate this time, and it seemed like just an ordinary meeting, in officialdom, being familiar to the elders was sometimes a good thing, and it helped him get things done much faster than ordinary people. For example, last time he had treated Chow Yun and other clerks to a meal and gifts. Chow Yun had then made a few entries in the yellow book, saving him a lot of tax money. This was something a clerk in the household department could do, let alone a county magistrate. Lin Shou, in a state of high spirits, even instructed Steward Lin to give Su Li an extra 5 taels of silver. Su Li accepted the silver. Thank you, Master Lin, and thank you, Steward Lin. You're welcome. I did a great job today. This is all I deserve. Steward Lin's long tenure as steward stemmed from his ability, as well as his ability to assess the situation and understand his master's wishes. Initially, he looked down on Su Li for her shabby clothes, but now, seeing her cooking skills and her favor with the noble, he welcomed her with a smile. Su Li looked at the man's 2 faces, but she had no other thoughts. It was simply that most people in the world were like that, and after seeing it so often, she got used to it. Steward Lin added, by the way, young lady, the master said he sent a carriage back for you later. That's great news, Su Li smiled, thank you very much. Mrs. Chen, listening intently, waited until the man had left and hurried forward to ask, Wu Ya, what did that man say? Why did I hear him say he sent us back by carriage? Su Li turned around, yes, mother. That's great. Mrs. Chen smiled. This would save her a few more coins. But remembering the feeling of riding in the carriage that morning, her face froze again. Su Li didn't notice anything unusual and handed the purse to her mother, Mrs. Chen. By the way, mother, here's the payment. Mrs. Chen took the purse, and her first reaction was how beautiful it was. The fabric was unusual, and it was embroidered with green bamboo. She figured it would sell for dozens of coins at a cloth shop. Thinking this way, she didn't open it, but returned it to Su Li. Keep this silver for yourself and use it as a dowry in the future. This was something Chen had been pondering for a long time. Now that her family had a food stall bringing in hundreds of coins daily, the money her youngest daughter earned from banquets didn't need to be put into the public account. She should keep it for her dowry. As for whether her youngest daughter would spend it recklessly, Chen hadn't considered it. In her heart, she was still her obedient and sensible daughter, and she assumed she would save the money she gave her. So, after Su Li stopped the carriage, Chen was still unsure what to do. Mother, let's buy a mule. Buy a mule? Chen was staring at Su Li standing at the cattle and horse market. Before she could react, she saw Su Li asking the driver to help look after the mule. The driver whispered, this mule is good. Strong legs, plump legs, and good teeth. He added, I just checked its droppings. It's dry, not loose. It's healthy. Su Li looked over, and saw that the driver was right. This mule's hooves were indeed larger than the others. Seeing her looking at it, it even leaned forward and nudged Su Li's hand, trying to see if there was anything hidden. It looked quite greedy. It should be edible. Su Li had no experience choosing mules. She only knew that if they were edible, they were good, indicating they were healthy. Okay, let's take it. After receiving Su Li's nod, Lin Er turned to the old man selling the mule. Old man, how much is this mule for? The old man, brushing the mule's coat, glanced at Lin Er and said, 8 taels of silver. 8 taels? Why not just go and grab it? Lin Er's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and said, young lady, let's look somewhere else. Su Li didn't know the price, but seeing young Master Lin's unhappy expression, she knew it must be too expensive, so she nodded. Seeing the 2 men about to leave, the old man said, if you're serious, I give you 7 taels. Young brother Lin turned and said, 5 taels. No, forget it. Young lady, let's go. The old man had initially thought he tried to fool the 2 young men, but unexpectedly, he met someone knowledgeable and said, okay, 5 taels then. Lin Er then looked at Su Li and said, young lady, that's a good price. Okay, then take this one. Su Li didn't understand, but seeing the pained look on the old man's face, she knew it was about right. You're quite perceptive, young man. This mule is the best I have. Don't look at its young age, it's incredibly clever. It can easily pull anything. The old man examined the silver, accepted it, and then untied the rope. Of course, it had one problem. It was a bit greedy, eating more than other mules. Sometimes, if it didn't eat enough, it would kick and refuse to work. Finally, someone bought it today, and the old man was delighted. But these old men certainly wouldn't say anything. He was praising the mule endlessly, practically exaggerating it. Su Li naturally didn't take it seriously. Anyone selling something would definitely try to boast about their wares. It was just a matter of perspective. Young man, I'm sorry to bother you today, Su Li said to Lin Er, who was helping lead the mule. Lin Er smiled, it's no trouble. He even eaten the red sugar cakes Miss Su had given him that morning, so this was nothing. Over here, Chin sure saw that Su Li had actually bought a mule and scolded him. How much did you spend? What did you buy a mule for? 5 taels. So expensive. Having Zhen Lao Er carry the goods round trip only cost 5 won a day, 8 won at most. And 5 taels for this mule was just not worth it, no matter how you looked at it. Chinsha regretted not stopping her daughter. It was all her fault for letting her daughter's nonsense about having a mule at home making everything easier. Chen, unwilling to give up, looked at Lin Er. Can you return it? Lin Er looked at Su Li and shook his head. No. Chen had no choice but to give up the idea and quickly accepted the fact that her daughter had bought a mule. However, this also meant that her family now had a mule. You know, only the village chief's family had a mule in the village, no one else had one. They had to borrow one from the village chief every time they did anything. Now, their family also had a mule. Chen was delighted at the mere thought of catching 2 piglets to raise, and she felt even happier. Their family's life was finally getting better. Chapter 58. Su Li saw that her mother, Chen, had finally stopped talking about going back, so she said, Mother, let's go buy some more cloth and make some clothes. Buy cloth? Make clothes? Chen's excitement snapped back to her senses. She was about to blurt out no, but then she remembered the contemptuous looks she received when she and her daughter had gone to the Chow residence today. They were like needles piercing her body. Chen didn't mind, but her daughter was still so young and didn't even have a bright outfit. She was still wearing the patched, coarse cloth her sisters had given her years before. Chen couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go buy some. With that, she headed towards the street where the cloth shop was. Su Li was a little stunned, having been surprised by her mother's easy agreement, but she quickly caught herself and turned to the young man beside her, saying, Could you please wait for us here, Brother Lin Er? Lin Er said nonchalantly, It's okay, you guys go ahead. The housekeeper had said his mission today was to take Miss Su home, so returning later wouldn't hurt. He have other work to do anyway, so it was better for him to stay out. The cloth shop Su Li and her mother, Chen, had come to was called Lu's Cloth Shop, the 5th shop on East Street. They were greeted by a gentle, beautiful woman in a turquoise summer dress. Seeing Chen and Su Li, dressed in shabby clothes, enter the shop, she didn't look at them with the same prejudiced eyes the people in the other 2 cloth shops had shown. Instead, noticing Chen's reservedness, she spoke gently. Female, feel free to look around. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Okay. Chen was still a little reserved, but she quickly remembered her purpose and said, Excuse me, female, do you have any brighter cloth? I like to buy a few yards to make some clothes for my daughter. Yes, a batch of brightly colored Songjiang cloth arrived a few days ago. Madam, please take a look and see if there's anything you like. Madame Lu then brought over several rolls of emerald green and peach pink cotton cloth for Chen to choose from. Chen looked at the cloth and wanted to feel it to see how it felt, but she was a little worried that her hands, covered in barbs, would tear it. Madame Lu acted as if she hadn't noticed and continued enthusiastically, "Madam, please feel it. It's high-quality cotton, perfect for making clothes." Chin then reached out to feel it. It was indeed good, very soft and comfortable. She asked cautiously, "How much is this cloth per roll?" "Not expensive, 500 won per roll." "I take as much as you want." 500 won. Chin was shocked by the price. How could it be so expensive? A roll of linen was only 100 won, but this cotton cloth was 500 won, so much more expensive. "It's too expensive." Mrs. Chin's hand quickly retracted as if scalded by boiling water. Mrs. Lu didn't care. Having run a shop for so many years, she naturally encountered people who found it too expensive. Without changing her expression, she brought over a few more rolls of cloth. "We have some for 300 won each." "Madam, take a look." 300 won? That's not bad, Chin thought. But the glance wasn't the most important thing. She reached out and touched it, only to find that the 500 won Songjiang cloth had finer stitching and felt softer and more comfortable. They say you can't compare a good deal. Having seen better, Chin's judgment shifted. Mrs. Chin glanced at her daughter and gritted her teeth. "Let's get half a roll of that peach pink Songjiang cloth, and half each of this. It doesn't have to be too bright. It's suitable for older people." She thought for a moment. Since she decided to make clothes, she might as well get some extra cloth to take back to her parents-in-law, make a set of clothes for her eldest daughter, fourth daughter, and granddaughter too. Mid-Autumn Festival was coming up, and everyone would have something new to wear. As for herself, she could make do with a little more. Madame Lu was stunned. She hadn't expected the woman before her to ask for so much at once, but she quickly realized, "Okay, I get it for you." Madame Lu then went to look for a few rolls of darker cloth. Chin picked them out, then discussed with Su Li, finally settling on aquamarine and crimson. A total of 1 liang and 3 chien. Just 1 extra liang for just 1 roll of cloth was a heartache, but she couldn't say it. After paying the silver, Chin accepted the cloth cut by Madame Lu. "Boss, since we're buying so much, can you give us a discount?" After spending the silver, Chin's previous restraint faded, and she began to bargain. "Madam, this is already the cheapest price. How about this? I give you a few more scraps of cloth." Lady Lu handed Chin 5 square scraps of cloth, saying they were leftovers from making clothes and could be made into purses and handkerchiefs. They usually sold for a few coins each. Since Chin couldn't do without them, she had no choice but to give up. However, she wasn't one to take a loss, so she asked Lady Lu for more scraps of cloth before she gave up. As they finally left Lu's cloth shop, Chin couldn't stop smiling. And so, the mother and daughter happily returned home with their mule and its full load of cloth. Needless to say, the Su family was delighted to see the mule. Lian Gu also jumped out to see the mule, saying, "I feed it from now on." Chapter 59. Okay, it be in Lian Gu's care from now on. Lian Gu, remember to cut grass and feed it. Chin teased Lian Gu with a smile on her face. Lian Gu immediately jumped up and down with joy, promising, "Okay. Lian Gu will definitely take good care of it. Just like her mother takes care of her." Everyone was amused by the childish words. "Okay, Lian Gu, let's take the mule out for some water. It's been walking all afternoon and must be tired," Chin coaxed. Lian Gu nodded obediently. "Okay. Lian Gu will take it out for some water." She then reached out to lead the mule. The mule seemed to understand that the child was asking for water, and it obediently followed her. Old Man Su was afraid the mule would hit his granddaughter, so he quickly led it to the shade of the bamboo forest. "Grandma, I take it to drink water with you." Lian Gu didn't make a fuss and let Old Man Su lead the way, following closely behind the mule and Old Man Su. In the courtyard, Mrs. Wu saw Su Li and Chinsher's faces flushed with sunburn, their foreheads covered in sweat, and hurriedly said, "Come into the main room and rest. I poured you some mung bean soup, but you better rest for a while after just getting back." Chinsher and Su Li were indeed extremely hot and exhausted, so they obediently entered the main room. After entering the main room, Chinsher and Su Li sat down to rest, while Su Tao came in behind with an armful of cloth. Seeing the look in her mother-in-law's eyes, Mrs. Chin remembered that she hadn't mentioned this yet, so she told Mrs. Wu about the cloth she had torn to make clothes for everyone in the family. Mrs. Wu was very understanding, saying, "You're out and about so often, it's time for you to make some clothes. Your father and I can forget about making clothes, you can just do it. They say that Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. If you have a decent dress, no one will look down on you." Mrs. Wu felt this deeply. However, her family was once in dire straits, barely able to afford food and clothing, let alone make new clothes. That won't work. Everyone should make one. Mrs. Chen had finally made up her mind and spent the money so that the whole family could wear new clothes. Mrs. Wu smiled at this and touched the cloth. Okay, let's do it. I'm also benefiting from your kindness. What kind of kindness? Old man Su, after watering the mule and leading Lady Lian in, saw the old woman smiling happily and asked. Mrs. Wu glanced at him. Of course, it's the daughter-in-law and granddaughter who are the winners. Then she beckoned to Aunt Lian warmly. Come here, Aunt Lian. Grandma said she's going to make you some new clothes. Are you happy? Aunt Lian nodded and whispered, I'm so happy. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the bright fabric on the table. Did she have new clothes too? Beside her, Su Tao was also overjoyed. She had new clothes too. And they were peach pink. So pretty. You know, the clothes she was wearing were her eldest sister's, and they were tattered. Every time she wore them to Grandma's house, she'd be filled with envy and self-pity when she saw her cousin's new clothes. She still remembered the time her 5-year-old cousin pointed at the holes in her clothes and said in front of the whole room, Mom, there's a huge hole on your butt. Su Tao felt like curling up in a ball, embarrassed and angry, and ran out crying. It was also after returning home that time that her mother went to the market in town and bought her and her 5th sister new clothes. However, although they were called new clothes, they were actually old clothes that had been worn by others. Her mother bought them from a place in the market that specialized in selling old clothes. The price was not much higher than that of new clothes. She could buy one for a few copper coins, but she couldn't choose the color or style, and there were patches on them. They were only slightly better than what they wore, but that was enough to make the 10-year-old girl happy for a long time. Unfortunately, when she went back to her grandmother's house later, the dress wasn't as fresh as it once was. Su Tao was truly upset for a long time. Mom, I don't need it. Make one for my 4th and 5th sisters, Su Hong said. She still had a few new dresses she brought back from the Li family and hadn't worn yet, so she didn't need to make them. Chen had also thought of this and said, Okay, I make them for you next time. This time, I focus on your 2 sisters. Su Hong happily said, okay. Then Mrs. Wu and Chen discussed making the dress. If it was just an ordinary dress, they could make it, but the style would be a little ugly and the stitching would be a little rough. But such good fabric would be wasted. They still had to find someone who knew how to make clothes. However, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't know many people in the village, and none of them knew anyone who made clothes well. Finally, she approached Mrs. Mo to inquire. After a moment's reflection, she finally remembered someone, Lan, the eldest daughter-in-law of the village chief, old man Zeng, and Fang Cao's mother. She's the best needleworker in our village, but I don't know if she'd be willing to help. Mrs. Chen hesitated upon hearing the name, but then, remembering her family's existing connections with the Zeng family, she boldly approached Mrs. Liu, the wife of Zeng's 2nd son, and asked her to act as a go-between. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu said without hesitation, well, no big deal. I take you to her, and then you can tell her. I guarantee this will work. This time, it was Chen's turn to exclaim in surprise. Will this really work? Mrs. Liu gave her a reassuring look and took her to see her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. Lan. Sister-in-law, are you there? Mrs. Liu called out as she led Chen to the next door. Lan emerged from the house, holding an embroidered handkerchief. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Back then, before the Zeng family split up, the relationship between the 2 sisters-in-law was incredibly strained. It was like you couldn't stand me, I couldn't stand you, like fighting cocks. It wasn't until after the split that things began to thaw. Lu no longer thought Lan was pretentious, and Lan no longer thought Lu was vulgar. Their relationship gradually improved, and they began to visit each other. Now, while things may not be entirely good, at least they can help each other out. It's like this, sister-in-law. Madam Chen from the Su family heard you're a good dressmaker, so she came here specifically to ask for your help in making some clothes. The Su family? Lan looked over, and saw that it was one of the military households that had passed by the door today. How had she heard about her good dressmaking skills? Lan felt a little confused, but even more so, she thought about how this person had heard her scold her daughter this morning, and her face suddenly turned a little uncomfortable. Because the Su family was a military household, Lan looked down on them, and she was also a little angry at Lu for bringing them here. Without a second thought, Lan refused, saying I. But while she was quick, Chen was even quicker. I heard a lot about Madame Lan's excellent needlework. People from all over the town praise her. Even the wife of the wealthy man has worn clothes made by you. I never had the chance to visit you. Now, we need to make new clothes, And we're clumsy, so we like to ask for your help. Don't worry, if you're willing to help, I keep the same price as before." After saying this, Chen felt a little embarrassed. For someone so unsophisticated, compliments were incredibly difficult. If Lu hadn't taught her, she wouldn't have been able to say it. Sure enough, when Lan heard the woman in front of her praise the quality of her clothes, saying even the master knew she had worn them, her expression brightened considerably. Then, when she heard the woman offer some money, Lan's annoyance completely vanished. "It's not impossible to make a few clothes. My handkerchiefs from the cloth shop are almost finished, so just bring them over." That was exactly what Chen wanted. Seeing Lan agree, she happily said, "I go get them right away." With that, she went straight home and brought all the fabric. When Lan saw Chen bring the fabric, she asked her to put it aside. Chen didn't hesitate, handing Lan a string of copper coins, 50 in total, and she gave her the remaining 80 after the work was done. Honestly, Chen's heart ached when she handed over the money, but since they were making clothes for the whole family at once, Lan was only offering a discount because they were from the same village. Otherwise, if she were making clothes for others, she would have paid much more. "Thank you for your trouble, madam," Chen said. Lan hummed calmly, then meticulously inquired about the measurements and desired style, then said, "I see. Let's make your youngest daughters first, right?" "Yes." "Okay, then you can go. I have Fan Chao deliver it to you once it's finished." Chen then turned and left. Lan, however, stared at her back in a daze for a moment as she watched her leave. After a long moment, she looked back at the cloth she had brought. If she wasn't mistaken, this was top-quality Songjiang cloth, right? She hadn't expected this military household to be willing to spend such expensive cloth on clothes, and to specifically request it for their 2 daughters. Lan was stunned. Chen didn't know about this. After she left, she went to Mrs. Lu's house next door to thank her profusely. If it hadn't been for Mrs. Lu, she feared she wouldn't have been willing to make clothes for her. Not to mention that Madame Lu even specifically coached her on how to persuade Madame Lan to agree. Madame Lu waved her hand. "Oh, what's there to thank me for? I should thank you for always sending food to my husband." The Su family would give some of any unsold food to Zheng Lauer every day, who would take it home for her and her sons. Sometimes it was the stir-fried pork intestines, sometimes the pickled fish, and of course, sometimes the vegetarian options. As long as my wife doesn't mind it, that's good. No. Not only did Madame Lu not mind, she was actually delighted. Although there wasn't much left over each time, for her, having something to eat was good enough. Moreover, the food cooked by the Su family's youngest daughter was somehow so delicious that she craved it every day, seemingly never tired of it. It was a pity that most of the time, the food was sold out, so she could only enjoy it occasionally. Thinking of the pickled fish, Lu couldn't help but swallow her saliva again. She didn't know how the fish was cooked, but it tasted completely different from the braised fish she had last time. It was tender, sour, and spicy. One bite on a sweltering summer day whetted her appetite. Then, soaking some rice in the broth was incredibly delicious. Chen, seeing that Lu was speaking the truth, felt pleased and a little proud. Her daughter's cooking was naturally the best, otherwise, why would a wealthy family invite her to cook for them, and even give her so much money? But Chen chose to keep these words to herself. Aside from her close friend Imo, she never mentioned them to anyone else. After all, wealth shouldn't be flaunted, especially now that their family had just started to make some money. With her husband and son away and unable to protect themselves, it was best not to flaunt it too much. In short, Chen understood these principles, though they would occasionally bubble up in her mind, but she quickly recovered. Chapter 60. 10 days later, Lan had finished making all the clothes. She had her daughter Fan Chao deliver them to the Su family. After giving Fan Chao the remaining silver, Chen even packed a bag of mooncakes made by her daughter for her. Fan Chao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, put down her clothes and fled. Chen called out twice, but to no avail, and could only watch them leave. Finally, she had to wait for a while, until Su Li's freshly baked mooncakes came out before packing a bag each and sending them to Lan, Lu, and her sister Mo. How can this be? Lu looked at the oil paper wrapped mooncakes, and refused to accept them. Try these homemade ones. Seeing that they were not being accepted, Chen placed the bag of mooncakes on the table nearby. When she heard that they were made by Su Li, Lu's eyes lit up. Fifth girl's meals were so delicious, so surely the mooncakes would be as well. After several refusals, Lu finally felt embarrassed to accept the mooncakes. After Chen left, Lu opened a package. Inside lay 4 mooncakes of various shapes, flower-shaped, round, and square. Lu split half of the flower-shaped mooncake and took a gentle bite. A rich rose fragrance instantly filled her mouth, with a subtle sweetness that wasn't greasy or oily. Are they actually made from roses? This was Lu's first time having this kind of mooncake. She usually ate mooncakes made with 5 nuts or juju paste, but this was a first for mooncakes made from flowers. Not to mention, they were quite delicious. Every bite filled her mouth with a floral fragrance, a refreshing yet not greasy aroma. The crust was also soft, sweet, and incredibly delicious. Lu devoured half the mooncake in a few gulps. Then she looked at the other mooncakes, curiosity flickering in her eyes. If she hadn't been so concerned about her son and husband, Mrs. Lu would have wanted to tear it open right away to see what flavor was left. Alas, Mrs. Lu wrapped the mooncakes and put them away, waiting to eat them after the rest of the family returned. Lady Lan, who lived next door, also received mooncakes from Mrs. Chen, but unlike Mrs. Lu, she didn't think much of them, especially since she heard they were made by her youngest daughter. She didn't mind them at all. After all, she didn't need that much money. If she wanted a snack, she could just go to the county and buy some. Finally, Mrs. Lan casually placed the package of mooncakes on the table and politely thanked them. It wasn't until her husband returned hungry and took them out to fill his stomach that she realized they were different. Xinyang, where did you buy these mooncakes? They're quite delicious. Why don't we buy them on the day we return to your parents' home? Lan brought the meal to the table. Hearing her husband, who usually disliked snacks, say this, she wondered if the mooncakes Chen had sent were so delicious. She glanced over and was stunned by the sight of the half-open mooncake. It was so exquisitely crafted, even prettier than the one she bought at the county pastry shop. She took a bite out of a strange feeling. It was lotus seed paste. It seemed to even have egg yolk in it. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. The lotus seed paste was delicate and sweet, with a delicate fragrance. The egg yolk was mellow and salty, with a soft, glutinous texture, yet not too sweet. The combination was truly delicious. Lan was stunned, a complex mix of emotions welling up within her, and her words were a bit caustic. This is something the Su family made themselves. Where can I buy it? But then Lan thought again. The Su family seemed to be in the food business, so if they made it, they must be selling it. But having already said it, she didn't say any more. Zheng Lao knew his wife had been making clothes for the Su family recently, and he heard this with a hint of regret. Forget it then. He had thought his mother-in-law, who was so picky, would definitely like these mooncakes, but he hadn't expected them to be off the market. Lady Lan, standing by, said nothing, but her husband's words had taken her to heart. She thought, why not ask my sister-in-law Lady Lu later? Yes. She didn't wait long, and went to ask early the next morning. They are for sale, 2 cents each. The ones with lotus seed paste, egg yolk, and ham are more expensive, 3 cents each. Lady Lu sighed inwardly as she spoke. No wonder they're so good at making money. Such a small mooncake is so expensive. So expensive? It's almost the same price as the county pastry shop. That's right. Mrs. Lu still remembered her first reaction yesterday when her husband, Zheng Lao, mentioned the price of the mooncakes sold at the Su family. She immediately regretted eating them right away. She should have kept them as a gift later. The 2 sisters-in-law looked at each other, their sentiments sympathetic. But both families were considered well off in the village. While the 2 at a piece of mooncake was a bit pricey, the taste was indeed good. Besides, since they were going to buy them both, why not buy them at the Su family? Maybe they could get a better deal for their neighbor's sake. The 2 discussed it, and went to the Su family together. At the Su family's house, Su Li was baking mooncakes in the backyard, while Su Hong was in the kitchen preparing food for the sale. Over the past few days, Su Hong had mastered both of the original 2 dishes, and had also learned a few new ones, all taught by Su Li. Su Li originally thought that after her elder sister learned how to cook, she would ask her grandfather to build a stove, and the 2 of them would be able to cook more, so that they could set up a stall in the county without any delay. However, it just so happened to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Li thought for a moment, and decided to put the county stall plan on hold. She could make a batch of mooncakes and sell them there. Although mooncakes are time-consuming to make, the profit is quite good. Furthermore, they are seasonal and only last about a month at most, so Su Li got busy making them. Su Li's mooncakes this time didn't come in many flavors. The classic 5-nut, lotus seed paste and egg yolk, rose, and juju paste. These are all popular flavors nowadays. Su Li initially made a small batch, just over 20, intending to sell them in the county. However, they sold out quickly at the dock, even faster than food. Later, she increased the number to around 50, which also sold out quickly. Several people, such as Lin, who often came to buy food, and one, who had previously bought food from Su Li, as well as Aunt Shin and the woman selling drinks nearby, had also come to order gift boxes of mooncakes. Lin ordered 6 boxes, and when ordered the most, 8. So Su Li had been frantically baking mooncakes at home for the past 2 days, leaving the rest to her eldest and 4 sisters and her mother. When Lu and Lon arrived, Su Li had just finished a batch and asked her mother to bring it to the front. "We arrived just in time," Lu said with a smile, looking at the freshly baked mooncakes held by Chin. Chin's relationship with Lu had become even better due to their frequent visits, and she smiled at the two of them. "Why are you here? Come on in and sit down. We're just tempted by your mooncakes, and wanted to see if you have any. If you have, we come in. If not, we leave," Lu joked. Chun, knowing it was a joke, chimed in, "Others don't, but you and Madame Lon definitely do." "That's a good relationship," Lu said as she led Lon inside. Lon couldn't help but feel a little strange at the close relationship between the two. She'd been curious since Lu had asked her for help making clothes. She knew her sister-in-law wasn't someone who would help just anyone, nor would she admire just anyone. She hadn't expected this young woman from a military household to be so highly regarded. But Lon was only thinking about it, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Here, try it. These are the mooncakes I baked yesterday. See how they taste." Chin took a mooncake from a basket in the shade of the courtyard, broke it in half, and handed it to the two. This was a rare item, worth selling for silver, so Lu and Lon didn't see anything wrong with it. "That's so embarrassing, haha." Lu laughed, but still reached out to take it. Lon was the same. This mooncake was Yunnan ham flavored. They both took small bites. It had a rich, salty aroma. The aroma of the ham blended perfectly with the crust, with just the right amount of saltiness. The more they chewed, the more delicious it became. Lu had originally considered just buying the rose-flavored mooncake, but after trying the salty one, she decided the Yunnan ham-flavored one was also quite tasty, and for a moment, she was a bit torn. Lon was the same. She usually preferred sweet mooncakes, but she hadn't expected the salty ones to be so good. "I didn't expect this Yunnan ham-flavored mooncake to be so good," Lu praised. Lon nodded in agreement. "It's really good." Chin thought to herself, of course. Speaking of which, Chin also thought her daughter was overly clever. She hadn't expected she could make such a difficult mooncake, and make it look so beautiful and delicious, even better than the one sold in the county. Lately, many people who enjoyed her mooncakes have been coming over specifically to buy more. "I just wonder if buying more will get you cheaper," Mrs. Lu said, explaining that she and Mrs. Lon were planning to buy 2 boxes each as gifts. "We're neighbors. Why bother talking about this? If you want them, just take the full price of 2 in each. If you want a box, add 21. The box was also chosen by Mrs. Chin and Su Li together at the county office. The cost was only 21, and she didn't quote a higher price. Originally, Su Li had thought of having Old Man Su make the box, saving a lot of money, but after making a sample, she realized it was still far from perfect. It can be said that Old Man Su's daily craftsmanship in making tables and chairs is quite good, but he hasn't learned anything specialized, so he's not very good at carving patterns, and he's also not very good at painting. He needs to find a professional carpenter to do it, so the price is naturally higher. Mrs. Lu, who was standing nearby, was overjoyed to hear about the 1-cent discount. "Okay, then I take 2 of each flavor. You don't need the boxes, I still have some at home." Then, Mrs. Lu asked Mrs. Lon, who was standing beside her, "What about you, sister-in-law?" Ms. Lon, "Me too." But she felt a little uncomfortable, thinking the Chin family was being petty. They were talking about a 1-cent discount, but if they only wanted the sweets, wouldn't that mean they weren't getting any discount at all? "Can I see the boxes?" "Sure." Ms. Chin went to get the boxes. They were just ordinary carved ones. The wood wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. "Ms. Lon, then I take 2 boxes." "Okay." Ms. Chin added, "Whenever you need them, I send them home in advance." So Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Lon agreed on a date, exchanged the money, chatted for a while, and then left. After the others left, Mrs. Chin went back to the backyard to help Su Li put the mooncake filling in. "Mother, was Aunt Lu here just now?" Su Li didn't see her, but she heard her voice. "Yes, that's right." Chin didn't understand what she was saying, but she assumed it was just a casual question out of curiosity. Chapter 61. Mom, what do you think about us making more mooncakes and having uncles and sell them in the nearby town? Su Li asked casually, but she had actually already thought this through in her head, including how to divide the profits, how to sell them, and where to sell them. She had gone over all of this in her mind before asking. "What?" Chen thought she had misheard, stopped washing her hands, and looked at Su Li. Su Li then unpacked the idea she had been pondering for a long time, including all the pros and cons. The pros were, of course, that selling more would earn her more, and she wouldn't have to go around selling them herself, saving a lot of time and effort, allowing her to focus on making food. The cons were that she would earn less, relying on a strategy of small profits but quick turnover. Putting everything else aside, Chen's first thought was, can they do it? Whether they're willing or not. Ask Uncle Zeng first. Before embarking on a project, Su Li never considered whether it would work. It was like Schrodinger's cat, you only know after you tried. However, Su Li felt that as long as Uncle Zeng was willing to make money, he would agree. After all, these mooncakes had been selling for so many days, and Uncle Zeng knew best whether they would sell. Forget it. Mrs. Chen wasn't one for taking risks. She felt that the family's daily income of several hundred coins, and being able to eat meat every 2 or 3 days was already a good life. There was no need to worry about other things. If they made money, that would be great. But what if they didn't sell the mooncakes and lost money? In the end, they blame you, which would be a completely thankless task. Su Li naturally understood what her mother, Mrs. Chen, was worried about, but Su Li's thoughts were different, even the opposite. Especially since second Uncle Zeng had a mule cart, making it easy to travel back and forth between town and the county. He also had 2 sons, who were learning trades in the county, and could help out with the sales. It was no problem at all. But Mother Chen disagreed, and Su Li didn't bring it up for now. A while later, when second Uncle Zeng came to pick up Chen and the others to go sell food at the dock, Su Li came over and told them about it. Chen, who was moving things nearby, overheard and glared at Su Li, but there was nothing she could do. Nothing could be done. As my daughter grew older, so did her own ideas. Are you serious, niece? Second Uncle Zeng exclaimed happily. He hadn't expected such good news to happen to him. For the past 2 days, he'd been wondering what he'd do if the Su family bought a mule and didn't need his family to help haul food anymore. Wouldn't that mean he'd lose a lot of money? He hadn't expected to hear this good news today. As for losing money, second Uncle Zeng didn't think it was possible. Not to mention that the mooncakes made by the Su family tasted even better than those in the shop. He simply had to seize this opportunity for the sake of the future relationship between the 2 families. After all, people might remember you the first time, the second time, but not necessarily the third time. Zeng Lauer had a very accurate understanding of himself. Unlike his elder brother, he was not willing to endure hardships. He easily learned a trade at a young age, and could make a living from his craft. He had been lazy since childhood and disliked work. Despite his large build, farm work was exhausting. He later married Lu, who, like him, was averse to hard work. So, after the family split up, they hit it off. They sold the land they received, bought a mule, and began a business hauling people back and forth between the county and town. The work was easy and profitable, and Zeng Lauer was very happy. He would often take Lu along to the county to explore and eat. The couple was very happy, and lived a comfortable life for many years. Of course, after they had 2 sons, things became less comfortable, and as the sons grew older, they became increasingly uncomfortable. Now, they were even more worried about finding wives for their 2 sons. Sometimes, the couple was so worried they couldn't sleep all night. So, when Su Li mentioned this, Zeng Lauer agreed without a second thought. Of course it's true, Su Li said. Okay, I do it. Zeng Lauer didn't even hear the details of the sale before agreeing with a grin. Mrs. Chen, standing by, quickly said, well, Zeng, why don't you go back and discuss it with Madame Lu? With his wife? No problem, no need. Zeng Lauer knew his wife would agree without even asking, and she might even praise him for being smart. Mrs. Chen was speechless at this. She even suspected her daughter had drugged the man. Otherwise, why would he agree so easily? Wasn't he afraid of losing money? But Su Li had already considered this issue, so after Zeng agreed, she explained the pros and cons. Uncle Zeng, let's discuss it together. Speaking of business, mooncakes are food, and they don't keep for long. If they don't sell or something, they won't be returned. Zeng Lauer also grew serious when he mentioned this. Of course. Then Zeng Lauer paused for a moment, thinking, I just take 20 yuan today. 20 yuan, according to the price Su Li offered. Sweet ones were 1 cent each, and 2 salty ones were 3 cents. That wasn't a high cost, and even if they didn't sell, they could still be eaten at home. Zeng Lauer thought he'd give it a try, so he sent someone to the county today. He could then go around with a basket and ask around to see if he could sell any. Su Li naturally agreed, but Chen sure looked worried. Even before leaving, She tried to nudge Zheng Lao back home to ask for Lu Shi's opinion. Zheng Lao, however, was completely oblivious. His mind was preoccupied with explaining what kind of mooncakes these were, and what flavors they were. After the Su family's belongings were loaded onto the empty car, Qin Shi had no time for further discussion. She took her eldest daughter, and set off to the dock to sell food. Su Tao was left at home, helping Su Li make mooncakes, and playing with Lian Gu. Of course, no one knew who was actually playing. Su Li had barely turned a corner when, for some unknown reason, Su Tao had offended Lian Gu, causing the little girl to run to her in tears and complain. "Wow, fourth aunt, you're so mean. What's wrong?" Su Li picked up Lian Gu, whose face was covered in tears, and wiped her tears. However, no matter what Su Li asked, Lian Gu remained silent, only uttering, "Wow, fourth aunt, you're so mean." Su Li had no choice but to carry the little girl to her fourth sister, Su Tao, to see how she had bullied them. Just then, Su Tao ran into her in the yard, carrying a white gauze net. She was relieved to see Lian Gu there, but after seeing the little girl crying, she became a little confused and asked Su Li, "Why is she crying? What's that called?" "A thief crying stop thief." Su Li looked at her fourth sister and said quietly. Lian Gu came over and said, "You're mean." Su Tao, ? How could she be mean? She even cut up some mosquito netting to make a butterfly net, so she could help the little girl catch butterflies. How could she be mean? Seeing her fourth sister Su Tao like this, Su Li became curious about why Lian Gu said that. Lian Gu sobbed for a long time before pointing at Su Tao and saying, "Fourth auntie, you're catching butterflies. The butterflies are hurting. The butterflies are hurting." Su Tao said her heart was hurting. She made this butterfly net just to catch this butterfly, and her mother had pulled her ear and scolded her. Her little niece had actually called her mean, so angry. Su Li, watching from the side, couldn't help but find this a bit amusing, but then she remembered reading somewhere that children go through a period called the animus phase. During this period, children perceive everything as living and sentient, just like themselves. They generally don't need special treatment, and will eventually get better. Of course, some people even develop this as adults, but as long as it doesn't affect their lives, it's fine. "Okay, Lian Gu, stop crying. Fourth auntie won't catch any more, okay?" Su Tao was helpless, but she couldn't argue with the child. Seeing Lian Gu crying, she could only open the butterfly net and release the pink cabbage butterfly. Seeing the butterfly finally fly away, Lian Gu finally cheered up. She looked up at the butterflies dancing against the blue sky, her gaze rising higher and higher with them. The butterfly flew away. "You're happy now, aren't you?" "Yeah." "So is fourth auntie still a bad person?" "Not bad, fourth auntie." The two reconciled and agreed to go pick flowers together to make a wreath. Su Li also watched the butterfly gradually fly away, a gentle breeze caressing her cheek. For some reason, Su Li suddenly thought of her departed father and her eldest and second brothers. She wondered where they were now, and whether everything was going well for them. At this time, 100 miles away outside Yongchuan County, the Su family, father and son, marching north with the main force, were setting up camp and cooking. While they were supposed to be cooking, the only food they had was a bowl of thin soup and a pancake. The pancake was harder than a shoe sole, and could only be swallowed with water. Fortunately, the Su family, father and son, had not yet finished the pancakes they had brought with them. These days, they were living a much happier life than their fellow soldiers. So, the three of them each grabbed a guicue, a flatbread, stuffed it with some mushroom and meat sauce, and enjoyed a bowl of porridge, devouring it with gusto. It's hard to say how these guicue are made, but even after so long, they're surprisingly not hard at all, unlike the pretzels that were made from them, which were like rocks. And the mushroom and meat sauce is spicy and flavorful, with a distinct mushroom flavor. Stuffed inside the guicue, it's incredibly delicious. The three of them ate with great emotion, devouring a whole guicue. Su Qingshan ate the fastest, grabbing another after he finished. Su Qinghe was the most frugal, only eating half a guicue a day, and the rest of the time he just filled his stomach with the pretzels. So, he had the most leftovers. Seeing his second brother still eating, he silently clutched his bag. Seeing the three of them like this, the others couldn't help but gulp, but no one approached to ask for more. After all, everyone had brought food, but they eaten it all and didn't share it with anyone else. How could they possibly ask for more? Only Li Shujin and Li Shitu, father and son, felt a sense of indignation. "Dad, the Su family is so stingy." Li Shitu bit into the pancake in his hand, his face etched with discontent. He always shared his family's food with the three Su family members, and now that they finished theirs, they wanted some more, but the Su family wouldn't give them anything. How heartless. Li Shugen's face darkened. Eat yours. But he felt the same way. He thought the Su family had gone too far. Hadn't he apologized? Last time, it was his wife, Lu, who stopped him from going, not that he didn't want to go. Why couldn't they forgive him? Even though he and his son had saved him and his son, they had done their best to repay their kindness over the years. Why would they turn their backs on him now? As his wife had said, they were a bunch of ungrateful people who flattered the powerful and bullied the weak. He had been blind to trust them. Chapter 62. Back to Zhonglauer. After dropping off the Su family and everyone else heading to the county town, he tied his mule outside a familiar tea house outside the county town. He bought a bowl of tea and drank it before heading back to the town with his basket. Having worked as a peddler for a while in his earlier life, he knew where to sell these edibles. Without stopping, he headed straight for the alleys of West City. Delicious and affordable mooncakes, would you like some? Zhonglauer walked toward the crowd, hawking his wares from his basket. However, due to his size, the women he met shirked their contact. One woman even poured a basin of water on him, shouting, "Go away!" Then slammed the door shut. After asking several families, and seeing the same thing again, Zhonglauer felt a sense of frustration. As the sun rose higher and the heat grew, he felt like giving up. But the thought of returning like this still made him reluctant, so he simply lifted the cloth covering his basket and said to everyone he met, "Ladies, take a look at our mooncakes. They're delicious, affordable, and beautiful. If they don't taste good, you don't have to pay for them. You can buy one and try them. 2 coins each." Zhonglauer had learned this from Su Li, who had previously marketed them this way at the dock. As he spoke, he introduced the mooncakes, saying, "We have 5 nut-flavored mooncakes, with 5 different nuts for a rich and varied taste. We also have lotus seed paste and egg yolk-flavored ones, with a delicate lotus seed paste and plump egg yolk, perfect for both young and old. And the rose-flavored ones leave a delicious aroma in your mouth." There wasn't much else to it, but the fact that the mooncakes were rose-flavored piqued the curiosity of a newlywed woman. She had gone out with a neighbor to buy groceries, and was preparing lunch. Seeing this, she asked, "Hey, peddler, are the rose-flavored mooncakes made with rose petals?" Seeing someone paying attention, Zhonglauer quickly flattered, "Yes, young lady, it's made with roses. Would you like one? 2 cents. She had never tasted rose-flavored mooncakes before, and 2 cents wasn't expensive, so she hesitated. The man she was traveling with seemed to notice her hesitation and intervened, "Let's go home quickly." After that, he leaned closer to the young lady and whispered, "It's obvious he's not a decent person. It's better to go to a pastry shop if you want mooncakes." There were so many beggars these days. Not only children, but adults were easily abducted, especially young and beautiful women like this. A single drug could knock you unconscious, and when you woke up, you wouldn't know where you were. That would be a real tragedy. The young lady's eyes cleared a little after hearing this, but she still clung to the beautiful mooncakes in the man's basket. They even smelled rose-flavored. What did they taste like? "Sister-in-law, I'd buy one to try." Then the young lady turned to Zhonglauer and said, "Hey, peddler, give me a rose-flavored mooncake so I can try it. If it tastes good, I buy it." Zhonglauer had been about to leave, ready to give up, when the man called him. He quickly turned around, a genuine smile on his face. "Okay, wait a moment, madam." With that, he opened the basket and let the young lady help herself. A mooncake didn't need to be wrapped in oil paper, but he didn't want to touch it with his dirty hands. A few women nearby, seeing this, murmured, "It's quite pretty." But they didn't want to spend money on it. They could buy it at the store for 2 cents. Why buy something of questionable origin? "Sisters-in-law, come and try some too." The young woman, fearing her mother-in-law's scolding, thought she'd buy another mooncake and wanted to eat it all, so she divided it into several portions, one for each. The woman next to her felt a little embarrassed, and after a few awkward thanks, they took the mooncakes and began to eat. But after taking one bite, they were all stunned. The mooncake was surprisingly delicious, far better than any at the pastry shop. It had a rich, sweet texture, not at all greasy, and had a hint of rose fragrance. The rose filling inside was also particularly delicious. Not bad. Indeed. Quite fragrant. The women looked at each other, and one of them said, "How about we buy some too?" "I think so. You can buy a few to try." And so, just like that, the 20 mooncakes Zhonglauer had brought were divided among them. Some onlookers, seeing how quickly the mooncakes were selling, couldn't help but ask, "Will you come tomorrow? I want to buy 2 too." "Me too," Zhonglauer said happily. Come on, I come back tomorrow." He then wrote down how many mooncakes the customer wanted, and what flavors they wanted. He eventually calculated that he had already ordered around 20 more, most of them rose flavor. However, when Zheng Lao returned the next day, he discovered that those who had bought the previous day had come back to request other flavors, including the young woman who had first bought Zheng Lao's mooncakes. Yesterday I brought your mooncakes back to my mother-in-law and her family to try. They all said they were great. I'd like to order 30 of them as gifts in several flavors. The young woman then added, when you're done, I picked them up from your shop. By the way, where is your shop? She thought such delicious mooncakes must have come from a pastry shop in the county town. Unexpectedly, Zheng Lao said, there's no shop. My lady, I bring them to you someday if you want. No shop. The young lady was stunned. Then these mooncakes were made by your wife? Zheng Lao shook his head again. Not my wife, but a young woman from our village. She now sells food at the river estuary. So that's how it is. But none of that mattered, and the young lady didn't care. As long as the food tasted good, it was fine. She then discussed the price and time with Zheng Lao for a while before leaving. What goes around comes around, especially with food. As long as the food tastes good and the price is right, repeat customers will naturally follow. Zheng Lao directly ordered over 80 yuan worth of mooncakes that day. He then persevered, taking advantage of his free time to tour the county towns with his mule. In just 10 days, he'd taken orders worth 300 or 400 yuan, including the 1 or 2 yuan pieces he sold individually. He earned several hundred yuan, more than he earned in months of driving labor. That evening, Zheng Lao returned home exhausted. Lu had already heated up the food and brought him footbath water. Zheng Lao took a quick shower, soaking his feet in the basin while he ate, letting out a comfortable sigh. Lu sat beside him, lighting an oil lamp and meticulously counting the silver. As she did so, the corners of her mouth widened. Daddy, are we going to get rich? This is just the beginning. After a few days, after giving away mooncakes and collecting the remaining silver, we have to make that much. Zheng Lao gestured, his eyes gleaming with unconcealable pride. How much? 300 yuan? 3 liang. 3 liang, Madame Lu was shocked. That much? Zheng Lao, seeing his wife's surprise, nodded and said, that's right. In reality, he couldn't have earned that much originally, but he couldn't resist his diligence. He rode his mule cart to almost every village and town in the area, selling 1 or 2, and even delivering 10 or 20. Later, he discovered that many places with difficult transportation were in short supply, so he added other things to his sales. In the end, the total was more than he had earned in the previous 6 months. Hearing that he had earned 3 liang, Madame Lu was completely stunned. She murmured, so much? How could it be so unreal? You're stupid, haha. I was stupid too. Zheng Lao laughed and said that if Miss Su hadn't given the Huang family the mooncakes to sell, he might have earned even more. But speaking of it, the two families already had a good relationship, so it was normal for him to sell. Besides, he had a mule cart and could go more places. He should earn more anyway. Besides, Huang Lao was just a piece of wood. Whether he could sell it or not was a different matter. By the way, give the mule more food and water later. It's been hard at work following me around. Okay. That's as it should be. Also, for the Mid-Autumn Festival, in addition to sending gifts to your parents, and my son's teacher, let's also prepare some for the Su family. Okay. Mrs. Lu had no objection. They were able to earn money thanks to the Su family, so proper etiquette was still necessary. By the way, with the money I earned this year, I buy you a silver hairpin. Zheng Lao looked at Lu. For years, Lu had coveted the plum blossom hairpin on Lan's head. Unfortunately, life was tough, and the couple loved to eat, so they'd be eager to spend any money they had, leaving them with no money to buy Lu jewelry. So Lu always imagined that if she had money, she would definitely buy a silver hairpin. She kept thinking about it, and Zheng Lao finally remembered it. Okay, I make you a dress too, said Lu. Her husband had also wanted to make a nice dress for a long time, but he never had the money. Should we make 2 for our sons? Forget it, let's wait until they earn enough money to make them. I think that's fine. After they finished talking, the couple counted their silver several times, laughing for a long time, and finally went to bed late that night. Meanwhile, the Su family had made a decent profit from mooncake sales over the past few days, but the bulk of the money came from food sales. This was especially true today, when student Lin came to Su Li specifically for a birthday banquet. Just 2 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, a 5 liang deposit was given, and another 5 liang was left. Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wu had agreed to give this money to Su Li, and no one objected. Su Li not only saved some of it, but also used some to regularly buy meat, pork, mutton, braised or stir-fried. The family had grown several pounds of meat. Tonight, Su Li prepared another dish, mung bean and pork ribs with spicy and sour vermicelli noodles, which the family enjoyed with great delight. The ribs, with the delicate fragrance of mung beans and the aroma of meat, cleared away heat and relieved summer heat. The spicy and sour vermicelli noodles were appetizing and refreshing, and the soft, chewy texture was simply too much to eat. Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu, who were afraid of the heat at their age, each ate 2 bowls, and finally, they poured themselves a bowl of mung bean soup and slowly sipped it. The green bean soup was slurry, and especially suitable for the elderly. Su Tao devoured the ribs piece by piece, the bones falling out of her mouth instantly. Sometimes, feeling it wasn't tasty enough, she dipped them in the red chili oil that Su Li had prepared. After finishing them, her face was covered in sweat, and it was so red it looked like a red apple. Lian Gu was similar, munching on the ribs with great delight. Eldest sister Su Hong ate more politely by comparison, but perhaps because she was hungry, she ate more than usual tonight, especially when she tasted the hot and sour noodles. The sour and smooth taste made her want to stop. It's delicious. I'm so full. Me too. After dinner, Chin went to herd the chickens and ducks into their cages. We went to feed the pigs, Su Tao washed the dishes, and Lian Gu and Old Man Su fed the mules. Once everyone was done, they sat on a mat in the yard, gazing at the distant moon. Everyone felt incredibly happy. In a couple of days, we take a break. Qishan, you can take Daya, Siya, and Lian Gu back to your parents' home for a few days. Mrs. Wu suddenly spoke up. Her daughter-in-law had lived a hard life in their family for years, so busy with work that she rarely even went back. Now that things were getting better, Wu discussed it with Old Man Su and decided to let her take the children back for a few days to relax and unwind. As a married woman, who wouldn't want to go back to her parents' home, Mrs. Wu was deeply moved. Chapter 63. In reality, Wu Xiaodi was a woman without a mother's family. Her mother died of complications during childbirth when she was 3 years old. Within days, her father remarried a stepmother. How could she possibly treat her stepdaughter well? After marrying into the family, she abused and abused her. At the time, Wu Xiaodi's only wish was to leave that home, no matter where. So, getting married became her only hope. But would marriage truly be a good thing? Looking back, Wu Xiaodi realized it hadn't been all that great. After marrying, she hadn't really lived the life she hoped for, especially since her mother-in-law, Qi, was still alive. With only one son, she considered her husband her spiritual support. Any intimacy with him would be frowned upon, and she would then push more and more demanding tasks onto her while he was away. That's how she miscarried her first few children. She remembered lying in bed that day, listening to her mother-in-law scolding outside, silently weeping. But it was precisely her stepmother, whom she hated, who came to visit her, bringing eggs and brown sugar, hoping to make her feel better and help her scold her mother-in-law. The person Wu had hated for so many years ended up being the only person in her family who supported her. Afterward, her relationship with her stepmother improved considerably, and they lived peacefully for several years until her stepmother suddenly fell ill with tuberculosis. Her father and his sons refused to feed her, sending her to a house in the mountains where they collected firewood. When she heard about this, she crossed the mountains and rivers to bring her food. The plump woman, once a skilled hand at planting rice outside the house, had become reduced to a wrinkled layer of skin. Seeing her approach, she opened her cloudy eyes and forced a smile that sounded like she was crying. "Xiao Di, you're here," she said. "Don't be sad. This is all my karma." Wu Xiaodi reached out and wiped away a tear that had fallen from her eyes. "I'm not sad. I'm so happy you're dead." This time, her stepmother actually smiled. She seemed to have regained her strength, forcing herself to sit up and eat the food she had brought. However, she died within a few days. It's unknown whether she died in the middle of the night or in the morning. It was autumn, when maple leaves covered the mountains. From then on, Mrs. Wu never returned to her parents' home again. Having decided to take her daughters back, Mrs. Chen began preparing the items to take back. In addition to snacks and mooncakes, she also bought some cloth suitable for the 2 elderly people to make clothes, which she also prepared to take back. She also bought a few pounds of meat and a jar of wine specially bought by her father-in-law, Old Man Su. Then, she and her daughter set off on the country road to the Chen family's home. Qinjia village was about a dozen miles from Sujia village, neither far nor near. In the past, it would have taken Chen and her daughters a day and a half to walk back. Now, with the mule cart, they could reach the village in just 2 or 3 hours. This time, it was Old Man Su who had specially escorted them to Qinjia village. When they reached the village entrance, he dismounted the mule cart and said to Qin, "I pick you up in a few days." With that, he drove off without stopping. Qin watched her father-in-law leave without even a sip of water. She felt warmed by the thoughtful care her parents-in-law had given her. Few in the village could offer such kindness. Most couldn't bear to see their daughters-in-law well-fed and well-clothed. What they hated most was seeing their daughters-in-law carrying things back to their parents' home. Only her parents-in-law would, carrying so many bags and small, and even disdained if they didn't bring enough, considering it impolite. "Mother, where is this?" Lian Gu had just fallen asleep on the mule cart. When she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "This is your other great-grandfather's home. Mother told you about it before." Lian Gu had forgotten, but she still said, "Oh, do you want to get off and walk by yourself, or do you want me to carry you?" "I get off and walk by myself." Lian Gu had been eating well these days, and had gained a lot of weight. Her legs, which had been weakened by long-term malnutrition, had regained strength. Her favorite thing now was playing hide-and-seek with the children in the village. Su Hong didn't force her. "Okay, then, go by yourself. But don't get your new clothes dirty, or you won't have any new clothes to wear." Yes, the Su family all wore new clothes that day, especially Lian Gu, who looked adorable in her brand-new pink dress. Lian Gu nodded vigorously, indicating that she understood. It rained last night, and the roads were still a bit wet today. Chun, Su Hong, and the others changed into new clothes and were extra careful walking on the muddy road. Fortunately, the weather was good, and some areas had dried up, so they mostly didn't get dirty. Except Su Tao, of course. "I told you to go this way, but you refused and insisted on taking Lian Gu into the mud. Now you're done, aren't you?" Qin was furious when she saw the muddy spots on her daughter Su Tao's buttocks. Her new clothes, newly made, were already so filthy on her first day. Su Tao, knowing she was wrong, didn't dare to say a word, lowering her head like a quail and letting her mother scold her. "I just have to wait until we get to your in-laws' house to wash them." If Qin hadn't seen that they were about to reach her own parents' house, she would have scolded her. However, when Qin finally returned to her parents' home with her daughters, she found the house empty, no one inside. This shouldn't be happening. Qin walked around the house several times, noticing something strange. The kitchen was piled high with dishes, as if they hadn't been washed in ages. In the backyard, chickens and ducks were running around, unattended. Logically, given her mother's diligent nature, she wouldn't have left the dishes alone, nor would she have left the chickens at home without doing anything. And the iron lock on the door, it hadn't even been locked properly before it was locked. It was truly unlike her mother's style. Just as Qin was about to go out and ask the people she knew in the village about where her parents had gone, a girl about the same age as Su Li returned. Qin looked closely and saw that it was her niece, Sanya. Qin called out, "Sanya, where are your grandparents? Why aren't they home? And where are your parents?" The girl, named Sanya, was startled when someone called her. After seeing who it was, she timidly said, "Aunt, grandparents and my parents are out." That was nonsense. Qin knew her parents were out, but the question was where. However, her niece was known to be timid and cowardly, so she patiently asked again. Who knew that this time, the girl burst into tears, leaving Qin and Su Hong stunned? Then Sanya slowly recounted the events of the past few days, and they finally understood the cause. Chapter 64. This story begins with Qin's second sister-in-law, Yang, who recently returned to her parents' home. That day, Yang, carrying her holiday gifts, rode the village ox cart back home as usual. However, when the day came, there was no news. At first, Qin's mother, Mrs. Yu, thought her daughter-in-law might want to stay a few days longer, and it wasn't a big deal, so she didn't send her son to pick her up. But after a few days, there was still no news, not even a trace of her. She panicked and sent her son to see if something had happened at Yang's family home. Uncle Qin's second uncle was stunned again when he went. The Yang family member said Yang hadn't returned at all. It was bizarre. How could someone disappear in broad daylight? After returning, Uncle Qin discussed it with Old Man Qin and Mrs. Yu and decided to report it to the police. Then, trouble arose again. The Yang family member suddenly came back, claiming that Yang had returned and was now at home. Even the most clueless of Mrs. Yu and Old Man Qin sensed something was amiss, and questioned the Yang family member about their intentions, and why she hadn't returned. The Yang family member, seemingly fearing the Qin family would report the matter to the authorities, and also feeling the cover-up was becoming untenable, finally revealed the entire story. The final blow came when it became clear that during the few days Yang had been away, she had become involved with a traveling merchant who came to the north to collect silk from the villages. Of course, the merchant was none other than Yang's former lover. The two had been attracted to each other since their youth, but the merchant's mother refused to allow her son to marry into such a poor family. Consequently, the two were forced to separate, marry, and have children. Logically, the two should have ended their relationship, but the merchant's wife had recently died of a serious illness. Heartbroken, he left home and decided to collect a batch of silk to sell south. That's when he reunited with Yang. The two former lovers were so captivated by each other's affections. One remarked, "My wife hasn't changed at all," while the other remarked, "Your husband is still as handsome as ever." They exchanged glances, each wanting to be together again. However, Yang was already married and had several children, unlike the merchant, whose wife had just died, and whose family only had young children. Furthermore, Yang feared her husband would find out and cause trouble in their village, so they discussed it and decided to have Yang's parents lie and say they had never seen her. However, Yang's parents were timid and, although they initially followed Yang's story, they panicked when they heard the Chen family was going to report the matter to the police, fearing repercussions for themselves, and so they told the whole story. "I know it's our Yang family who has wronged you. We're willing to compensate your Chen family. There's nothing we can do about it. It's all bad karma. Why don't you, the in-laws, just let them be together?" Old man Chen and Mrs. Yu remained silent, their faces darkening to a frightening degree. Although the two men before him spoke pleasantly, how could Chen Lauer hold back his anger? "My son-in-law said he's willing to give your family 50 taels of silver." Bang! Chen Lauer slammed his palm down on the table, a loud thud. "Where are they?" Mother Yang was horrified. This. Father Yang, remembering his son-in-law's instructions to tell him, replied, "They're at home." So without a word, Chen Lauer went to the Yang family. Old man Chen and Mrs. Yu, fearing their son might mess things up in his impulsiveness, followed suit. Eldest and second brothers don't know yet. Grandma and Grandpa forbid us from telling them. Sonia was left at home to look after the house, but she was terribly panicked and unsure what to do. She kept going to the village entrance to see if her grandparents had returned, but she happened to stray from Chen's group on the way. After hearing this, Chen was stunned. It took her a long time to recover, then she started to panic. "How long have your grandparents been gone?" "Yesterday." If they were gone yesterday, why hadn't they returned today? Chen's heart began to race. She didn't have time to think about Yang's situation. She began to worry about her parents and second brother. After all, they weren't familiar with anyone in their own village, but in other villages, they didn't have any acquaintances. Everyone stuck together, and if anything really happened, it would be terrible. Thinking with this, Chen said, "I go check." "I go too." Su Hong followed behind. As for Su Tao, Su Li, Sanya, and Lian Gu, they were left at home to await news. Originally, Sanya wanted to go with them, but Chen sure wouldn't let her. "Wait for us at home. If we're not back by night, take your two sisters and your niece to the village chief and your two brothers." Sanya's two brothers worked at Fourth and Therai's shop and at a restaurant, respectively, and they didn't usually come home. Sanya nodded. With that, Chinshur left with her eldest daughter. By the time they returned, it was afternoon. Not only Chinshur and Su Hong, but also Chinshur's parents and her second brother, Chen Lao Er, had returned. Several people looked haggard and pale, as if they hadn't rested for a long time. Especially Chen Lauer. There was blood on the corner of his shirt, his face dark blue, his eyes fixed on one spot. He returned and dove into the house. Bang! The sound of a wooden door slamming shut. Old Chen also looked grim, sitting in the main room smoking a pipe. Mrs. Yu sighed even more. What a sin. "It's all our fault." Seeing this, Su Li hesitated to ask her mother, Chen, what had happened. But Chen suddenly spoke up. "This is really too much. Father and mother, why don't we report it to the authorities?" "Report it to the authorities? What authorities? Isn't this embarrassing enough?" Old Chen shouted without hesitation. Mrs. Yu also said, "You can't report it to the authorities. What would happen to your second brother if you did? If such a shameful thing were to get out, how would her son face it?" Moreover, she had secretly inquired while in the county, and just as that bitch Yang had said, she and Erlang didn't have a marriage certificate, nor had they registered it with the county government. According to the current laws of the Great Way, if there was no marriage certificate and no official registration, even if she had committed adultery, it wouldn't matter. To this day, Mrs. Yu still remembered the lawyer asking, "Why didn't you hire someone to write a marriage certificate?" "Why not? Mrs. Yu didn't know how to answer him. Could it be that before this, she had no idea what a marriage certificate was? She didn't even know how to write the word marriage certificate. In their village, wasn't it just a pair of red candles, a piece of cloth, and a few tables of people that constituted a marriage? Ah, that's your fault. The lawyer shook his head, as if it was old lady Yu's fault. Then he added, but it doesn't matter. There's another way. If you can come up with 80 taels of silver, I help you forge a marriage certificate, so you can win your case at the county government. Then, at the very least, you receive 60 taels of caning, or even 3 years of imprisonment and exile to the border. How about that? 80 taels? Old lady Yu felt as if she'd been burned by fire. She snapped back to her senses, and quickly waved her hand. We don't have that much silver. Even if they were sold, they wouldn't have it. Well, I don't think you have it either. There's nothing we can do. The lawyer waved his hand, indicating helplessness. Just then, a man nearby came over and called out to the lawyer, go away. You can talk to this old woman about anything. You're not going to make any money. Well, I'm just sitting around anyway. The man laughed. You really are quite bored. Is that all we can do? Chen said unwillingly. Old man Chen said nothing, and neither did old lady Yu. For a moment, the room was eerily quiet. If she wants to leave, let her go. From now on, just pretend that Daolong, Erlang, and Sonia don't have a mother. Suddenly, Chen Lauer's voice rang out from within the room. Then Chen Lauer emerged, saying, I still don't believe it. I can't live without her. Second uncle is right. Su Tao, perhaps understanding what was going on, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Chen, seeing this, glared at Su Tao. Su Tao shrank back. Chen then looked at Zheng Lauer and his parents. Dad, Mom, and Dad, why don't you eat first? You haven't eaten all day. Before he finished speaking, Chen Lauer said, Eat. After the meal was ready, Chen Lauer ate several large bowls straight from his bowl. If old man Chen hadn't called him back, he would have continued eating. Then I won't eat anymore. I'm going to chop wood. With that, Chen Lauer went inside, axe in hand, and began chopping wood in the yard. Mrs. Yu stood up, wanting to let her son in to rest, but old man Chen stopped her. Let him go. He's feeling bored, and he's afraid he'll get bored if he doesn't do anything. Mrs. Yu then stopped moving. After a quick meal, Mrs. Yu finally had time to talk to her daughter. She looked at the things her daughter had brought with a look of disapproval. Didn't I tell you not to take these things? What if your mother-in-law and the others are upset? Mrs. Chen said, they asked you to bring these. Mrs. Yu didn't believe it. Even if your mother-in-law asked you to bring them, you should have been more sensible. By the way, where are your son-in-law and his family? Why didn't they come with you this time? In previous years, when her daughter came, she would bring her son-in-law with her, but not this time. Chen then remembered that she hadn't told her mother about her husband and son going north, so she told Mrs. Yu and old man Chen. Mrs. Yu was stunned when she heard that her son-in-law and 2 grandsons had gone north. Saddened, she said, we didn't even know. They left in such a hurry, I didn't have time to tell you. Ah. With her second son having met with such a fate, and her son-in-law and grandson also having gone north with an uncertain future, was it really bad luck? Or was it just that the old man had committed too many sins? Mrs. Chen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, why do so many people have so many problems and hardships? It all comes down to poverty. If it weren't for poverty, her second sister-in-law wouldn't have run away with someone, and her husband and son wouldn't have had to leave their hometown to pursue a career. It's poverty that's caused all this trouble, and why we feel powerless to do anything about it. Mom, you and Dad should go get some rest. You didn't sleep last night. Chen's heart ached when she saw her mother, Mrs. Yu, looking exhausted. Mrs. Yu also rubbed her forehead. You need to rest. You know where the rice and vegetables are at home. I give you the key. You can take care of them tonight. Thank you for your hard work. Ordinarily, these things shouldn't be left to a married daughter. When a married daughter returns to her parents' home, she's considered a maid and doesn't have to work. But Mrs. Yu is exhausted, both mentally and physically. Perhaps he's old, not the same as he used to be. Mrs. Chen, however, had no qualms about what to do or not to do. Whether she was married or not, this was her home. You and Dad go and rest. I take care of everything else. Mrs. Yu finally felt relieved and went back inside. However, old man Chen was stubborn. No matter how much Chen tried to persuade him, he would just keep saying, I won't go. Why would I sleep in broad daylight? I won't sleep. Don't bother me. I'm not that old yet. Mrs. Chen saw this, and had no choice but to give up. Her father was very stubborn, and couldn't be easily persuaded. Since persuasion was futile, Chen gave up, and went to feed the chickens and ducks. After that, she swept the house and washed the clothes. Only when there was nothing left to do did she sit down and rest. Mrs. Chen was still chopping wood in the yard. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his forehead and temples were covered with sweat. But he seemed to know no fatigue and kept working. Chapter 65. Chen wanted to get him to come and rest, so she said to her daughters, "Go get your second uncle to rest. It's so hot out there, I'm worried he might get a heat stroke." Su Li and Su Tao were sitting under the eaves shelling beans. Upon hearing this, they put down their work and headed towards the courtyard. "Second uncle, have some water," Su Li said, looking at the man before her, tanned from years of hard work. Her memory lingered on his bright, dazzling eyes from his youth. The Chen family had beautiful eyes, and Su Li and Su Tao had inherited them. Back then, his second uncle seemed to have endless energy. He would follow the villagers around looking for work every day, and occasionally he would come to the Su family to see how they were doing. He always brought some fun little things with him. Chen told him not to bring any, but he wouldn't listen. So little Su Li and Su Tao loved this uncle dearly. But this uncle's life, so far, seemed to be the most difficult. He had always been in poorer health than the average child. Compared to the tall and strong Uncle Chen, second Uncle Chen was often ill. Furthermore, his family was poor, so when he reached marriageable age, he couldn't find a wife. Therefore, Old Man Chen and Mrs. Yu kept him at home, allowing Uncle Chen to become a live-in son-in-law of the Zhao family. The family then sold 2 acres of land to save enough money for him to marry his Aunt Yang. But after marrying his second Aunt Yang, Uncle Chen's life became even harder. Yang loved to be pretty and dress up but didn't want to work, so Uncle Chen was the only one who took care of everything at home and outside. Over the years, Yang hasn't changed much, but Uncle Chen doesn't look like his peers anymore. But Uncle Chen still has nothing else to say. He always smiles, and goes to work in the fields before dawn every day, and still works in the fields after dark. He relies on his diligence and his hands to support his children, so that his 2 sons can go to town to learn a skill, and so that his wife, parents can have enough food to eat. Su Li felt that such a person shouldn't have ended up like this, but she couldn't change anything in the world just by wishing it over. This realization made Su Li feel a little uncomfortable. "Yes, second uncle, you should rest for a while," Su Tao said, holding Lian Gu's hand. Lian Gu stared at the man in front of her with her eyes open, whispering, "Uncle, have some water." Second Uncle Chen finally stopped, and at that moment, all his strength seemed to have vanished. His shoulders slumped, and he looked dejected. The sun shone on the ground. He stood in the shadow beside the firewood pile without saying a word, then dropped his axe, and went back into the house. This time, he didn't slam the door shut again, but it felt more like he was slamming it shut. "Why isn't Uncle talking? What's wrong with him?" Lian Gu asked softly. Su Li explained, "Uncle is tired. He's not being silent on purpose." "Oh," Lian Gu said, understanding. After all, she didn't feel like talking when she was tired either. Besides Uncle Chen, this incident dealt a heavy blow to his 2 cousins as well. That evening, after learning the news from the county, they took leave and returned home. The 2 young men, who had assumed something serious had happened at home, were stunned when they heard their mother had run off with someone. Then, furious, they shouted that they wanted to find the adulterer to settle the score. But they were stopped by Old Man Chen. It wasn't that he didn't want them to go, but the adulterer was lying in bed in the clinic, unable to get up. Uncle Chen's years of hard work hadn't been in vain. Yesterday, he went and beat the adulterer to a pulp, leaving him with no flesh left. If it weren't for Mother Yu, who tearfully told him to think about his children, he probably would have beaten him to death. "Are you just going to let it go like this?" "Yes. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Mother myself. Does she really not want us anymore?" Chen Erlang stood up, and was about to leave. He didn't believe his mother didn't want them anymore. She said a few days ago that she brought him some delicious food after visiting Grandma's, and she promised to see him get married. She was a liar, a liar. "Stop. Don't you understand? Mother doesn't want us anymore. If that's the case, we just pretend we don't have a mother anymore," Chen Daong said with a sullen face. "Remember this, both of you. From now on, we only have father, not mother, okay?" The young man seemed to have made a resolution. He stood up and said to Uncle Chen Er's room, "Father, since Mother doesn't want us, we won't recognize her anymore. We be together forever. We work hard to earn money to support you. Don't be sad." After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. But Chen Dalong's expression remained unchanged. He finished speaking, then turned to his younger brother and sister-in-law. "Did you understand what I just said?" Chen Erlang nodded, I understand. Chin Samay wiped her tears and whispered, I understand. For a moment, the room was filled with endless silence and sighs. Because of Uncle Chin Air's incident, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival was destined to be turbulent for the Chin family. However, due to the Chin family's deliberate concealment, almost no one else in the village knew about it. They all thought Yang had returned to her parents' home. Even Chin San Yang and Uncle Chun, who had married a carpenter from the same village, only learned of the incident when they returned home to give holiday gifts. Dad and Mom, you're right. Such a big thing happened at home. Why didn't you tell us? Uncle Chin said, yes, at least let us go together to seek an explanation from the Yang family. That's right, Chin San Yang agreed. Okay, why bother asking for an explanation? Let's not talk about this anymore, Old Man Chin said. This wasn't a glorious thing, and if everyone knew about it, it would be the shame of their family. Chin San Yang shut up, but she felt uneasy. Uncle Chin felt the same way. Only Zhao, watching the fun from the sidelines, her eyes full of gossip, said, but Dad, even if we don't say anything, outsiders will know. Zhao's words were unpleasant to hear, but they were also true. The countryside was so small, and truth would come out. Mother Yang, however, disagreed. She looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with a warning. For the sake of their reputation, the Yang family will definitely not tell anyone. If anyone outside knows, it's you who spread the news. This was suggestive, and Zhao, feeling somewhat guilty, said, who would go around telling people about something like that? No, that's all the better. Anyway, just pretend you don't know about it from now on. Keep it to yourself, and don't mention it to the second son. Who should I tell? Chin San Yang said. Chin also said, I understand, mother. Only Zhao groaned, thinking that she'd tell her mother when she got home. Okay, get ready for dinner. You can go back this afternoon. I won't keep you here much longer this year. Mother, you said, a good Mid-Autumn Festival has been ruined like this. Chin San Yang, then I go get the second brother to come out for dinner. No need to call him. Let him rest. He come out when he's hungry. Mother Yu's words were spoken, and the others naturally followed suit. At the dinner table, after everyone was seated, Chin San Yang suddenly asked, Fourth sister isn't coming back this year? The fourth sister Chin San Yang was referring to was Chin Sin Yang, the one who married into the rice shop in town. Her in-laws have ancestral worship at Mid-Autumn Festival, so they won't be back, said Mrs. Yu, feeling rather upset. Even though she was a married woman, it was a little unreasonable for her daughter not to come back for Mid-Autumn Festival. It's the same thing every year, Chin San Yang muttered. She said it was Sin Yang's mother-in-law who looked down on the Chin family, which was why she wouldn't let her return and never socialize with their poor relatives. Alright, even eating can't stop you talking, said Old Man Chin. He was clearly getting impatient with this conversation. If it weren't for the presence of his grandchildren, he had been on the verge of losing his temper. I'm just asking. Chin San Yang shut up. The meal was completely bland. Afterward, Zhao and Uncle Chen were about to leave. They were still busy slaughtering pigs. There were so many people slaughtering pigs during the festival that they couldn't handle it all. Before leaving, Chin said to her third sister, Chin San Yang, third sister, remember, go back and tell your third brother-in-law I'm going to tell you about that. Chin San Yang waved her hand. I understand. I have your third brother-in-law and your nephew come over to help you when the time comes. Okay. Chin had originally come with another purpose, to get her eldest and second brothers, as well as her sister and brother-in-law, to come over to her house and help build a new house and 2 kangs. Last time, her husband and son had simply cut some thatch to reinforce it, but now, after a few rains, it was leaking again. This time, Chin and her mother-in-law discussed replacing the thatch with tiles and reinforcing the mud walls to keep it warm even when winter arrived. You know, the Su family used to struggle through every winter, and coupled with the scarcity of winter supplies, they almost couldn't get out of bed one year. If it weren't for Mrs. Wu waking up and seeing something was wrong, quickly lighting a fire and boiling water, Su Hong, Su Tao, and Su Li might have been gone. So, with the money they earned this year, the first thing they had to do was repair the house. To this end, Chin discussed it with her parents-in-law and decided to call in acquaintances from the village for help. Furthermore, Chin would ask her eldest brother, second brother, and third sister to come along after she returned to her parents' home. The wages would be paid as usual, a standard practice in the countryside. However, Chin hadn't expected to encounter this very situation upon her arrival. She didn't immediately mention the need for repairs, so she waited until everyone was about to leave. After speaking with her third sister, Chin went outside to discuss the matter with her eldest brother, Uncle Chin. Upon hearing that her younger sister was planning to build a house, Uncle Chin readily agreed. Okay, just name a date and I make time. Sister Zhao, standing nearby, also changed her usual attitude and said enthusiastically, yes, younger sister, we're all relatives. Why are you being so polite? Just let me know when the time comes, and I bring your niece to help you. The sun was rising from the west, and Uncle Chen was stunned, not to mention Chen herself. However, she didn't think too much of it and said, thank you very much, sister-in-law. You're welcome. We're all family, and we should help each other, Zhao said with a smile. Only Su Li felt something was amiss with her aunt. Not to mention that she always looked down on her family, never even had a friendly face. But these past 2 days, no matter what Su Li did, her aunt had always seemed attentive and concerned. Furthermore, Su Li often felt someone was watching her, and when she turned around, she see her aunt staring back. Once or twice was fine, but the constant occurrence was unbearable. And then, there were her 2 cousins, for some reason, who knew what had gone wrong, coming to give Su Li a hairpin. Of course, they only gave it to Su Li, not Su Tao, so Su Tao kept whispering to Su Li. Who cares? Thinking of this, Su Li suddenly remembered what her third brother had said last time. Her cousin had come home, looking around and asking him what he did with the pig intestines. Combined with the events of the past 2 days, Su Li gradually formed a hypothesis, but she kept it to herself. Chapter 66. Soon, most of the people had left. Before leaving, Chen Sanyang specifically invited her nieces, Su Hong and Su Li, to visit her home when they were free. Su Li and Su Tao happily agreed. Speaking of that Mid-Autumn festival, despite the incident with Chen Er's uncle, the relationship between Chen Sanyang and Chen Shi improved significantly. Remember, Chen Shi's insistence on marrying a soldier had devastated their relationship. Chen Sanyang couldn't understand why her younger sister chose to live a hard life when she had a good life, while Chen Shi felt that her elder sister despised the poor and loved the rich. She also couldn't stand Chen Sanyang's scolding every time they met, as if she had done something wrong. Over time, the 2 sisters, though clearly sisters, gradually drifted apart. Over the years, even when Chen Shi was short of money, she never approached Chen Sanyang, and Chen Sanyang did the same. When they met again during this Mid-Autumn festival, Chen Sanyang heard that her eldest niece had returned home with her daughters, and that her brother-in-law and nephew had gone north, their fate uncertain. So she took the initiative to speak with Chen, and the 2 sisters reconciled. Seeing her eldest brother and third sister leave, Chen turned back to the courtyard, intending to pack her things and take her daughters away. She happened to run into her mother, Mrs. Yu, who had gone out to look for her. Mother Yu saw that everyone else had left and waved to Chen, "Come in." Thinking something had happened to her mother, she followed, only to find that Mrs. Yu had handed her the things she had brought back to her unopened. "I keep the wine and mooncakes you brought for your father. You can take these fabrics back." Mother Yu handed over the green bundle. "Mother, these are for making clothes for you and your father." "I don't want them." Chen refused. For years, her family was so poor that she couldn't even make a decent dress for her parents. Now that she finally earned some money, she wanted to show her filial piety, but her mother, Mrs. Yu, wouldn't let her. "I know you're filial, but I asked your third sister. This material isn't cheap. You should take it back and return it. Having money on hand means you're not worried. Don't be so reckless. Spend less and you have less. Spend frugally. The world is so turbulent these days." Mrs. Yu had no other wishes in her life. She only wanted her sons, daughters, and grandchildren to be safe and sound. She was content with that. Fine clothes were superficial, meant for show, and she didn't care. The one she was wearing had been comfortable for decades. "Mother." Chen wanted to say more, but Mrs. Yu made the final decision. Chen had no choice but to take the material back. But she was thinking about making clothes out of it and giving them to her parents, so they wouldn't be able to refuse. "On the day you're renovating the house, your father and I will go if we have time, but it depends on your second brother." At this point, Mother Yu couldn't help but sigh. Her son had refused to leave the house for several days, and she had to bring him food every day. She was really worried he'd become depressed. After all, Mother Yu knew how much he protected Yangshi in the past. "It's okay, Mother. If you can't come, I ask other people in the village to help." Okay. That was the only way, but Mother Yu still wanted to help if possible, so her daughter could save some money. She had heard her daughter say that hiring people would cost at least a few dozen coins a day, and they would have to cover food and drinks, which was still a considerable amount. Although her daughter said she earned a lot of money from buying food, Mother Yu didn't quite believe it, thinking she was just saying it to reassure her. Chen said goodbye to Mrs. Yu and went to say goodbye to her second brother. "Second brother, I'm leaving. Get some rest. No sound came from behind the closed door. Chen then asked Su Hong and Su Tao to come and say goodbye to her second uncle. Second uncle, we're leaving. Uncle, the geese are leaving. Still no sound. Su Hong and Su Tao looked at Chen, who was also helpless. The few of them had no choice but to leave. At the village entrance, Old Man Su was already waiting. The afternoon sun was still scorching. He stood under a large tree, chatting with the old man next to him. It was unclear what they were talking about, but both old men had smiles on their faces. Seeing Chen and the others emerge, he quickly led the mule over. Grandma. Liangu rushed over and hugged Old Man Su's legs. She hadn't seen him for so long, and she missed him. Old Man Su sighed happily and carried Liangu onto the mule cart. Does Liangu miss Grandma? Yes. At this moment, Su Tao suddenly approached from behind and said, Grandpa, I miss you too. Old Man Su smiled. Okay, Grandpa misses you too. Come on in the car. Your grandma has something delicious waiting for you at home. What delicious food? Su Tao was puzzled. You find out when you get back, Old Man Su said, deliberately keeping it a secret. Su Tao pestered Old Man Su all the way home, even when they were almost home. Su Li then asked, Grandma, have you stewed the chicken? Old Man Su smiled. Wuya's nose is still sharp. Su Tao quickly raised her head and sniffed the air. It really smells like chicken soup. This time, she didn't want to ride the mule cart anymore. She quickly jumped off and headed home. Liangu had a nap, and when she saw Su Tao get off, she also insisted on getting off and followed behind. Under the setting sun, the two figures skipped and skipped through the fields. Back at the Su residence, as expected, Mrs. Wu had already stewed the chicken and set the table, waiting for Su Li and the others to return for dinner. Su Li and Su Tao were hungry from their journey, so they washed their hands and began to eat. Before that, Su Li had even picked up a few pickled beans and young ginger she had soaked recently. She circled the beans and cut them into evenly sized dice, while the ginger was thinly sliced. A delicious, sour and spicy side dish was ready. Add a bowl of warm sweet potato rice and 2 spoonfuls of skimmed, fragrant chicken broth. Eating it with the pickled beans and young ginger, sips of soup and rice, was a truly delicious experience. After everyone finished their meal, they each showered. Then, they took their bamboo mats and set them in the courtyard. They washed a few refreshing cucumbers, and placed a few mooncakes made by Su Li on the stone table. The family sat or lay down to admire the full moon. Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su fanned mosquitoes with palm leaf fans. Mrs. Chen held her granddaughter, and taught her to identify the stars Altair and Vega. Su Hong consulted Su Li about making mooncakes, as she still had some questions. Su Tao, a glutton, quickly devoured a cucumber and then reached into the plate, picking up a mooncake and splitting it in half. Seeing her favorite filling in the middle, she beamed with joy and devoured it in a matter of seconds. Then, she reached for another, but it wasn't her favorite. She started asking if anyone wanted any, but when no one else tried, she ate it herself. Eat less. If you eat too much, you have indigestion tomorrow. Mrs. Chen saw her daughter had eaten 2 bowls of rice that evening, then started eating so much again not long after. She looked disapproving. Su Tao could already sense it, but she was stubborn. No, I can eat. Perhaps because she was so hungry before, Su Tao couldn't control herself when she was given food. You know, every time she finished eating, she'd think about eating less next time, but then the same thing would happen again, which really bothered her. The cool night breeze blew through the courtyard, shrouded by a starry sky. Su Li couldn't help but smile at the sight. Happiness seemed to be embodied in that moment. Her only regret was that her father and 2 brothers weren't home. Otherwise, who knows how happy and blessed the family would be. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Chinjiao village, Chen Sanyang returned home and told Ma Laosi, her 5th sister, that she planned to ask her husband, Ma Laosi, to help build a house in a few days. Ma Laosi was somewhat surprised. First, he was surprised that Chen Sanyang and the Chen sisters had become close again, and second, he was surprised that the Su family could afford to build a tiled house. You know, there were some families in the village who built tiled houses, but they were very rare. Moreover, the Su family that Chen Wunyang married into were military households. Isn't it said that military households are so poor that they can't even afford to eat? My little sister and her family are selling food at the docks now, and they earn some money, Chen Sanyang said. Ma Laosi then uttered an "oh." No wonder, it's just that building a house, a tiled one at that, would cost quite a bit of money. Is it feasible? I think since my younger sister has asked you, as her husband, should take your son with you to help. If the money isn't enough, you can help out. Ma Laosi nodded. Yes, that's what I should do. They haven't asked us for anything in all these years, but now that they asked, we should help. I take my son and a few of my apprentices with me. Chen Sanyang finally felt relieved. She had been worried her husband would be upset when he heard about this. What's the big deal? We're family, your family is my family too, said Ma Laosi. You're the only one who knows how to talk. Chen Sanyang grumbled. The couple exchanged words and glances, giving their sons, Ma Da and Ma Er, who were showering in the yard, goosebumps. Their parents always ignored their affection, and they felt helpless. Over there, it was a completely different scene. While her husband was away, Zhao had summoned her 2 daughters, and told them to secretly watch Su Li prepare pig intestines when they had the chance. The 2 sisters had already been unhappy about their mother's orders to please their little cousin, Su Li, and now, upon hearing they had to secretly learn how to cook, their expressions fell. Seeing her daughter's reluctance, Zhao gritted her teeth and said, whoever learns first will get new clothes. Chen Hongmei and Chen Hongxiao's eyes lit up when they heard about new clothes. You know, seeing their cousin Su Hong, Su Li, and Su Tao all wearing new clothes these past 2 days, they must have felt incredibly upset. It was a terrible feeling to think that people who were once inferior to them in every way were now living better than them. Don't worry, mother. We definitely learn it. Yes, mother. Don't worry. It's just learning how to cook. What's so difficult about it? After all, they were the ones who cooked at home. They even thought that making pig intestines wasn't that difficult. They could make it without learning. After all, if their little cousin could do it, so could they. Last time, it had been mother's haphazard way of making it, which was why it failed. If they had followed their method, it would definitely work. It was undeniable that their train of thought was surprisingly consistent, truly proving the saying that birds of a feather flock together. Su Li, however, was unaware of this. Early the morning of the second day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, she had already gone to the Lin family to prepare a banquet. Today was Lin Jing's birthday party. He had booked it with Su Li a week in advance, even paying the deposit in advance. Naturally, Su Li was putting all her effort into preparing the dishes, and not disappointing him. She prepared dishes such as Lin Jing's famous stir-fried pork intestines and squirrel-crested mandarin fish, as well as roasted lamb, white-cut chicken, crab roe tofu, winter melon meatball soup, and stir-fried cabbage. Chapter 67. Lin Jing had the kitchen staff prepare the necessary dishes early on, and by the time Su Li arrived, the kitchen was already stocked with everything. All the dishes are ready for you. Miss Su and Miss Chen, if you need anything, please call me. Butler Lin said, as he thoughtfully escorted Su Li and Chen to the kitchen door. He was doing all this because of Master Lin's orders. While he didn't know why Master had been so devoted to the eldest young master lately, as a butler, he simply followed his master's orders, and didn't have much to do with anything else. All he needed to know was that the eldest young master's status in Master's heart was growing. Okay, thank you, Steward Lin. Ms. Chen replied, trying to appear calm. Although she still looked a little uneasy, she felt much better than her last visit to the Chow family. It's true that many things become familiar the second time they're there. A rich man's house becomes familiar the more you visit it. Then I'd be leaving first. Steward Lin left, and a maid led the 2 into the kitchen. In the kitchen, several men with large bellies were cooking, filling the air with smoke. The man with the largest belly gave Su Li and Mrs. Chen a cold look before turning away, seeming to be unwelcome to their arrival. Su Li pretended not to notice, and followed the maid to her table. However, upon arriving, she checked the ingredients and discovered there was no mutton. Chen, somewhat anxiously, asked, "What should we do?" "It's okay, mother. I go ask." After that, Su Li went to find the maid who had brought her in. The maid seemed to know something, her face troubled. She recalled the unpleasant words she had heard in the kitchen, and after a long pause, she whispered, "It seems Chef Wang took it." After saying this, she glanced cautiously at the person. Chef Wang? Su Li followed his gaze, and saw that it was the man who had just rolled his eyes at her and her daughter. "What should we do then? Without mutton, you can't make roasted mutton. It's one of the most important dishes for lunch today." The woman couldn't afford to offend Chef Wang, nor could she afford to offend the person the steward had brought in. So she said, "Young lady, please wait a moment. I go ask the steward." Housekeeper Lin was surprised. Just as she was returning to her room to get a sip of water, she saw the woman approaching. "Why aren't you in the kitchen?" Housekeeper Lin said unhappily. The woman lowered her head and rolled her eyes, thinking, who would come to you if there's nothing wrong? But despite this thought, she still told the truth about what happened in the kitchen. Housekeeper Lin frowned. Didn't I tell you that the dishes over there are for the young master's banquet today? The woman stared at her feet and said nothing. She was just a small kitchen servant. These things were not her responsibility. Housekeeper Lin seemed to know he couldn't get any more information out of him, so he stood up and said, "I go check." He then went to the kitchen. "Wangda, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to touch the mutton?" Chef Wang seemed to have anticipated his arrival. He put down his spoon and said, "Housekeeper, it's not that I need it. Madam sent the maid this morning to say that the second young master has been studying hard lately, and asked me to make some mutton for him to nourish him. That won't be that much." The eldest young master was having a party, so housekeeper Lin had specially bought half a lamb. Even if the second young master wanted to eat, there would be more. Originally, it wasn't that much, but Madam asked us to make it all, and give some to the teacher at the young master's private school. Chef Wang, using the chicken feather as a token of support, spoke with a perfectly innocent air. Butler Lin finally calmed down after hearing this, realizing that things weren't as simple as he imagined. But he still didn't want to bring this up before the master. He looked at Chef Wang. "How much is left? There must be some, right?" "No." Chef Wang didn't pretend, but spread his hands, looking helpless. Butler Lin pointed at the mutton on the cutting board. "What's that?" Chef Wang said. "That's already been cut. I guess you can't make roasted mutton." Butler Lin gritted his teeth and said, "All right." He swallowed his anger and walked over to Su Li, saying, "Miss Su, wait a moment. You can make the other dishes first. I bring the mutton over later." Su Li nodded, "Okay." So they began to prepare the other dishes. Today's dishes weren't particularly demanding and easy to make. Quickly, she killed and fried the mandarin fish, then steamed the crabs. She cooked the chicken, removed the crab roe and set it aside. She then cut the pork intestines, cabbage, and tofu into pieces. Once all the appetizers were ready, Su Li decided it was almost time to start cooking. She first cut the cooked poached chicken into pieces, and then prepared the sauce. The ginger and scallion sauce wasn't as fragrant as the chili peppers, but it was not only fragrant, but it also brought out the aroma of the chicken. One bite was so delicious, it was almost overwhelming. After cutting the chicken, Su Li washed the pot and began to make the sweet and sour sauce that was the essence of the mandarin fish. The fried mandarin fish only needed to be drizzled with the bright red sauce. She finished and told the waitress to take it away. Next came the crab roe and tofu. Mid-Autumn Festival crabs were truly plump. I don't know where Mr. Lin bought them from, but they were so large and lively that my mother, Chen, almost got her hand pinched while washing them. The steamed crabs were plump with roe and fragrant. Once stewed with tofu, the aroma practically filled the entire kitchen. Everyone else couldn't help but look over. Even Chef Wang's initial disdain faded, though at the same time, a gleam of hostility welled up in his eyes. The crab roe tofu was ready and taken away, followed by the winter melon meatball soup, stir-fried cabbage, and stir-fried pork intestines. By the time everything was done, the lamb still hadn't arrived. Su Li couldn't help but feel anxious. If it didn't arrive soon, she wouldn't have to make this dish for lunch. Thankfully, the lamb arrived soon, and Su Li didn't bother with anything else but quickly began preparing it. Roasting lamb isn't difficult, the main thing is the marinating. After slicing the lamb, add salt, sugar, pepper, oil, and ginger water and marinate until done. Once marinated, stir-fry it with scallions. This dish focuses on the tenderness of the lamb, the rest is irrelevant. The cooking time is crucial. Su Li didn't panic because of the time crunch. Instead, she waited until the lamb was at its peak flavor before removing it from the wok and handing it to the maid, who was clearly impatient. The maid then turned and left with the roasted lamb, her steps so swift that it seemed as if a dog was chasing her. However, compared to the bustle of the kitchen and the servants, Lin Jing was at ease in the waterside pavilion of the Lin mansion, enjoying his meal to the fullest. Today, Lin Jing had invited all his close friends from the county school, most of whom shared a room there, a total of 6 people. Not long ago, after learning that Lin Jing had invited the woman who made the stir-fried pork intestines from the dock to his house for his birthday, they all clamored to come and eat. You know, before this, they hadn't really wanted to come to the Lin family. Firstly, it was because of Lin Jing's stepmother. She looked at them with a strange look, but they had to endure it for Lin Jing's sake, but they still felt uncomfortable. Secondly, it was because of this that they felt particularly uneasy. So, when they heard that Lin Jing was hosting a banquet at his home for his birthday, they were a little reluctant to come. But when they heard that the cook would be Miss Su, they agreed without hesitation. The reason was simple. They hadn't eaten Miss Su's food during the Mid-Autumn Festival and had been missing it. They were used to the bland food in the dining hall and didn't think much of it, but after trying Miss Sue's food, they couldn't go back. They even craved it morning and night, but they never had the chance. The wharf was far from the county school, and Miss Sue only sold lunch, leaving them when she was done. Sometimes they were late getting home from school and couldn't make it. Lin Jing was lucky, having servants and book boys to run errands. Most of their families weren't that wealthy, and even the 1 or 2 servants they had were busy with household chores, so they didn't have the time to keep them busy. This white-cut chicken is delicious. Brother Zhu, Brother Lu, you two should try it. Lin Jing ate while inviting his classmates to eat. The chicken was truly delicious and incredibly tender. He had never tasted chicken so tender and smooth before. The aroma of chicken filled his lips and teeth with each bite, and then dipped into the accompanying sauce. The fragrance of scallions and ginger wrapped around the chewy, bright yellow chicken skin was simply divine. Chapter 68. Hearing this, the others nearby reached for the boiled chicken, their chopsticks reaching out. So tender. Indeed. Several took a bite of the chicken and exclaimed in admiration. One said, the sauce makes it even more delicious. After that, several others followed suit. Even those who didn't like ginger couldn't help but admit that the chicken dip was truly delicious. Not only was there the boiled chicken, but there was also the squirrel mandarin fish. Lin Jing had only had this dish once, a time his father had reserved for him. He loved it the first time he ate it, and after learning it was from Su Li, he specifically requested it. Sure enough, the squirrel mandarin fish didn't disappoint. The crispy, flavorful coating enveloped the juicy, tender fish, making it impossible to stop eating. There was also the roasted lamb. The lamb was cooked to perfection, with an alluring color and a tender texture. A bite of lamb and a mouthful of scallions, combined with a few steamed buns to wrap it up, was truly delicious. Everyone who came today was a foodie, and seeing Lin Jing's eating style, they followed suit. They devoured a dozen or so large steamed buns, leaving not a drop of soup on their plates by the end. The crab roe tofu was especially delicious, leaving the plate cleaner than his face. This was all thanks to one of Lin Jing's classmates from the north, who couldn't handle spicy food. He fell in love with the crab roe tofu from the first bite. The tender and smooth texture was so good he couldn't resist devouring it in one spoonful or two. After the meal, several of them collapsed onto lounge chairs in Lin Jing's courtyard, all looking satisfied and comfortable. Lin Jing was also very pleased. You know, he had been a little nervous beforehand. After all, while Miss Sue's dishes were delicious, he had only tried a few of them, and didn't know how the others would taste. Plus, since he was hosting a classmate today, he couldn't afford to let them eat well, so he was worried. But just as he was finally relieved, he ate the most, stopping only when his stomach was full. It was undeniably delicious. Thinking of this, Lin Jing couldn't help but think that he would have to thank Madame Su later. However, by the time he was done with his side, Su Li and her mother, Chen, had already left. In the county town, after finishing the banquet, Su Li and Chen wandered around and arrived at Aunt Shen's residence on North Street. A few days ago, Su Li had asked Aunt Shen to help her keep an eye out for stalls in the county town, and today they happened to have some free time to check it out. Why are you here? Come in and have a seat. These days, Shen has been selling vegetarian cakes at the nearby temple entrance. Sales have been good, so she returns home early every day. Seeing the two of them approach, she greeted them happily. Then she turned to a girl about Su Li's age, who was bending over for something in the yard and said, Dia, go get a stool for Aunt Chen and sister to sit on. No need to bother. Chen quickly declined. It's no trouble. Come on in. You're a rare guest. Mrs. Chen smiled, and she wasn't kidding. She already invited Mrs. Chen to her house several times, but she always been busy and declined. Mrs. Chen smiled as she and Su Li entered. The Chen residence wasn't large, just a small courtyard with a few side rooms. The end was visible at a glance, but despite its small size, it had everything. The courtyard contained not only a persimmon tree, but also many flowers and plants. The persimmon tree, now laden with bright yellow persimmons, was a delightful sight. Furthermore, the courtyard was neatly arranged with all sorts of belongings, a testament to the family's ability to live a good life. Su Li looked at the house with envy. It was a great place, conveniently located, not far from the main street, making it incredibly convenient for shopping and other activities. Unfortunately, even a small house like this cost over 100 taels of silver, an unattainable expense for Su Li, who only had 15 taels, 3 chien, and 100 won. No wonder they say housing is the biggest mountain weighing on the heads of the poor. It's simply unaffordable. What could Su Li do with 15 taels of silver? She could buy a few hundred kilograms of grain, a few hundred kilograms of pork, or, with luck, 3 mules and 2 cows, but that was all. Su Li remained undaunted. She believed that with hard work, she would eventually be able to afford a large house. Over here, Shindaya carefully carried a stool into the yard and scurried away, like a startled animal. Chen and Su Li had long known that Anshin's daughter had intellectual disabilities, so they didn't make a fuss. Don't be afraid, Daya. This is Aunt Chen and Sister Ali. They come to play with you. Shindaya, who had run into the kitchen, poked her head out. Her clear, bright eyes were beautiful. She glanced at Su Li, then at Shinshur, still a little frightened and afraid to come out. Shinshur didn't force her, but waved. "Da, you're so good. Go pick some persimmons for them, okay?" Persimmons? Upon hearing this, Shindaya stopped hiding and happily ran out, happily picking persimmons under the persimmon tree. She picked persimmons haphazardly, picking several that were still green. She stuffed them into her mouth without washing them, then spat them out with a bitter face. It was only after Shinshur helped pick a few red ones that they finally got to eat the good ones. Shinshur brought the washed persimmons over to Shinshur and Su Li. "Here, try them. There are a lot of persimmons this year." Chen felt a little embarrassed. These persimmons were obviously grown for sale, yet someone washed them and gave them to her to eat. "Thank you very much." Then Chen spoke of today's events. "I asked around for you. Someone in the East Market has quit their job and has a spot. You could sell there, but it's far from West Street and usually sells vegetables. Selling food there might be hard. It's better to go to Zhuangyuan Street near the county school." "That's a good option, but I asked, and they told me you have to pay 200 won a month, and there's a special person to collect the money." Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Li had asked Aunt Shin to find out. Now that her family had grown and her eldest sister was able to manage things on her own, Su Li wanted to set up a food stall in the county. However, Su Li hadn't expected the county stall to cost so much money. "Wasn't it just a few in a day? So expensive?" Chen exclaimed. Shin nodded in agreement. "Who says it's not? But we ordinary people can't do anything about it. The higher-ups are trying to collect the money, so we have no choice but to pay." This was why Shin had traveled all the way to the dock to set up her stall. Her daily earnings simply weren't enough to pay the bill. She also wanted to save some money to buy the house, so she and her daughter would have somewhere to live in the future. Chen looked at Su Li, as if trying to tell her to give up. Life at the dock was good. There were regular customers every day, and the risk wasn't great, no matter how much she earned. It was enough for the family, and there was no need to take such a huge risk by coming to the county town. Su Li, however, disagreed. Although she was surprised by Aunt Shin's mention of the 200 won tax, she felt that she would have to come to the county town sooner or later, so it didn't matter if she came sooner or later. You know, if she had 50 taels of silver right now, she'd want to open a restaurant in the county. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that much money. Her family needs to renovate their house soon, which would cost at least 7 or 8 guan of silver. She doesn't know if her mother and grandmother have enough. If not, she'd definitely have to spend the money she's saved. "Where is Zhuangyuan Street?" Su Li asked. Hearing her words, Shin knew the matter was settled. It was strange, the man was about the same age as her daughter, yet Shin felt she had the final say in the Su family. Perhaps it was after hearing that the food was prepared by Su Li. In any case, Shin instinctively said, "It's perfect. It's not far from here. I take you there." With that, she stood up to wipe her daughter's mouth and wash her hands, apparently intending to take Shindaya with her. Also, Shin usually didn't take her daughter with her because it was inconvenient to go out to buy food, but today she could. And so, the four of them went out together. On the way to Zhuangyuan Street, Chen bought Shindaya a string of candied haws and a bag of winter melon candies. She had originally intended to buy some for Su Li, but she refused. "You too, why waste all that money?" Shin felt extremely embarrassed. That bag of candied haws and candied haws cost 20 won. To sweeten Daya's mouth. Chen and her daughter had hurried in, and only when they reached the door did they realize they had arrived empty-handed. She felt a little embarrassed, so she bought the things. She's already this old. Why is she still so sweet? Shin smiled, but her eyes showed she was extremely happy, and her enthusiasm was even greater. She introduced Chen and Su Li to anything new she saw, mostly about shops opening over there. Until they passed a shop selling incense and candles. "Have you seen that shop? I heard the man there slept with his mother, and is even threatening to divorce her." Shin glanced at Su Li and her daughter, who was enjoying a candied haws, and lowered her voice to Chen. But her attempt at lowering her voice was in vain. Su Li still heard it. Is this exciting? Su Li couldn't help but glance around the shop several times. Gossip is human nature. However, Shin didn't realize her words had been heard. She continued, at first no one knew. They just heard the man was threatening to divorce his wife, saying she hadn't given birth to a son, and that their family would be extinct. But then, in a fit of rage, the wife told everyone about him and his mother sleeping together. Now the whole neighborhood is talking about it. Shin's eyes flickered with gossip, and she spoke with increasing enthusiasm, unaware that Su Li, drawing closer, had overheard everything. Wouldn't this be outrageous even in modern times? Su Li grew increasingly shocked as she listened. Chen shouted even louder, "What? He's sleeping with his mother? Sister, keep your voice down." Shin quickly glanced at Su Li, then at her daughter. Remembering her daughter was still there, Chen quickly whispered, "Is this true?" She had never heard of a father-in-law sleeping with his mother, but she had heard of a father-in-law climbing into his daughter-in-law's bed. When her sister, Mrs. Mo, told her about it, she nearly vomited and didn't eat for 2 days. "Of course it's true," Shin said, but out of consideration for Su Li, she said a few words and stopped talking. Only when they passed another shop did Shin regain her composure and say, "The wontons at this wonton shop are delicious. You should try them when you have time." Su Li looked over and saw a bustling shop. Although it wasn't even night yet, groups of people were already gathered outside, waiting to eat. The wontons were made by a couple, who looked quite elderly. The old man cooked the wontons, and the old woman served them. Shin added, "They're both pitiful people." Their son had already passed the imperial examination, but on his way to the capital to take the exam, he was attacked by robbers and had his leg broken. That was indeed quite pitiful. Su Li averted her gaze. And so, Shin walked along, chatting about the latest happenings in the county. After about half an hour, she finally led the two to Zhuangyuan Street, across from the county school. Chapter 69. Zhuangyuan Street was actually no different from any other street. In fact, it was much wider than other streets. Most of the shops on both sides sold brushes, inkstones, and various scrolls of calligraphy and painting. Perhaps because it was just after the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were still very few scholars on Zhuangyuan Street. Only groups of students in green robes walked around. It must be said that scholars seemed to have a certain indescribable aura in their green robes, making them instantly distinguishable from the pedestrians. "I asked for you, and there's a spot open right outside the study. If you're sure you want to come, you can go to the old yamen runner in charge of this street and get a sign. I asked that old yamen runner, and he told me there was a vacant spot." Miss Shin pointed to the nearby study entrance, and said to Su Li and Miss Chen. Su Li looked over, and saw that there was indeed a vacant spot near the study, but it was occupied by a few oil paper umbrellas placed nearby by a vendor. The location wasn't particularly good, being some distance from the main gate of the county academy. But that was understandable, after all, the best spots had already been taken, so how could it still exist? But Anshin had just mentioned that just down the road from the study were the residences of the county's wealthy families, meaning there would still be a decent flow of people and purchasing power on weekdays. Su Li thought it was a good idea, but Shin felt she needed to discuss it with her mother-in-law and father-in-law. She took a brief stroll before saying goodbye to Shin and leaving. The matter was ultimately finalized at Su Li's insistence, and with the support of the rest of the Su family. Despite this, Shin felt a little uneasy. She wondered why they couldn't just focus on their catering business at the docks instead of going to the county town and paying such a high stall tax to rent a space. It was completely unnecessary. However, both her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, and her father-in-law agreed that it was worth a try. Shin couldn't say anything, but she was still unhappy. Of course, she was more worried about what would happen if she lost money. Su Hong shared her thoughts. She now had a rough idea of her daily income. While she marveled at the huge profits, she also felt that one stall was sufficient. There was no need to spend money traveling back and forth to the county to set up a stall, which was time-consuming and laborious. In short, the Su family was divided into two factions. The radicals thought it was worth a try. If both stalls sold well, the income would increase exponentially. The conservatives felt that the future was uncertain. If the food stall business did not perform well, the losses would be smaller if one stall was run. After all, the costs, pots, pans, labor, and materials, were a considerable expense. If additional stalls were added, additional supplies would be necessary. The Su family adopted the voting system proposed by Su Li. Unexpectedly, Old Man Su suddenly switched sides and joined the conservative faction of the Chen family. Meanwhile, Lian Gu betrayed her mother and sided with her aunt Su Li. The vote was 4-3, in Su Li's favor. Su Hong, watching her daughter slumped into Su Li's arms, began to doubt her father's identity for the first time. Lian Gu, too guilty to even look at her own mother, glanced around. Soon, Su Li and Chinshur took the silver and went to the county to find the old yamen runner to secure the position. With hazy eyes, the old runner asked the two what they planned to sell. Then, from a drawer, he slowly pulled a red plaque with a number of 10 on it and handed it to Chinshur and Su Li. Pay your money here at the end of each month. It's best to come a few days in advance. Don't try any tricks. If you don't pay, I have your names and hometowns. You suffer the consequences if you mess with the county yamen. By the way, if you don't want to come, tell me in advance and return the sign. After saying this, he slowly stood up and led the two to the small open space in front of the study. Put away your umbrellas. Don't you have room over there? Why are you putting them here? The old man looked grumpy, glaring at the middle-aged man selling umbrellas. The man, recognizing the old yamen runner, quickly rose from his bamboo stool and bowed. I put them away immediately. With that, he quickly put away his umbrellas, each painted with crude green bamboo. The old yamen runner then gave a few more instructions about the permitted times for setting up stalls in the morning and evening, and then left. Left behind were Chen and Su Li, still terrified. Perhaps because of the stories circulating in the countryside about the yamen, Chen had always been afraid of the county yamen. She was terrified the entire way, not daring to speak much, and she also didn't allow Su Li to speak much. After the others left, Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She told Su Li that the situation here was quite strict, but Su Li thought this was a good thing. It was better to have someone in charge than no one, and it was better to have the county government in charge than to have thugs, who were paid protection fees. Of course, it was also possible that the people in the county government were even more ruthless than the thugs. Anyway, for the time being, this was settled. Besides that, the matter of renovating the Su family's house was also on the agenda. At the Su residence, for dinner that day, Su Hong brought the last dish, a low-end duck egg imitation crab roe tofu, to the table. These days, the eldest sister has been cooking, with Su Li as her guide, so that the eldest sister can quickly master the basic cooking process. However, compared to Su Li's dishes, the eldest sister Su Hong's dishes were still far inferior in taste and knife skills. Su Hong couldn't understand why, with the same order and the same sauce, the fifth sister Su Li's dishes were so much better. Despite this, Su Hong's cooking was far better than that of ordinary people, at least than that of the rest of the Su family, or even anyone else in the village. Tonight's dishes included eggplant with green peppers, tofu with crab roe, stir-fried pork with green peppers, loofah soup, and a small dish of stir-fried pig intestines left over from lunch. The Su family was large, so each dish was generous, filling the large coarse porcelain bowls and looking particularly appetizing. Everyone had been busy all afternoon and were hungry for almost the entire afternoon, so they didn't hesitate to add some cowpea rice and began to eat. Su Li's favorite dish was cowpea rice. The aroma of the cowpeas and the hint of salt made it particularly delicious. She could eat several bowls without any side dishes. And because fourth sister Su Tao had cooked so much, the rice had a slightly burnt crust, making it even more delicious. Her second favorite was crab roe tofu. Their family was limited, and they couldn't afford the plump hairy crabs like the ones the Lin family had today. Luckily, they had recently soaked a batch of salted duck eggs, which were just about ready to eat. Su Li thought of using them to make crab roe tofu, which turned out to be quite delicious. This was her first attempt, and it was quite popular with everyone in the Su family. Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu were especially impressed. They scooped a few spoonfuls of the dish into the distinctly grainy rice, topped it with a piece of mixed cucumber, and it was so delicious. After they finished, Old Man Su exclaimed in surprise, "Did you buy crab?" How could he not have noticed? Su Hong laughed. "It's not crab, it's salted duck eggs." "Grandpa, can't you tell?" In fact, when Su Hong heard fifth sister mention the salted duck egg and tofu dish, she had been curious about what it would taste like. She was surprised to find that it tasted like crab. Old Man Su was indeed stunned, and so was Mrs. Wu. They hadn't expected this dish to be made with duck egg yolks. "I make it more often in the future. It tastes really good, tender, and goes well with rice. The tofu isn't expensive, and it's just like eating meat." "Okay." Su Hong scooped up a big mouthful of rice. It just so happened that she had learned how to cook now. In addition to the dishes mentioned above, the stir-fried pork with green peppers was also highly praised. The autumn peppers aren't as spicy as they are after being scorched by the summer sun, and with the recent rain, the flavor is less spicy and more mild. Paired with the tender, marinated lean meat, it's perfectly salty and delicious. Su Tao and Lian Gu are particularly fond of it, especially since Su Tao, who recently overeats fatty meat, now prefers lean meat. Furthermore, the shredded pork isn't at all tough, but rather smooth and tender, with a hint of spice, not too bland. Both of them were completely engrossed in their meal, and Su Tao couldn't help but sigh at how happy she was to have such a life. Not long ago, her family barely had enough meat, let alone food. Now, they can eat meat every meal. She truly is the happiest person in the world. Little Lian Gu shared her sentiments, but she didn't have any particularly complicated thoughts. She simply felt that this life of being well-fed and warmly clothed was a blessing, and she truly didn't want to go back to the past. Speaking of which, not long ago, someone in the village asked Lian Gu if she missed her brother, father, and grandmother. Lian Gu didn't know how to answer. She hated her brother, her father, and her grandparents, who didn't give her food and often beat and scolded her. But her great-grandmother had said that some things shouldn't be said to others, like dislike for someone, so she kept it to herself. It's so delicious. When they were almost done eating, Old Man Su said, "I discussed it with your grandmother this afternoon. The weather has been nice these past few days, and the autumn harvest is over, so everyone has some free time. I thought we should hire someone to start renovating the house the day after tomorrow." This had been decided long ago. In the past few days, Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu even teamed up with the Wang family next door to go to the mountains and cut down a few trees for beams for building the house. They also asked acquaintances for more wood, and the yard was filled with wood. "Okay, then, Dad and Mom, I tell my eldest brother tomorrow morning, and then I ask my second brother to come and help us see how much we need." Chen agreed without objection. The thought of building a house soon filled her with excitement. I also asked Wang's eldest nephew about the tiles. He says he knows someone who makes them. Once we figure out how many we need, we can just send someone over to get them. They're a bit pricey, though, at 2 tiles for one. I asked tomorrow if I can get a better price. Old Man Su made arrangements as he went along. Besides preparing the materials, hiring workers was crucial for building a house. If they wanted to finish it quickly, they naturally hire more. However, their family wasn't familiar with the villagers, and they had never helped each other build houses before, so they couldn't just provide food like others. They needed at least 20 won a day, a fair price Old Man Su had found after asking around with acquaintances in the village. However, if you don't have a good relationship, they might not even bother to work for you for 20 won. Building a house is no small undertaking. It's even more tiring than carrying sacks at the docks. It's physically demanding. So Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen discussed it, and decided to ask the Huang family and Zheng Lao's family if they knew anyone who could help. But what the Su family didn't expect was that before they could even find anyone, someone from the village got wind of the situation and came to ask. "We're all neighbors. If you need help, just let me know. I'd bring my dog, Gooden, to help. Yes, no money needed, just food is fine. I'm free lately." Chapter 70. The Su family, after sending off several waves of villagers they weren't close to or had little interaction with, were completely bewildered. They had no idea why. It wasn't until the day of the house building that they got the answer from Mrs. Mo, who had come to help. Why else? They want the meat. The villagers heard about the meat dishes you prepared last time, and now they know the food is good for the house building, so they're all rushing to come. Mrs. Mo, who had arrived early in the morning, said. Yes, word of the Su family's generous hospitality had spread throughout the village. The news of the house building had already drawn many villagers to the event. The chance to eat meat was enough to attract them, if nothing else. After all, in the countryside, ordinary people might only eat meat a few times a year. For the villagers, eating meat was synonymous with nourishment, and they naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Of course, there was another reason. Seeing the Su family buy mules and build houses, everyone with a discerning eye knew they were making money. Their food business had long been a secret, and many in the village knew about it. So, some clever people took the opportunity to build good relationships with the Su family, hoping they would remember them when things turned out well. Just like the Huang family, buying vegetables from them was fine. It was still a source of income. So, don't assume country folk are stupid or foolish. Everyone in this world has their own survival wisdom. However, there were also dissenting voices in the village, led by the Lu family, who fabricated stories about the Su family, saying they were stingy, hiring someone to build a house for only 20 won a day, and that they were better off finding work outside, where the starting rate was at least 30 won. This statement made perfect sense to some nitpickers, who thought Lu was right. Some who had originally planned to go to the Su family to help gave up, and instead watched from the sidelines. Some even advised their relatives not to go. Building a house is hard work. 21 is too little. It's not worth it to tire people out. We have no connection to the Su family. There's no need. Yeah, forget it. This dissuaded another group of people. In the end, a total of 5 families confirmed their intention to help. Together with the Huang, Zheng, Wang, and Chen's family, there were 10 families in total. Each family would send about 2 males, totaling over 20 people. These 20-plus people would go on the auspicious 18th day of the 8th lunar month. Early in the morning, people arrived at the Su family's house, carrying hoes and baskets. Most of them were from the same village, and when they saw each other, they greeted each other, "Good morning, have you eaten?" "Yes, you?" "Me too, haha." Then everyone divided up their work and began to work. In rural construction, only lunch is provided, so everyone came after eating at home. No one was lazy. They rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Some dug the foundation, some carried stones. In addition, several women, led by Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Mo, also came to help. Their main purpose was to help prepare lunch for the Su family's 20 or 30 people each day. Originally, in the countryside, cooking for each other during construction wasn't paid, just a lunch was provided. However, after discussing it, the Su family decided to pay for cooking, so they decided to pay 10 won a day. Upon hearing they were actually being paid for cooking, the women who came to help were overjoyed and even worked more efficiently. Some even regretted not bringing more family members with them, believing the Su family to be kind. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Su Li, Su Hong, and others began preparing lunch for the lunch sale. Yes, because they were building a house, Old Man Su had specially built stoves and rain shelters in both the front and backyards. Mrs. Mo and her friends cooked in the front yard, while Su Li and her friends cooked in the back. This prevented them from mixing and wasting time, and also prevented the crowds from distracting anyone with malicious intent from watching them cook. Su Li and her friends, though initially struggling to control the heat, quickly adapted to cooking outside. By around 9 a.m., they had the food ready and loading it into the truck. "Go ahead, I'm home," said Mrs. Wu, as the sun shone. She came over with a teapot, ready to boil another pot of water. "Okay, Grandma, let's go. Tell your grandfather to drive slowly." "Got it." With that, Su Li and the others got in the car and headed for the county. At this moment, someone in the front yard naturally noticed the scene, including Chen's 2 nephews, who had just been overwhelmed by the delicious food. They watched their cousin leave and curiously asked their father, Ma Lao Si, who was picking up rocks nearby, where our 5th aunt and the others going. Ma Da and Ma Er didn't know that Su Li and the others were now selling food in the county every day, so they asked. Ma Lao Si knew, going to the county to sell food. Selling food? What kind of food? Could it be that pig intestine we just saw? Ma Da said he had just seen his uncle carrying a lot of pig intestines to the backyard. He also saw a lot of fish in the water tank. He had originally thought they were for lunch. Sure enough, he was right. Ma Da was surprised to see his thoughts confirmed. He couldn't imagine what delicious food could be made from pig intestines and fish. But that aroma had definitely come from the backyard. But they weren't the only ones confused. Other villagers were also puzzled. They knew the Su family was selling food, but they hadn't known it was pig intestines. And they hadn't expected the intestines to taste so spicy and fragrant that they even made the roundworms in their stomachs come out even after breakfast. Elsewhere, Old Man Su first dropped Su Hong and Su Tao off at the dock, then drove Su Li and Chen to the county in a mule cart. A small incident occurred along the way. The mule, also called Yuan Bao, a name given by Aunt Lian, refused to move when they reached the dock. No matter how Old Man Su yelled at it or hit it, it refused to budge. Su Li, seeing through its tricks, pulled out a long-prepared bean cake from her pouch and placed it before it, feeding it. Seeing the mule finally move after eating the bean cake, Old Man Su was speechless, but also curious about where Su Li had gotten the bean cake. "Aunt Lian gave it to me." Why else would Su Li have such a thing on her person? She remembered how, just as she was leaving, Aunt Lian came running over and took Su Li's hand. "Auntie, these are Yuan Bao's favorite treats. Can you feed them to him later?" After that, she placed 2 small bean cakes in Su Li's purse. At the time, Su Li hadn't thought much about it, and had simply kept them with her. She hadn't expected them to come in handy.